is the time where we really have to all band together and come together and really look out for one another.
No doubt about it. And those numbers are going to go up dramatically in the coming hours here. Hannah Deneen is live in Brooksville right now. That is an area that has seen their fair share of storms and have struggled with the aftermath. Hannah, what are you seeing? Where are you right now?
Well, Dave, we came inside the Hernando County Emergency Operations Center. The situation outside, it's steady right now, just like earlier. There's still strong wind, strong rain, but we wanted to give you a glimpse inside the Emergency Operations Center, where just minutes ago, they wrapped up a call with all of the other emergency operations centers across Tampa Bay. It's really getting a glimpse inside, this being such a team effort. I'm told that they're on that call, communicating with each other, making sure they all have everything they need in order to properly respond to this storm. And over the past several hours, I've been telling you that here in Hernando County, they're specifically worried about the potential for flooding at the Withlacoochee River, not just tonight, tomorrow, but through the weekend. And just minutes ago, I had the opportunity to speak with the emergency operations director here about that flooding situation.
So right now we're keeping our eyes on the amount of rain that we're getting over the next several days, but also the amount of water that's going through the Withlacoochee River. So right now it's projected, as you can see here on the screen, it's forecast to go up to 16.3 feet. That's close to major flood stage. So we're worried about the Withlacoochee River flooding at 301 at Trilby, and then in the Croom area on the north side of our county as well, on the northeast side of the county.
So here's a closer look at that flooding situation that he was just talking about. Now, this isn't tonight. If you see on the bottom of the screen here, this is October 14th, where they're expecting it to reach 16 feet of flooding at the Withlacoochee River. That's Monday. So over the weekend, they have significant concerns about all the runoff from the rain from this storm, flooding into the river and causing issues for the people who live around the river. They say they will be reopening sandbag sites as soon as possible so that people can prepare for that flooding event. And I also wanted to show you, if you can see through the window here, this screen here is where they are monitoring the wind speeds across Hernando County. And that's a big update here because they are no longer providing rides to the shelters because wind speeds are now winds are too strong for their workers to safely be out there. So if you do need to get to a shelter still tonight, unfortunately, you are now on your own in terms of getting to that shelter. They don't feel comfortable sending their workers out there in the winds that they're seeing across the county tonight. And I also want to mention, just south of us in Pasco County, it's a similar situation. The winds are too strong. They're advising people who live in Pasco County, where you are right now, you need to hunker down and stay there through the storm. We're going to stay at the Emergency Operations Center for a little bit longer, continue to get updates from the officials who have their fingers on the pulse of this storm situation here. For now in Brooksville, Hannah Deneen, 10 Tampa Bay.
All right, Hannah, thank you. Yes, it is important right now. It's much more dangerous outside. So you do need to shelter in place, again, enact your plan. We do have some important information right now that is just coming in to us from the city of St. Pete, something that we anticipated ahead of the storms with the sewer. Yes.
This map right here gives you an idea. These are the sewer treatment plants, and the northeast and the southwest, one's highlighted right here, sewer treatment plants are now offline due to potential impacts from Hurricane Milton storm surge. So they do this as a proactive measure so they do not get water inundation into their facilities there. You may recall the Northeast sewer treatment plant was turned off during Hurricane Helene, and that really worked out well for them. They thought it might take about 48 hours to come back online, came back more quickly, but this affects a broad area, so it's important to kind of know if this falls within your zone here. But the problem is sewage can back up into your house when these are offline, so you do not want to be trying to flush your toilet if you have not evacuated. if you've evacuated, this shouldn't be a problem. Hopefully they'll be back online soon.
Yeah, Hurricane Milton and also Helene, right, exposing just the age of our infrastructure and the updates that need to happen. They can't happen during a hurricane. They take quite a bit of time to do. So again, the city taking these offline as a precaution. And as Dave just said to you, again, don't drain that water. You don't want to flush your toilets. You don't want to do all of that if you stayed in these areas. And again, you can see them very clearly northeast and southwest in St. Petersburg.
Bobby is keeping an eye on our rainfall totals. Rainfall, a lot of rain out there in some areas right now, Bobby.
Yeah, and that's what's causing a lot of what we're seeing when they're turning off those systems there because of most systems can't handle it. Doesn't matter how old it is. Most systems just can't handle that much. So a lot going on this map. Let me start here. Those right there, this right here, Bradenton, Sarasota, that's a new one. That's a flash flood warning. Pinellas has been in it for a couple of hours. This one's about an hour and a half old, and this one just started. The greens that you see here. Hannah was up in Hernando County. This is the river here. It's 9 foot now. Thinking by Saturday, it goes to almost 16 feet. Out of the banks at 12 feet. Okay, so that is the timing that happens with the river floods, and that's all these greens that you see here. They will be swelling through Friday, through Saturday, cresting maybe over the weekend if we're lucky. Okay, so that's one thing there. Now, let's talk about the rainfall, and there it is. That's our newest flash flood warning there. This is part of that northeast eye wall. That's some of the heaviest rain that you're going to get. The winds are really picking up in there as well, and that will continue to move inland as the storm itself moves inland. Rainfall totals. Now, this is estimated by the Doppler, 7 to 8 inches, a little bit more right along the immediate coast so far, and some of the heaviest rain is just getting here. Okay, and then we've got generally around 4 to 6 along and just east of 75, and then a little less the way you work further off towards the east. Okay, and so the heaviest rain, the center is going to come in down somewhere around here, probably maybe north of Sarasota, but look where all the rain is. The heaviest is to the north, and that's been well forecast, and I think that trend will continue. So that's going to move off to the north and east. So that means St. Pete. That means Tampa. You know it rains heavy here and Bayshore floods. Bayshore is going to flood. Right, they're right down there on the bay, and then we actually are going to continue that going up through Sonoma-Sassa, up through Plant City, Dade City. We're going to get quite a bit of rain out of this as well. Totals now you can see 7 to 8 here, probably going to end up in that 10 to 15 range, probably closer to 10 to 12, I would say, but it's going to be north of where that center goes on shore. Now let's talk about the center. So the center now has about a 48 to 50 mile wide eye with it, okay? This started at 3.8 miles diameter eye, and it had 180 miles. This was off of Yucatan. The system is weakening, but it is also spreading out its wind field, okay? So we actually have less wind in that eye wall, but you're spreading it out, and not only are you getting that wind a little bit further out, but you're also, that tropical storm force wind is extending way out. I'll show you that coming up. But that's the eye wall coming through. So what this means is if it comes through right in here, you're going to get this very heavy rain you're getting now in Sarasota, and then the rain's going to stop. And in fact, the wind's going to go calm. Maybe not calm, but it's going to be very light as it comes through. And then you'll get the backside. And I'm telling you, this backside, because you're focused on this, you're like, oh, here comes the eye wall. It's coming right at us. Oh, and it gets really bad, And then you think, okay, here's the eye wall. Here's the eye, so the winds go calm, and then we're going to get the backside. The backside on the west coast of Florida is sometimes going to have even more wind because that wind's coming in off of the Gulf, and there's nothing to slow it down. If you're sitting here in downtown Sarasota, that wind's got to come across land and come up. And that land creates some friction. Fiction or friction. It creates some friction, and so that kind of slows it down just a little bit. There's nothing to do that. And look what's happening out here. You see that structure right there? You see those reflectivities? That's indicating some really good storms out there, some good wind in there as well. So that's going to be happening as we go through tonight. Now, hurricane force winds extend out from the center about 35, 40 miles. And you can see that is just about reaching the coast right now. And in fact, it's in that band. So that's where you're getting solid winds in the 70s right now with gusts that are going to be higher than that. All right, and then again, what I've been showing you on the radar here is that this part of the core here, this has shown some of the higher winds. And you can parallel this right along that line right there. So the mouth of the bay, Treasure Island, St. Pete Beach, very heavy winds. But here's the deal. The wind's coming from the northeast to the southwest. If it was coming the other way down here, oh man, I can't imagine how much water would be pushing up into the bay. That's worst case scenario. This is pulling water out of the bay right now. Although the tide's coming up at the same time, it's fighting it, but that water level is going to be low. And everything I've seen so far is low in Tampa Bay. Very good news there. Now, tropical storm force winds go out 225 miles from the center. And you can see from that same spot all the way out into the Atlantic Ocean. So generally you got winds in the 40s for most of these locations, most of Florida at this point, right? Remember those tornadic cells that we had earlier? They're all over the East Coast. Let me turn this on. Let me get the see if I got lightning on here, because there's some really good storms over on the East Coast. Yeah, dude, let me turn that on for you. Big time storms over there. Look at that. Look at those cells that just went off the coast. Fort Pierce, Palm Bay, all those areas dealing with the very heavy thunderstorms, tornado warnings over there as well. I'm curious to see what kind of damage they get out of there. And this is what, 200 miles away from the center? And that's just those cells that went through kind of in our neck of the woods. Now, here's the highest winds now going to around 123. Now, this is not at the ground where we are, okay? But it's not that far up, and it's right in this area here. So our concern is, where is this going? And obviously, because it's the northern side, we think it's coming right in here. Southern Pinellas, probably pretty close, I mean, right over Apollo Beach, Ruskin, and then right up over Fishhawk. Love Fishhawk, beautiful neighborhood, lots of trees. Let's hope that they hold. And then you get up into parts of Polk County as well. Now, the winds will be higher here, a little less here, a little less here. But that's going to be the track where I think we get some of the highest winds coming through. Look at the size of this thing. From one side to the other, at least 400 miles. And you can see, actually, the drier air coming in. The one good news with this is that part of what is pushing it out to the east now is a cold front that's been sitting up here. And because of the flow around this, it's pulling in some drier and cooler air. And on the back side of this storm, it's not going to be like Helene, where we had the 90s. We were setting tying records, 93, 94 degrees and hot. But on the back side, it's going to be cooler, low 80s. If that, lows will be in the 60s in the morning as we get going into the weekend, Friday and into the weekend. Do have the tornado watch. They've actually trimmed it back for our southern counties. We'll talk more on that, but our tornado chances are coming down. Our wind chances are going up. Highest winds now through about midnight, and then slowly coming down. And I mean slowly. It's going to be windy all night long, but we'll be slowly coming down towards sunrise tomorrow morning, guys.
All right, it is coming up right now on 6:04. I'm Dave Wagner along with Courtney Robinson. You're watching 10 Tampa Bay and our continuous coverage of Hurricane Milton here. We are tracking Milton, our weather team. We have a group of people who are doing this, keeping an eye on every facet of this. The next 3 hours are going to be critical, so stay with us if you can. As long as you have power, if you're watching our 10 Tampa Bay Plus app, you can do that as well. But the next 3 hours are critical. That's when we're going to see all these changes as this storm comes inland.
And we've had some really important information coming in. We want to make sure that you have this information. Just came into our newsroom here. The Northwest, Southeast sewer plants in St. Petersburg are shutting down. So you do not want to flush your toilets, run water, do not drain any water, because the problem is now that these are offline, the risk is that the sewage will back up into your home, and you don't want that. Sarasota does have a shelter in place. Only first responders allowed on the road. Many of our counties have this in place right now. Hillsborough County has asked you to shelter in place. Florida Highway Patrol has asked you to shelter in place to stay off highways. The bridges are closed anyway, and in passable roads, we are finding those in Polk County. You can see the roads right here. Reynolds Road at Main Avenue in Lakeland, 42nd Street at Avenue Q in Winter Haven, but so many other roads are also seeing high amounts of water there, not from storm surge, but from the heavy rainfall that we've had. And there's just not a lot of, there's no place for it to go when we have a certain amount of rainfall in a very short amount of time. Additionally, we know that there are drainage systems that are blocked. And
let's go to Crystal River if we can, just for a second here, and take a look at some video that came in. This is from the mayor, and I'm assuming this is from Mayor Joe Meek, who sent this in to us. So as we look at this right here, it almost looks, Bobby, as you look at Crystal River right here, it almost looks like the water is receding there right now. Explain what's happening from a meteorological standpoint.
So the wind is blowing out. The winds are out of the northeast there, and it's literally blowing the water out. You see that boat just sitting up against there, just kind of teetered over on the side, just a little bit at an angle. It's sitting on the bottom. And this is the opposite of what they normally see. You can see all the barnacles on the right-hand side, the black underneath the cement there. That's normally all covered up with water. So if you're from up north, we don't have huge tidal changes here. That is a very, very low tide for us here in the Crystal River area. And that's good news. You can handle that. That doesn't do a lot of damage. The tide goes down slow. The boats just kind of rest. The tide will come up relatively slow, and things will be nice. But that is a good sign. Rainfall will be heavy there, but it's not going to cause any problems as far as that's concerned.
All right, we
That's good.
appreciate Mayor Meek sharing his video with us, showing his
Yeah.
photography prowess.
Bobby, I do have a question. I just want to make sure, if we're looking at this and people are going, okay, it's pulling everything out, and we saw this happen too in the Hillsborough Bay during Irma.
Yep.
Does that mean, okay, now we're in the clear, we're not going to get this big surge, or just, continue to prepare for the worst, kind of expect that?
The Hurricane Center has been bumping down the Tampa Bay surge numbers all day, and we've been seeing northeast to southeast winds, right? And that's blowing it out. And I'm not one to second guess them.
Right.
And they do it in increments. They come down because, as I was saying earlier, we don't know 100% what that bulge is that's out ahead of it. So what's happening is, when this thing is further offshore, it's pushing water, because these winds down here blowing up like that are actually pushing water up against the coast. And that's running up against the coast, and some of that can get into the bay. And the forecast was a 10 to 15 initially for this area here. But that was when it was coming in right here, right? And so the winds were going to be blowing south. These winds down here were going to be blowing onshore, but they were going to be blowing right up into the bay. So as the track has been coming further to the south, they've been cutting back the numbers. But you can't now tell people, oh, go on ahead and go back, because what if this wobbles to the north, and that's all it takes, and then it would push water in. So there's that part, the easy part for surge, if you will, because just which way is the wind blowing, right? And in this case, the wind is basically blowing across the bay and then down to the south like that. So you actually get some water pushed back up against the sensor here, the gauge in St. Pete, and we've seen about a foot and a half rise, not much at all. Tide's going to go up 2 feet, just the tide, right? And that's normal, that's okay. But eventually that wind's going to be coming back down in this way. This part of it is going to be over here, and that's going to pull the water out, and we're going to see something similar in Tampa Bay to what they're seeing up in Crystal River. The issue is, if this keeps coming further to the north, how much of the bulge out ahead of it is in there? And I've been watching Port Manatee, I should say, right in here. There's a water gauge right there, and I'm not seeing a lot. I mean, I think even less than a foot of a surge. But that one's going to tell us, if we start seeing that coming up pretty quickly, that's the bulge that's there, because the wind's not pushing it in. The wind's pushing it across.
Right.
And because of that, I think we're okay.
Yeah. Hey, Bobby, I do want to ask, so just after 6 o'clock right now, when are we expecting this landfall? 8 o'clock? I just want to give people an idea of, here, we're not too far away.
Yeah, yes, 8:30, 10:30 time frame. But again, that's just for the center of this thing.
Okay.
And that's a technical thing, right? What we want to watch is this. That's what I'm concerned with. What's happening right now is one of the worst spots that you're going to get the wind and the rain, Manatee, Sarasota County, and then we want to watch this. And this will be coming in later tonight.
Okay.
And that's going to be 10:30, 11:30, 12:30.
All right, Bobby, we want to get right to the Hillsborough Sheriff, Chad Cronister, who joins us on the phone right now. Sheriff, are you able to hear us here with Dave Wagner and Courtney Robinson here at 10 Tampa Bay?
Oh, we just lost
Okay, well, that
Sheriff
happens.
Cronister, but we'll work to get him back.
We'll get him back.
I know that they have been busy. They have a wonderful communications officer
Yeah.
that does share a lot of information. And so I have been, kind of staying with them on social media just to see what's going on. And they've been doing a lot of stuff in Hillsborough County, keeping our community safe, even rescuing a dog in the middle of a roadway.
There you go.
Yep.
All lives are important. Let's take a live look right now at the Delgado Memorial Parkway right here, if we can. Pinellas Bayway. there are cars off to the side. I'm not exactly sure what this is
They look
right here.
abandoned.
Yeah, I think they do look like they're. Oh, actually, what I bet it is
Oh, higher
they are
ground.
higher ground. So they
Smart.
parked on the side here. So this is, I believe, right here. This is the bridge that goes out to Tierra Verde, right there. Tierra Verde is on your approach out to Fort DeSoto Park for those southernmost tip of Pinellas County. So it can be fairly low out there, and I think people proactively park their cars up on that bridge because that's higher ground, of course. So that makes sense. You know, we were all looking for high spots over the past few days. Some people parked in parking garages, and then those parking garages filled up. But that's probably a smart move. This used to be a much lower bridge. This is now a higher bridge,
Right.
allowing boats to pass through more easily. But it used to be a drawbridge there. But folks out in Tierra Verde, I'm sure, you know, are concerned about their vehicles, as we all are. That's our way to get around these days,
Yeah.
but I'm glad to see that people are on higher ground there.
And people, I mean, so many people lost vehicles with the surge in Helene, especially with our barrier islands, not just our barrier island communities, so many of our communities. And we did see the city of Tampa, we saw the city of St. Pete opening these parking garages
Right.
to allow people to have a higher elevated space to park so that they could potentially hopefully avoid any of the surge that we would see. And we saw that this was really important when it came to electric vehicles during Helene with that surge water.
Number of fires, yeah.
Number of fires. So, you know, if we do have the surge that we are anticipating, again, making sure that if you have an electric vehicle, you really want to make sure that you do not start it if it's come into contact with surge waters. You don't want to charge those. Any of that, you need to make sure that it is towed out of your home, out of your garage.
or
because
potentially pushed out.
Pushed out, right.
Yeah, and that goes for e-bikes as well. So those of you who might have an e-bike,
Hoverboards.
yeah, just I mean, the simple thing, and it may be a little late now, unless you're hunkered down at home, is to take off the battery on those e-bikes, put it in a separate area. But you just don't want that coming into contact with water. It's a concern that we really never had to worry about before for electric vehicles, but just one of those concerns with the new technology. So
The
hopefully
times
you're safe there.
change.
But it was amazing to me how many abandoned cars we saw. This is Tierra Verde, the roundabout right there. As you go out to Tierra Verde, there's the 7-Eleven on your upper right-hand corner there. I know that well. That used to be when I drank Slurpees. That was my Slurpee spot.
The Slurpees, is that what
yeah.
we call them?
Yeah, yeah, and now I need the diet ones, but they don't make it. They don't make them. Yeah, I still love them. So this is the roundabout there, and you see the rain and the wind and all that kind of thing out there. So those vehicles that we saw, are up on the bridge.
Yeah.
This is as you come off that bridge right here, and but there's a live picture of that right there. It's a beautiful spot.
And it looks, looks are so deceiving. When we look at this, you can't feel just the intensity of that wind.
Yeah.
And you can look at the palm trees right here and see just how much it's shaking around. You can see the camera shaking and just, the weather deteriorating. And it looks, so thankful. It does appear that so many people did really follow these evacuation orders for those who had not previously had to evacuate for storms that we've seen during this 2024 hurricane season that stayed. And now they have left. Some by choice, obviously, but others just know why.
And that's a fairly vulnerable area out there, of course. Let's go back. I understand we now have Hillsborough Sheriff Chad Chronister. Sheriff, are you able to hear us?
Good evening. Yes, I am. Thank you.
All right. We appreciate you being with us. Dave Wagner along with Courtney Robinson. But let me just, first of all, ask you, Sheriff, give us an idea. What are you seeing out there right now? What are your concerns, and how are you folks having to respond to those concerns?
Yeah, my biggest concern is all this water already in heavily saturated areas, the heavy rain, the water, and the wind now that has continued to pick up. As you guys can see outside and you're getting these updates, these conditions have rapidly deteriorated.
And Sheriff Chronister, I know that you have been asking folks to shelter in place. Are your first responders also sheltering in place at this point? Are they still able to do anything out there, or is this let's wait until this passes now?
Yeah, great question. We're quickly approaching that. We're quickly approaching that unsafe wind speed to where I'm going to have to suspend operations. The good thing is this county's so big that each commander around the county will make that determination. I don't think it'll be a blanket, hey, listen, we're not responding. But I know in the south end of the county is much worse than Lutz right now. So we're making those determination now, again, as these conditions continue to deteriorate. You mentioned evacuations. You guys were talking about people did heed the warnings. You're exactly right. You saw our highways full. You saw them using the emergency lanes. You saw the long lines at gas stations and grocery stores and supply stores. You know, I'm so excited. I was even out at the shelters earlier today. We have 6 shelters that are maximum capacity. We have over 15,000 people in shelters. We've never had that many individuals in shelters. That means people are taking this seriously, and that will also equate at the end of the day to less people being injured and even worse dying as a result of this storm.
That's a good point, Sheriff. And let me just ask you, because so many people are out of their homes right now, what are you going to be doing proactively? Because I know people are concerned about the aftermath of this and the potential for looting going on, people trying to take advantage of a bad situation.
Yeah, as soon as it's safe to do so and we're out, we'll be in those evacuation areas. We brought in an additional 500 deputies to make sure we're heavily patrolling these evacuation zones. This is almost when, hey, we spring into action. This is what we're trained and prepared to do. We'll go out with our chainsaw teams when it's safe to do so and get the roadways open for other first responders and utilities that are on the way. We'll have our high water vehicles. We'll have our marine assets, our airboats, our amphibious vehicles, 3 that we now have, where we can go out here and start doing what we do best, and that's search and rescue, and that's making sure we're there to be that helpful hand in this greatest time of need. So we're getting prepared for that. We have our midnight shift last night that worked. We held them over, so everyone is here and prepared and ready to go out for this all hands on deck response.
Sheriff, you know, I'm sure that the men and women in the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, that they are also tired. You all have worked around the clock during Helene, and we had Debbie, and now here we are. What is your message to the men and women who keep us safe? What have you told them to kind of keep them, pushing them through? Because they also, you know, face losing homes as well.
And I've been out in the areas, and we were providing that safety and security. They were out in areas to make sure people who were salvaging weren't looters. We won't tolerate that here. God forbid we encounter the person that decides they're going to re-victimize someone who's already a victim of the last storm or this storm. We're not going to tolerate it. But I tell you what, they're in good spirits. I was out today checking with all of them over at Tampa Stadium, where a lot of our assets are around the county, and they're in great spirits, and they're ready to go.
Sheriff, can you talk about how you work, you interact with other agencies and how that process works? Because I realize it's a big county and you cover a big county. You only have so many deputies out there. Who helps you in this time of need?
Yeah, the Florida Sheriff's Association, we have a task force. So regardless of where that need is, they'll respond along with the deputies. We already have asked for more detention deputies. We've already asked for more dispatchers to come help us, marine assets. The Fish and Wildlife Commission has already sent 45 officers, and they're with us already, with their assets, ready to respond when it's safe to do so. We've also put in another request for another 500 deputies from around the state. So at this point, it's just it's going to be taking a look and surveying the aftermath, so we know exactly the numbers that we need, and those responses will be on the way. I've been in constant contact with the governor, with the lieutenant governor, about different utilities, about, hey, quickly as we can open up the port, not only will we be restoring power, we're going to make sure that we get the fuel to wherever it needs to be. Back in contact with the Highway Patrol, who did a phenomenal job of keeping the emergency lanes open and making sure people that wanted the ability to leave were afforded that opportunity to leave. And we'll do the same thing again about escorting fuel to the different stations throughout the state from the port to make sure, again, people can resume to some sense of normalcy as soon as it's safe to do so.
You know, Sheriff, for all of those who are listening right now and they are feeling that wind and they can, they can hear the rain and just are really concerned as we start to get toward sunset. What's your message to them right now, to our community, and honestly, whether they're in Hillsborough or somewhere else in Tampa Bay?
As your sheriff, as a father, as a member of this community, wherever you are now, shelter in place. Please do not be out in these conditions.
Well, that's a good message, an important one. And I've been heartened, I don't know if you have been as well, Sheriff, in watching this. A lot of years in Tampa Bay, and saw a lot of people over the years not heed these warnings and not get out. But I thought it was terrific to see so many people taking this storm so seriously, because there have been times in the past when we just haven't seen that.
I'm so proud of this community, like we were talking about the long lines and the traffic, the fact that all the hotels outside of the evacuation zone in Hillsborough County are sold out, that many and a number of people in shelters. I'm so proud of this community and that they've heeded the warning. These deaths that we've experienced, more deaths from Hurricane Helene in the Tampa Bay area than where the storm actually made landfall, and it's because of the storm surge. This is too dangerous, and when it begins to rise and this flash flooding happens, you're going to reach out for help, and help's not going to be able to be there. And I can't imagine what that feeling would be like. But I'm so happy and proud of this community because there won't be those senseless deaths.
We certainly hope that there won't be. Sheriff Chronister, thank you so much. Thanks for allowing us to take much of your time this evening. I know you're busy.
Thank you both. Stay safe.
Yeah, well, same to you, and we appreciate all the men and women who are out there.
Yes.
Working hard to make sure we are safe. Okay, let's go to Luke Clary right now. Last time we checked in with Luke live, he was in a very different spot. He was down at Dock Forge on the approach to the pier there, and it was crazy. You're inside now. Where are you right now, by the way?
Yeah, well, we're nice and dry here inside this historic hotel in downtown St. Pete. This is the Courtyard by Marriott in downtown. And yeah, the atmosphere here is pretty light, all things considered. People in pretty good spirits. I mean, it's warm, it's dry in here. People are enjoying a family-style buffet, so they're getting some food. Meanwhile, the conditions outside are looking worse and worse. So we'll talk a little bit more about this hotel in just a moment, but first, as you take a look outside, you can see the signs swaying in the wind, the trees out there, as well as the rain just comes down in sheets right now. And in the distance there, you probably can't make it out from here because the rain is so thick, but there are a number of tower cranes working on various construction projects throughout downtown St. Pete. I think we have some video of those cranes as well. It's a significant concern for downtown St. Pete, so much so that city leaders put out an advisory regarding this, because wind gusts can exceed about 100 miles per hour, and that could potentially exceed the safe operational limits for those tower cranes. There's a risk of malfunction, AKA they could go crashing down into people's homes, into apartments. So they're saying right now there's a particular concern at 400 Central Avenue, 275 First Avenue, 1000 First Avenue, all downtown. The city says that it's actually been in touch with the private developers managing the cranes, but due to the specialized nature of crane operations, lowering or securing a tower crane is scheduled weeks in advance. So it's not a feasible option for them to have taken them down. They got questions about that, I'm sure. But back here live inside the hotel, I want to just take you this way as we see how people are spending their time, biding their time, making the best of a very difficult, bad situation. If you just come right over here, you'll see where people are just having dinner, families spending some time here together, closer than probably usual. And this hotel has a capacity of 128. I'm told that they are fully sold out of rooms through Saturday. That probably doesn't come as a surprise. The manager here tells me that it's situated at about 40 feet above sea level, and so that's a good thing. It should help keep them out of harm's way when it comes to the storm surge. Also, it's a pet-friendly hotel, as you can see there.
Yeah, that is fantastic. It's really nice to see. I know that, Luke, these were in short supply, hotels in the area, and these folks must have jumped on it very, very quickly because there just hasn't been enough hotel rooms for people in this area, despite the fact that we've had a lot of visitors here. We continue to have a lot of visitors here. For some reason, when we try to shelter in a a safe place like that, there just aren't enough spots for us.
Yeah, I mean, this is actually a lot of repeat business, as a matter of fact. As sad as it is to say, many of these people were sheltering here during Helene. They're back a week later. Many of these folks live on the barrier islands, on Treasure Island, where we were reporting from yesterday. So, yeah, it's sad to say that although spirits are high, this is not an unusual situation for many of these families.
Yes. It would be nice when you get a chance to hear from some of those folks, too. Just when you get a chance, just where they came from and their concerns tonight, whenever you have the opportunity. We appreciate it. Thank you.
And there is a shelter in place in Pinellas County. Pinellas County saying that the wind gusts are up to 50, that they need to shelter in place, and that they will let you know when there is no longer a threat and you are able to go outside. Let's go now to meteorologist Colleen Campbell. Colleen, we're looking at these winds, and that is really the thing that I think that concerns me most right now.
Yes, yeah. So Courtney, Dave, everybody at home, we do have that northern eye wall that's starting to get onto the coast. It's brushing the coast right now. The center of the eye is about 40 miles offshore from Sarasota. So we're getting pretty close to landfall here. Now these stats will be updated. It's being updated every hour, but I wanted to show you some wind reports that we're receiving. First, let me show you where we're talking about here. So all the maroon boxes that you see, those are our flood warnings, which by the way, they also have been extended northward into Pasco and Hernando County. But here it is. Here's the center of the storm. The winds will continue to get stronger here as that eye wall moves on shore, which we're seeing happening right now. These wind reports, I've been updating them basically every 5 minutes as I refresh the page. I'm starting to see winds jump up more and more. Sarasota and Bradenton, a great example here. Closest, again, 40 miles offshore, the center of the eye of the storm. I had winds about 5-10 minutes ago that were 66 miles per hour. Jumped up to 77 miles per hour. So again, we have to have those gusts that are sustained for a certain amount of time to actually clock in, and they just keep rolling in. We also had Egmont Channel. That was one of the earlier stronger gusts that we saw at 77 miles per hour. Albert Whitted, 66 mile per hour gusts. St. Pete Clearwater, 61, which it may even be higher than that because I grabbed that one about 10 minutes ago. Venice, 68 mile per hour gusts. So we're talking tropical storm force winds. Hurricane force winds are anticipated soon. And again, we were talking about that extreme wind warning that the National Weather Service said that they likely will be issuing for parts of the area as Milton continues to make its way onshore. So what that means is there's extreme hurricane winds that are either imminent or happening, and they're expecting sustained winds of 115 miles per hour or greater, and that's when they will issue that warning. Of course, once we get those warnings, we will provide them to you. And what you need to treat this as is you need to treat this as it would be a tornado warning. Although it's not a rotating wind, these winds will be just as strong as a tornado, if not stronger, and you need to get inside an interior room away from windows because, again, the number one way that people are injured during strong wind events is flying objects, projectiles, glass breaking, windows shattering, whatever it may be. So again, if you are under that extreme wind warning, which are none issued right now, but we're getting pretty close with those 77 mile per hour gusts that we're receiving. Once we reach that threshold of 100 to 115 mile per hour gust that are sustained wind, I should say, that's when we could expect that extreme wind warning to be issued. Now, as far as the wind impacts, the highest impact will be stretching from coast to coast here as Milton continues to move onshore. Because don't forget, even as this storm does weaken past that Category 3 status, once it moves on land, these systems weaken very quickly because they are warm water storms. They love that warm basin, right? But once they move onto land, they quickly weaken. Well, that still means that we will have winds that are 111 mile per hour winds in excess in some spots in this area right here. Of course, the area impacted the most with that landfall. But this red area right here will have winds 95 to 110 possible. So again, if you have that wind report coming into your region, you need to treat it seriously. As far as the watches and warnings here across the rest of the area, not much change for our hurricane warning, still taking up a large portion of the peninsula here. Our surge numbers have started to change a little bit, but they are still very high and comparable to what we had for Helene. As far as forecast winds, this is our model here, our in-house model. Let's go forward a little bit more as this eye continues to make its way onto the coast. Again, usually when we have the eye that moves onshore and it's considered landfall, when we have that perpendicular center point, that's when we will see some calming. Usually people say, oh man, it was calm, it was beautiful. It's really around the eye wall that we really have to be concerned. And of course, the diameter of that eye, right? So we have the fronter eye wall, we have the back eye wall, and the center of the storm usually does have calmer conditions, but it doesn't last long. It depends how wide that diameter of the storm is. So as the storm continues to push off to the east, those winds will follow it and the threat of wind damage along with it. So again, here's a closer look at the radar. I wanted to see if we could get our flood warnings up here. So here's all those weather alerts. The flood warnings, again, in that maroon color, I know there's a lot to look at, have been extended. Originally, we had it for DeSoto, Hardy, Highlands, Hillsborough, Manatee, and Polk. So it did get extended into Pasco and portions of Hernando County. We also have that tornado watch. But again, the tornado threat hasn't been as large. Now we're just concerned with the winds associated with the hurricane. So latest on Hurricane Milton here. Again, this is the 6 p.m. advisory. We are waiting for the 7 o'clock advisory coming out every hour. Winds 120 miles per hour around the storm. And pressure is greater than it was earlier, so that indicates some slight weakening, and the storm is moving northeast at 15 miles per hour. So we're not too far away from landfall. I would say within the next few hours here, we will be talking about landfall and seeing the impacts from there. And don't forget, once we get landfall, the impacts will follow for a few hours after that. That doesn't mean we're necessarily in the clear, guys.
No, it doesn't. All right, Colleen, thank you. And again, if you are at home, shelter in place. You need to be in your safe place inside. Now is the time. We're hearing that from every county at this point, really. And also want to let you know that in St. Petersburg, the city has taken offline the water sewage treatment plants for northeast as well as southwest St. Petersburg. You can see on the map here. So that means
northwest. Yeah, northwest and northwest and northeast, right?
No, northeast and southwest.
Okay, so
yeah,
sorry.
yeah.
Okay, gotcha. I'm looking right there.
Nope, I gotcha. So that means basically, bottom line, don't flush your toilet. Anything that you drain down is going to come back up into where you live.
Yeah, that's not a great thing.
No,
you don't want to start that mess because power's off or water's off in a lot of areas. So yeah, that's the challenge.
And we have crews that are all out in the community, and some of them have moved into hotels because they need to get to shelter. We do have crews that are in Polk County, and we're seeing impacts in Polk County as well.
Miguel Octavio is live in Lakeland for us right now. Miguel, what are you seeing there? Compared to some areas, it looks like relative calm.
Well, Dave and Courtney were actually under some sort of covering in this hotel room, but I can tell you throughout the day, the winds and the rain, they have gotten much stronger. And right now, as Courtney mentioned there, the message from the county right now is the time to hunker down, shelter in place, because this isn't even the worst of Milton quite yet. We're already receiving reports of down power lines. Some roads you can't even pass because of flooding in those roads. And as it gets darker out here, the county warns you don't know how much water is down there. So he says right now is really the time to hunker down and shelter in place here in Polk County. We know much of the focus right now are in those coastal counties where Milton could make landfall, but he warns this is expected to, or they're anticipating this to travel across the state, and they're expecting the impact from those strong winds and heavy rains across Polk County right now. At last check just a couple hours ago, he says more than 5,000 people have now hunkered down to their emergency shelters, but he says time has pretty much run out to go to those shelters, so you need need to hunker down, shelter in place, and stay indoors because, again, this isn't even the worst of Milton quite yet. We've been speaking with people all day, some of them evacuated into these hotels. They felt they're in a much safer place. We saw long lines at gas stations that have since run out of gas. People just desperate to get as much supplies as they can, but right now we're anticipating the worst of Milton. So you need to stay indoors, shelter in place, because these conditions, even as far inland here in Polk County, they can get dangerous from those strong winds and the heavy rains as well. And people from the county, from the first responders, there might be a time where they cannot get to you because of those conditions getting stronger. So they're just hoping people are taking those hunkering down orders as serious as possible. Courtney and Dave.
All right, Miguel, thank you so much. And I do want to let you know, Manatee County has also said shelter in place. Emergency services are suspended right now. So they are taking 911 calls that are going to be queued and logged, and they will get to them when they can. But right now, it is no longer safe for them to continue those services.
So many people from the Tampa Bay area evacuated over to Orlando. Chris Hurst is standing by live there right now. Chris, you're in a hotel.
Yes, that's right, Dave and Courtney. We're here at the DoubleTree in Orlando, and we have a lot more people that have come out here to the lobby than when we last checked in with you. Just come on and follow with me. We have Leslie over here. She's working at a sales job remotely. She's from Tampa. We have other families that are here playing cards. We have children on their iPads. Everyone is just really trying to bide their time as Milton continues to approach their homes, our homes, as we are waiting here in Orlando. So obviously there's a sense of nervousness, not knowing what's going to happen in the future, but folks are also trying to make the best of it as best they can, especially considering, when you have an evacuation coming to a hotel 100 miles away from your home, you're bringing everything that is crucially important to you that you can't replace, including your children, your pets, heirlooms. I talked to one woman, Beth Trent. She evacuated from Bradenton, which unfortunately right now is really being battered. She's here with an incredible number of family and pets.
Well, I have a mother-in-law, 2 adult children, 3 dogs, and a bunny rabbit. So it's
All at the hotel.
All at the hotel. And it's been fun. It's been an adventure.
So dogs barking, we've been hearing that pretty much all throughout the afternoon here in the hotel lobby. Thankfully it seems like all the dogs are getting along with one another, but certainly this DoubleTree hotel has turned into sort of a pet motel, Dave and Courtney, if you will, as people migrated here from the Bay Area as evacuees and are just hunkered down, waiting for the storm to come and eventually pass.
All right. Well, dogs don't always get along, even though they may look the same. They have different personalities, no doubt about it. And we appreciate the music in the background there. It is kind of overriding his microphone. We apologize to you for that. But, hey, we're set up in a safe place.
Yeah, safe and being able to bring us that information because right now our crews who are in some of the our coastal communities, we're talking about, obviously, we just heard from we have Christian Benavides in Tampa, I believe. He's giving us some information here.
All right, let's listen to him here.
The outer bands of Hurricane Milton brought heavy winds, rain, and tornadoes to Florida's Gulf Coast Wednesday ahead of landfall.
It's still expected to be one of the most and worst destructive hurricanes to hit Florida in over a century.
President Biden and Vice President Harris were briefed on the storm, expected to deliver life-threatening storm surge to coastal communities.
The hazards are increasing. Depending where you are, it may not be safe, certainly to get on the interstate at this point.
With time running out.
We brought blankets, snacks, toiletries.
About 1,000 people turned up at this shelter in West Bradenton, carrying what supplies they could.
Everybody's worried about the same thing, do you have a home to come back to?
Mass evacuations clogged state highways, with most gas stations in the Tampa area running dry.
I've been here for 38 years and never had one that forced us to do this.
We're already seeing the wind picking up with landfall still hours away. At this point, downtown Tampa looks like a ghost town, with so many people heeding those evacuation orders and moving to safety. But some are choosing to stay put, including this Tampa restaurant owner whose wife and 3 children evacuated.
I just felt compelled to not leave. I wanted to protect our home.
Milton comes just 2 weeks after Hurricane Helene ravaged some of the same areas, still littered with storm debris. State officials say crews managed to remove about half before time ran out and are prepared to respond to this historic storm. Cristian Benavides, CBS News, Tampa.
All right, we want to get right to Chief Meteorologist Bobby Deskins because we have an emergency alert for you, Bobby.
Yeah, we have now a high wind, well, it's an extreme wind warning that's been issued. 120-mile-per-hour winds is what we have for the storm itself right now. But in southern Pinellas, in fact, most of Pinellas, and I'll show you this coming up, most of Pinellas and into northern parts of Manatee County, we now have that warning. And essentially what that means is that you're going to see wind gusts in excess of 115 miles per hour. So it's going to cover basically up to West Chase, and this is going to be out of the east, northeast, and a little more northeast. So you get over to Pinellas County, most of Pinellas, East Lake, Woodlands, that whole area, all the way down McMullen Booth, most of Pinellas County. Thonotosassa, you're just barely into it. All of eastern Hillsborough, and then certainly South Tampa, Bradenton, Anna Maria, Ruskin, Duet, all the way down to the Sarasota County line. That is an extreme wind warning, and when they issue that, that means that they could see wind gusts over 115 miles per hour. It's 100 knots that the Weather Service has used, but for translation, that ends up being 115 miles per hour. So now's the time that this is coming through, and there it is. This is that line that's coming through the area. That's the reason for that. So this is when we're going to see our highest winds. I don't even think they'll be as high on the backside. I think this is going to be it. And here's the other side of that. It's coming across the bay from Port Manatee, basically, Waimama over here, Palmetto, but towards St. Pete. St. Pete downtown, likely Albert Witt is probably going to get their highest wind gusts here in the next 30 minutes. So we'll be watching that number for you very, very closely, but there is nothing stopping it coming across the bay right there. So very high winds. This actually goes out into Lakewood Ranch. I mean, Lakewood Ranch is like, well, don't need to tell me that. It's been windy here for a while. You get along the coast, and the winds are coming down. Now, for the beaches, because we're getting into the eye of the hurricane. The eye of Milton is basically moving onshore here. The center technically is not onshore just yet, but here's the deal. This is the trade-off for Tampa Bay for the surge, because instead of having that center up here somewhere and the surge being blown in, now you've got the northern eye wall right over top of you there, and that will give us that wind that we're dealing with. I don't know what happened there. Here's what it looks like now. You can see that we do have these colors here showing you the higher rates of wind. Not all of this is actually right on the ground, but still, I mean, just look at this right in this here. 95-mile-per-hour winds near Egmont Key, right? That is a ton of wind. It is blowing from the east to the north and the west a little bit, west-northwest, and then it will turn back down to the north. So this is the time, the mouth of it. I mean, we're talking the back of, St. Pete Beach, Treasure Island, right? You're going to get water. That will create a surge of water coming under the back of the barrier islands, right? And so while most of the area has been pretty good, especially you get up in the northern part of the bay, there's going to be a surge on the back of these islands down here. Gulfport right now, man, they are feeling it. They are really feeling it in Gulfport with the wind coming in off of there. And we will continue to get that all the way down in the South St. Pete here. There's downtown St. Petersburg. Oh, and we've got some cameras. I can't show them to you right. I just can't get them to the system. But the camera over downtown St. Pete looking to the east is showing a lot of wind.
Bobby, we should mention I'm seeing reports of a lot of power outages right now. This makes sense. It's going hand in hand. People saying our power's out, our power's out.
Here it comes. And this is going to go basically in this direction right here. You take this right here and go just like that. That is what that's doing. So in that swath, that's where we're going to go for the highest winds as they come through. All right, it's moving to the northeast now, but I do think it's a little going to go a little bit more east-northeast. But that's the high wind warning. What was that, guys? We can go ahead and take care. Did you have a live shot? Do we have a live shot? Okay, maybe we don't. Oh, yeah, there we do. Yeah, and that's some of the highest winds coming in right now. So most of this wind, I would say 60 to 80 miles per hour, gusts 100 to 115. The fact that you're in that warning, the extreme wind warning, means that a chance for 115.
I'm going to ask what might be a not informed question, but for people out there, do we need to go into our safe place right now, like into the closet, into the powder room, that?
You know, it's not a bad idea.
Okay.
You know, it really is not a bad idea to be in that spot, just because if you've got trees, let me back up and just show you the warning area. If you've got trees that are in a position that can fall on the house, and it's depending on where you're at, which side of the house, which side the wind's going, anywhere in here, if you're like, oh man, I'm worried about that falling on the house. If the wind's blowing in that direction and blowing it towards your house, now's the time to avoid that area of your house. All right? And everybody, I mean, you don't want to be in a mobile home at this point. This is the reason why we say when you have a hurricane warning, you should not be in a mobile home, because you're going to get very high winds. This could damage them extremely. And so hopefully you're not dealing with that situation right now. This can, as I mentioned before, it can last probably better part of an hour. It's not going to last that long in every one location, because it's going to kind of do something like this as it's moving in. And we're already, as I mentioned, seeing some relief down here right along the immediate coast, but it's going to continue moving slowly off towards the north and the east. And so Sarasota downtown now actually getting a little bit of a break. That is the eye of Hurricane Milton. Look at that.
Look how calm it is there.
Yep.
Oh,
it is amazing. Now the wind.
Look how eerie.
It is. It is very eerie when you're in the eye of a hurricane. That is true. What's going to be interesting, look at those palms down at the bottom of the screen. You see them blowing from right to left. It's going to go the other way here shortly. And hopefully we can get this camera back up, because we're going to see those winds really come back in. And what you see on Sarasota Bay right there, that's going to be choppy as can be on the backside. Right now it's blowing off, so it's real smooth right there. On the backside of that, that is going to be Victory at Sea, as we see that old movie of Victory at Sea. So yeah, that's a great camera to keep looking at that. So there we are. That guys, how long was that into effect? I can kind of click on that.
Till 9:30 p.m.
Till 9:30. Thank you very much. Yeah, they tend to not let them go more than 2 hours. And 6:47 right now, so they're going to go about to 9:30. But that's going to be what we're looking at here. This could get extended into parts of Polk County. The one thing, though, is 115 is more likely right here along the coast. And because the eye wall is now moving on shore, it'll start its weakening process. All right? That right there, and this center getting ready to move over land, is going to start weakening this system a little bit. So the wind here is the highest we're going to see on land. It'll be a little less you work your way out here, and a little less the further you go. But it's such a big storm, and it's going to spread out. As these high winds come down, the actual overall wind field will spread out now that it's getting over land. And so that's just going to keep a ton of wind in for us as we go through the overnight hours. And I think, again, now through about midnight will be the most wind that we're going to see. Let's go out to our weather impact forecast graphic here. This showing you the gusts for the next 12 hours or so. And you can see the wind gusts, guys. 10, 11, north-northeast, hurricane force. 74 and up is hurricane. 75 at midnight, 85 mile per hour gusts. To me, this looks a little late, but that's going to be out of the north. And we were talking about the backside of it. I'm telling you, that this is for Tampa. That is going to blow all. We've been worried about surge and surge and surge. That is going to blow water out of the bay, way out of the bay, and it will come back. But it'll come back slowly. That's not an issue. But this right here, and what's happening, you know, Pinellas is in it, Hillsboro's in it, and Manatee's in it. Where do we have the piles of debris? From Helene. Every one of those locations. And with those gusts occurring all the way through midnight to 1 o'clock, and then I think they do start to come down after that, that's blow some stuff around. Power will just steadily go out more and more as we go through the next several hours. We'll see more and more damage. And you know, if you can get some sleep, now's the time you probably want to just try and sleep through this part of it and stay safe. And I told my family, you know, we've got some trees on the backside of the house. I'm kind of like, well, if it's this and that, you know, don't be in this area of the house. Obviously not upstairs. The tree falls, it's going to hit the top of the house first. So, you know, keep the family up in this area as you go to sleep tonight, or even now hanging out for games. This is a great question, Courtney. Like, should they be in a safe spot?
Right.
Be in a smart spot. of your house is a good way to put that.
That makes a lot of sense, Bobby. And you know, makes me feel a little bit better. I was just texting my family and saying,
we're all concerned, aren't we?
Yeah, I mean, we're all going through this in the same way, in a way, you know. Bobby, thank you for answering that and walking us.
It's all a concern, and we're all
wind.
sort of learning this. I mean, some of us have done hurricanes for a number of years here, but every storm's different, and that's the challenge. And you're watching 10 Tampa Bay right here. Dave Wagner along with Courtney Robinson. The next 3 hours are really critical. Yes. And if you can stay with us, please do, because we're going to bring you the very latest information, show you the latest live pictures out there of what's happening. Bobby and the weather team, they're all going to keep you informed as to what's going on with this storm, where it's moving, and when you're going to feel the worst of it.
And right now we're under that extreme wind warning, but there are some other things that you really need to know right now. First of all, sewage, when it comes to the northeast and southwest sewer plants in St. Petersburg, those are coming offline. So please do not drain water. You want to be flushing your toilets, laundry, all that kind of stuff. The risk is that the sewage will back up into your home. Also, a number of counties have, pretty much all of the counties in Tampa Bay have shelter-in-place orders in place right now. They're pulling first responders off of the roads because it is not safe, and they need you to stay inside of your home safely. There's also, as I said, that extreme wind warning that's in effect through 9:30. Again, Bobby and the team of meteorologists with 10 Tampa Bay are here, and we're going to make sure that you know what's happening.
And that, of course, is affecting power. We've seen these numbers consistently go up, and they're likely to go up even more. These are the latest numbers we're getting from Duke, more than 48,000. Florida Power and Light, more than 10,000. And TECO is now up to 44,000, we are told. So those numbers will rise as people lose power during this wind. But keep in mind, crews are standing by. When it's safe to get those back online, they will.
And right now, you can text the word HOME to the number you see on your screen here, and we will bring you information specifically for your county. The impacts, the evacuations, shelters, much more obviously, really the impacts right now and the timing of that for you. So just text the word HOME to the number on your screen. We're going to keep this information updated with the power, the water, the damage that's happening, and other critical emergency information. That is 727-577-8522. Again, HOME, 727-577-8522. And there are resources that are ready to roll out once Milton passes. And so over the next, as we said, these critical hours, once it is safe to do so, there's going to be quite a bit of resources ready to go to get you through this.
We also want to show you the Palma Sola Causeway right now, and some video from there and what people have been experiencing. This is the causeway that goes over to Holmes Beach and Anna Maria Island right here, and you can see just how powerful the wind and the waves are right now. This is from a little while ago,
yes.
but and I can't tell for sure if we're seeing some damage there or what, but
it's so hard to know with Helene.
It is because there was damage before, and we don't know what's current. So, but that's a look there right now, and that's the unfortunate thing. This is a double whammy, a 1-2 punch, if you will. We got hit so hard by Helene. Now we're taking it from Milton, and it's been a real challenge for a lot of us.
Not that you ever want to have anything happen, but Helene was really the shock that really
because a lot of us never thought we'd get water in our homes. Right?
No, and so many of us experienced things for the first time. In Hernando County, that is an area that just cannot catch a break.
No, 10 Tampa Bay's Hannah Dean standing by live right now. She is in Brooksville. Hannah, what are you seeing there? Is it getting calmer there, or what are you seeing?
Certainly not calmer, Dave. We've seen these sustained strong winds over the last several hours. Also, lots of rain here tonight. I was going to show you that flag, but I think it's so saturated with rain that you can't see how strongly it was flapping just moments ago in this wind here tonight. And we've just learned from the emergency responders here that they have suspended their first emergency duty. They are no longer going out to clear down power lines tonight because of how strong these winds are. They're still sending out first responders in case of emergency. It hasn't reached that threshold, but they're monitoring that as they continue to make decisions throughout the night. However, just south of us in Pasco County, Emergency responders are no longer on the roads there. They are hunkering down because their winds are so strong down in Pasco County. And they are telling us tonight that they do still want you to call 911 down there so that although they can't come to help you out if you need it, that they will still know what your situation is and they will be able to get to you as soon as they are able. But again, in Hernando and Pasco County, as of right now, they're asking everyone to hunker down. The winds are simply too strong for their first responders to be out there, and they want you to be as safe as possible. In Brooksville, Hannah Deneen, 10 Tampa Bay.
And Hannah, I know that you've been, you're up in Hernando County right now. You're in Brooksville, and you've been talking with your sources in Pasco County. What are they seeing there? Do you know right now, like how that wind is looking and water levels?
Well, Courtney, their threshold was roughly 40 miles per hour. They say that their fire departments are scattered all across their county and that it's up to them to make that individual decision. But it was 40 miles per hour that they were going to take everyone off the road, all their first responders. So knowing that they've made that decision, we can assume that that is what has happened there, that their sustained winds have reached over 40 miles per hour tonight. I am told that they are not they are fortunately not dealing with any down power lines, down trees significantly in that area. So that's some good news.
All right, Hannah, thank you so much. Hannah, be safe.
All right, we talk about the impact of the storm in the Tampa Bay area, but really it affects the entire state and on one level or another, some to a lesser extent. But I want to take a look at St. Lucie County if we can right here. And this is video of showing.
Oh, wow.
And I can't tell it exactly what happened here, but some sort of building collapse or something on top of it. Oh, it's tornado, Bobby? Okay, so Bobby is telling us this is tornado damage right here. You certainly see the first responders on scene, although some of them look, it almost looks like this collapsed on top of a lot of sheriff's deputy vehicles here. So this is, again, in St. Lucie County over there on the east coast of Florida.
We have Angelina Salcido, who is live for us right now in Tampa, and we do want to check in on Tampa right now, get a look at what's happening out there. Angie, what are you seeing?
So we're currently in Ybor City right now. I'm sure that you guys remember we were here and last night, and obviously it was not raining then. The rain has been consistent throughout the day, and we're still continuing to see those bands of rain and wind come through this area. They have been light, and then all of a sudden they'll get pretty heavy. We just went through a pretty heavy one right now, but right now, things are looking okay. If I step out of the way, you're going to be able to see what's actually happening in Ybor City right now. So it is desolate. That is a good thing. They want people to stay off of the road, stay in their homes. The only people that I've seen out on the streets are people that happen to be taking out their dogs. Some of them tell that it's just about a few minutes away from here. So there are some palm fronds that are down in the middle of the road here. You can really see the palm trees whipping in the wind. And as the wind continues to pick up, those palm trees have pretty much been going a little bit everywhere, and that's why those palm fronds are on the ground. And when it comes to businesses, obviously all of these businesses are closed, and they prepared well in advance for this storm. They were expecting to see some flooding, and that flooding not because of the storm surge, but really because of the backup that we could see with the drainage system in Tampa. You take a look, there's actually a drain that's here on the ground. It's actually draining pretty well. There's just a little bit of ponding when it comes to the rain and the water in Ybor City, but right now things are looking okay. We did get an alert to our phone not too long ago telling us that we basically were having an excessive wind warning, which I know that you guys have heard our meteorologists talk about that throughout the last several hours, saying that when it got to the point where Hurricane Milton was going to be approaching the state of Florida and we're getting really close to making landfall, that those wind warnings were going to be in effect. That is in effect for this area until 9:30 p.m. tonight. Right now, we're currently feeling okay. I know that you guys obviously care about our safety as well. We're out here so that we can be your ears and your eyes. We'll be going in and hunkering down whenever we feel like we're starting to feel a little bit unsafe. Right now, we're good. But again, the wind and the rain, very consistent here in Ybor City. And of course, we're going to continue to see the conditions deteriorate over time.
You know, this community there, Ybor City, was founded in the late 1800s, so it's withstood a lot over the years, but perhaps nothing like this. Angie, when you talked to some of the folks there, were they most concerned about the wind or the water there in Ybor City? Was it mostly about the glass panels breaking and that type of thing?
Yeah, and I think that that's why so many of the businesses here ended up boarding up and made sure that their storefronts were covered. We talked to one tattoo shop owner yesterday who not only made sure that he boarded up his business, but he also did put up some sandbags and tried to protect his storefront in that way, but he wasn't really concerned about the water too much. He also happens to have some scaffolding over him and over his business right now. So he said that he felt kind of like a comfort knowing that the scaffolding was going to be there to be able to protect his business. Some of the other business owners that we ended up speaking to yesterday were saying, you know, we have never seen something like this in Ybor City. The grand majority of the city obviously hasn't seen something like this or what we expected it to be in over 100 years. So obviously people haven't been through this before without them knowing what to expect. That's why they took the precautions that they did. So grand majority of the businesses here have boarded up. Again, you're going to see those sandbags along the roads. We are going to be monitoring the drainage system here because we know that that drainage system is a little bit old. Sometimes it just has some issues, and that's why we see the ponding of water, and we could potentially see some local flooding because of that. That's something that we're going to be looking out for.
Angie, your photographer was panning up to some of those really tall palm trees that are there in Ybor City, and you can see them kind of really starting to bend with this wind. Have you seen things start to like fly around down there in Ybor in the Tampa area?
We personally have not. When we got out of our hotel and started to drive down Ybor City, we did end up seeing some palm fronds. Our light just ended up flying right now, but everything is okay. It's fine. That was just one strong gust. We did end up seeing those palm fronds end up kind of landing on the ground, but nothing that we are currently seeing right now in terms of debris flying in the air.
All right, Angie, thanks a lot. Hope the light's okay, because I know that's important as it gets darker here.
I didn't mean to jinx you.
Yeah, no. We are taking a look at some of those updated power outages right now. This right here, we see some down lines. I think that may just be a stock photo, but I'm not absolutely sure. Duke Energy now more than 48,000. Florida Power and Light more than 10,000. TECO, I don't know if that number's been updated there, but a little while ago it was 44,000. So at this point, it's more than 40,000 customers. Oh, it's now 50,000. I'm just told in my ear. So 50,000 customers. Those numbers will go up. They'll fluctuate. We've seen them in the hundreds of thousands. So at this point, not too bad here. It's holding fairly well, but with those high wind warnings, more to come, I'm sure.
And you know, take the opportunity if you have power to really keep everything charged up, because once that power goes out, there's no guarantee that it's coming back on and coming back on quickly. You know, we knew going into Hurricane Milton that this was going to be a major power outage event, and so these are things that we can be without power for quite some time following major hurricanes, and this, you know, coming into the area. There are a lot of linemen who are here. They're ready to go. I know that Florida Power and Light had something like 14,000 linemen. It's
amazing, isn't it?
And many, many more. You know, the Tropicana Field, it had hundreds of cots, right, that were set up for the National Guard and also for utility workers who are here to help us get that power back on as quickly as possible.
They have kind of a mutual aid approach to it, and it's really heartening to see that, because you know, we've seen our folks go in other parts of the country, and when we need help, they come here. They have to wait a little while before they can get out there and take care of things. Obviously, they can't put up the bucket trucks when there are sustained winds that are just dangerous. So that'll take a little while, but be patient with them. They are working on it. And they are aware when there are outages. They know when there's power outage in your area.
And you're taking a live look right now at Sarasota Bay. This is an area that we were looking at earlier. It's just a little eerie because we were talking about that eye wall starting to brush up. And so this right here, you can see, just look out right there. Can you see the wind just pushing in the bay and sweeping that? And you can see, of course, the sky. And then look now, it picks up and you can kind of see the palm trees there as well. We do want to get over to Chris Vickers with an update, just 7 o'clock, so I'm sure that 7 o'clock update is in.
It was an eerie calm there, wasn't it?
It was.
It was very airy across the areas. Winds do pick up across much of the region. We're expecting those hurricane-force winds to continue to increase. Several more that have come in. We now have Egmont Channel at 77 miles per hour. St. Pete, Clearwater, 61. Sarasota, Bradenton, you hit 77 as well. And down toward Venice, 74 miles per hour. So these are some of the high wind reports. We expect they're going to continue to elevate as we get closer to the arrival of that eye and that eye wall. That is where the highest winds. They're always contained in the vicinity of that eye. So keep that in mind. These are only going to be increasing as we go here forward. Now, what is going on with the extreme wind warning? Perhaps if you're like me and you had that alert that was sent directly to your phone, that emergency alert system, that is for an extreme wind warning here in the Tampa metro due to the fact that we're expecting the higher winds from Hurricane Milton to be oncoming and onshore between now and 9:30 p.m. So when will it be occurring? It means that extreme hurricane winds are imminent or will be happening between now and 9:30 p.m. And that is when we're going to be entering into some of the worst of the winds as we see the landfall of Milton. So what is the impact with this? Sustained winds, at least by definition, could reach 115 miles per hour or greater due to that extreme wind warning and the vicinity directly to that eye as we see that landfall. So what do you need to do? You're saying, what can I do at this point? I've either evacuated or I'm in my safe place. We do need you in your safe place. It could be an interior portion of your building away from any windows. This is going to be it. This is the highest winds that are going to be coming in. And I need to be very, very present to this and treat it similar to what you would do if you were in a situation with a tornado warning. So let's talk where it is. Extreme wind warning. It does affect for Hillsborough, Manatee, and Pinellas County. You need to be inside. Of course, you already are likely inside at this point, but in a safe spot, away from any windows or away from any falling objects. That's going to be in effect until 9:30 p.m. We'll update that. It's going to be in effect until 9:30. So who is under this? It does include this is the Bradenton area up toward Memphis and Gillette. Out there toward Bradenton Beach, these are going to be especially the coastal areas, the island chains as well, and up over toward St. Petersburg. That includes Indian Rocks Beach. Over toward Pinellas Park, this is going to include much of Pinellas County, all the way through Clearwater, and up toward Palm Harbor. You are under that extreme wind warning until 9:30 p.m. That does stretch right along I-4 through the Tampa Metro down toward Port Tampa, and it will include the areas inland of I-75 as well, out toward Oak Knoll and down toward Waterbury. That extreme wind warning is in effect for you. And again, we want you to treat this similar to what you would do or the same procedure that you would do if you were under a tornado warning. These are typically rare, and they're issued under instances where we're expecting a landfall or a direct impact from the specific high winds that are associated with the eye of the hurricane. So this map sums it up where we're seeing the widespread heavier winds and high winds. The potential is out there for those winds to exceed 100 to 115 miles per hour as Milton comes onshore. It could even include Sarasota to Bradenton up through St. Petersburg, including parts of the Tampa Metro. That may move inland as far as Lakeland, Florida, perhaps mirroring the I-4 corridor as it moves inland into central Florida. Milton is really going to cut right across Florida like a buzzsaw, and those winds are going to be out there in excess of 100 miles per hour as it makes its way even out there toward the I-95 corridor and eventually off over toward Cocoa Beach. So keep in mind, high winds are going to be a big deal. As we've stressed, power outages may be a factor going forward for many people even inland from where Milton is going to make landfall. So where are we at the current situation with radar? We have those heavier tropical bands. The winds are picking up. Flash flooding is still going to be a big concern. Big area of flash flooding from Lakeland through Tampa down towards Sarasota and Bradenton. These are areas that have already seen over ½ a foot of rain, and higher rainfall totals over the next 1 to 3 hours are really going to be a grave concern for areas that aren't used to or accustomed to seeing flash flooding. It is something that will be possible. So where are we with the eye and the circulation? We'll bring in just a bit Chief Meteorologist Bobby Deskin, and he'll be able to highlight when we're expecting this landfall, because it's getting very close. We are not far offshore, and this circulation is going to continue to come on. And as it does so, some of those higher winds are going to be right around the central circulation and moving more inland. So keep close eyes And that's some of the heavy rain now. St. Petersburg up toward Tampa, very out toward Clearwater as the winds are picking up. And this rain is going to lead to the continued risk of some flash flooding as we go through and now after dark. So let's give the overview of where we are with that 7 p.m. advisory. Milton's wind still at 120 miles per hour. It is now moving to the northeast at 15 miles per hour. So it's slowed a little bit on its approach to land, and pressure has now risen to about 952, which means there's a little bit of weakening that's occurring, but this is still a very dangerous hurricane as it makes its approach. Where we're going to see the highest storm surge, and we're going to break this down really county by county. This is a significant storm that's moving here. The potential is category that storm could bring the storm surge of 9 to 13 feet as it makes its approach. So what to expect in your area? If you're farther north towards Citrus County, those storm surge factors could be closer to about 2 to 4 feet, 3 to 5 feet if you're toward Pasco and Hernando counties. What you need to know, flash flooding is still going to be your greatest concern due to some of those heavier tropical bands. We'll drop a little bit more south toward Pinellas and Hillsborough County. Now really through 6 a.m. is when this is going to be occurring. Those winds could reach up to 110 miles per hour. That surge, 6 to 9 feet, still going to be on the table out here even toward Pinellas County and Hillsborough County. South is where we're going to get our greatest storm surge. That impact could bring that surge still up to 13 feet. And additional rain could be 3 to 6 inches of rain as those winds, they may be highest, especially across parts of Sarasota County down toward Venice Beach, as we see landfall of Milton that will be occurring. Inland flooding and flash flooding is going to be one of the big threats, but also power outages and high winds that could top 100 to 105 miles per hour. That includes Polk County, DeSoto, and parts of Highlands County, where earlier today we were covering multiple tornado warnings associated with some of those outer tropical bands. So we'll wrap it up with this heavy rainfall. There it is. It's going to be expected to mirror the I-4 corridor and north. That is where we're going to get the heaviest of that rainfall. Still some indications in our latest models that could be 6 inches or more of rain that is still yet to come. The soils are going to be saturated, and with the high winds, they're going to come through. The fears of trees toppling over and power outages are going to continue to grow as that rain and wind does pick up. We'll send it back over to the desk.
All right, Chris, thank you so much. And yeah, we've already started to see these power outages really pick up. That's true. And we're getting into this right now as that eye wall starts to brush against our area. You're watching 10 Tampa Bay. I'm Courtney Robinson along with Frank Wiley. And we have a lot of information that's coming in. We want to make sure that, again, you are in your safe space. You heard Chris talking about the extreme wind warning that we are under right now. So you want to make sure that you are in your safe space right now through at least 9:30, and we will let you know when that safe time has come where you can move out.
Yeah, great advice right there. And of course, we were already dealing with saturated grounds from the previous hurricane, Hurricane Helene. So we want to go ahead and do this. Check in the St. Pete area there with Luke Cleary. I understand you're in a hotel right there, definitely in a safe space with a lot of company. Luke, what's the word?
Yeah, well, it's nice and dry here at this downtown St. Pete hotel. We're told that there are 128 rooms here and no vacancy. Most of the people that are here, if not the majority, if not all, are here taking shelter from the hurricane. It's 128 different rooms, 128 different stories. The vast majority of the people that I've been talking to, though, live within about a 30-mile radius of this place. A lot of folks who live in St. Pete came here as the hurricane started bearing down. I've been speaking with a family here, the Valletto family. And Chris, you're from Shoal Acres.
It's just outside of Shore Acres.
Shore Acres is about 3 miles from here. You checked in on Monday. You weren't just checking in early to get, just out of precautions. Your home was badly impacted in Hurricane Helene. Tell us what happened.
I mean, it was, 9 at night. We typically have low water rising up, and at one point within 15 minutes we had water breaking over one of the seawalls in the neighborhood, meeting that other water, and just amplified the movement of that water, the rise of that water. And we had about 6 inches or so in our house. So
how would you describe the damage to your home?
I mean, everything had to be basically cut out. We lost all our furniture, most of our belongings. I lost a car, and you know, we just gotta move on, you know.
So, like many people who were just beginning the recovery process from Hurricane Helene, and then to learn that another hurricane had been observed in the Gulf and Hurricane Milton was on its way, that must have felt like a real gut punch.
Yeah, it was. It was definitely a 1-2 punch for sure. I mean, she's been handled like a trooper. The kids are, you know, the kids are great. It's not a big deal. But I mean, I've been working 2 weeks in a row, cleaning up and now preparing for this, which I don't know. I mean, if it's going to be a wind issue or a water issue or both. I mean, it could be. So, it depends.
And when we were speaking earlier, Chris, we talked about the losses that your family has sustained and just how difficult this week has been for you. But you and your wife kind of made eye contact with one another, and you both just looked at your 2 little girls here. That's everything to you.
That is. It's all about family. We're safe. They were actually sleeping as the water was coming into the house that night. They didn't know anything about it. Just, you know, be careful when you step down and get out of bed. You know, that was basically it. And they're like, okay. So they're fine. We're fine. We'll make it. We'll make it through. We'll make it through.
And what is your name?
Ari,
How old are you?
7 years old.
And how are you doing?
Good.
All right.
She wants to do Yeti cup. Because hers are all wet.
Yeah, she's wheeling and dealing now after the storm. Can I get this? Can I get that? Can we get a cat? We'll
All
work
right.
on that.
Well, thank you guys so much for sharing your story.
Oh, my
Thanks for
goodness,
talking
Luke.
with us, and wish you all the best. Thank you, guys. Yeah.
Yeah, fantastic Q&A right there, Luke.
Again, 128 rooms, 128 different stories here
Yeah.
at this hotel.
128 different stories, same common thread right there. People doing the best they can. 2 parents right here, like a lot of our friends out there. You know, Courtney, our kids take the temperature. When they see us doing well and we say it's okay,
Yeah, and
It's
that's
all
it. You
right.
just make it a journey for them, an adventure for them, and that's what they're doing for Ari and her sister as well. Luke, I do have a question because St. Pete right now, they're under the sewerage. Water treatment plants have been taken offline, and that impacts northeast as well as southeast St. Pete. Is that impacting the hotel? Have you guys heard from hotel staff about you can't flush the toilets now? What's happening?
Yeah, let me go ask, because the last time I talked to one of the managers here, they said that they did have water. I'm just curious.
But it's
excuse
the
me.
flushing of the toilet, Luke.
Do you still
It's
have
the-
water service here? Is the water working? Yeah.
Yes, it's water. It's water.
So we were just curious. Is the sewage working here right now, or have you?
It is, yeah, as far as I know. Everything is working currently, so we hope it continues that way. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a question of the toilets are still flushing. The sewage system is still.
Currently we're running as is, yes. So everything is running properly.
Okay, glad to hear that. And you mentioned to me earlier, this is the manager here at the hotel. You mentioned to me earlier that you have a generator here as well for a couple of hours.
Correct. The generator turns on, the emergency lights throughout the hallways and also the elevators.
All right, so people here are in pretty good shape and in good hands.
a storied situation for folks right there. They are piecemealing it together as they go.
Yeah, Luke, thank you so much. I didn't mean to put that manager on the spot. This is something that the city of St. Pete has done proactively. You know, we've seen these storms really expose the age of our infrastructure, and so to protect that, they've taken the sewage. The sewer plants offline, which means for you at home, if you are in, and I think we have a map that we can share to show you exactly which areas are impacted. But if you're in Northeast and Southeast St. Pete, you cannot drain your water. I mean, you can use your water, you can brush your teeth with your water, you can do all that. But anything that goes down that drain, here it is right here. So Northeast and Southwest St. Pete, anything that you're draining, flushing the toilets, etc., it can back up into your home, which you don't want. So I'm curious about those hotels and how that works. We're going to make sure that we get some answers
you asked a
on
question that a lot of people will have, and they don't
Yeah,
want to
no,
find out
and
the
we don't
hard
want to
way, right?
I mean, look, this is what we do know, right, Frank, during these storms,
Yeah.
is that we don't want to tax our water services. We don't want to exacerbate problems by using, overusing water or flushing and doing all of that until we know that it's okay.
Sure.
And in this situation, again, just be very, very mindful of that for you at home.
All of this vital information. Of course, you mentioned Helene just a few moments ago right there, Courtney, and dare I say battle tested, right? So these are things that people were concerned with before, so they might have had that question as well. I want to show you this right here, the Skyway Fishing Pier. From what little you can see, really hazy right there. What do you point out there, Courtney?
Well, you can just see the water flowing through, so it's hard to see. I think those areas were already, that's disconnected already, that the fishing pier right there. It looked like there was a portion missing, and so I was just trying to look at that, but that's, I think, normal as well. You can just, you just see, you look at that, and we don't have the audio for that, but it's bad. Evan Klosky is live for us in downtown Tampa, and when you hear, right, you can hear that wind picking up. Evan, you're inside now, officially inside. How are you doing?
Yeah, we're doing well, and we brought ourselves inside with all the guests as well here, and you can hear the wind whipping up against the building. You can also hear the flags just loudly. I'm really surprised that these flags are still attached right now, because you look out the window, we got some trees kind of looking like this, a little sideways, and then I just peered out right before you took me live here. Our first street light went down, not necessarily from the top there, but the sidewalk street light. So you're going to start seeing those effects. But otherwise, as far as I've been watching from the window here, the trees have all stayed. There's minimal water on the streets right now, but I'm sure around Tampa, the ground's very saturated. It hasn't been so much about the rain here yet. It's been a lot of wind, and we'll show you some video here before we went inside, and you can kind of see just the precursor before the winds started even picking up to what they are now, where there were some buildings across the street. We're on the corner here of Florida and Cass. Buildings that didn't necessarily board up with maybe the best material. We mentioned Hurricane Helene. Not a lot of us had all the time in the world to get the best material possible. Everybody was rushing to do sort of those things, and that was already kind of ripping apart. That flew aside, and then also you're kind of seeing the signs wiggle back and forth, and we're seeing that wiggling back and forth, just hoping that everything stays together in downtown Tampa, as we're expecting some of the worst winds to come in the next couple of hours. I've been talking with guests here in the lobby as everybody's sort of eating, hunkering down. I met a wonderful woman with her dog. She took an Uber here earlier today, and it took about an hour to get in, and it was absolutely like dumping, and she's just very thankful that she has a place to stay, especially with her pets. And then also was bouncing around with another guest, Mr. Meyer, and here's what he had to say, a man from Tarpon Springs.
Well, we're nervous. I mean, we're right in on the edge of the hurricane, and so hopefully this is a well-built hotel that will, keep everybody safe and sound and dry, and hopefully the electricity will hold, and we'll be in reasonable comfort until the storm passes.
Yeah, as you can tell, we definitely do have the electricity right now. We still have our sewage. All the outlets are still working, so that's really the good news. Everybody here trying to stay charged with all their items as much as possible, assuming that, some of that stuff can go down in the next couple of hours, especially with this wind just whipping across the building.
Thankful for that, Evan, and thankful for that report. We saw right there the backdrop, definitely having power at this hour, but those numbers are going up in terms of the people who don't have it. If we have that display for you, I want to show you what we're talking about in terms of how many people have lost power. As we know, we've got crews scattered across the way, but they can't do anything until this storm passes. So you see that right there in that graphic, power outages. Duke reporting more than 65,000 people without power right now. FPL, nearly 11,000 people. And TECO, more than 62,000 people. Right here in the Bay Area, this is what we're talking about, but we do have thousands of linemen out and about, scattered, positioned, ready to take orders and make sure that they can rectify this situation as soon as the storm passes that particular area.
Yeah, I mean, just look at this. All of these customers without power, and we know that these numbers are only going to keep rising. You heard Evan say that wind really hitting the building, and with all of the wind, especially the extreme wind warning that we're under, we know that these power outages are just going to increase, and these are relatively small compared to what we will see. I want to share a picture with you because many have evacuated, right, in anticipation of losing power, but also of the wind and of the surge. They've evacuated outside of the Tampa Bay area, and we have seen Milton and its impacts stretch across the state. We have video right here. This is a picture from Palm Beach Gardens in Palm Beach County, showing some of that damage. I mean, you can see what the winds have done with this tornado.
On top of the roof there, that image.
Yeah, I mean, picking up things, and you saw with Alligator Alley, right, those tornadoes just kind of whipping across what connects Southwest Florida to South Florida. Really, there's so many areas that have been impacted, and that looks like one of those dumpsters, right, that has been lifted on, and so all of the impacts of Milton are really nothing to mess with. And, you know, we're here inside of this, you know, cinder block room in this facility where we are very safe, and you can kind of hear things picking up, but it's images like these, and it's the live pictures from the sky where you know it's really dangerous outside. Pasco County first responders, they are no longer responding right now because it's not safe.
Yeah, not able to get out there. Many people are in one space, but their hearts are elsewhere as they're checking up on loved ones. Want to check in with Aaron Parsegian. Where is Aaron located right about now, friends?
He has some...
St. Pete. Let's go ahead and check in with Aaron.
We're starting to see the full force of these bands from Hurricane Milton here in St. Petersburg. This rain is pouring, the wind is whipping, even howling at points, and it's starting to make an impact here in the city as well. What we're seeing is that the Northeast wastewater treatment facility, as well as the Southwest wastewater treatment facility here in the city, will be turning off at 7 o'clock because it's no longer safe to operate. What that means for folks here in St. Petersburg is that you cannot do laundry, you can't take a shower, you can't flush toilets because there's a chance that water won't drain. This does not impact drinking water. Water will still run, the problem is it won't drain, but if you're using it to cook or just fill up a glass and drink, that will be all right. At the same time, first responders says they have cleared the road. That includes fire and police here in the city. It is not safe for them to be out on the road, so they won't be able to respond to any emergencies. They made an announcement earlier tonight.
We're ready to respond as soon as it's safe.
911 will remain open. Call us if you need us, and we'll resume operations as soon as it's safe for our responders to move.
Together, we'll get through this storm safely.
Now, there is an extreme wind warning here throughout the city. As for those wastewater treatment facilities, it may be 48 hours until they're able to get them back online. Of course, stay tuned with us for any updates, and you can see if your address is impacted right now on our free 10 Tampa Bay app. In St. Petersburg, Aaron Parsegian, 10 Tampa Bay.
Aaron and company right there reiterating that message you just shared.
And, you know, you want to make sure that the water that you have in the bathtub, that you're saving all that kind of stuff to help you flush those toilets eventually. We have Chris Hurst, who is live for us in No, we do not have
We have
Chris
a dog
Hurst.
rescue. We talked about the whole family, right?
Yeah,
so we brought this up,
This is from the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office earlier. The small dog that... Yes, this is a dog that got out. They were able to quickly help rescue that little dog. I mean, look, they're doing all kinds of... Yeah, they're doing everything they can to help our community. And when they see, whether it's a dog or if it's you, they are making rescues. Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, though, we heard from Sheriff Chronister earlier, and that message, though, right now, please stay inside. Please shelter in place. They're going to be doing what they can until it's no longer safe, and that window has closed.
If nothing else, that is a moment of levity. Again, they were wearing some smiles right there. Want to get to Chief Meteorologist Bobby Deskins for a look at the track of this storm right here, Bobby.
Even the dog was looking at the camera.
Even the dog was looking at the camera.
All right, so extreme wind warning right now, and here's some really good news. The tide levels inside the bay and out on Clearwater Beach are dropping quickly because of the water. So I feel really comfortable in saying we've dodged basically a bullet here in Tampa Bay for the surge. because I've not seen it up at all, really, maybe half a foot. That's on an overall picture. When Helene went by, it went by up here and it was pushing water just at everybody, okay? Now, this is blowing a lot of wind, and a lot of water, I should say, and so there may be some spots that actually do get some water up in their feather sound because it's a northeast wind. There'll be some spots, but overall, we're not going to see Helene, all right? That is the good news. Now, having said that, those winds are extremely high. We're seeing gusts in the 70s and getting to the 80s. We could get 100, 115. That's what the warning's for. There's the eye right there. It is just offshore of Venice, just southwest now of Sarasota. We're looking at what time we got right here. We got 7:30. So I would say landfall probably 8:30, 9 o'clock. Still on course for that. But this is that high wind area that we're watching, and you can see it in the browns here. Those are the very high winds, and this all will just kind of shift back over. So there's Sarasota. Let's go back out there now. Let's take a look, live shot from that camera, looking down towards Van Wezel right there. Look at the trees at the bottom, still blowing right to left. That's going to change, and that's going to, unfortunately, we're not really going to be able to see Sarasota Bay, which is the left side of the screen right there. But we will probably see some sea spray blowing up under those lights as long as those lights are still on by this time. So that wind will actually start to calm down there, but you can see those palm fronds are pretty much stuck out to the left there. So they've got some good wind coming in. So that's it right there. This is what's moving in. This all will gradually weaken. So this is the highest that the winds are going to be in that area. Now, let's talk water levels. This is Clearwater Beach. The tide is actually coming up. We're coming up to this tide, a little bit of low tide, then we come back up again. The red is the actual water level. That wind picked up out of the north and east. Look what the water level did. Boom. It's over a foot, almost a foot and a half below where it should be. That's a negative surge happening right now by about minus 1.5 feet. Okay? Perfect. That's what we want to see. You don't see 5 to 8 like we saw with Helene here. That would be up in this range up in here, right? We saw it peaking up in here during Helene. You don't see any of that. This is the last, the day and a half or so. So we're going to get this negative surge. It'll drop down. I'm kind of in-house bets here going 4, maybe 5 foot negative surge. We had about 4 and a quarter negative surge, 4.25 feet for Irma back in 2017. So I think just because we've got some really strong wind, we could be rivaling that. But that's the good news, just to know that water is not coming up. And I got a buddy, Peter, he's out on Treasure Island sending me videos. He's actually videoing from his house the piles of debris on his street. And he's shocked, like they're not blowing around that much. And I know that's not going to be the case everywhere. But that particular one is sheltered just enough. I think that's not too bad either. This is Port Manatee. So this is the southern side. Well, you come in from the Gulf, you go under the Skyway Bridge, and right on your right is Port Manatee. That should be this blue line, but you see the red line, what it is? It's starting to drop a little bit too. And that's water blowing out of the bay. So very, very good news to report about that. And we're actually even going to a high tide. We had low tide this afternoon. We're still on Wednesday. Yep, 2 o'clock. High tide, and it's a pretty good tide too, almost a little over 2 feet more. And that's going to happen early tomorrow morning around 6 in the morning. So we're sitting somewhere right in this area right in here. So the tides will continue to come up, but the wind's fighting it, and it's pushing water out. Guys, great news as far as that's concerned. Now, not the case down south. I've seen 3 to 4 foot numbers now coming up for surges. I'll be researching that, and we'll get back to you on that. And when I'm down south, what I'm talking about down is towards Siesta Key, southern end of Longboat Key, those areas. That's where the water's going to come up more.
All right, thank you, Bobby. And as we know, one person's good news in these situations could be another's misfortune. Want to check in now with Hillsborough County Sheriff Chad Chronister. We have him on the phone there. Can you hear me there, Sheriff?
Yes, sir. Hi, guys. How are you holding up?
Well,
I think we should be asking you.
We're doing all right. You know, hey, we just went through this 2 weeks ago, so we got them a little rest, a little 2-week break to go back to normalcy, and here we go again.
Yeah, here we go. Now, last time we spoke, Sheriff Chronister, you guys were still out there, still able to potentially make rescues and whatnot. Are you still out? Are your guys and gals still able to be out on the roadways?
Yes, that's a great question. Yes, conditions have deteriorated, but we're not seeing any sustained winds over what we would consider dangerous, over 40 miles an hour. Now we're getting 47-mile-per-hour gusts, but yes, we're still responding. They're out there. We're still going the calls for service. It's a lot, as you can imagine, a lot of downed trees. We're already getting reports of downed trees. We got a report of a sinkhole that's opened in the south end of the county. We're blocking that off to make sure no one gets harmed there. So yes, we're still out responding.
Yeah, Sheriff Chronister, a bit of a compound fracture as you're still recovering from Helene right there. I saw on social media you were out at the shelters conversing with some of the people there who heeded your warnings. What is some of the feedback that they offered you?
I tell you what, I think they were grateful. They were grateful that they were there. I think the sentiment was like, listen, we hear everyone loud and clear. We're not going to take the chance with us and our loved ones, so we came here. And listen, we know shelters are our last resort, right? It's inconvenient, it's uncomfortable, even staying with a friend. You have to leave your favorite lazy boy chair and go be uncomfortable at a family member's house or a hotel. Worst case scenario, you have to go. And that's what I was doing there. I was at one of the that were at max capacity, and I was just thanking them. I just wanted to say thank you. You know, this reduces the likelihood that we'll lose anyone during this storm. We're at 15,000 people, last check, right before I came on air, that have taken advantage of those shelters. I couldn't be more proud of them.
Sheriff Chronister, I hear you on the families that have taken in others. I'm so grateful to our friends in Hillsborough County who have taken in my family in coming from an evacuation zone. On the side of the screen right here, as we're talking with you, we were seeing some of the video. What are the calls that you are responding to?
Yeah, a lot of down trees and people without power. So most of it is roadway obstructions, is most of it. But unfortunately, we've had a 6-year-old who was shot in the chest by his uncle who was messing around with his gun. He was dropped at a hospital. So we had detectives at the hospital, and he didn't even stay with him. He dropped him off and took off. So we're trying to make contact with him. I'm waiting for an update with him, trying to get in contact. So again, horrible part of what they have to deal with, the men and women here, not only dealing with the storms and the conditions of the storms, now we have a 6-year-old who's fighting for his life.
Oh, that is horrible to hear there, Sheriff. Of course, the spectrum of struggle that you and your team are dealing with right there, I can only imagine.
Yeah, this is tough. I mean, they've been worn down. They're in good spirits. But again, I can't imagine that apparently something happened with this firearm. He's with his aunt and his uncle, and somehow the firearm goes off. I don't want to speculate on the details, but I know that we have a 6-year-old, and they dropped off because they were scared to get in trouble and took off. And we certainly will catch up to them.
Yeah, well, we know you and your team are going to get to the bottom of this situation, of course, hoping for a speedy recovery for this child.
So, yes, absolutely. Sheriff Chronister, that is awful, and I'm so sorry that that your detectives and your deputies are having to deal with that, and the first responders at the hospital as well. Your message right now to the people of Hillsborough County who are listening, law-abiding citizens, what do you want them to know right now as this eye wall really is brushing up against Tampa Bay?
Yeah, conditions continue to worsen. They're not safe to be out there. I'm begging you, I'm pleading with you, wherever you're sheltered in place, stay there.
Stay there. I got one more question for you there, Sheriff Chronister, as I know we're dealing with this particular portion of the storm, right? But a lot of people are wondering, as many folks heeded your warnings, all the officials across the Bay Area and got out of the way, moved out of town. Eventually, in the near future, those people are going to come back and the roads are going to look the same, but only in reverse in terms of the thick traffic. Any words of advice for folks out there? Because I know you've got crews out and about and they're going to have to deal with that part of the storm.
Yeah, this is a great point. Just be patient. We'll give you the all clear. We know there's going to be down power lines, and we'll go out with our cut team, and we'll get the roadways open, working with the county. We'll go out and be out there very busy to make sure that you can return to your homes. Right now, we're still patrolling, heavily present in those evacuations areas. I promise people, listen, I'm going to do everything I can to protect your belongings, protect your homes. You just take care of your family. So we will be out there in full force. We're going to work with the Highway Patrol patrol. We even talked about if we had to do counterflow to help people get back in. We just need people to be patient where we can make it safe for them to do so. The last storm, what I hated is we were out there and traffic was backed up because we have people who got to let their curiosity got the best of them. They're going through deep water. Now their car's broken down. Now we have a car that's obstructing all the utilities and emergency vehicles that can't get to where they need to be. So my advice would be if you give us a little bit of time and you're patient, we'll get you back in your homes and we'll get that power restored that much more quickly.
All right, Sheriff Chronister, thank you so much for your time, and thank you for all that your team is doing. We do want to get to one of our team members right now, Emerald Morrow, who is live for us in Bradenton. And Emerald, I think you had to step into the hotel. There you are. You are in the hotel. Good. How are things going down there?
Hey, Courtney. Yeah, things are actually going pretty well. I mean, you use that word with, you don't want to say things are going well, but I think people are really trying to make the best of what is really a bad situation. I mean, where we are, they've got games actually set out. You can see some dominoes, a Monopoly, and look at this, the game of life, twists and turns. How about that? I mean, I would definitely say we're in for some twists and turns in this game of life that we're in right now as we anticipate Hurricane Milton. I want to bring you over here if you'll come with me this way because I've been talking with a family. Hi, everybody. How are you all doing? Yeah, so we've got Tony and Freddie Lavison, and I didn't get your name. Anika, so nice to meet you. I'm so sorry that we're meeting under these circumstances. You guys have a home on Anna Maria Island. Can you tell me how you're feeling right now?
I'm scared. I'm really, really scared. We are 3 houses from the Gulf, so
Talk to me a little bit about your preparations and things that you've done and kind of your emotions as you went through those leading up to this moment.
So we arrived just after Helene, so we have been volunteering for a couple of days helping people. And then when we heard about the storm, the hurricane, we started to getting sandbags, and they were putting out plywood at the windows and moving stuff up to the condo. We live on the 2nd floor, so.
And your husband, Tony, he was telling me that he's a doctor and he has this very calm demeanor about himself, and he credits being a doctor as to why he is so calm through this literal storm. He's your rock. How does it feel to hear her say that you're her rock?
That feels good. So I try to be her rock. Yeah.
That's very important during a time like this. Talk to me about how you're feeling.
I'm thinking that life is the most important. So if our house gets destroyed, that's material stuff. So it's a life-saving, absolutely. But I'm not so worried. No.
And Freddie, how about you?
I'm probably with Dad on that one. This is my first time in a hurricane, and I feel like we've done lots of preparation. Like we've done everything we can for the house, and like Tony said, I think life and staying alive is the most important thing, and that's why we got evacuated, and that's why we ended up here. So, yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you guys so much for talking with us. And I know, again, this is a literal storm for you all, but you heard what they had to say, which is life is the most important thing. So they took all the precautions that they could. They also made sure that everything was in place, and that's all that you can do in a time like this. We'll send it over to you, Colleen.
Thank you, Emerald. All right, so we're about 15 minutes away from our hourly update here. The National Weather Service, National Hurricane Center has been giving us hourly updates on Milton. Right now, it is still a Category 3, pretty strong Category 3 storm. As that northern eye wall continues to push on land, we're about 20 miles out from the center of the eye from Sarasota. So we're really nearing in here. And we have a live look in Sarasota. So let's go ahead and take that and we'll dive into some of the warnings. Wow, look at that. So you can really see the trees being blown over and the camera shaking around. Very reduced visibility, hard to see here on that Sarasota camera. And I can't tell if what that flash was, but very hard. I mean, the visuals are not very good on this camera right now, and I wouldn't be surprised if that camera was knocked out the way that it's shaking around. So you can see those trees just blowing over completely. And yeah, let's get back to the map here. So we're about 20 miles away from official landfall. Now we are expecting that within the hour here, I would say. And you see all the colors lit up on your screen. That would be those flood warnings that keep getting updated as those heavier bands of rain continue to spin around in that counterclockwise motion. So we have a lot of heavy rain here. Also, we have that high wind threat. We're going to get into all of that, but again, here's a closer view. I'm glad to hear that a lot of those folks in Bradenton did make the choice to evacuate. We wanted all of our coastal areas to evacuate, and it seems like a lot of people listened to orders this time around. So that's great news. Zooming in a little closer here, heavy rain in St. Pete, also some pretty strong winds out that way. Earlier today, we had that tornado threat, but that tornado threat has been reduced, but the threat of strong winds and powerful winds associated with this hurricane force winds, has obviously increased as we wait for official landfall. Look at this. So we have reverse surge that's actually happening in places like Clearwater Beach. And you can see the observed number here. It's about 2 feet below its typical level right now. When we hit that recording. So that was taken not too long ago, about 10-15 minutes. And you can see how the trend is on the downward. It's on a downward trend as far as those water levels in Clearwater Beach. But you're going to see a little bit of an opposite effect in Port Manatee. We had a little bit of a rise here, and then it was going down. So again, different location, and it just shows how those winds really play a different role when it comes to surge and reverse surge. Let's go into Fort Myers, because this is an area where you are seeing surge starting to take effect. They are already in that minor flood category, and they're moving into that moderate flood category. They have observed levels close to 3 feet above what normally is the typical level in Fort Myers, where that gauge was taken. All right, we also had some high wind reports. The Skyway Fishing Pier clocked in a report at the start of the 7 o'clock hour with a 71-mile-per-hour gust. Egmont Channel, also the highest gust that we've seen so far, 77 miles per hour. And I wouldn't be surprised if we had some bigger gusts than that as we continue to get the other side of the eye wall moving onshore. Don't forget, once we get landfall, we still have the effects of the other side of the hurricane as it continues to spin in. Also, Sarasota and Clearwater, Sarasota and Bradenton, they also had a gust of 77 miles per hour. So what's the weather impact here? I know a lot of you, I heard about that extreme wind warning. You probably got an alert on your phone. What this means is when we have extreme hurricane winds are imminent or happening, meaning that we have wind speeds, wind gusts, 115 miles per hour, knots, 100 knots. And greater expected in some localized spots. What you need to do is make sure, Chief Meteorologist Bobby Deskin said this well earlier, where you're having a smart spot, because this extreme wind warning, unlike a tornado warning, extreme wind warning lasts a little bit longer in time. So you don't want to be stuck in your closet for 2 hours until 9:30 when this expires. But what you do want to do is make sure if you have any big, large trees near your property, and you know you have a big tree next to one room, you don't want to be in that room, of course. If you have a room that's just filled with windows, you don't want to be in a room like that. You want an interior room on the lowest level. Of course, you have to think about the flood threat too. So again, think of the threats that are near your home or near your evacuation place. Thankfully, a lot of these evacuation places that we tell you go to are pretty sturdy. Schools, big buildings with a lot of people, and more inland. But again, high winds, you do have to be careful of that. So that extreme wind warning was initially issued for Hillsborough, Manatee, and Pinellas County. That could be expanded into a few more counties, and that is in effect until 9 p.m. So again, you want to make sure you have a comfortable spot, but a smart spot while you ride out this extreme wind warning, because we could have winds 100 to 115 miles per hour as we track Milton moving onshore, continue to move onshore. A couple areas that are impacted by this, of course, Bradenton, Bayshore Gardens, Bradenton Beach, Anna Maria. These are all areas that should be evacuated anyway, but as you move more inland to places like Willow and Parish and Oak Knoll, where people may have evacuated to, you are still under that extreme wind warning. Moving up to Pinellas Park, St. Petersburg's Feather Sound. Again, all areas that were under evacuation zones A or B, so nobody should be there anyway. But any of those areas that are in Zone C, or, well, actually Zone C was evacuation zone 2 for many folks. But if you are in these counties and you're under this highlight, just be aware that although you're outside the evacuation zone for surge, we do have that threat of those extreme winds. All right, so moving into some of our other areas here, Waterbury, Verna, again, we could have this expanded. The highest wind will be moving from west to east as we continue to track Milton. Milton will continue to downgrade, moving into a Category 1 hurricane status once it moves on land. Pretty typical for those tropical systems, but still bringing some very strong winds with it. What we're seeing right now, we just went over this reverse surge in places like Clearwater as those winds blow offshore, pushing that water outwards. But remember, we still have high tide that we have to work our way towards. So once again, we could have those water levels rise once again. Some of the worst surge is happening around Fort Myers, starting to begin in that area, Lee County. Any of my friends in Southwest Florida, be aware that you have rising water levels because you are south of where that anticipated landfall is. I think some of these impacts may be adjusted as we move throughout the night here, but again, Citrus, Hernando, and Pasco counties, you have to be aware that you are also under that flood warning. We're looking at that heavy rain moving through those northern bands right now, and that flash flood threat ongoing. Also, Pinellas and Hillsborough County, that covers your area as well. You need to know that we have that extreme wind warning that's in effect for portions of that area. And of course, Manatee and Sarasota, we are bracing for landfall right now, but already feeling the effects of that outer eye wall. Rainfall, again, we will have anywhere from 8 to 10 inches, some areas a little bit more than that. And that is where that flash flood threat is tying into. Those smaller waterways, they'll just be saturated and overfilled. And even after this event, we could have days where we have to really watch those local waterways and see what they're doing with the tides, because we could have some flooding concerns for the next few days. Guys?
Colleen, thanks a lot. Dave Wagner here, along with Frank Wiley. We join you now. We're switching things up just temporarily here for a little while, but want to get right to 10 Tampa Bay's Hannah Deneen. She is in Hernando County right now, standing by with the sheriff of Hernando County. Hannah?
Dave, we're in downtown Brooksville right now, where you can see there is a lot of strong wind and heavy rain. That's the scene all across Brooksville tonight, all across Hernando County. I'm joined by Sheriff Al Nienhuis. Sheriff, thank you so much for joining us. Now, in just the last few minutes, you've made some decisions based on what you're seeing out in your county about how your deputies are now going to respond to calls moving forward.
Yeah, they're definitely not responding to any routine calls, so people need to not call the sheriff's office until the storm is subsided a little bit. Of course, we monitor it minute by minute and make evaluations based on the weather at that moment. But right now we've had some gusts that are well over 60 miles an hour, and it's just, and all the trees that are down and all the wires that are down, it's really not safe for anybody to be out, including first responders. So we're definitely pulling back our routine patrol.
You just mentioned trees, power lines. You've been driving around your county over the last several hours, monitoring things. What have you seen as you've been driving around?
Well, the ground is wet. It's been raining all day, which means it's very easy for those trees to come down, and then we have a large gust of wind, and that tree can come down at any moment. Unfortunately, oftentimes it'll take power lines down with it. I know Withlacoochee's out working hard to try to, Withlacoochee River Electric, that is, they're trying hard to keep that power on to people and get it back on as soon as they can, but it's probably going to take a while until this storm subsides, makes landfall, and moves on before we can really assess the damage and address some of those bigger issues.
Mm-hmm. It's certainly messy out here. We just saw actually a driver driving the wrong way down this road behind us. What's your message to people across your county tonight?
Well, we usually tell people you have a little extra time. You know, we've been telling them for 2 or 3 days you have time to get your house in order and get to the shelters, but obviously It's way too late to do that now. Probably the best thing if somebody's in their home, now is not the time to try to get out to go to the shelter or do anything else unless it's really a life or death emergency, because obviously, as you've seen, some of these gusts are just way too strong to be driving in. It's way too dangerous. It's easy to go off the road and have a traffic crash, and then not only do you have a problem, obviously, but now first responders have to try to get to you and put their life in danger. So people need to stay home, watch Tampa Bay 10, and ride the storm out. So.
Certainly, and you'll be taking that advice as well. So that's when you know it's time to really hunker down.
Yep.
You are now, after this live shot, going back to the EOC to hunker down as well.
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to get out of this weather because obviously we can't do anybody any good if we're not staying safe. So,
Sheriff, thank you so much for your time. Live in Brooksville, Hannah Deneen, 10 Tampa Bay.
Thanks to Hannah for that report right there.
Yeah.
2 major hurricanes in as many weeks.
It's a lot on their plate, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I want to show folks this live picture right here because this kind of really sets the scene for folks. This is Midnight Pass Road in Siesta Key. You kind of have to take our word for it, right, Dave?
Right, yeah. Who knows what we're looking at exactly here, but you can tell in some parts of the area the lights are out.
Yeah, storm surge as well coming up. Such is the case across the Bay Area. You're looking at a similar picture right there, but you heard the sheriff there say he himself is going in to heed his own advice.
Yeah, I'm really heartened that a lot of people in our area chose to evacuate. That was great to see because that hasn't always been the case when it comes to hurricanes in the Tampa Bay area. I want to go live out to Chris Hurst. He's in Orlando right now, standing by with a lot of those folks who journeyed down I-4 to Orlando to escape this storm. Chris?
Yeah, Dave and Frank, good to talk to you again. We actually stepped back outside. We were inside for the last couple of times that we talked to you. The conditions are starting to worsen here in Orlando. For much of the day, the concern was about tornado warnings. We had tornado warnings in Orange County for at least about an hour. That was a couple of hours ago. But right now, I'm going to step outside. Justin Young is going to zoom in on the palm trees to kind of give you a sense of what conditions are like here right now. You know, if you look on the radar, the rain sort of ends right here in Orlando and points south and east, but that's very deceiving because as Milton comes more onshore, it's going to continue to push a broader swath of rain and wind into central Florida. So we are seeing, I think, the highest sustained winds and the highest gusts we've seen from Milton so far here just in the last, I'd say, 20 minutes. Whereas for most of the day, the winds were sustained in the 20s, gusts into the 30s. Right now, we're sustained into the 30s, I'd say, maybe high 30s, and gusting now over 50 miles per hour, but still nothing like what we're seeing closer to the wall near the Bay Area. And that is where so many people are from that are now temporarily here at the Doubletree in Orlando. So many evacuees, hundreds of them just in this one hotel, including many seniors. We talked to one, Rhonda Burns. We talked to her and her husband a little earlier, just talking about how this storm is going to be with us for the next 18 to 24 hours, but that the impact, especially for her and her husband, they anticipate losing their mobile home in Largo from this storm. Their routine is going out the window.
Are all about their routine. So yeah, all our routine is going to be all messed up. Everything's going to be messed up. And this is the first time we ever had to deal with something like this. So.
Okay, I lost my earpiece just a second ago, so I apologize for that. So obviously we know that isn't just about today and tomorrow. It's about the days and weeks to come as we are starting to feel the full brunt of Milton for the first time. Here at the Doubletree, folks are just trying to keep their mind off of the storm any way they can. I'm looking in front of me right now where they've opened up one of the ballrooms here, Dave and Frank, at the Doubletree, where they've started playing animated movies to try and keep kids and their parents calm. I can't hear you right now, so I'm just going to send it back to you, Dave and Frank.
All right, thank you so much for that report. Welcome distractions right there.
You bet. Any distractions in this, yeah, because it's just, you know, I think all of us, you know, process this kind of thing differently sometimes, you know, because we're, a lot of us have just never been through this kind of thing before. Others have been pretty experienced to hurricanes, but they're all different and they all impact us different.
So many new people to this area
Yeah.
as well. So as you
Right.
say, many people have not dealt with this before. And you heard those folks there saying something about a routine. Well, first responders have a routine.
They do.
But 2 weeks ago, they had a routine, and I imagine in between then and now, they've had to adjust it.
They have, yeah. It's been, we took a look at alternate 19 and Curlew Road during that first storm, Hurricane Helene, and boy, was it such a mess. We saw a lot of swift water rescues and that kind of stuff out there. So many people, and now, that road again, it becomes kind of a central focus to a certain extent for us as we take a look at the comparisons, but relatively good right now.
This is Sarasota, I understand, Dave, a live look as well. So you see the power lines shaking in the wind right there and the flashing lights as well. But as you would imagine, no one out there on the road at this particular hour.
Yeah, that's a good thing. Again, we're grateful that people have heeded the warnings. Angelina Salcido has been in downtown Tampa for us and keeping an eye on things there. Angie, where are you right now and what are you seeing?
We are currently at the convention center right now. Again, just a constant rain and really the wind that has continued to pick up. Right now, we're not going through a whole bunch of wind right now. It's not really that strong, but as you can see in the distance, I'm going to have my photographer Austin pan for you so that you can see TGH is in the distance. We know that they have the aqua fence up to protect the hospital from any rising water or storm surge that they may see there, but take a look at just the sheets of rain as Hurricane Milton obviously gets closer to making landfall and as the winds continue to pick up in the downtown Tampa area. We're not going to get the expected storm surge that was going to be around 10 to 15 feet. That, I'm sure, is a welcome message for so many people. This area is in evacuation zone A, so anyone who lived here was supposed to leave. I can tell you that we have seen a few people walking around in this area, even while the conditions continue to deteriorate. Officials really do not want to see you guys doing that. They've been walking around kind of taking some pictures, some videos of what's going on and kind of just documenting what's happening. We understand why someone would want to document, but we're out here to be able to do that for you. A little bit before we went live, probably about like 30 minutes ago, we were able to see kind of like some flashes in the distance. Those were some of the transformers blowing at that time. I checked the power outages in this area, and in Hillsborough County, there are currently around 57,000 people that are without power currently, and that, of course, is going to continue to change as the conditions continue to deteriorate here. So we are going to be continuing to track what it looks like here in downtown Tampa, but of course, because people are supposed to be staying home, we did want to give you guys a look at what things are looking like right now as Hurricane Milton continues to get closer to making landfall in Florida.
Intermittent struggle right there with the wind as you're contending with the weather right now to speak. I want to get to Chief Meteorologist Bobby Deskins because, Bobby, my friends down in the Sarasota area, Manatee County as well, saying their ears feel kind of like they're on a plane, right? And that is to be expected.
Absolutely.
As this eye is moving over.
Pressures are dropping. Yeah, they're dropping Tampa and Sarasota, but Sarasota's dropping much quicker. That is the center of the eye. Now I'm getting ready to move onshore. Part of it already is. That's why their ears are popping like that. The rain extends all the way up into Georgia from this, just about to Savannah. And then some rain, some bands that went through the Keys. But you can see the bottom of the rain. Look, there's Sanibel right there. And that's almost the bottom of the rain. There's some dry air getting sucked in around the back side of this. And so the heaviest rain is going to be there right along and north of the eye wall. Big time storms. That was that tornado damage we saw over on the East Coast. Those storms have moved offshore. Now it's the wind damage that's pushing in right here and the very heavy rainfall. 8 to almost 9 inches of rainfall in some of the heavier spots so far here, and that will continue to add up over the next 2 to 3 hours especially. The highest winds are right there on southern Pinellas, MacDill, out through Apollo Beach, almost over to Ruskin as well. There's the eye. It is just about moving onshore now. Again, obviously those pressures are dropping. But let's talk a little bit about the surge levels because 8 to 12 for Fort Myers. It's still, the latest forecast was 9 to 13 for the Sarasota area. Unfortunately, that's beginning to verify because we've got a sensor that is basically just to the south. Everything locked up on me here. Let's see if we go here. We'll just let this go. That's fine. This is going to go up for lower numbers here. And in fact, we showed you video earlier out of Crystal River where the boats were sitting on the bottom because the water went out. That's a good problem for them to have. They will not have much of a surge out there at all. They've got a negative surge going up right now. So let's talk about this spot. This is Walker Creek near Sarasota. This is behind the south end of Longboat Key. 8.8 foot surge. Forecast 9 to 13. That's where the surge damage is going to be. Okay, guys, that's the problem. This area happens to be south of where that eye wall is, and so those winds are actually pushing onshore. Okay, and that's why we're seeing so much of that. I mean, I think we could go probably another foot or so because we are just now getting the center onshore, which means we still have winds blowing onshore. All right, and I do think they're going to drop down just a little bit. Yeah?
Bobby, I know you're going to get to this, and I know you've got a lot to get to, but a quick question for you. I know you tell us how quickly the storm is moving in terms of how fast that eye wall may move from one space to the next.
Yep.
What are we looking at? I mean,
about 17 miles per hour.
17 miles per hour.
It looks like it's slowing a little bit, but about 16 to 17 miles per hour off towards, well, it's the northeast, but it looks to me like it's going a little bit more east-northeast. And the center is going to come in, I think, south of Sarasota, between Sarasota and Venice. Look at the wind gusts at Sarasota just now. 93 mile per hour wind gusts in Sarasota. And we expect higher winds in southern Hillsborough and northern Manatee County. So that's why they have the extreme wind warning for this area of Manatee County and southern Hillsborough County. 69 mile per hour gusts in Clearwater, 77 in St. Pete, 53 in Tampa. We go back to that Sarasota Bay camera and see what it looks like now. It's still, I would imagine here it's calming down just a little bit. And yeah, it is. You can see a little bit of those palms down at the bottom there blowing a little bit, but nothing like what it was before. What you notice here is you don't see the wind blowing the rain a lot. It's not raining much. There's really no rain in the eye of this hurricane. And that's what's pushing across Sarasota right now. Don't let that fool you because it is going to pick back up. We're going to continue to see winds, but they're going to actually push in from the north and the west. Very heavy rainfall as you get into parts of, let's see, northeastern Hillsborough County. There are the wind gusts that we've seen, 54 in Clearwater. You've also got 53 in Tampa, 89 mile per hour peak gusts so far in St. Pete. That's with the wind coming across the bay there. Obviously, the highest so far is 93 in Sarasota. But these numbers are going to start to go up here in central and eastern Hillsborough and eventually over into Polk County as we go through the next 2 to 3 hours. That's when the storm system is going to move through. Here's some other numbers. Egmont Channel, 77. Same thing, Sarasota, Bradenton, that was earlier. Now, obviously, 93. McDill seen 52. Lakeland, 52. Tampa's in the 50s now, although as of 6 o'clock, we had 44 mile per hour wind gusts. So everything seems to be verifying. And then the forecast here is going to keep the gusts very high through midnight. And then they start to come back down. So, again, what time we got here? We've got some time, right? Next 3 hours or so, we're going to be seeing very high wind gusts. This is what concerns me a little bit, especially if you live out on the coast. And this includes even Newport Richey, Port Richey area, but Tarpon Springs, Clearwater Beach, Dunedin. Some of these winds, especially when they get going in out of the north and the northwest overnight tonight, it's going to be a loud night. It's going to be loud out there on the coast because that wind's going to be coming off the coast. And these numbers are for Tampa. You could add 5 to 10 miles per hour onto your locations. If you're right along the Pinellas coast, the Pasco coast, I'd add 5 to 10 to those numbers for gusts overnight tonight because once that W shows up, that little bit of a westerly component, it's going to be coming in off the Gulf, and there's not much to slow it down. So we're getting there, guys. It's still, the timing does look the same as far as peaking out with our winds, and that will be right around midnight. I think the eye comes in here right around 9 o'clock. All right, well, between Sarasota and Venice, and then we'll slowly work its way in. So as that happens, the wind field expands a little bit, and that's why you don't see these numbers going anywhere. And it's because that's the part of the process of the system weakening. It actually kind of stretches out a little bit. So we're getting there. We're about, what do we got here? 6 hours of the worst weather, and then things will start to get a little bit better here. All right, so let's talk a little bit more about the radar. And we can see that basically we've got watches and warnings have been going away. Not as much as what we've been seeing lately as far as the tornado warnings. But you can see that we're going to keep those as we go through the rest of the, well, I'd say rest of the hour. Let's just call it that, because tornado warnings have moved off the coast, but the watch is still in effect. And some of these bands do have the chance of producing something. It's not a whole lot that I'm worried about at this point. Wind speed so fast, it's tougher to even do that. But the main concern is going to be this northern part of the eye wall right here. Just about there, right? So I'm thinking somewhere in here by where it says 75, that would be landfall within the next 30 minutes. So Venice will get it. I think that's where we're going to get the official landfall here. Again, coming up in about less than 30 minutes or so. So that's why things have quieted down there just a little bit. Unfortunately, you get up in here, and this is where we're starting to see that surge of almost 9 feet. So hopefully we've seen most of that, and it only peaks out maybe just a little bit more. I don't think we're going to get a whole lot more out of that, but I do think there is a chance that it holds there, at least for the next hour or two. Back to the big picture, and the folks up north, we haven't talked as much about Crystal River because you haven't seen as much, but look where all the rain is, and this is really going to pile up. In fact, the highest numbers are going to be Pinellas, Hillsborough, Northwest Hillsborough, Northeast Hillsborough. Those areas are going to end up with about 10 to 12 inches of rainfall, and I've seen video. My friends sent in video too. Dan, thank you for that, and showing the neighborhood, and it's going to fill up pretty quickly out there. Guys, watching this now, good news is we don't have any tornado warnings in the area at this time. The main concern is going to be this high wind that's right here along the coast.
All right, Bobby. Thanks very much. We are keeping an eye on things, and I'm here with Courtney Robinson, Dave Wagner, kind of switching things up. It's giving people a chance to take a break, but let's go to Miguel Octavio. He is in Lakeland right now. Miguel, what do you have for us?
Dave, we're under a covering here in our hotel room, and that's because the winds and the rains just continue to get stronger here in Polk County. The county made it a point for people to shelter in place and hunker down. And while much of our attention are in those coastal areas, when Milton does make landfall, they warn they are anticipating this to travel across the state, bringing those heavy, strong winds and heavy rain as well. Stepping outside under the awning here, we can feel a little bit of that rain coming down here, and we can feel a bit of that wind as well. And these conditions are only expected to get more dangerous through the evening. We already have reports of power lines coming down and some roads that are flooded as well. And here in the dark, you really don't know how deep some of that water is. Another concern we've been trying to keep track of here in Polk County are those tornado warnings earlier. Still a concern for a number of people here. Here at the hotel room, we've been talking to people who evacuated to a safer place here. Some of them living in Hillsborough County, keeping track of their homes on Bayshore Boulevard, keeping track of their homes in Apollo Beach. Some of them even here in Lakeland. And when they heard about the concerns over how strong those winds are, they are just hoping they can get home and make sure they can still find their home just as they left it there when they evacuated. So although this isn't necessarily an evacuation zone, they know those winds and the heavy rain that continues to pose a threat. Now the county warns the power outages is something that they're going to see here in Polk County because of how strong those winds are, and again those flooded roads as well. But they're just hoping that people are hunkering down, sheltering in place like we are right here, because the threats and those conditions are only expected to continue here throughout Thursday morning in Polk County as they see Milton travel across the state. Dave and Courtney.
Thank you so much. Just so many are going to be impacted, are being impacted right now by this, whether you are in a coastal or inland.
Right. We want to keep an eye on some things that you need to know about right here. Here are 3 things you should know about. The Northeast and Southwest sewer plants in St. Pete are shutting down. Several counties issued shelter-in-place orders. They're pulling first responders off the roads right now because it's not safe for them. Plus, that extreme wind warning went in effect through 9:30. So roughly about an hour and 20 minutes for that to go. But you will have strong wind for a good while throughout the night, but that extreme wind warning until 9:30.
And that wind is knocking out power. Let's take a look at the power outages in the Tampa Bay area. More than 129,000 customers with Duke Energy do not have power at this hour. FPL, nearly 60,000. TECO, more than 129,000 without power. in the Tampa Bay region, and they're working to make sure that they have the resources set up, ready to go, ready to roll out. We want to make sure that you have the latest information. You can text the word HOME to the number on your screen, 727-577-8522, and we will respond with information with updated power, water, damage, and other critical emergency information.
We have been going to Luke Cleary in downtown St. Pete. He was on the pier earlier, and now he's in a hotel. He's been spending some time with people who've evacuated that hotel in downtown St. Pete. How's it looking there, Luke?
Hey guys, yeah, I've been talking to people here at this downtown hotel, and there are so many stories of loss. It's a common thread here among the folks that are taking shelter. But before we get to that, I just kind of want to show you what we're seeing just outside that door. Staff here have locked it up now for the night, and as you can see, the winds have really picked up. The rain is just coming down in sheets. We also have, I think, some video for you that we took a little earlier that may also show you, again, yeah, the signs just waving in the wind. The conditions here exacerbating significantly over the last hour or so. The winds have really picked up and haven't let up at all. So if you come back out here to me live, we're in more or less the dining room area on the first floor of this hotel. Staff here tell us that it's about 40 feet above level, so that should help protect it from the storm surge. People here know a thing or two about that. So many folks that I have talked to tonight have experienced loss in the last week or two, including this family here, the Putlands. Excuse me, guys. Hi. So we were just talking to the Putlands before we came on air with you, and you've experienced some loss here. You have a home not too far from here, and tell me what happened.
Well, we just purchased a townhome in Longboat Key.
Yeah, so that was just, I think,
July
about
31st.
2 months ago.
Yeah.
And
4
of
days
course,
later, we had Debbie.
and yeah, which involved a bit of flooding, and then there was Helene, which involved a significant amount of flooding. And I suppose when you buy a place on a sandbar, good luck.
Yeah.
But we got bad luck.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, we were able to sort of cut back the walls and remove all the cabinets, etc., with a lot of help, fortunately, from some great people. And also the association we live down there, just great people. Everybody pulled in and helped, it's great.
Yeah.
And now you find yourselves sheltering once again in the midst of Hurricane Milton.
We literally just finished on Saturday, and then we saw that there was the remediation crew, actually the guy, Marty, shout out to Marty, he said, "Oh, did you guys see Tropical Storm Depression 14? And I was like, "Oh, no." Yeah. And then literally they changed that to hurricane within 2 hours, and then you need a hotel, because currently our home here is a condo on the ground floor in Zone B, so we are very, very vulnerable.
Yeah. And I wish you guys all of the best in your recovery efforts. I know it's a long road from here. Yeah. Your story is similar to so many others who are finding shelter here at this hotel. Thank you guys for sharing your story with us.
Thank you. Most welcome.
And so that's just another story here among the families that are staying here seeking refuge from Hurricane Milton.
Boy, Luke, shout out to them. I certainly feel for them. They've been through Debbie, Helene, now Milton, and with still a smile on their face and gratitude for being alive.
Yeah, I mean, it's, what can we do, right? You know, we've done what we can, we've prepared, we've evacuated, and now we hope.
Yeah,
I mean,
and that's what we have right now, hope and listen.
And community. I mean,
right, and even though we didn't take the full brunt of this storm, we think about those people to our south because our good fortune in some places of the Tampa Bay area comes at the expense of others to our south.
This is Punta Gorda that you're looking at. The historic downtown district, that is underwater at this point, quite a bit of water. I mean, just flooding in over the seawall. It is, taking on a lot of the surge. And you can see right there as those winds pick up, it just forcing more water on. And this is an area where we have seen hurricanes inflict a lot of damage in years past. And so, you know, this is a community where they have rebuilt time after time after time. And yet again, here we go.
All right, let's take a look at Sarasota if we can too. This is Sarasota, I think, but it's so hard to tell because of the camera quality and with water on the lens and everything else. But flashing lights, we know that the roads are experiencing some problems, and people are not venturing out, which is a terrific thing. But some of the lights are out in parts of our area, so that makes it even more difficult to see. But this is Sarasota, one of the many parts of our area experiencing the full brunt of this hurricane.
Tampa. In downtown Tampa, we saw quite a bit of water during Helene. I remember Eric Glasser being out there and saying the river walk is now the river, the bay is now on Bay Shore, and of course we saw quite a bit of damage on Davis Islands. Tonight, looking to be hopefully somewhat better in terms of those surge numbers. Evan Klosky is live for us in downtown Tampa. And Evan, I know a lot of people who have evacuated and are watching, and they're wanting to know, what does our city look like?
Yeah, and as you can tell, we're inside the hotel right now, hunkering down because the wind is whipping out there. And you know, Dave, you mentioned it before that, you know, our thoughts with people south of us right now. In Tampa, they might be spared the worst as far as surge numbers are concerned, but we're still going to get a lot of wind here. And we're going to get some flash flooding and all that stuff, and you can hear the whistling from the wind. It sounds like a train is coming right through. And even at the hotel, I mean, the elevator is about to close here in the next half hour or so because they're just not going to be comfortable bringing everybody up and down. It's going to be fully staying put where you are and just allowing this thing to pass because we have a serious wind event here in downtown Tampa. We're across from the federal courthouse, and the wind even set off the fire alarm. So that building is flashing right now. And if you go down the street, you can just see the water moving rapidly across the streets. Now, of course, here we're talking about cement, so we're not talking about saturated ground or anything. But look, the sidewalk lights are still working. For the most part, outside of one sidewalk stoplight, everything has remained intact for now. That's just from our area of what I'm able to look at through my windows at this point, as we're in evacuation zone C. So we're kind of in the middle here of downtown Tampa, you know, as far as what's going to be closer to the convention center and all that stuff. I'm sure they're getting a lot of water over there, and that's still going to be somewhat of an issue. But yeah, there's still going to be a ton of stuff whipping across the streets here, and it will be a significant wind event. And surely when we kind of get done with all of this, who knows what projectiles are going to function into buildings and into whatever it might be. But you know, the hope is that everybody, at least in certain evacuation zones, are in their proper places and won't be affected by that.
Evan, I'm just a curious question here. What hotel has gold chairs, and what high-class place are we putting you up for tonight?
Let me tell you something. All right, I went into a ballroom. Here, and I did it so that we can get away from the live shots of everybody in the lobby. You know, don't want to necessarily put anyone behind the camera who doesn't want to be in front of the camera. So we are tucked away in a very nice room here, where, you know what, hopefully one day we can have a function, and Dave will be on your tab. Courtney will help out. She'll buy the drinks.
Okay.
And,
How did I get roped into
and
this?
hopefully everything will be smoothed over from there.
Did you notice that was a
you're guilty by association, Courtney.
That was a non-answer, Evan. I
It
asked
was
you
a
what hotel
non-answer.
you're in, you wouldn't tell me.
I know,
So,
I liked it
yeah.
because the Tampanians said, get out of here.
Oh,
go to
hotel
the
floor.
ballroom.
Hotel floor, downtown Tampa.
It looks great. All right. Yeah, enjoy that quiet spot there. That's nice. All right, Evan, thanks.
And one of our historic hotels there too, right?
Right.
Hotel floor. And
Yeah.
so, you know, you just want to see what the facade's going to look like after the wind and whatnot. But it does, it appears to be at this hour more optimistic than what we thought earlier in the day.
That's true.
We do want to show you a look at, this is alternate 19 Curlew Road. Oh man, just look at that wind sweeping the rain through. This is where we saw so many rescues happening in Palm Harbor here, right? During, Dunedin, I'm so sorry, Dunedin, during Hurricane Helene.
Yeah, it's so different, the scene, though. There was so much water. Now it's all this blowing kind of rain.
And, you know, I do take comfort, I think, in the fact that people did listen and they did evacuate. You know, driving around, you didn't see very many cars and driveways and that sort of thing. And certainly rescues are not happening right now because first responders in so many counties have been pulled off the roads.
Right. Hopefully people evacuated in that area. We want to go down to Bradenton now, which we know is closer to the point of impact of this storm here, and take a look at some of the video that we've captured down that way. You just see the trees blowing there, so what you would expect in the middle of a hurricane here. So I'm not saying this is typical, but it's definitely, and you see the lightning in the background. So I can't tell if that's indeed lightning or a transformer blowing right there, but it
could be all of the above.
Yeah, it could be all the above, but definitely strong winds down there, and again, we're going to see this for the next few hours here as it moves through.
And we saw so many people take to the roads on I-4 heading east, saying, look, what was expected to be a Category 5, Category 4, hey, I will much rather take a Category 1 or 2 in Orlando versus the coast. And so in Orlando, we have seen a lot of people in that area. I think we have some video of that as well. And you can see, though, still getting those impacts from Hurricane Milton. Sorry, as we're talking about this, there's an emergency alert coming through about a flash flood warning.
Yep, okay. Until 11:30 p.m.
So you can see right here, I mean, just the bands of this wind and they're pretty intense. I mean, it is a, you know, it is obviously a hurricane.
Right. Yeah, that it is. And it just gets worse as you go south there. And we do have crews stationed south of there as well. Our Chumba is down that way. So, but we also want to take a look at this is Alberton Road and Seminole Boulevard right here. This is another picture of what's going on. You see the blowing rain, kind of the sheets of rain there cascading down the road. This is a very busy intersection tonight. It is not busy at all, but you can see the impact of this hurricane in that area at this point, because it always changes.
Let's take a look at downtown Tampa. We were kind of seeing this off to the side too for Evan shots, and I'm not. You can kind of see the old with a bank right there, the old City Hall. And I'm trying to think what's across right there, but that should be Florida, maybe.
Your eyes are better than mine.
Yeah, sorry,
I can't tell for sure.
I'm trying to remember from location, right?
Yeah.
Driving through.
My guess is it's probably outside Evan's fancy hotel window, but I'm not sure about that. Could be.
It's a good bet.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, again, you can just see all of the wind that's coming through, blowing through, and you can see those trees just all over. You hope. I know driving down Bayshore Boulevard, for example, after Helene, there were so many of those trees that had been uprooted and removed, and just as we were kind of starting to go, okay, here we go, cleaning things up, and they were doing that very quickly in the city of Tampa. Our city crews, and here we are again, and then the massive cleanup that will happen after this for different reasons.
Yeah, it's been such a challenge for people, I think, to evacuate as we take a look right here at Belcher and Bel Air Road here. This is a live look at the scene there. You see why they had mandatory evacuations in this area, but I do want to underscore, we understand how challenging it is for families to up and leave. It's expensive. There's a lack of hotels. Sometimes you have pets. Sometimes you have people with special needs or medical needs, that type of thing. And it can be just really, really difficult. So the goal was to get people out and out of harm's way. People have done a really good job, and I hope people are safe tonight.
And we also had to evacuate as well, not just from our homes and our families, but from our television station on Gandy Boulevard. It's in Zone A. And so we came to our hurricane facilities over in East Lake. And I have to remind myself that what I'm seeing on TV, I'm not hearing that always. I'm hearing it out here. Even in this really sturdy facility, you can still kind of hear that wind whipping and the rain coming through as well.
And we're all having a different experience depending on where you are and depending what part of the hurricane you're experiencing right now. So Bobby Deskins is keeping an eye on things for us. Where are we seeing the strongest force of this hurricane right now, Bobby?
Right here where the extreme wind warning is. And that's why you're starting to see the power going out as well, too. And I think a lot of what we were just seeing in that shot from Sarasota, the lightning or the lights flashing, was probably more power situations than it was lightning, because we're not seeing as much lightning out there. This is going to be the worst of the wind right now. We are moments away, I would imagine, from landfall in Vemo. So you can see where that eye wall is right now. Let me go ahead and stop this and we'll zoom in just a little bit more. But it is basically right there, just south of Sarasota, and I would say, yeah, right around Vemo or so. So we'll get an official word from the Hurricane Center when that happens. Landfall is not the leading edge or anything like that. It is literally the center of the eye or the center of the storm. Sometimes there's no eye. That's what the Hurricane Center has been tracking. That's what the hurricane hunters go in and try and find. That's what goes into the model data, right? We think we see it. We think it's here. We finally get hurricane hunters out there and they say, yep, it's right there. That data goes into the models, and now we know where it's starting at. So by the time it gets all the way to Florida, wherever it's going, it gives us a better resolution. But that's what I think is going to happen. You can see, I don't want to say the weather's quieted down at all there, but like as far as winds go, it's actually calmer because it's inside the eye now for parts of Sarasota and Vemo. And we've showed you that video from there. Meanwhile, you head up just up the coast a little bit and look at AMI. This is wind coming out of the bay. And my concern about that was the backside of Anna Maria Island here, because that wind is gusting 70s, 80s, almost to 90 mile per hour. And the water levels are pouring out of the bay right now. So I'm kind of betting, I'm thinking 4 to 5 foot of a negative surge. We've seen a 2 foot negative surge so far, but that now is turning more northeast. It's been kind of coming in this direction. Now it's coming a little bit more from the north down to the south, and so that's perfect to draw the water out. Now we'll put some water back up towards the back of Fort DeSoto, Egmont Key, but I'm more concerned about the backside of Anna Maria Island right now because it's so low lying, and that water it's a surge. It's literally because it's water moving and pushing up against the back of the island. So I think they're actually going to end up with more water coming over the backside. I don't think it's a lot, but I certainly think some of that will happen. The Hurricane Center, I think I showed you that earlier, their forecast model said about 1 to 3 foot is possible on the backside of that. And look, after having a forecast of 10 to 15, if we end up with 3 to 4, we don't want anything, but that's a whole lot better and less destructive than 10 to 15 foot. So that's where that sits at this point. The center of it, moving on shore, a little bit bigger here, that'll start to fill in a little bit. It's not going to look as concentric circle and clear, but this is the back of the rain here. And if you notice, these aren't moving as far back to the south as these are because there's higher wind here. So that's an indication that that wind is going to be dying down here. And the dry air is wrapping all the way around here, and that's why we don't have much rain on the bottom side of this. And that will actually continue. We've got more dry air that'll come in and underneath of all of this and help to get rid of some of that rain. Obviously, you can see all of this area here is going to have the heavier rainfall. And it's not that we're just getting started in Hillsborough County, but we could add another 3, 4, 5 inches of rainfall. Central Hillsborough, maybe even over to the West Chase area, but certainly over into Thanona-Sassa. You get over and towards Plant City. Another 3 to 5 inches of rainfall is possible as this slowly moves off towards the north and the east. Let's reset here real fast and bring you back up to what the Hurricane Center has got here for numbers. We're looking at, what do we got now? 8:30 update, 5 miles west of Sarasota, Florida. So perhaps you're going to give Sarasota the landfall. And that's just now, right? We're 8:39. That's what time we're at, 8:33. So likely then going to be landfall in Sarasota if they've got it just to the west of it. It's moving on shore. It's moving at 15 miles per hour. So what do you got, about 20 minutes before that center moves on shore. 120 mile per hour winds. That makes it a major hurricane, 111 and higher. Siesta Key.
They gave it Siesta Key. Okay, so it just happened. Siesta Key, I'm guessing, is 120. Cat 3 major hurricane has made landfall at Siesta Key. Moving east-northeast right now at 15 miles per hour. The track, for what it's worth, you can see it here now, will continue to move across the state, and it will stay a hurricane all the way across. And in fact, it's probably going to be very close to it here
and then even weaken a little bit as it gets out over the Atlantic Ocean. So there it is. Winds going from 120 now to about 2 a.m. down to 90. So Lakeland, Eastern Hillsborough, Lakeland especially, Polk County, Bartow, Winter Haven, Haines City, we still got weather coming through. We're going to get worse weather actually coming through for our inland counties, east of I-75 especially, but especially Polk County and northern Hardy and northern Highlands County. That will continue to drift further to the east. I do think it will slow a little bit now. It has. It was 17 miles per hour to east-northeast. Now it's 15. But I do think it'll actually start to pick up by the time it gets out here towards southeast Polk County, and that'll be after midnight tonight, and so that'll pull everything out of the way. But still a ton of rainfall to come through the area. If you evacuated from AMI, if you evacuated from any of these places, and we did not get the surge that we were thinking was possible, we knew it was a possibility, thank you. Because AMI is getting hit hard right now. And we dodged a bullet in Tampa Bay. There are going to be some areas that get flooded there, especially Feather Sound is going to take on a little bit of water here. It's not going to be terrible. Apollo Beach, I'm kind of worried about the backside of a little bit of water coming into Apollo Beach. That would be about 2-3 hours from now. But if this storm, instead of going in at Siesta Key, goes in up here, we've got a whole different situation in Tampa Bay. That's how close it was. Now look, when Ian came, it was coming in right here and it went all the way down to Fort Myers area. So that was a big jump. This, just a little bit of a jog to the south, is going to make all of the difference. Guys, this will go to 9:30, so we got another hour on that, and it's moving slow across the area. So the other thing about this is those winds are coming down a little bit because it's moving on shore now, but the longer you have that high wind, and most of this is gusts in the 80s, some's going to be in the 90s, the longer you have that, the more damage it's going to do. So we're just kind of on the front end of that now. I would expect another 2 to 3 hours, especially if you're in Eastern Hillsborough. Things will get a little bit quieter here later, but 2 to 3 hours to push into Polk County and then to bring those winds down just a little bit for Hillsborough.
Not just damage to your homes, but certainly damage to trees as well, and the danger that comes with that.
And you heard Bobby say that weather is now moving inland. Chris Hurst is live for us in Orlando. Chris, you are experiencing some of Milton right now, and there's more to come.
Oh yeah, Dave and Courtney, we are definitely seeing Milton start to whip up the wind and the rain here in Central Florida, which has become refuge for so many thousands of families in Tampa Bay who evacuated because of the seriousness of this storm. It is really heartening to hear Bobby talk about how some of the actual numbers may be a little less than what we had forecast, but yet still there is going to be widespread destruction in different barrier islands, and my heart goes out to Anna Maria Island. We were talking to folks from Bradenton and Manatee County earlier today who have already experienced devastating flooding this year from Debbie and from Helene, and now we are facing the worst of what Milton has to offer. I'm going to step out right now so you can see what the conditions are like. We've been dealing with tornadoes all throughout Central Florida today. Warnings up our way into Orange County, but thankfully no reports of any touchdowns here in Orange County or the surrounding counties. But the wind now, the fiercest it's been all day, and the wind coming down the hardest all day. And that means that folks right now inside, they were trying to get some entertainment from a ballroom that opened. They were showing animated movies on the big screen. One just let out, and families were coming out into the convention center area that I can see directly in front of me. And the families got the entertainment on the big screen. They were coming out, they were coming to the window to see what the storm looked like, because it's certainly the most intense that it's been so far in Orange County. But again, even as the storm comes on shore and people are seeing maybe that in actuality it might be a little less than what they had been fearing, but still, they won't know exactly what their home, what their neighborhood looks like until the storm passes. And many of them won't be able to check in with some of the straggling neighbors that stayed behind because entire neighborhoods decided to evacuate. And so it will be that waiting game for them, Courtney and Dave, to see what exactly their community looks like after Milton comes through and the sun rises tomorrow.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. We certainly feel for the folks down in Siesta Key right now, where this hurricane actually made landfall at about 8:30, just a few minutes ago. with very, very strong winds. We have a live look at Siesta Key. It's very difficult to make out any kind of damage that we're seeing there. We just see these flashing lights. We've had this shot before. Again, and we've seen some flashes in the background. Bobby Deskins theorized, because there's not a lot of lightning associated with this, those probably were power related. Maybe they're power surges or some sort of transformers blowing. But this is the scene there right now. They certainly have power outages. We do know that. But right now, we don't know the extent of the damage, and we probably won't know for a few hours here until we start getting reports from the folks down there.
You can certainly see what looks like water there, filling,
Right.
and the sand as well. Emerald Morrow is live for us in Bradenton, and Emerald, you just heard Hurricane Milton making landfall Siesta Key as a major Category 3 powerful hurricane. That is part of this community, where you are, and where so many people, you're in Manatee, but so many people know this as home.
Absolutely, Courtney, and a lot of people here who have evacuated, they have had so much anxiety, so much concern about their communities and about their homes. So yes, this hits very, very close to home here in this area. We've been getting alerts all night. Manatee County has actually suspended all of their emergency services for the moment, saying they are taking the calls, they're going to prioritize them, but they can't get to things right now. So that is just how serious the conditions are out here in this particular area. We've also been talking to people who have evacuated, and as I said in the last shot, or just last live shot, just trying to make the best of what is a really bad situation. So we've been talking with Milton here. Marty, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Hurricane brain. Been talking with Marty here about just why you chose to evacuate, because you live in a nearby mobile home community.
Yes, I do. They drove through our park yesterday, it was, with these big loudspeakers telling everybody to get out. I believe most of the folks in our park did, but personally I was not going to take the chance. I'm really happy I'm in this hotel right now. I'd be scared to death if I was still in my mobile home.
Yeah, you said you were not going to risk it. You actually are from up north and lived in Michigan for many years and came down here to get a slice of paradise. But now we're kind of going through these storms and you're just like, I am not going to risk this.
Yeah, no, it's just not worth it. I mean, things can be replaced, but lives can't. So I'm here with my 92-year-old father-in-law. So that's made things real interesting. But, we got to keep him safe. And, I hope all our friends and neighbors are safe also.
Yeah, absolutely. And we hope that as well. We hope that for your father as well. So we're so glad that you evacuated and made it to a safe place. So what are you feeling as the storm passes through about what you might see when you return to your home?
Well, I'm expecting the worst and hoping for the best. That's really all I can do. We've got our important stuff, some of my wife's treasured things, but the rest of it, in the end, it's just stuff, and it'll be what it is. I've got some insurance, but I do think if our house is gone, we're going to move to Texas where all our kids and grandkids are. So, but yeah, we're just trying to make the best of it and keep our spirits upbeat and try to keep spirits around the people around us too upbeat, because some people are they're taking this pretty hard.
Yeah, absolutely, because this is a very, very difficult thing to kind of wrap your mind around, that a storm this strong coming to the Tampa Bay area. Historic for us, but again, as you heard Marty say, this is something that you take seriously, and the most important thing is making sure that your life is protected, because those things can be replaced. Sending it back to you guys in the studio.
Emerald, let me just ask you, maybe you could ask Marty this if he's still nearby you here. I don't know how long he's lived here, but what was it about this particular storm that made him decide to move? I know people who are in mobile homes need to evacuate during these kind of things, but did he evacuate in the past with any previous hurricanes, or what was it about this storm that made him move?
Yeah, so Marty, I believe, Marty, you've lived here for about 5 years, right? 5 years. So we just kind of want to know, tell us a little bit, what was it about this particular storm? Because you talked a little bit before we were on camera about the previous storm. So just walk viewers through why you chose this one and tell us, did you evacuate previously?
A couple years ago, we evacuated to the other side of the state. The last one we didn't, just because the direction, that the hurricane was going. And when this one, our weather folks they're pretty darn good at what they do. And when this one said it was coming where it was just a no-brainer for us. But funny story how we got this room. My sister-in-law was supposed to fly in Tuesday. They got canceled, so we took the room because
Wow.
God works in crazy ways.
Yeah, he most definitely does. He most definitely does. So again, we're so glad that you actually did evacuate and take the warning seriously. At what point did you feel like, all right, this is the one and I got to get out of here? When did that happen for you?
Probably about 4 days ago, because they weren't changing, they weren't changing the course, and we just knew it was going to happen, and it hasn't happened in so long. I guess this was inevitable, we weren't going to escape all the other hurricanes that have been in the past. So, yeah, when they weren't changing their mind on the course of the storm, that's when we decided let's start getting our belongings together and get ready to make a move.
Yeah, and that has to be such a difficult decision to make, but you talked about the importance of community and the importance of just making sure that, we get through this together. So what message would you like to send to people watching right now who might not have hope?
It's not in our hands. Everything can be put back together. Lives cannot be brought back. And we're just hoping the best for everybody. There's people that don't have means to get out of here. I feel terrible for those folks. I just hope everybody's families stay intact, and we come out on the end of this doing as well as we can.
Yeah, I think we're all hoping for that. Thank you so much, Marty, for taking the time. We're glad you're doing all right. Thank you. Sending it back to you guys.
Right.
If you have any other questions, happy to take those as well.
No, really wise words from Marty
Yes.
there. We're grateful that he and his family are okay tonight. So glad they evacuated. Hope others did as well.
Yeah. We want to give you a live look right now in Dunedin so you can just see exactly this wind, as Bobby's talked about. We still are going through it. This wind on the back end is going to be really, really intense. This is where we saw a lot of rescues. If you joined us for coverage during Hurricane Helene, this is an area where we saw a lot of those rescue boats coming in and bringing people out. Right now, you can just see that wind just pushing the rain through, just relentless.
All right, we want to go to 10 Tampa Bay's Angelina Salcido. She is in downtown Tampa right now. Angie, where are you? What are you seeing?
So we are in Ybor City right now. We moved from the location that we were at along the convention center to this area because this is actually our hotel. So we are in the parking structure in our hotel. This is a safe place for us to be in. The winds here are whipping, and they're much stronger than what we've experienced throughout the last several hours that we've been reporting. But in the area that we're at right now, we aren't really getting hit by those winds, but you can just take a look and kind of see what it looks like out here in Ybor City. Sheets of rain just powering through this area as the wind continues to pick up, and the rain, of course, is falling pretty heavily as well. We've seen some ponding on the roads as we were driving back to our hotel. We also saw some flooded roads down in downtown Tampa. There is one road very close to Amalie Arena that had a lot of water that was over it, so we avoided that as we were driving back to our hotel, came back to safety. There are a few people that have evacuated to our hotel that are staying here that are coming out periodically just to kind of see what things are looking like. They take a look at the wind, or they bring their dog out because their dogs are staying with them too, and then they bring them back inside. They're just happy to have a safe place to stay. So again, we were in that excessive wind warning. They had issued that earlier today up until 9:30 p.m. That, of course, is fully in effect right now. And Tampa Police Chief Lee Burka actually just mentioned that. He is currently stationed in the EOC. He's asking people to make sure that they shelter in place because no nobody should be out on the roads during this time. He wants to make sure that people stay safe. Our sheriff as well, Chad Chronister, wants to make sure that people stay safe. A little while ago, he had said that they were continuing to respond to calls. We're going to be checking in with him to see if they're still doing that as these winds continue to pick up. But that's a current picture here in downtown Tampa. A lot of people just making sure that they hunker down and stay safe as Hurricane Milton makes its way through here.
Yeah, you can really see the winds have picked up there, Angie. Tell me exactly, where are you right now? What location?
So we are at the Hampton Inn Suites in Ybor City. So it's right off of 7th Street. If we go a little bit this way, we'll be able to go down 7th and go down all of the businesses that prepped for Hurricane Milton and tried to make sure that neither wind was going to blow out their doors or the flooding in that area. If it does happen, their businesses would be protected from that as well.
As you know, we've had so much debris for Hurricane Helene, and I'm wondering, are you seeing a lot of that debris flying through the air?
We have not seen debris flying through the air currently. What we have seen is a lot of the palm fronds from the palm trees end up coming down, and that is the grand majority of what we've seen. I can tell you that before the storm, though, we were on Davis Islands. We know that Davis Islands was hit extremely hard by Hurricane Helene, and many of those homes still had piles of debris there. I can only imagine what that looks like right now on Davis Islands. Many of the people that we spoke to there chose to evacuate, whether that was to Lutz or to somewhere that was outside of the state, or maybe just even a little bit further inland. They wanted to make sure that they weren't there just in case any of those piles that weren't able to be picked up by the city or by the state ended up becoming projectiles in hurricane force winds like this.
Yeah, that's a real concern, and we've not gotten reports about that yet, but we certainly know there's a lot of debris out there.
You know, checking in on Did we just lose a light?
Little flash
We just
of
lost
light.
it. Yeah, sorry, that that got me for a minute there. We do have a live look right now at Ulmerton Road and Roosevelt, and you heard all of that in Angie's live shot, and you can see it just really pushing through, the wind picking up right there.
Let's take Punta Gorda if we can right here. This is a live picture from Punta Gorda, and again, you can see the leaves or the palm fronds out there blowing and the water moving right there. But it does not look like the intense wind that we've seen in other parts of our area lately.
So I was just looking because I was trying to give you some perspective. If you're familiar with Punta Gorda, I believe this is in the Fisherman's Village area, which, this is I think it's Gilchrist Park that we're looking at. So there's that barrier, and obviously the water has come over that, the surge has come over that. And it's an area where we have seen this type of surge before. And, it's just sad. These are the communities that have had this repeatedly, and you just hope that everybody is okay.
Yeah, there's some things you need to know about, and we want to share those with you right now if we can. 3 important things to sort of keep in mind as we move forward. The Northeast and Southwest sewer plants in St. Pete have shut down. So what that means is they shut that down preemptively because they do not want saltwater incursion into the plants, which could really damage the controls of them. So they shut that down preemptively. But what it means is you cannot use your toilet, can't flush your toilet, otherwise the sewage could come up into your home. So we don't want that. So while they're shut down, it's going to take a little while for them to start them back up. They have not given us an indication when that might be. Obviously, they need to get through the storm. Several counties have issued shelter-in-place orders. They pulled first responders off the road. It's too dangerous for those first responders, so you need to hunker down where you are during this storm. Milton made landfall over Siesta Key. That was at 8:30 this evening.
Making landfall as a Category 3 storm, and with Milton's winds, power outages, we are seeing these just rise dramatically. Duke Energy, more than 200,000 customers without power. Florida Power and Light, 60,000 customers without power. TECO, these numbers again rising, more than 100,000 customers without power. And we do know that there are crews that are ready to go when it is safe to do so, the resources that are there to get out there and make sure that they get the power back on as quickly as possible. But there will be a lot of generators as well coming into communities to make sure that people have power.
Have to wait for those winds to die down. So that's the key. It's going to take just a little while for them to to get an idea of just how bad the damage is and then restore it. Here's a live look at downtown Tampa right now. You get kind of a sense as to what it's like. I'm not sure where this camera location is.
I think that's overlooking TGH.
Yeah, it looks like TGH right there. And they've got that. Okay, so we're looking off toward Davis Islands that way. A little difficult to make out. I can't tell if it's some signal issue or whether or not the weather is so bad that's making it this. We also have some pictures from downtown Tampa that might give you a better sense as to what it looks like. This right here, this appears to be from obviously an upper story building down there, but you can see the wind, the rain, what you would expect during a hurricane.
You can just see the wind kind of howling through, moving through the streets of downtown, and you wonder what that's going to look like come sunrise. What we're going to see to damage to these buildings. This is Ulmerton at Seminole Boulevard, and again, it's just really the same punishing effects on that back end. The winds kind of moving through that Bobby told us we would have.
All right. Yeah, no, and depending on where you are, I mean, it can be a very different effects from south to north and east to west. 10 Tampa Bay's Hannah Deneen is standing by live right now. Hannah, tell me exactly where you are right now, what you're seeing.
Well, Dave, we've relocated to our hotel in Brooksville here in Hernando County tonight. The last time I checked in with you all, I spoke with Sheriff Al Nienhuis, and he was urging everyone across the county to hunker down. He was driving back to the EOC to hunker down for the night. So we've taken that advice. We are back at our hotel, and we're getting the storm right on our doorstep here. You can see using through these street lights here, which are fortunately still on, just how powerful this wind is, how heavy the rain is. And the sheriff was just telling me that the heavy wind is pushing trees into roadways. They also have reports of downed power lines across the county right now. And because of the strong wind, they have suspended their normal routine emergency operation, which includes debris pickup. They will not be out cleaning up those trees or those power lines overnight. They will wait to do that damage assessment in the morning. So all the more reason for them right now to have everyone hunker down. The roads are not a safe place to be. Now, just south of here in Pasco County tonight, they have also suspended emergency operations. First responders will not be out on the road answering routine calls because the winds are simply too strong. In both counties, Hernando and Pasco, though, the officials, they do tell me you're still encouraged to call 911 if you are having an issue. They want to know what is going on so that when it is safe for them to respond, they're up to date with everything that they need to do. And of course, they will take action as soon as it's safe to. In Brooksville, Hannah Deneen, 10 Tampa Bay.
Thank you so much, and we're glad that you guys are safe. Moving back to the hotel, we want to get right to Chief Meteorologist Bobby Deskins. Bobby, Milton made landfall just about 20 minutes ago, Siesta Key, and it is far from out of here.
Yeah, 8:30 at Siesta Key, 120-mile-per-hour winds was forecast 125. Pretty good forecast from the Hurricane Center. A little south of Sarasota, but as you mentioned, we still got a lot of it to deal with, especially right here in Palmetto, Bradenton, Anna Maria Island. Eventually up towards Ruskin that's where we have some of the heaviest winds right now. And you can see it right here in this area here. There's the radar site at the National Weather Service office. There's Anna Maria Island, Bradenton, obviously the Bradenton River running in through there. That's where the heaviest winds are. Water pouring out of the bay now. The problem is some of it's coming up on the backside of Anna Maria Island. So that's the one thing we want to watch. It will push down towards Sarasota Bay. That's going to have really a flow of water going down there from north to south. Take a look at some of the heavier rains that's up into northern parts of Hillsborough County, northern Pinellas. I think for northwestern Hillsborough, all the way across, really, the highest winds are actually going to stay just to the south. I'd say Fishhawk over to McDill, Waimama, certainly southeastern Hillsborough will get more of it. Sun City Center. You can see on the extreme wind warning that we have, it does go all the way up to basically northern Pinellas and Hillsborough County. But I think the core is going to be right here along that Hillsborough-Manatee border. And you can see it in our velocity product. This brown that you see here, that's the higher winds. And notice where they started, and a lot of them too, right? And now look, it's starting to weaken a little bit, and the amount of those high winds is coming down. So I could query some of these. I mean, they're basically, it depends on where you grab it at, but really, That's going to be anywhere from, I'd say, 100 to 115 mile per hour winds. There's 70 there, 73. Okay, they're coming down now. That's good news. 66. So good. Actually, those winds are really coming down. But we could go with gusts in the 80s as this moves through, especially in this brown area that you see right in here, which is right over top of Anna Maria Island, Bradenton, heading on down to the northern end of Longboat Key as well, too. Gosh, the backside of Longboat Key is getting a ton of wind right now. Those will be gusts in the 70s and 80s. And again, it's shrinking. So by the time this gets over to Duet, we won't have as much wind with that. It will start to fall apart at least a little bit. Forecast track takes it off to the east-northeast. You can see right across Polk County. That means that this heavy band of rain that you see right here, those darker reds, will go just like that across Plant City, Brandon, Lakeland, Fishhawk, Bartow will get very heavy rainfall as well. That I-4 corridor, I mean, man, oh man, a ton of rain there. That could generally end up being at least, I'd say, 7 to 10 inches of rainfall by the time it's all said and done on the I-4 corridor. And there'll be some spots, well, we've already got 8+ for parts of Pinellas, and we're still adding on to it. And in fact, let's just look at a couple spots right now. You're going to notice, look at all these bright yellows. So all of those are basically numbers that are going to be, let's get over here, Bel Air Bluffs, South St. Pete. We're talking 10, we're already pushing 10 inches, like a foot of rain south of downtown St. Petersburg. Now that's estimated by the Doppler, but that's legit. That'll pan out. We'll see some spots that are just like that. You get down towards Anna Maria Island, and this is water from the sky. This is not water from the ground, about 10 inches there. And then this should spread more as we get towards Brandon and Lakeland through the next 3 to 4 hours or so. It's going to take that long, really, before we get out here, especially 3 hours. Now, the track, you can see what it was where we tracked it from before. It's basically going to continue to move to the north and the east. This is midnight. And so those strong rain bands are right in here now. I think it's a little bit further to the south. But what's happening up into Pasco, Hernando, and Citrus is still really heavy rainfall. And in fact, the winds will stay steady, especially in eastern Pasco County, Dade City, Zephyr Hills. I think the winds will actually come up just a little bit. And same thing over in eastern parts of Hernando County. And then, yeah, I think even eastern Citrus, well, the winds will come up a little bit. This is moving up through Orlando eventually. That's around midnight tonight. And then gradually, as we get past midnight, the winds turn to the north and the northwest, but they start coming down. We'll still get some real high gusts, especially from Bel Air all the way up, Indian Rocks Beach, really, all the way up. We'll see some pretty good wind gusts coming in off the Gulf of Mexico. But overall, by that time, the storm center is out just south of Orlando and moving towards the Space Coast. Okay, that's 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Sun's coming up. We get to see what the damage was. Winds are dying down. Temperatures are cool. It's like 70 degrees outside right now. We don't mention that much during hurricanes, but it's much cooler. And tomorrow, drier air is moving in. It's going to feel good. It's our first cold front, really, of the season. Still have the the hurricane warnings. Tornado watch has been pulled back just a little bit. This is the wind profile. And watch how the size of this gets smaller as it moves onshore. So Cat 1 all the way over, except the Cat 1 winds will be in this small little area right here near Cape Canaveral. All right, right over the Space Coast. This is 6 a.m., by the way. Look how the winds are in the yellow now for the Tampa area, really coming down. And then really by about 8 o'clock, they're almost all out of that, gusts in the 40s. And so it'll be breezy tomorrow, north to northwest winds, but we're talking winds in the teens and 20s with gusts up to maybe 30 miles per hour. So a little bit on the breezy side, but it'll feel nice out there. So we're looking pretty good, guys, at this particular point. We still got a long night ahead of us, especially in the next 3 to 4 hours, especially Manatee County, southern Hillsborough, and then we're going to push it into Polk County closer to midnight tonight.
All right, I'm Dave Wagner along with Courtney Robinson. You're watching 10 Tampa Bay, and here are our continuing coverage of Hurricane Milton. It's been a crazy few hours trying to kind of process this as we think about our own homes and own families. And then we think of all the others in our area impacted. Some of us might have been spared, but keep in mind others are really hurting tonight. So we'll get a better idea come the light of day who really was impacted most by this storm.
And it was the wind. There's still surge waters impacting people, and there are other impacts as well during this event. Right now, the wastewater treatment plants in St. Pete, the northeast and southwest wastewater treatment plants, those have been taken offline. This was something that the city of St. Pete said that they would most likely do. They did this during Hurricane Helene as well to protect that. But what this means for you and your home, anything that you drain, so if you flush the toilet, that can back up into your home. So you want to avoid doing that. They hope to have those on, I think, within like the next 48 hours. But again, that will all depend on what we find.
Yeah, and that's, with Helene, it was 48 hours after the storm had ended. So who knows when that might start. But they'll give us an idea when that will happen. Here's a live look right now. This is Park Boulevard. We're taking a look here at Oakhurst Road. I believe we have a live picture. Yep. And you see the stoplights there kind of spinning around as you would expect during a hurricane force winds there. But yeah, strong winds anyway. Hurricane coming in, you would expect street lights to be moving around a bit.
I want to show you some video. Now, this was earlier, obviously, when it's daylight. Right now, it is too dark and it is much too windy out. Bobby, take a look at this. This is the Hillsborough Bay, kind of at the very, almost like the southern peninsula, right, of South Tampa. And you can just see that the outgoing water, right, pulling it out of the bay. This was earlier, again, where you could see it in the daylight, but now the person who said this, you know, it's just too dark and it's too windy. It's not safe right now to go out, but they say still looking good. The water's still really low right there. This is on the east side of South Tampa.
Yeah. Looking live at Key West right now, heading to Key West, Florida, the southernmost point of Florida, and this is what it looks like there. Wow.
Is that Key West?
Is that Key West that we're looking at? That is really,
wow.
That's more rain and more wind than I anticipated. Is that what you would expect down there right now in Key West, Bobby?
No. No.
Yeah.
No, I'm looking at that wondering where is that?
Yeah.
I don't know where that is on Key West. It doesn't, but we
They have buildings
do have
that
a
big
live
down there?
camera outside of where we are here in East Lake. This is on Hillsborough Avenue, and we can hear it outside, right? That wind coming through, the rain coming down. Good news to whoever parked in front. Your cars are okay.
All right. We are keeping an eye on as many places as we can, trying to bring you these live pictures because, boy, it varies so much from place to place to place, whether or not you're north, south, east or west. It just makes a big difference where you are and how this storm impacted you.
Yeah. We have Luke Clary, who is live for us in St. Pete, and he's inside. Oh, you've come back out. Okay, you were inside of your hotel the last time we spoke with you, Luke, and they had really shut those doors and really didn't want people coming in or out. What's going on now?
Hey guys, yeah, we just stepped outside of the hotel. We wanted to bring you a view of the winds out here. I know a lot of people are maybe breathing a sigh of relief, feeling that they dodged a bullet here in St. Pete, but I just wanted to show you how powerful the winds are still blowing here. This is on 4th Street and 3rd Avenue, and as you can see, the trees there are blowing in the wind. The signs are really moving back and forth. Actually, if we take a look over here, Daisy, you can also see the tree branches swaying in the wind, and you may be able to make out some of the branches that have fallen on the ground here. So a lot of flying debris. This is just not a place that you really want to be right now. We're standing underneath an awning just outside of our hotel so we can bring you these images, and soon we're going to be heading right back inside. I want to show you some video from earlier on this very same street corner, and you might be able to make out in the distance there some flashing lights. Those are some transformers flashing, and we've seen our power flickering on and off here throughout the course of the evening. So far, in this building, and as far as I can tell, in this neighborhood, the power is still on, which people can breathe a sigh of relief for the moment. But as you can clearly see, if you come back out here to us live, this is a very powerful storm. The winds are blowing up and down the streets here. The rain is coming down in sheets. We just wanted to step outside here for a moment so you can get a look at this.
While you're down there, you talked about debris. Have you seen debris flying down the streets? Because there's so much of it in St. Pete.
I have not seen anything flying through the air right now. If you just look straight across that intersection there, though, you might be able to see a number of branches on the ground there as well. And the water is just starting to pool up. Can you see that in the gutter there running through? But I've not seen much in the way of flying debris so far, so that's fortunate.
Yeah, that is fortunate because that's kind of been our concern, that they just could not get around quickly enough in St. Petersburg to pick up all that debris from Helene. And, we all have debris around our neighborhoods, and we've been looking at it thinking, oh no, here's this powerful hurricane coming our way, and the ability of this storm to pick it up and to, projectiles. So
a very big concern, and what
Yeah.
we were, people really pressing crews about.
Right.
I want to give you a live look at Ulmerton Road at Seminole Boulevard. This is in Largo, and here you can kind of see much of the same, right, with that wind really pushing through. I was wondering if we may see some of that debris kind of flying through here. These city communities our cities that we're talking about, we haven't really seen as much of that, but it's those barrier islands where so much of it, they really did their best to remove things, but with the surge, it was anticipated that it would be in the Gulf, and of course picked up by the winds and tossed where it didn't need to go.
Yeah, you look at the wind right there, and imagine, how windy it can be out at the beach, and how exposed some of those areas are, like Tierra Verde, like Anna Maria Island, like Siesta Key. There's just kind of narrow pieces of land in some cases that separate bodies of water, and the wind really whips over those places. So this is what we're seeing up there. And again, some of these areas, with Helene, people did not evacuate.
No.
And so I'm grateful that so many people did, and we saw those people on the roads over the past couple of days really getting out of town. Wow, look at that, right? Pinellas Park.
Oh,
downtown
Tampa.
Tampa.
I know.
Okay.
I was actually trying to get my bearings. I was like, I think this is
Yeah.
downtown Tampa.
Yeah.
This is downtown Tampa, and same, right, where you're really seeing the wind kind of pushing through in these narrow, in between the buildings, and
We've had
what's
the
that?
82-mile-per-hour gusts at Tampa.
Well,
82-mile-per-hour gusts at
82.
Tampa.
We've had 90 at St. Pete.
And when you say at
mean
Tampa
Tampa
International?
International.
Tampa International.
Tampa International and
Yep.
St. Pete Clearwater Airport. Okay.
St. Pete Clearwater or St. Petersburg, probably was Albert Whitted.
Okay.
Had 90.
Wow.
And we just got 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts out on Egmont Key.
Wow. And that's not surprising. Always windier out there, but boy, that's very strong. The winds out there.
Are these records, Bobby? It's hard too early to tell right now. Not to put you on the spot.
Well, the records, because last time we got hit like this was in 21 with a big storm, and we didn't have as many locations. And so we may not have a record at Egmont Key at that time. I don't know about that particular time.
This is outside our remote studios here in Tampa. You get kind of a sense as to what it's like outside.
Hillsborough
we're protected.
Avenue.
Yeah, Hillsborough Avenue. Yep, and we're in a protected building, so we feel good about that. We're on high land, so that's an important thing. And hope you are wherever you are right now in a safe place and feel good about it.
Bobby, just for people who are listening and they've taken the phone into that safe space, stay in there. Just keep kind of pushing through the back end of this.
Yeah, it looks to me now that the worst of it is actually getting to be still down there in Manatee County. But if you're down in southwest, say Palmetto area, that area, and eventually really close to Apollo Beach, that's where the heaviest winds are going to be.
Okay.
The further north you get up there, even in downtown Tampa, gusts in the 80s, but nothing like 100-mile-per-hour gusts we have out at Egmont. Egmont, we expect, as you said, Dave, it's a northeast wind. It's literally coming right down the bay.
Yep.
So we expect that to be high, but certainly in the 90s there on that coast near Port Manatee, Palmetto, the Skyway Bridge, and that's all shifting over towards Sun City Center. And in fact, Ruskin right now just starting to really get into the heavy wind.
Ruskin right now.
Yeah.
And Egmont Key got really hammered with Helene as well. It really created a mess out there. Miguel Octavio joins us right now. He's standing by live. Miguel, where are you right now? What are you seeing?
Hey, Dave, we're still here in Lakeland, and I can certainly tell you the winds are really picking up at times. We have pockets of wind just gushing over here, and the concern here for Polk County are certainly those winds. They worry this is going to continue to knock down power lines and continue to lead to power outages in many parts of the county as well. Now, at the hotel that we're at, we have a number of people who actually live in the Pinellas and Hillsborough side of Tampa Bay. They were very concerned hearing those storm surge projections, seeing seeing how strong the winds could be, and of course the flooding from the rain as well. And just speaking to some people at that hotel, they know they're not out of the woods yet. They know the winds continue to be a threat. They know that rain continues to be a threat, but they feel a sense of, I would say, guilt, but relief that they were somewhat spared, perhaps in the Pinellas side, some of the stronger storm surge projections. Meanwhile, further south in Sarasota and further south from that as well, they're expecting some of that storm surge to be much worse. Right now, they're keeping an eye on their homes, looking through their ring cameras as long as they can before the power goes out. I actually spoke to one woman who evacuated to this hotel with her 3-year-old daughter and her husband. In the past, they never really evacuated before, but seeing the impact from Helene and seeing the projections for this storm, they wanted to make sure they were safe. Let's take a listen to what she had to say here if we're able to pull up that soundbite.
I feel bad for people who actually gets really hit, because I think will be a lot of flooding and damage again, and I hope these people evacuated, because it's the right thing to do if you're under that danger.
Yeah, and that mother, we spoke to, her name is Katerina. Again, she hasn't in the past really evacuated before, but seeing those projections, she wanted to make sure she and her family were safe. And right now, she was telling me, although her home in the Pinellas side, we know that there's still the threat of rain and wind out there, but she knows this isn't over yet. But she's really hoping those other people who live in those more vulnerable areas, especially down to our south in the Sarasota Manatee side, took those evacuation orders seriously and that they can be safe. So there's a bit of relief from people here when it comes to those storm surge projections, but they know the wind and the rain continues to be a threat. Now down here in Polk County, the county warns that as this storm continues to move across the state, cuts across the state, they're continuing to anticipate the impact here from the power outages, those winds, especially the impact on those mobile home parks, RVs and campers as well. That's why they were trying to get as many people into those shelters as fast as they can before the brunt of this storm. Certainly right now would be too late. This is not the safe kind of conditions to drive in. We're under some sort of awning here, keeping us somewhat protected, but I can tell you the wind is picking up a bit more, some flickering of the lights here, so we're anticipating the potential for power outages here and throughout the county. So right now they're just hoping people continue to shelter in place, because they're anticipating this storm to continue to wreak havoc in some ways as it cuts across the state here. Dave and Courtney.
That's right. And you do want to shelter in place right now. That is really good advice. Again, Hurricane Milton making landfall around 8:30 this evening as a Category 3 storm making landfall in Siesta Key. Chris Vickers is with us. And Chris, when we look at look at Hurricane Milton, this was twice at Category 5 strength.
Right. Yeah. It went through those ebbs and flows, and we expected there would be some weakening as it approached landfall. We anticipated it would be somewhere between a Category 3 and at one point even as dire as a Category 4 storm, and that situation certainly off the table as it has now made landfall as a Category 3 storm. This was just about less than an hour ago at winds to 120 miles per hour right over the Siesta Key area. Now, what we're feeling right now is the brunt of some of the higher winds and really torrential rain. We still have that extreme wind warning. Again, one of those more rare alerts that's issued when you get a tropical cyclone such as this that makes landfall, as that eye center or the center of the eye wall comes onshore, comes with some of the highest winds, and those extreme wind gusts continuing to come across parts of Pinellas County into Hillsborough County and inland of I-75 as well. So some of the wind gusts that we've seen, Egmont Channel, 100 miles per hour, St. Pete, Clearwater, 83. We had Sarasota, Bradenton at 93 miles per hour, down toward Venice, 97 miles per hour, where some of the high wind reports that have come in and some of the higher winds now coming through Lakeland and Tampa. So we do anticipate that those numbers likely to go up. That is as of 9 p.m., some of those high winds. So that high wind field is going to continue to make its way more inland. It's pushing with all that force because, again, that was generating that force. Milton had been really drawing its energy from that warmer tropical waters. It did encounter the higher wind shear and some drier air that eventually did do some weakening as it made its approach to the Florida coastline. So we're fortunate for that. But now that energy, that momentum is carrying inland and some of those higher winds where they still could reach to about 100 miles per hour, potentially even for a few areas inland, where we're going to see those high winds cut across the state of Florida. And eventually those winds are going to pick up even more so toward Lakeland as we go through the next 30 to 60 minutes. Those higher winds are going to be arriving. This is likely to make its way all the way across the I-94 or 5 corridor as a at least Category 1 hurricane as we go into tomorrow morning. So current winds, maybe they're howling outside, and if you continue to have power and you've got the TV signal or you're streaming our coverage live, we've got winds gusting across the area in some instances over 80 miles per hour. Now that is a brand new update. Looks like Tampa reporting an 82-mile-per-hour gust. Down towards St. Petersburg, 86 miles per hour, and closer to the eye. If things have gotten calm recently out there toward parts of outside of Sarasota, that is due to the fact that you're actually in the center of the eye, and maybe it's the pressure that's dropping that's resulting in your ears popping a little bit. You feel it like you're going on a roller coaster as that pressure drops and things go calm toward the center of the eye. Radar picture here, flash flooding. That's another big concern. The heaviest of the rain. We anticipated this. We knew that heaviest of the rain was going to be from the center of the circulation north. As this system encountered a little bit more of that wind shear, it sort of sheared the southern half of that eye wall and lifted some of that heavier precipitation north. And this is where our more serious flash flood threat's going to be. We've already got flash flood warnings out for a whole host of counties, including from the Tampa metro back over toward Lakeland. Essentially put, we don't want you traveling, obviously, for any reason, for a multitude of reasons. The high winds, the flash flooding concern, and we've got some of that really heavy rainfall that's now beginning to pivot around the eye wall. So this is the western and northern eye wall that is making its way just over Tampa Bay, and that is where we're getting some high winds, but also extremely torrential rain. So we could be talking rainfall rates of 1 to 2, even up to 3 inches per hour that may continue to come down as this band is very slow in its movement. Now that we're seeing that forward motion that is slowed a little bit, that Milton has made landfall. So very heavy rainfall up the I-75 corridor all the way up to Interstate 4, and that rain then continues from Tampa eastbound on I-4 out toward Lakeland, where it is a torrential downpour that is occurring. I'm going to take you through this nice and slow. It's the hour-by-hour high-resolution forecast, and we're going to talk what's going to be unfolding really over the next couple of hours, because we're still in the thick of things, not only with the heavy rain, but also the high winds. So here's the back edge of that eye wall that's going to be coming onshore. Really in the next 60 minutes, we're going to have that full landfall pushing in. It is going to begin to weaken, so Milton will lose its energy once it's fully onshore. That circulation, though, is still going to bring heavy rain and lots of wind across the area. This will continue to move to the east. Here's the clock just after 11 o'clock, and we're still going to be in that continuous coverage. Heavy rain is going to be pulling more inland, so that flash flooding threat, that is something that will continue all tonight and through into early tomorrow morning. It may not be till after about 2 to 4 a.m. that circulation makes it closer to about Orlando, and it will be completely out of the area, and things will be much calmer as we look into our Thursday morning. The tail end of Milton will be making its way far off the eastern seaboard, crossing the I-95 corridor. That's the latest over here in the Weather Center. We'll send it back over to the desk to you guys.
Chris, I have one question for you before we let you go. Whether you or Bobby can maybe field this one. Are we still concerned about flooding with these rivers?
Yeah, rivers, that could still be 24 or 48 hours, perhaps even, days or longer, because once this water falls, it's got to go somewhere. There's areas that could see up to 12 to 18 inches of rain after this is all said and done. So flash flooding is the immediate concern. That's tonight into early tomorrow morning. River flooding, that's something that may take a few days to actually filter out.
All right, we want to take a look at power outages. Let's go live to Melissa Sasis, Duke Energy Florida president, on the phone with us. Melissa, are you able to hear us? You're with Dave Wagner and Courtney Robinson, 10 Tampa Bay.
I am. Good evening, gentlemen.
Yeah, good evening to you too, and we appreciate you being with us. But let me just ask you a first question. What kind of outages are you seeing? What kind of problems are being presented to you?
So right now we have about 275,000 customers off, and we have restored 62,000 across the 35 counties that we serve. For Pinellas County, it's about 190,000 of the 275 that I just mentioned, and we've been able to restore 32,000 so far through the weather.
Trying to reestablish with Melissa here. All right.
Okay, so our power just kind of went out here. Police Department. This is outside of the Bradenton Police Department. Bear with us, just like you were going through this, where the power comes, the power goes, and so we're trying to stay on here and make sure that you have the information that you need. This is Bradenton, and you can see that wind still pushing through, the rain coming with it as well outside of the Bradenton Police Department.
All right, and let's take a look at the Hotel Floridian right here. This gives you kind of a sense as to what this looks like right here. You can tell this is looking east, we're told. So you see the cranes there, and the good news is 2 of the cranes are upright, so that's a good sign there that they have not had problems with those cranes right there. There has been a concern about that.
This is what you're looking at right here, I think, is downtown Tampa as well, that we were seeing earlier, and just maybe some video that we're rolling through right here as you're seeing just all of the rain coming down. This wind, as it really picks up, you're going to start to experience these power outages as well if you have not already experienced a power outage. Look at this right here. This is in Seminole Park Boulevard at Oakhurst, and you can see the signals right there just bouncing as the wind just really is relentless.
Yeah, here's another look downtown Tampa. Here's a live look, and this is what you would expect. This is a live shot with a CBS reporter there, kind of in the foreground, but we're taking that camera live right now. But you see strong wind and some of the vegetation there blowing in the wind, just what you would expect at this point of the hurricane.
And just trying to look and see, where are we looking, what are we seeing? Looks very different when we're looking at it.
Well, and I think people are, they're behind protected walls and that kind of thing at this point. But we'll try our best to get Melissa Sasis from Duke Energy, the Florida president. She was kind of explaining some of the outages there, and you can understand why, given the wind out there right now. Just a tremendous amount of wind that's causing problems. I'm kind of shocked that they have been able to restore power in the middle of this storm.
And what's also interesting right now, Dave, is that in these shots that we've taken, actually the power is on to some of these major, traffic signals and buildings that need the power. So that is a good thing to see right there. We do have Chris Hurst, who is live for us in Orlando, like so many of you. He evacuated that way. And Chris, I know you've talked with so many people. They want to know what's happened. What does it look like?
Yeah, and so many of them now are sort of glued to their radar as we finally have landfall in Siesta Key from Milton. We actually helped a couple of people download the 10 Tampa Bay Plus app so they could look at the radar right there on their phones. A lot of them crossing fingers, thinking that if they lived right along the coastline, in some areas that maybe the storm surge isn't going to be as high as they feared, and maybe the rainfall totals aren't going to be as high. But I got to tell you, we have some folks that might be heading to bed here at this hotel that are evacuees from Tampa Bay. We're at the DoubleTree in Orlando. This is kind of the trick time, right? Because you can see those bands still reform and be very thick, and we really don't know if Milton is going to slow any more than is already forecasted and maybe hover a little bit more than we anticipated. So while we're all breathing a sigh of relief, we cannot let our guard down on what we potentially could return to. But we are still out here in Orlando, in Orange County, where the winds have been gusty at times, and certainly Justin is going to try and zoom in on that stop sign. Signs like that are low on the ground, one of the things we look at to determine whether it's safe for us to be out there. A lot of times when the winds get up really, really high, 80, 90, 100 miles an hour, it's going to start to tear those signs like aluminum foil. But because they're holding up, we're not seeing really any branches on the ground right now where we are in Orange County. We think it's safe to be out here, but we just want to show you that the conditions still are pretty intense. Although I will say the winds, they look like they're really nasty, but the gusts really only into the 40s, maybe touching 50, but sustained winds in the 20s and 30s right now. So the other thing that a lot of people are looking at really is sort of how bifurcated the rain line is with this storm right now. Really, Mother Nature putting on quite the masterclass. It could be that the rain tapers off here in Orange County in the next couple of hours. It depends if the moisture still will push farther to the north and east, or will it start to clear out from the south and from the east. But right now, folks crossing fingers, holding their breath here while they are 100 miles away from their home, thinking that maybe they will have something to go back to when they return, when the sun comes up tomorrow and into Friday and into Saturday. Back to you, Dave and
All right, yeah, good point here. A lot of people losing internet, a lot of people losing various services right now. Melissa Sesas joins us right now. She is the president of Duke Energy Florida. Sorry we got cut off from you last time. We took a bit of a power hit ourselves here, but I was impressed when you were talking about restoring some of the electrical power in the area. How do you do that in the middle of a storm? How complicated is that as the storm is ongoing?
So of the 275,000 customers that have been off since the beginning of the storm and the 62,000 that are restored, most of those are restored automatically to our self-healing grid because once the winds are above 39 miles per hour, we're unable to send crews out, especially in bucket trucks. But the investment through our storm protection plan and hardening the grid allows us all technology to automatically reroute power.
So sorry to interrupt you, Melissa. We're having some trouble hearing you. We have a bad connection. We realize a lot of people are having trouble connecting with each other right now. We're just among those. So we apologize. It's happened a couple of times. We'll try our best to get the information and bring it to you.
Where do you guys want to go? What do we have here?
I can take it. Got some weather to talk about, that's for sure.
All right, Bobby says he has some weather that he wants to talk about. I want to show some video earlier because one thing that Bobby has talked a lot about during this is the tornadoes. And we have some video from Fort Myers from earlier as we saw. Okay, Bobby.
All right. Well, I'll take it.
Thank
Here
you.
we go. Some good news here. This stretch of water right here, of rain, I should say, is actually getting a little bit better. It's getting smaller, and that is the key because the smaller that gets, the less wind we're going to get as we go through the overnight hours in that area. Lost my TV over here. That's okay. So if I put this into motion, watch how that gets smaller. You see that? See how that's getting smaller right there? That's the highest wind. Now, that doesn't mean that we're not still seeing high winds. Let me go around and query some of this. Look at this area in Duet, northwestern parts of Hardy County. That's an estimate of 94 mile per hour winds off the surface. But that's 70, 80 mile per hour winds possible on the ground, all right? And in Bradenton right now, I think, I'll zoom in, but I mean AMI, there has to be damage being blown into the Gulf of Mexico from Anna Maria Island. Let me clear this out. You can see 60 mile per hour does. Let's go down to AMI, and here's the good news. The winds in the Anna Maria Island area are starting to finally come down. There it is right there, all right? And we put this into motion, and you can watch the brown area come through there. I didn't go back far enough here. Let's go back for the last, let's go 2 hours, because you're still going to be able to see it coming through. Look at the wind that they have dealt with over the past 2 hours. That is, well, gust to 100 right here at Egmont Key, right? So I'm sure they've seen that as well. Certainly gusts in the 90s. From the northeast back down towards the southwest. So that's the back of the island. And we've seen about a foot and a half drop in the tide levels coming out of the bay. So that's a bulge of water coming down here and getting into basically behind the island, going all the way behind Longboat Key. That wind is starting to come down a little bit. So you can see as it pushes out, as this brown pushes out here over towards Memphis and Bradenton, Gillette, Palmetto, that the winds will be coming down for Anna Maria Island as well too, finally. But that's going to have done a little bit of damage. So things are starting now to get a little bit better. And obviously because of that, it looks like Pinellas County will be seeing the same, although we still have some really good wind gusts there. It is getting just a little bit less than what it has. My kind of rule of thumb now at this, I'm telling my friends and family, is after 11 p.m., we'll really start to see things slowly come down. I think right now some of the worst that we're going to see as far as the wind goes, we're going to keep some rain, but we're going to get rid of at least some of the wind gradually over the next couple of hours. So let me put this in and we'll kind of go up here a little bit. And now this is just estimated winds, right? Estimated winds from the radar here. And you can see 50s to 60s, northwest Hillsborough. Let's get out towards the Dunedin area. You're talking about 50s and 60s as well. Generally, you know, the further northeast you go, we get a little less wind. But Dade City, Zephyr Hills area, we've got some pretty good winds out here as well, too. 40s, 50s. We'll have gusts in the 60s. We've got 63 is at least a possibility out there near Zephyr Hills. And again, this is all going to continue to push off towards the east-northeast and bring in those heavier rain showers with it. So right now, the heaviest rain is in there in central parts of Hillsborough County. I mean, downtown Tampa, certainly Davis Islands, but look just to the east. We're talking out towards Ybor City and essentially basically out through Brandon and Plant City. I mean, Plant City, we're just getting nailed with the rain right now, and that will continue. And that's going to put around 3-4 inches of rain on top of what you've already seen. So far in that area, we've seen, let's say about 7-8 inches. Just add another 2 to 3, maybe 4, probably 3 on top of that. That's going to get you up almost to 10, 11 inches of rainfall so far. Obviously, we've had more. You get back out here towards Pinellas County where we're looking at a foot of rain, Pinellas Park, Largo area already. That's why all that water's out there. It's not surge. It's actually rainfall that's causing flooding here. Kind of expected that to be the case anyways. The bigger picture, you can see where all that rain's been. And if you remember back where the models were, I mean, they did a really good job of saying wherever that center goes and to the north of it is where we get most of the rain, and that's exactly what we've been seeing. So this all continues to move off towards the east and the northeast. Winds obviously are coming down on the system because it's moved on shore, but that's going to be a very slow process. So areas like central and eastern Manatee County, eastern Hillsborough, most of Polk County and Hardy County, still looking at some decent winds. I mean, we've got 115 mile per hour winds near the center of this thing right now. And that's actually over the north-northwest side where Anna Maria was, where Bradenton is. It's moving to the east-northeast at 15 miles per hour, and the pressure's coming up. If you're in Manatee County, well, especially Sarasota and over into Hardy County, you're going to notice those pressures dropping. People in Sarasota already have. That's happening now in Hardy and DeSoto counties. Your ears will pop just a little bit. It's now 5 miles north of Sarasota, Florida. So the center's kind of jogged around here just a little bit. Track, that makes a difference at this point, which really not too much. You can see it's going to push across the state over towards the Space Coast. It's going to be really close to getting over there, right over to Cape Canaveral. But keeping basically hurricane force winds, anything over 74 miles per hour is hurricane force winds. And they're thinking there's going to be at least a small area in there before it gets over there that's going to have some winds that are just like that. Landfall was earlier, 8:30 this morning. This evening, excuse me. Notice the sound side here, the bottom, the south side, doesn't have as much rain, and that will continue. In fact, we're going to see the dry air continue to kind of move in on this, and that's helping knock down some of it. It's weakening the system, but it's also weakening because it's over land, but there's also wind shear up above it. So we've had a couple different things going on.
We do have an update.
Yeah.
That is a flash flood emergency now.
Uh-oh.
That is for central Hillsborough County, northern Manatee County, and southeastern Pinellas County.
Yeah.
This flash flood emergency indicates that we've already had 10 to 14 inches of rain and additional rain that's going to come down. It's that band, it's that outer band that's just setting up shop right now. It's not moving. So flash flood emergency. There's some areas that have already seen over a foot of rain, and it could last another couple hours.
So it's this area right here. And we've tracked most of that for you anyways. But that is going to slowly push off towards the east. But again, another 3 to 4 inches easily on top of it. And what's happening is, like, yeah, you get a ton of rain. I mean, 10, 12 inches of rainfall. But this is happening in the span of about an hour and a half. And that is a lot of rain in that amount of time. I mean, not all 12 inches of it, but about 4 to 6 inches in about an hour and a half. And that's a lot of rain, okay? And that will continue to push off. Now, what that emergency means is that water levels can come up quick. We're not talking just in rivers. We're talking in neighborhoods. We're talking on the roads. We're talking in those low spots. And it happens. Somebody builds a neighborhood here and it floods the areas around it. That type of thing will be happening in central and eastern Hillsborough County for the next hour and a half to 2 hours, okay? Because this is going to take its time. Even behind it, we have rain that has to fall. This is just the heavy stuff that you can see right there.
Bobby, I was going to say, some people can't see you, so they're wondering, and you just said central, eastern Hillsborough County. That is where we're talking about that
they're
flash.
Listening? Yep.
Yep, they're listening to
Yep.
you.
So central and eastern Hillsborough County, so Brandon, Plant City, down to Ruskin, Apollo Beach, those areas are in the emergency flood right now, okay? Flood warning for an emergency, and then basically quickly rising waters, and not just at the coast. This is not anything to do with that. This is in your neighborhood, if you live in that area, that you can get it. So look, if you're in the house, you should be anyways. The good news about all of this is that most folks have didn't hunker down, and that's the place to be. Keep in mind, if you live in Lakeland and down into Bartow, in Fishhawk, if you know you live in an area that floods really bad with heavy rainfall, I would get out of there now if you can. If you've got a neighbor's house, something you can go to, because this heavy rain is coming in your direction too. All right, guys?
I'm not saying get out and drive. We're saying just go
Yeah,
next.
no. You don't want to go
Yep.
anywhere. You just want to get out of that. If your neighbor's higher ground over there,
yep.
you want to do that.
Bobby, I can add something to this as well. The reason that this flash flood emergency was issued is the National Weather Service is saying that the amount of rain that is falling right now has a 1 in 500 year interval for reoccurrence. So 1 in 500 years. So they've said this certainly does warrant the fact that they've issued that flash flood emergency. So it is a very rare event that has occurred right now. And that flash flood, as Bobby said, this is an area that maybe hasn't been accustomed to seeing rainfall like this. It is all coming down so quickly. Much of this rain is coming down 2, 3, 4 inches per hour. It is an outer tropical rain band. So here it is, that rain band that is coming right over the Bay Area. So from St. Petersburg up into Tampa, and this is just parked here. This isn't going to be moving anywhere anytime soon. Just about 20 to 30 minutes ago, we went through that hour-by-hour forecast. This could be around for another couple of hours. We're seeing that heavy rainfall that is occurring. The intensity of that rainfall, perhaps rainfall you haven't seen like that hard in quite some time. So flash flood warning, that is an emergency that was issued. That will be out there for about another 2 hours as we get that outer band, so to speak, of Milton that is really going to be moving through. You can see that pivot point as well. So there's our circulation. We've got landfall. That occurred at 8:30. That occurred just over Siesta Key, and that continues to move inland. But the problem is, and Bobby mentioned it as well, the southern edge of this system, the southern edge of this tropical system, that was sheared off, but it was really transported to the northern side of that circulation. So that's essentially what happened here. It was sheared off with that wind shear, which was part of the process that actually weakened Milton to begin with as it made its landfall, but it's transported a lot of that tropical moisture right over the Tampa Bay area. And that's going to continue too. If I could give you a heads up as well, we're probably not going to see the last of this. This is likely to continue down the I-4 corridor as well, so over toward Lakeland and north of I-4, we're getting really heavy rainfall rates. Those estimates so far, and again, it puts us, we're going to be way beyond that scale there. We're going to be in excess of 12 to 14, even up to 16 inches of rain. Some of that really heavy rainfall down toward Pinellas Park. This is areas that have potentially seen a little bit of storm surge. Now they're getting about a foot of rainfall on top of what they saw with a little bit of storm surge earlier in the day. So we had mentioned that it was a good news type of scenario that as far as storm surge, the winds had sucked the water out of the bay. Well, what's coming from the sky is just as much of an issue because of flash flooding. It's going to be for areas that may be well inland and not accustomed to that. I did get some reports of storm surge, though, that were fairly minor compared to what occurred down towards Sarasota and areas and points to the south. So that's the latest on what we have with that one. But do need to treat that flash flood emergency with some serious tone, and I do expect that may not be done with it at this point. We could have additional flash flood emergencies still yet.
So much water with very little place to go right now, and that's kind of overpowering the system. Let's check in with Emerald Mars. She's down in Bradenton right now. Emerald, what are you seeing down that way?
Listen, Dave, let me tell you, this wind is nothing to play with. Okay, so we're in the hallway right now. We're just going to turn the camera around. We are not going outside because when we were kind of standing just over here, we have some hurricane watchers, some brave people who are going out there. I'm not setting foot out there, but we saw branches snapping, and I mean the wind would come through and whip, and you just heard a big crackle, and That's all I needed. That's all I needed, and I don't need to be out there. I don't need to play around with this at all. But you can seriously see just how strong the wind is. You can see how the bands and how everything is just kind of whipping through. So it just kind of brings it home how serious this storm is, something that we have not seen anybody in this area pretty much has seen in their lifetime. So we're just going to let you take a look at how the winds are whipping through and just blowing through the trees here, in some cases blowing some of them down. Like I said, we got a couple of brave people, some people you might remember that we spoke to before. We got Freddie back here. Freddie, what made you come back out and want to check this out and even set foot out there?
Oh, I think it's very, it's really interesting seeing how the hurricane is just, it's crazy. I don't know, it's very, we're okay.
Yes, we're okay, thank you.
We're okay.
Thank you.
No, it's, I can't come up with the word now, but it's just fascinating to see how like strong the winds are and the power of this hurricane, and we're not even in the middle of it, or I don't think so, at least.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
So yeah, it's I don't know, it's a little scary, but it's cool. I gotta witness it.
Yeah, I will say it's scary. Look, I'm not playing around. I'm not trying to be out there. That is scary. That is nothing to play with. So when everybody was saying this is not the storm that you want to ride out, what we saw out there is absolutely the reason why you wanted to listen to that. So very serious, you know, even though the storm has made landfall, obviously we are still seeing the impacts, the back end of that storm. Nothing to play with. We want everybody out there to be safe. Sending it back to you guys.
Yeah, I think we are all sort of impressed by the power of Mother Nature. Remind me, where did Freddie evacuate from?
So Freddie evacuated from Anna Maria Island, but you're actually from Sweden, though.
Yeah, so my parents own a condo out on the island, so I decided to go here for a little sunny vacation, I thought, but...
So a little different than a sunny vacation, though, huh?
A little different, but it's, I mean, we've... the communities had come together after Helene a lot, and just helping clean out the houses and all that. And I think depending on how much damage this does, it's probably more. I think the communities are going to come together and help again.
Yeah, they absolutely will. We've already seen that, as you mentioned, and hopefully, I know, I'm not going to say hopefully, I know we will see that again once this storm passes. But tell me, as you're seeing this, I know when we talked before, you were just kind of cool as a cucumber like your dad here, but how are you feeling now emotionally when you think about going back to your condo?
It's going to be sad, of course, and I think hopefully our condo is going to be okay, I think, because it's up on the second floor and all that, but it's going to be devastating to go out on the island and just see all the damage that it's done to a lot of the houses that are on the ground. Some of them are probably just going to be gone, so it's going to be sad going out there for sure. And even though it's very interesting and fascinating seeing it, it's you can't forget about all the people that get really affected by it too, you know.
Absolutely.
And the people that are right in the storm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Freddie, for taking some time to talk with us about this very serious storm. I know a lot of people are intrigued and fascinated and want to see what's going on, but it's something that you cannot play with. You got to be safe.
Yeah, we really do appreciate his perspective there. It's helpful and gives us kind of a sense of where people's minds are right now.
Well, we're approaching 10 o'clock. Hurricane Milton made landfall as a Category 3 on Siesta Key. You're watching 10 Tampa Bay as we continue our coverage of Hurricane Milton. I'm Courtney Robinson along with Dave Wagner. And it is impressive to see what Mother Nature continues to do here in our area. And you just think about everyone with the surge in Southwest Florida.
Here's 3 important things to know right now. Milton made landfall over Siesta Key. That was at 8:30 this evening. Category 3 storm. 1 million customers without power across the state of Florida right now. They're working hard to restore them. We just talked to Melissa Sasis with President of Duke Energy Florida. They've already been able to restore power in some areas because they have kind of these self-healing kind of power. So that's been great. The Northeast and Southwest sewer plants in St. Pete are shut down right now. They did that proactively so there was not saltwater incursion into them. That'll take them a while once this storm passes to get them back online. In the meantime, you're not supposed to flush your toilets, otherwise sewage could come up into your house and Nobody wants that.
And with this wind, we do see power outages rising. Duke Energy has more than 300,000 customers without power. FPL, more than 500,000. And TECO, almost 200,000 customers. And they are working to restore that, but there's only so much that you can do with the wind gusts that we're seeing right now. So they're working very quickly to do that. We are here off of Hillsborough Avenue, and you can see out onto Hillsborough Avenue kind of the wind that is coming through again in Tampa, just blowing, and all the rain as well. People still driving.
We want to go to St. Petersburg, where we've been keeping an eye both outside and inside. Luke Clary has been at a hotel station, He was out on the pier earlier where it was really rough out there. Now he's been inside a hotel in downtown St. Pete, keeping an eye on things for us, talking to people who've evacuated. Okay, he stepped back outside. Let's check in with Luke. Are you able to hear us, Luke? Okay, he stepped outside, so that means he's not available to us. Let's take a live look if we can right now, and hopefully give you a better picture of what it looks like on the outside.
At Oldsmar.
Yep.
Oh, no, excuse me. Sorry, Tampa Road at Pine Avenue in Oldsmar. And this is what's happening right now. Just, you know, again, this is kind of going to keep coming through for the next few hours as it pushes inland, making its way across the state of Florida. We do have Luke Clary. He has a little more from us from St. Petersburg.
We're standing just outside of our hotel in downtown St. Pete. We wanted to show you just how powerful the winds are blowing here. Take a look. Now, this is the intersection of 4th Street and 3rd Avenue, and you can see the rain just coming down in sheets. The wind just coming through here, blowing debris around. You might be able to make out over there. You can see the water running through the gutter and a bit of tree debris that's sitting there. And we haven't seen much in the way of it flying around, but when the gusts come through here, as they are right now, it's not hard to see why people are so concerned about all of the debris left over from Hurricane Helene that crews did not have a chance to clean up before this storm came in. So once again, as we see some of the water pooling in the gutters, some of these gutters are clogged right now with tree debris, branches, and leaves. That could be a concern. We're about a block, 2 blocks from any of the mandatory evacuation zones, and we're about 40 feet above sea level here, so flooding is not a significant concern. We may be out of harm's way in terms of that storm surge, but as you can clearly see, the driving rain and those whipping winds remain a significant concern and a serious hazard from where we stand in downtown St. Pete. Luke Clary, 10 Tampa Bay.
All right, Luke, thanks a lot. We want to take you live right now to Alternate 19 and Curlew Road to give you a sense as to what it is like in this area right now. So this is the same area where they had some of those evacuations up in Dunedin here. This is the look at it right now. It's not so much the rising water as it was during Hurricane Helene. It's the wind and the rain just blowing sheets of rain down the street there.
I was talking to a friend, just checking in on people, making sure, you know, that they're listening and they've lost power here and there. And, you know, some have said, this really makes them nervous. They've not really been nervous before, but the wind, they can feel right now in their homes, you know, that storm-rated homes and whatnot, they can still feel it. And makes them, you know, and you can see outside what is happening, and this is why.
I mean, I think we were all a little nervous in advance of this storm, and I think those kind of the nerves continue until this storm is over, in part because we've never been through anything like this in a long time, and it was kind of hard for us to imagine what life might be like on the back end and what it might be like in the middle of the storm. So I think we're all, you know, sort of going through uncharted territory here right now.
And, you know, I want you to understand at home, too, we have crews that are in all of these different communities.
There's something going down the street right there. See it?
What is that?
Some debris, something. Okay.
I don't know.
Something blowing down the street. All right, we should go over to Colleen, though. She has an update for us, Colleen.
Yeah, Dave and Courtney, everybody at home. So you just saw that camera there, something blowing down the street there. We've had 80, 90, 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and those winds are just traveling more inland as Milton continues to move here. As the main concern right now is the heavy rain that we have, as well as the strong wind. And it looks like my microphone is going off, so I'm going to.
With your mic, we're going to fix your mic.
Okay.
And then we'll go back to you here because we want people to hear the important information that you're sharing. But we want to go to Hannah Deneen. 10 Tampa Bay's Hannah Deneen is in Hernando County right now. Been keeping an eye on things there for us. Hannah, what are you seeing?
Hey, Dave, we are outside our hotel in Brooksville, where the power here has been flickering periodically at our hotel, all the street lights, and it's clear to see why. The strong, powerful wind and the rain tonight. If we can look up at this street light here, which is fortunately still on for the moment, you can see how fast that powerful wind is pushing the rain through. Shortly ago, I was speaking with Sheriff Al Nienhuis, who says right now they're getting reports of power lines in the roads, trees in the roadway, emphasizing that is all the more reason for people to, at this point, be hunkering down. It is not safe for you to be outside of your safe spot right now. He is also urging people not just to stay put tonight, stay off the roads tonight, but also tomorrow as well, for as long as possible, to help them have the time to clean up properly.
The ground is wet. It's been raining all day, which means it's very easy for those trees to come down, and then we have a large gust of wind, and that tree can come down at any moment. Unfortunately, oftentimes it'll take power lines down with it. It's probably going to take a while until this storm subsides, makes landfall, and moves on before we can really assess the damage and address some of those bigger issues.
And I want to just take you out behind me just once again, Noel, if you can show them what we're seeing right now. This is the most powerful wind that we've seen so far tonight. Truly just incredible to see how quickly this water is blowing through this parking lot right now. And because of the strong winds right now, across Hernando County, across Pasco County, just south of us as well, they have suspended emergency operations where they're not sending out first responders right now because it's simply not safe for them to be responding to those routine calls. So if you do call 911 right now, they say they will not be able to send anyone out to you. However, they still want you to call so that they know what's going on, so that they can get out there and respond to you as quickly as possible. In Brooksville, Hannah Deneen, 10 Tampa Bay.
Hannah, thank you very much. I can't help but notice the electric vehicles that are behind her, and glad to see that people had, take them with you when they evacuated. Colleen Campbell is here with us now. Colleen, we got your mic fixed, and you were talking about the wind speeds.
Yes. So the wind speeds are very important, as well as the heavy rain. That's our main concern right now. We have that flash flood emergency for some of our counties that we're going to get to. But here's Hurricane Milton. Yes, still hurricane made landfall around 8:30 in Siesta Key. So continues to move inland, going to impact coast from coast. We've been saying that from the beginning. Let's take a zoom in here so you can see the reflectivity there. That heavy rain moving through portions of 275.
But we're having issues with your microphone again. Apologies. Let's give you a live look right now at Olmerton Road at Seminole Boulevard, if that's where we can go right now. And you could really just kind of underscore again the wind that Colleen is talking about, 82 in Tampa, 90, I think, at Albert Whitted.
Right. Yeah, and it varies from place to place, of course, but strong wind gusts, some very strong sustained winds out there as well. And when we go to Tampa, take a look at some of the high winds down there. We're also seeing, again, it's sort of at times it's relatively calm.
Oh, look at it.
And at times, it's not. I mean, it's not what we saw in Hernando County, but strong winds there as well. In some places, we've seen streetlights moving. In other places, we see these signs really kind of jamming in the wind there.
And we have high winds as well from Ybor City. You know, we saw so many of those businesses boarded up, and you can see right here, you know, hotel pool and all of that just coming off the roof of the hotel with their palm trees too, bending. That's one thing to keep in mind too, as you may be going to bed and then tomorrow waking up to look at what the damage. You want to make sure that you don't walk under these trees. Or near these trees, right? Because they have been weakened and the ground is saturated and they can come down even if they aren't down already.
Yeah, power lines as well, so be very careful of those because you don't know which ones are hot there. So let's take a look at St. Pete if we can too. A lot of people evacuated parking garages. Some people are seeking protection in parking garages right now, but you look at the danger and these signs kids kind of whipping around there, and this is why they don't want you out there, because things like this, you know, this sign could easily just fly through the air. You hear it smacking the ceiling there, but a lot of cars are parked in there right now. I would say that red one right there is in a little peril. Hopefully it's doing okay. But this is the mess that this hurricane causes. And you just don't want to be the recipient of a piece of metal out there, a piece of debris.
And Bobby, I know we've talked about before with the underpasses not being safe. I kind of look at this and think, you know, yes, you've taken cover, but the way that the wind works and just picks things up, not necessarily the safest. We have a live look at US 19 at Olmerton Road that we want to give you right now. Again, coming up on 10 o'clock here on this Wednesday? Wednesday.
Yeah, I know, it's long days and nights.
And, you know, again, just the wind is so punishing.
It really is. Yeah, it's punishing for a lot of people, and a lot of folks, you know, to our south are really hurting right now. It depends on how far you go south. And we go down to Fort Myers, for example. Take a live look right there, if we can, at Fort Myers. And what's interesting about that right now, it is relative, and we say that relatively calm, which is really a good thing as we continue to look at Olmerton Road here. But the folks down at Fort Myers have had such a difficult time down that way, and I guess
this is downtown
Fort Myers. Yeah.
Yep, downtown, looking at that convention area where they kind of rebuilt the marina and whatnot. And this was an area, Dave and I were down there shortly after Hurricane Ian. We both have dear friends and good family members who are down there, good family members.
Yeah, family members are all good.
They're all good.
Yeah.
No, but they, you know, just really suffered so much. I mean, homes and for a long time.
And they're still trying to recover. I mean, it's not like it was a, you know, they just rebuilt
but you can see all that
right
water
away.
that flooded.
Oh yeah, it's really difficult. But this is kind of terrifying for them as that storm began to go a little farther south of us here. A lot of folks down there were so nervous that they were going to get hit by this. In terms of storm surge down there, Bobby or Colleen, what did they see in the Fort Myers area?
Storm. Go ahead.
Yeah, they're pushing 8 to 9 foot.
Oh, wow.
We've seen 9 foot on the backside of Longboat Key up against the mainland side.
How much did they get during Helene? I'm just, if you have.
Similar to that.
Similar. And that, we know during Helene, that really caused a lot of damage, especially, you know, seeing Sanibel, Captiva, all of those businesses that just kind of reopened and making new memories. And Helene caused quite a bit of damage, so here we are again.
Before we get over to Colleen, I wanted to mention this. Before, on the east end of the eye, as it was making landfall in the Sarasota area, we had wind gusts in Sarasota 93 miles per hour. The eye went over it, and so it was calm as the eye went over. On the backside, we've just had 102 mile per hour wind gusts in Sarasota. That's at the airport, Sarasota Bradenton. That's the highest they've seen since at least 1975. Wow. And when Ian came through, they had an 82 mile per hour wind gust. That was their highest gust.
Wow, so that beat that.
Beat that.
Wow, that's incredible. Yeah, Colleen, you're keeping an eye on things. I think keeping our fingers crossed.
Yeah.
The third time is a charm, Colleen.
Oh yeah, my mic just doesn't want to cooperate. I think that's pretty much done. So.
Just keep talking. Let's see.
All right. I'm just going to keep talking and see how it goes. So is it?
No, I'm just messing with you. It's fine.
Bobby's scaring me. All right.
She's got to do the microphone trick at this time.
Yeah, so my mic does not want to behave. So we were just talking about Fort Myers and the surge, and I took this a little bit earlier tonight, so I'm assuming that the levels are much higher, but they were already in that moderate flood stage, almost 3.5 feet above normal levels. But again, I took this about an hour ago, so yeah, much higher there. We just saw the images ourselves. As far as the winds, you notice the winds up here, 110 miles per hour. So yeah, we were just talking about that 102 mile per hour gust, which I believe Bobby said that was in Sarasota, correct?
Yep.
So yeah, we still have this, although this storm did come on shore and make landfall, it's still moving from coast to coast. And that's what I was starting to say before my microphone went out. This will be a coast to coast impact storm. And we've been saying that since the beginning. So take it a zoom in here. We see Hillsborough County really getting massive amounts of rain and these tropical downpours that are not helping the situation. And that's why we have that flash flood emergency for portions of the area, which I am going to get to. I've been clicking around to give you an idea of how much rain is coming down in just an hour time. And I think some of these amounts are actually higher than what's being displayed here. Actually, there it goes. It just jumped up to almost 2 inches of precip in an hour being dumped. And I think some amounts are even higher than that. So if you just look outside, well, we don't want you to look outside, but just take our word for it. Rainfall estimates, you can see we had anywhere from 10 to 14 inches highlighted in that yellow color there. And the reason why they did issue that flash flood emergency is because over by Albert Whitted, they had 16 inches of rainfall, I believe, that was recorded. So that's when they said, okay, we are going to issue this flash flood emergency. So that goes until about 2:30 a.m., the flash flood warning that covers Hillsborough, Manatee, and Pinellas County, but they did put that extra tag on it saying that this is an emergency and you need to make sure you are at higher grounds, which you should be anyway if you did evacuate. Out of most of those zones, A, B, and C was covered under the surge anyway, but if you are a little bit inland and you're close to a body of water that typically floods, I would be aware. So there's that reading. 16 inches of rain at Albert Whitted Airport. And then that's when they went ahead and issued that flash flood emergency. And that, again, covers really the central parts of Hillsborough County, Manatee, and Pinellas County, covering all of those areas. So again, going into the flash flood warning, we have a flash flood warning that covers a number of counties that's not in that emergency technically, but I wouldn't be surprised if we got some expansion on that. So Hillsborough, Pasco, Polk, and Sumter also under that flash flood warning, until 1 a.m. The emergency is for portions of Hillsborough County. Okay, going into some storm reports here, we are starting to see more and more reports pop on the board. A lot of these either have to do with surge or wind, and then of course out to the east and down to the south around Fort Myers, Southwest Florida, and out to the East Coast here, plenty of confirmed tornadoes. We saw that ourselves earlier this afternoon with those big tornadoes that we witnessed through video or photo, and I'm sure we will get a lot more of that tomorrow when the storm passes and everybody starts trying to get their lives back to normal here. But a recap on Hurricane Milton, it did make landfall in Siesta Key around 8:30 this evening as a Category 3 hurricane. The winds at that time were 120 miles per hour, and the winds did weaken slightly, but we are still getting massive gust reports here, and we are expecting those gusts to travel with Milton as the towns that are closest to those outer bands, that outer wall. That's where the high wind is. That's what we say. Around the eye, that's where the biggest impact is. It's not so much in the center, it's around that eye wall. That's where you get those high winds. That's where you get those bands of wrapping rain where we just have a lot of rain dumped in an area. And it's just lingering on top of us right now here in Hillsborough and Pinellas County. So some high wind reports. Again, I updated this at 9 p.m. We've had reports even stronger than this, 102 in Sarasota. Egmont Channel, 100 mile per hour gusts. Albert Whitted, 90 miles per hour. Would not be surprised if they had something higher than that. And we know Sarasota and Bradenton, they had that 102. Currently, we have gusts. And again, some of these readings may be off because some of those sites are being rocked around right now. But we are getting readings in Tampa and St. Pete at 84 mile per hour sustained winds, gusts. The extreme wind warning did expire on time at 9:30, so we are no longer under that. So that's some good news, but I still would be aware of that flash flood threat, flash flood warning. And these winds, again, are nothing to mess with. They just dropped below that criteria of 115 miles per hour, but still, gusts 100 mile per hour winds, that's nothing to mess with. And we will continue to track Milton as the night goes on.
Well, we're keeping an eye on that, and Miguel's keeping an eye on Lakeland right now for us. Miguel, what do you have there?
Well, Dave, I can certainly tell you, we know that Milton has since made landfall here in Florida, but the conditions here in Polk County only continuing to deteriorate with those strong winds and heavy bands of rain here as well. I'm going to have our photographer, Bob, just kind of pan over outside of our hotel here. It's a glimpse of how strong the winds are right now. And right now, of course, the county says this is not the time for you to drive around, take up some of the impact, because we're seeing a number of tree branches being flown around here as well. The wind has gotten significantly stronger throughout the last couple hours or so. And as Colleen had mentioned there's also the threat of flash flooding here in Polk County throughout the morning as Hurricane Milton continues to cut across the state and bring some of those damaging winds that could impact some of our homes and, of course, bring some flooding in some of those streets. Now, at this hotel, we do have a number of people who evacuated from Pinellas and Hillsborough County, some areas more in the coastal areas, and they felt it was safer to get to higher ground here in Lakeland as well. We spoke with one woman who realized that this was a threat to her. She made the last-minute decision to come to the hotel and evacuate, knowing that the wind could significantly damage her home. Take a listen there.
And so we had to run. We had to pack our bags immediately. It was like 6 a.m. in the morning, and we immediately took everything out. We even closed the closet. We took our cabinets and we pushed them in the closet. It was crazy this morning.
Yeah, so a number of people here who took those warnings, those evacuation orders in other areas more seriously. They wanted to make that change last minute to make sure they and their family members were safe. And of course, here in Polk County, we're still continuing to see those conditions deteriorate. That woman we actually heard from there, she's experienced hurricanes before. She was in Puerto Rico during the time of Hurricane Maria. She said she was out of power for about 6 months. And speaking of power, that's a concern here in Polk County. Because of those strong winds, they are anticipating parts of the county to lose power, so that's something that they say you should anticipate. But on top of that, some of those roads are just impassable. Right now, Polk County Sheriff's Office updated some of those roads from the Peace River Bridge, parts of Mulberry, and also here in Lakeland as well. So conditions are just continuing to deteriorate here as the storm continues to cut across the state, bringing with it heavy winds and heavy bands of rain here as well. Dave and Courtney.
All right, I know you're trying hard to keep that hat on out there, but let me just ask you, Miguel, some folks are having staying inside, hunkering down as they should, but give people an idea what that feels like to have that kind of pounding rain. I think it feels almost like little needles hitting your face. It's just so powerful and strong. Give us an idea of that sensation out there.
Well, David, I'll let you know I'm actually underneath an awning partially here, but the wind has been kind of whipping across to the side here. Definitely not the ideal driving conditions to be outside right now. And on top of that rain, I've been mentioning here, flooding in some of those roads that are just completely impassable. So certainly not comfortable, but something we're also concerned about, seeing some of those tree branches and potentially debris flying around. So these are just not ideal conditions to drive around in. We know that Hurricane Milton has since made landfall, but again, the conditions are only going to continue to get worse with those flash flooding concerns as it continues to cut across the state. And that's why the county says right now is the time to just hunker down, shelter in place. It's certainly not comfortable being out here being hit by those rain bands, that wind as well, but it's just a glimpse of why you need to stay home and shelter in place and ride out the storm, because again, when you wake up when it's daylight outside, Dave, some of these roads are still going to be impassable potentially, and there's still kind of concerns with down power lines, which we have heard reports of here throughout the day here as well in Polk County. So not comfortable, not an ideal situation to be in. Just stay home and shelter in place.
Miguel, I've been talking with one of our viewers here, and sheltering in place, but things are deteriorating there. Are first responders still out responding to calls in case somebody does have an emergency and they need to be transported?
Courtney, I can tell you the EOC has been fully activated here in Polk County, but at this moment, we're still waiting to get word on what those responses might look like. But they did warn people there will come a point where it might be difficult for people to reach you if you have not sought higher ground. here in Polk County, we don't necessarily have mandatory evacuation orders. We have those more in the coastal areas, but they have been warning people for days. We have at least 19 shelters open. At last check, that number of people who have checked into those evacuation shelters have since quadrupled to more than 5,000 people. So they were really hoping people were taking those warnings, taking the threat of this storm seriously. At this point, perhaps there might be first responders still out there helping other people out. But when these conditions are deteriorating and it puts the lives of those first responders at risk, it certainly is more difficult for them. But at this point, we haven't heard any word of first responders delaying any calls that people might have when it comes to people in need of support in those more vulnerable areas. But certainly that is why they've been stressing for people, we need you to hunker down and shelter in place, especially before the brunt of the storm hits. And right now, just here, the brunt of the storm, at least in Polk County, getting much worse with these winds and those bands of rain here as well.
Yeah, I know it's a losing cause with those hats too, Miguel. Thanks very much. We'll talk to you soon here. Let's take a look at Largo right now, what it looks over there. Well, we certainly see rain, and we see what appears to be, is that something in the middle of the road, a piece of debris, a light or something like that?
Trees, vegetation.
Okay, I'm looking right in the middle of the road here,
Yeah.
but I wasn't quite sure
I
what
think
that
that's
was.
just the side of the corner,
Okay.
maybe, and
It might be.
then the roadway,
Yeah.
just so much water.
Yeah.
It's really, really difficult.
Right. Yeah, it's tough to see at night, and we'll see it in the light of day, but this is it right there at West Bay Drive and 20th Street Northwest in Largo.
Let's go right now live to Angelina Salcido, who is live in Ybor City for us. And Angelina, we saw some video, I think probably from your hotel, of the pool and all the wind just really whipping through there. What are things like right now in Ybor?
Well, Courtney and Dave, the reason why we're actually inside of the hotel is because of how quickly the winds are coming through here, how strong they are, and the rain as well. So yes, you did see the video of that pool. That pool is actually right outside here. Now, we're not going to keep the door open for too long. We'll actually close it and have you guys take a look at the video that we shot a little bit earlier. Those winds that we shot a little earlier were actually stronger than what we're currently seeing and feeling right now. A lot of people have been coming down from their rooms, kind of just like peeking out to see, but you can even feel and hear the wind howling in this area. Now, inside of the hotel, I can tell you that they're dealing with quite a few different things. So if you take a look to my right, you're going to be able to see that we have some puddling on the ground. They have been right near the windows trying to pick up the water. They do have 10 Tampa Bay up, by the way, so that way they can be in the know and stay informed, prepared, and connected. I want to introduce you to Crystal. Crystal is actually the manager of the hotel. You were telling me that this is something like you have never experienced before, and you were born and raised here.
Absolutely, born and raised, and never been one to evacuate during a storm, and this is definitely something that I've personally never experienced before.
Talk to me about what the hotel is currently dealing with right now. What have you seen, and how has it changed over the last few hours?
Sure, so first and foremost, the safety of the guest and the staff that is here with the guest is our utmost priority. We are experiencing some water intrusion with the high winds that are happening, as well as the large amounts of rain that are being dropped on us. But outside of that, the building is secure, everybody is safe, and morale is good.
Talk to me about how important it is to keep people's spirits up, because I know that so many of them have evacuated to come here to be in a safe place during the storm.
Yeah, absolutely. I actually have several people here that evacuated during Helene that came back because of the experience that they had during that evacuation. They felt very safe here. They have our cell phone numbers. They know what guest room I'm in personally. I have guests knocking on my door if they need anything. The most important thing is to keep everybody well informed. We've been having meetings with the guests several times during the day, keeping them updated, and just letting them know that we are here with them and we are here for them.
Do you feel like that speaks to, so one of the things that I tweeted out, mainly because I saw your guys' sign when we walked in, it said, thank you guys for riding out the storm with us. And we, of course, are one of the people that are riding out with you. But do you think that that speaks to the importance of hotels that are not in an evacuation zone staying open to give people a safe place to go?
Absolutely. Hotels are essential. You know, we're here for people when they need somewhere to go, when they need peace of mind. And it's our pleasure as hoteliers to be able to provide that comfort to our guests. It's personally one of the reasons that I enjoy working in hospitality.
What do you think that you're going to see in Ybor City as the daylight comes up, the winds kind of calm down?
an amazing sense of community. Something that's amazing around here is there's a lot of people that have been here for a long time, generation after generation, and in times like this, through the chaos, you really get to see the sense of community, and I think that you guys are going to see that tomorrow morning when things calm down.
I think that you're right. I think that we're not only going to see that here, but we're going to see that in a lot of different places. Thank you so much for allowing us to stay here. Give us a safe place to be as we continue to report and bring you guys the latest on Hurricane Milton. Obviously, we know that it made landfall, those heavy winds coming through downtown Tampa, and that rain, too. A lot of rain. I think that maybe we didn't expect to get this much rain and be under that warning that we're under right now. But the guests here feeling confident, they're feeling comfortable. Of course, just listening and watching the winds continue to whip, but that's the latest here in Ybor City, guys.
All right. Well, a shout out to those folks at the hotel in Ybor there. Appreciate them watching here. And Bobby's keeping an eye on the rainfall totals. Boy, massive amounts of rain in the area, Bobby.
So St. Pete, Albert Whitted Airport is now up to 17.25 inches of rainfall, 24 inches of rainfall. It's probably be 0.5 by this time. Between 8 o'clock and 8:53, they saw 5.09 inches of rainfall. That's the reason why we have that emergency, flash flood emergency going on right there. But look where that was there. That rain is lightening up a little bit. It's now moving a little bit further to the east. But look down here on the south side. Not seeing much rain. We've got a ton of wind down here still, but certainly not as much rain. Now, the heavier rain will continue to move off towards the east. You can see the reds. That's what you're looking for the heavier rain. So it is slowly pulling away. Rainfall rates will get lower here in central western Hillsborough, Pinellas County. But remember, the ground's completely saturated, a lot of wind, and we still have a lot of heavy rainfall to fall. So St. Pete's going to be pushing 20 inches of rainfall by the time this is said and done. The forecast was 10 to 15. So that's up there. Now let's talk some winds. Zephyr Hills, 53 mile per hour wind gusts. Brooksville, sustained right now at 38. Spring Hill's about the same, 67 mile per hour gusts. We've got 84 just this past hour in St. Pete, 83 in Tampa. Obviously, the highest that we've seen so far is in Sarasota, and that's at 102. But notice where all of that rain is where we actually have some really good winds up into Hernando County, Pasco County, and parts of Citrus as well. That blue air, the darker blues you see there, those are some really good winds. So out in the eastern part of the county, this is just a Doppler estimate, but it's about 83, and that's a little bit higher in the ground, but that's talking wind gusts in the 70s. All right, eastern Hernando County. You get out towards central areas, south of Brooksville, it's a little less, but 70 mile per hour velocity at that level in the atmosphere, that's still gusts in the 60s, and this number's come down. We've actually seen gusts, I think it was Brooksville that saw a gust to 75 earlier. And you can see, you get out in southwest, this is not far from Weeki Wachee, Spring Hill area, 78 mile per hour winds just above the surface. So that's gusts in the 70s as well. So yeah, plenty of wind. You get down into Pasco County, Wesley Chapel, Lutz, wind just above you at 84 miles per hour. So you translate that down to the surface, we're still seeing gusts to hurricane in the mid 70s in those locations, and that will continue. Now, let's look at the numbers. These are official numbers. That radar just kind of looks at all of it so we can see it, but it's an estimate. These are from regulated anemometers. 90 in St. Pete, peak gusts so far. 102, as you see there in Sarasota. But look at Brooksville at 75 mile per hour. Hurricane force wind gusts there. 46 in Crystal River, a much different storm for Crystal River. 54 in Clearwater, just about 80 mile per hour wind gust for Winter Haven. All right, so yeah, the gusts have been high. Here's some other numbers. Obviously 102 in Sarasota, the highest, but Egmont Channel, Egmont Key right there, 100 mile per hour winds. Albert Whitted, 90s. St. Pete Clearwater, 83. Sarasota Bradenton, that was 93. That's an old number. That went up to 92. In fact, that was on the east side of the eye. And then it went calm because the eye went over that area. And then it went to 102 on the backside. Remember we were talking earlier that the higher gusts would likely be on the backside because it's coming in off of the Gulf and there's nothing to slow it down. But that now will be coming down. Venice had 97. MacDill Air Force Base at 67. I think we might have gotten a higher one since then. Lakeland at 56 and Tampa's been at 83. That's of 9 o'clock this evening. So wind gust forecast. And here's the good news. We're getting there, right? We're getting towards this all starting to slowly come down. So again, another, 2-3 hours, maybe 4 hours of kind of where we're at. I think it's actually going to be a little less than what we've seen already. I think the worst is really for Pinellas County, Western Hillsborough, Western Manatee. The worst is behind us now at this point, but it's going to take a good hour or two before we really start to see things slowly start coming down. This forecast is actually for Tampa, and you can see before the sun comes up, we're looking at gusts generally only in the 40s. All right, so it's coming down, but that is out of the north and the northwest. That means anywhere along the coast, from Sarasota even, but all the way up Pinellas County, Pasco County, Hernando, and even Citrus County, these gusts will be robust through the overnight hours because there's nothing to slow them down. So it's not quite the same forecast as like this much wind is just moving away. You have to factor in the fact that it's coming in off of the water. So it's going to be a loud night out there. Power outage is still likely to go down because the other side of this, too, is that we've had a lot of east to northeast wind. Well, it started southeast. Then it went northeast, and that wind that we've seen, all those gusts in Pinellas and Hillsborough, and Hernando, Pasco, those have been northeasterly winds. It's going to go to the northwest, and that's a little bit different wind direction, obviously. And so things that are leaning this way are going to get blown a little bit different angle. And we're going to see more stuff come down, guys, over the next several hours. So even power outages, even as the higher wind's moving away, we still have a chance for more power outages in those areas.
You know, Bobby, I know that transformers are blowing right now in South Tampa. People are having power here, power not there. It's certainly lighting up, I think, the night. You know, having power than not having it. Chris Hurst is live for us in Orlando this evening. And Chris, another lull for you, but certainly expecting more to come.
Well, actually, Courtney and Dave, it's probably the most intense we've seen Milton so far. The winds, for the most part tonight, have not been the kind that kind of push you on the balls of your feet, but it's starting to do that for me here now as we are in the 10 o'clock hour in Orange County. Now, we're here because so many hundreds of families are at this one hotel, at hotels all over the Orlando area, seeking refuge from Milton. They evacuated from the Tampa Bay area. Some, of course, we've shown you, are in hotels in the counties where they live. Many others could not find any options until they went farther east, north, or south. And so we have a huge congregation of families here that have been sort of holding their breath, waiting to see just how much Milton would unleash upon us here. But you can see that we're actually in a little bit of a lull as the gusts kind of come every few minutes, but it's certainly the most intense that we've seen the wind here, gusting now finally up in the Orange County area into the 50, 60 mile an hour range, but staying pretty steady, 39 to 45 miles an hour, and that also cuts into portions of Hardy County. Then you go north of that, you get into eastern and northern Polk counties, so Haines City, Auburndale, Davenport. Those communities are also facing some of the same wind and rain that we are seeing here in Orange County. The rain really not an issue right now. It's coming down in bunches, and when the wind is picking it up, it is sort of sheeting in the air and on the roadways, but right now the wind is the main factor, Courtney and Dave, as people are still inside the lobby looking out, seeing what Mother Nature has in store. And now we are starting to see the winds associated with Milton. And of course, based off of what Bobby has been showing you and the rest of the meteorological team, that hurricane could come right over here over Orlando as a Category 1. So the winds could continue to pick up, Courtney and Dave, as we go into the overnight hours.
All right. Thanks very much, Chris. We want to go live right now to Largo and a live look at the scene there. This is at West Bay Drive and Clearwater Largo Road. Again, common scene around the area. Very strong winds blowing those palms right there and just sheets of rain across the roads. Nobody there, of course. Why would anybody be out in this mess right now?
You kind of looking at this, you're waiting for the palm trees to almost snap.
Yeah,
but
they're
they
pretty
bend.
durable,
yes,
aren't they?
Yes, they do. They bend in these storms. Luke Clary is live for us in St. Pete. His power went out. We're going to get to him in just a moment because we want to show you how many customers are without power at this moment. Duke Energy, nearly 500,000 customers. Florida Power and Light, more than 350,000. TECO, more than 230,000. These numbers are much higher than what we saw around 5 o'clock when we were saying 8,000.
Right.
Significantly up in just a matter of hours.
Yeah, and Luke, as we mentioned, Luke Clary in downtown St. Pete. He's at a hotel. Luke, your power went out temporarily. Appears to be back on now.
Well, we're on generator power right now. And quickly, I just want to say we sent you some video a little earlier of a transformer flashing. I don't know if you can cue that up for us on the fly, but in the meantime, why don't we go ahead and just take a look out here through the windows so you can get another view of how things are looking for us right now. It's pretty dark out there. 6,000 customers in downtown St. Pete are without power right now, 320,000 or so throughout Pinellas County. And we are on generator power right now. We had the lights flickering over the last several hours until we heard a big boom about 30 minutes ago. The power went down, the lights went down, and then they came back up a little lower than they were earlier. You know, people here still seeming to be in pretty good spirits and making the best of a bad situation. The manager here opened up the ice cream freezer, so we see people, staff, guests, everybody's getting a little ice cream to, you know, get through the evening. So again, people are still hanging out in this lounge area where folks had their dinner earlier this evening. We can probably talk to some folks if you'd like that. But for now, yeah, everything is looking pretty good. We're on generator power. I'm told by the manager that there are a couple of hours, we should be able to make it for a couple of hours, just enough time for people to get up into their rooms, taking the elevators, and then everybody here is just going to have to hunker down and get through the next several hours of this storm.
Yeah, Luke, I know you've been talking to people there. Are they in pretty good spirits given the fact that they are not at their homes right now? At least they're in a place with a backup generator, which is a great thing because so many homes just do not have generators around here, so at least they have power.
Yeah, we have power for a little while. We're told that it will last for a couple of hours, so that gives everybody enough time to charge up their devices, to get up into their rooms and settle in for the evening. There's really not anywhere else to go. I should also mention, though, that sewer service here, it appears, is out, so toilets cannot be flushed right now. That's another inconvenience here. But again, for now, everybody's holding up pretty well, and we've got a roof over our heads, and for anybody who wants it, there's ice cream in the freezer.
Well, everybody loves ice cream. There's no doubt about it. Wish we had that here. At least you have that luxury tonight. Yeah.
And if you're just now joining us here, kind of on 10:30, as we continue our coverage, you're watching 10 Tampa Bay. I'm Courtney Robinson, along with Dave Wagner, and we've gone through a number of changes. We saw, obviously, Hurricane Milton make landfall as a Category 3 on Siesta Key. That was around 8:30. Here we are 2 hours later, still dealing a punishing blow to so many of our communities, and we still have not seen the full impact of this, but there are a few things that we want to make sure that you know right now. We just talked about landfall, and there are a lot of people without power, more than 1 million customers. And then the sewer plants, that's a big issue for the city of St. Petersburg. Northeast, southwest St. Pete, those water treatment plants taken offline. So you want to make sure that you are mindful about draining water, flushing toilets, that sort of thing, because it can back up into your homes.
Yeah, we saw this during Hurricane Helene, where they had to take the Northeast sewage treatment plant offline as a proactive measure because they didn't want salt water incursion. So they did that, and that seemed to work for them. It didn't, as a result, the plant did not get damaged, but it took a little time for that to get back online. So we don't know when that's going to happen. St. Pete will let us know when that's going to happen. So even if you were to go back home, let's say there wasn't any damage at your place, you'd like to get back home, keep in mind you can't flush your toilet. So maybe where you are right now is the best option until they fix that. But that's what they're dealing with in St. Pete right now.
And as we, I'm sorry, let me just get set here. I want to give you a live look right now at West Bay Drive. This is Largo because we're looking at some surge that we're seeing, and you can see that. We're starting to see a little bit of surge in many of our communities, though it is not as high as we expected it to be, which is really great news.
Yeah, I mean, the prediction had been really catastrophic surge, and that was the terrifying thing for so many of us in the Tampa Bay area. It's like, number one, people can't survive that, so we better get out. But will our homes survive it? And that's been the question. Now we've got this massive amount of rain. and what that may be doing in terms of flooding. There are some areas, as you know, in the Tampa Bay area that when we have high tide, they flood. Imagine like in St. Pete, Albert Whitted, I mean, they're talking 17 inches. How do these storm drains handle that? It's tough, very tough.
With the rainfall. And then, it is important, though. There's potentially deadly surges happening in Southwest Florida. We've shown you throughout the evening the live pictures from Punta Gorda. That is a lot of water. You saw the video from Fort Myers as well. A lot of water in downtown Fort Myers. And this, when we talk about the rainfall, this is kind of in an inland area right here on Hillsborough Avenue.
Yeah, this is where we are. This is just outside the temporary studios that we have right here. And the one thing about this, we're on relatively high ground. While it's blowing and raining outside, we feel safe. We had to evacuate. Our studios are right on the inland waters of Tampa Bay on Gandy Boulevard, and we were in evacuation zone A. We had to leave. We were ordered to leave, like many of you, so we did because we were concerned about the building flooding.
Chief Meteorologist Bobby Deskins is here. Bobby, you have an update for us.
Yeah, Cat 2 now. As it comes down, you can see the center now over central Manatee County. This is not far, well, northern parts of Lakewood Ranch, really. In between there and Duet is where the center is. Still the very heavy rainfall. See the reds here? Watch them come out of Hillsborough into eastern Hillsborough from that ice, because I'm really concerned about, there's a ton of flooding right now in this I-75 corridor here, all the way down to Ruskin. But now it's Fishhawk into Plant City, and that's going to move up I-4 for the heavier rain. Ton of wind out here on the backside. So even though the highest winds are moving away, we're actually not, because it's coming in off of the water here eventually. And so power outages are piling up for the areas in northern Pinellas, northwest Hillsborough, and western Pasco County. And this is all moving off towards the north and the east. Let me get some of the latest numbers there for you. And because they just downgraded this, and we expected that. They're actually calling for it to go through to about 90-mile-per-hour winds by the time it gets over to the other side. As of 10 p.m., it's down to 110. 111 is the beginning of Cat 3. And Cat 3 is considered major hurricane. Anything Cat 3 and above is considered. So it's just below still a major hurricane. But the pressure's coming up 958, still moving around 16, 17 miles per hour. And it's now 20 miles northeast of Sarasota and pulling away. And you can see, well, that's not, put that in there. And you can see how it's been just slowly downgraded as it comes to move on shore. It's 16, 17 miles. Imagine driving your golf cart from here to across the state. It's going to take a little time before that happens, right? And so you can see the backside of it. That's the good news, is that the winds will slowly start to come down. The rain will start to come down for western parts of Florida, west central Florida. But, we were just talking to them up in Orlando, and he's right. He said the wind's going to pick up, and it is. It's going to start picking up in the Orlando area, and the rain will get heavier for them as well. So that's going to continue to move off towards the east. This is the track for what it's worth, but you can see it going across and staying as basically a hurricane. 70-mile-per-hour winds tomorrow afternoon, just about there. But that's well off the East Coast, and it's weakening at that point. But it's going to take some time to get there. Look, there's warm water that has fallen all across this area. And it's Florida, so it's not exactly a bad atmosphere for it. It is over land, and that's why the weakening will continue. So right now, what you want to do is, if you're in eastern parts of Hillsborough, western Polk County, especially, say, Bartow, Plant City's in Hillsborough, but Plant City to Lakeland to Bartow, eventually Haines City, be prepared for flooding conditions. All right, because we're going to get very heavy rainfall, probably 3 to 4 inches of rainfall in just about an hour's time when that little area goes through there. And that's on top of what you've seen on top of it. Now, if you're watching from Hardy and DeSoto and Highlands County, it's not even raining in most of that area, and I don't see a whole lot. There will be some coming as this moves away. You'll get some of this bottom part of it, but that would be just about it. The building. Yeah, the building's moving. Yeah. So let's go out. Let me zoom out just a little bit here. And so you can kind of tell just how fast these cells are moving. And then look at these cells out here. It's more being pushed out than anything else. That is less wind, and that is coming. Okay? And so the core of this is moving away. It will take the highest winds. As we were talking earlier, though, that wind field kind of spreads out at the same time that it's falling apart. So it went from 3 to 2. but the lower winds spread out a little bit more. And so what it ends up doing is just keeping a real steady wind for several hours. And that's why we're thinking after midnight, some areas right along the immediate coast will start to see a little bit less, but it's really going to take till 2, 3, 4 in the morning. And then it drops off by 4, 5, 6 o'clock in the morning, at least down to the 40s for gusts. So gusts expected in the 70s for the Tampa Bay area next 3 hours at least, and then slowly coming down. Rainfall will keep adding up. We've seen some of the heaviest that we're going to get in Pinellas, in Pasco. Hernando, still a few heavy showers there east of Spring Hill, east of Brooksville. But that will thin out just a little bit. And then eventually we'll start to see all of it move off towards the east over the next couple of hours. Let's look at some precip totals here. And you could, wow, I mean, look at some of these areas in northeast Hillsborough County, over a foot. Clearwater, mainland Clearwater, 10 inches. And then, of course, 17 inches. I mean, that's just a crazy number, 17 inches for Albert Whitted for rainfall. Should set a record, especially in the amount of time that it happened. And probably going to be right mainly north of I-4 all the way up through Orlando with very heavy rainfall. The track is pretty much off to the northeast just like that, so it's not that much should change. Bigger picture, there is some drier air on the backside of all of this, and that's what will be moving in here as we go through the next 24 hours or so. So there you go. You can see, let me zoom this way out for you. Almost all of the watches and warnings that we have right now, all of those dark reds, that's flooding issued stuff. That's basically flash flooding. And that will continue. Obviously, it will continue as it moves off towards the north and the east. Tornado threat is just about done. Not concerned about that for our neck of the woods. And there's some clearing. We're going to get some of that as we get into tomorrow. And we really don't talk much about extended forecasts in these situations. But and look, and there will be cleanup, right? But for behind this is nothing like what happened with Helene. We will have much cooler air and drier air. So tomorrow, about 83, and that's with some sunshine and a good breeze in the afternoon. But look at Friday morning, 64 degrees, and that's in Tampa. It'll be cooler. Northern Pasco, Hernando, Citrus County, we're talking low 60s. And then we're going to keep mid-60s for lows through the upcoming weekend. Highs, a beautiful weekend ahead, to be honest with you. Highs in the mid-80s at that point, guys.
Wow.
Bobby, thank you. We have some new video that's coming in right now. This is from Davis Islands. I want you to see what's happening right now on the island. There's about 4 feet of storm surge right there. You can see this is near the village area, from a home near the village. And that right there is on all the streets. Again, about 4 feet of surge right there. And you're kind of panning back and forth. You'll also see the transformers that you can see you'll see those blow in the background, lighting up the sky kind of throughout, not only on the islands, but also off as you look kind of towards South Tampa. And again, just showing you that, yes, while it wasn't that major, there you saw it right there, that major surge event, there is water that is on Davis Islands. And I think that kind of shows too, Bobby, just how much water we've already had, and there's just nowhere else for it to go.
Yeah, well, there's a combination of
Yeah.
rainfall trying to drain.
Right.
Right? And clogged up, and then you had the surge coming up just a little bit. And then also that northwesterly wind can blow some water towards Davis Islands.
And notably, what you don't see right here is all of the debris. There was
Yeah.
a good bit that was still left on the islands. So, just if you've evacuated and you're trying to see what things look like, this is what it looks like, just around 10:30 on Wednesday night. Milton already making landfall. This is Davis Islands with, and I'm told it's about 4 feet that they would estimate.
Let's go live to Clearwater right now. This is State Road 60 at Island Way, and you get kind of a sense here as to what it's like. This is, for those of you unfamiliar with the area, and I believe you see perhaps transformers in the background there as well. But if you've ever been to Clearwater Marine Aquarium, or that's right around that area there, or if you've been to the Sound Amphitheater there in Clearwater, it's just as you look northwest from there, that's where this area is. But it's really, it's all on the water there, so it's fairly vulnerable to storm surge, and but that's a live look at that area tonight.
Taking you farther south to southwest Florida, another area that is vulnerable to storm surge is Fort Myers, and we've seen just how at risk they are. This is downtown Fort Myers, and you can see the flooding on the streets there. This is kind of near the marina, the convention center, and a good bit of water on the ground there this evening, giving you a good 360 view all around. And you can kind of, you see the road signs as well, so you can understand just how deep this water might be, but all the way up and down the Gulf Coast, there is still water damage this evening.
You just hate that for them, too, after all they've been through. Emerald Morrow is down in Bradenton. She's been making friends wherever she goes. She's a lovely person, so not at all surprised. But Emerald, what are you seeing down there? Who are you talking to?
Okay, so Dave, last time, remember I was like, I'm not going out there. I'm not messing around. I feel a little bit better, so we're going to just step out. The wind gusts are not as strong, so I feel comfortable stepping outside because you guys know I'm not going to do anything to put myself in danger. But like I said, the wind gusts have calmed down. It's still raining a little bit in the area. We do have some people out here who are watching the hurricane as it passes. We have Shandon. Come on over. So Dave, you asked who I met. I met Shandon. Hi. Hi. So nice to be here with you. Not really under these circumstances, but you seem to be in a great mood. Now, Shandon told me that he does restorations, and he's in town working on Longboat Key after Hurricane Helene. So talk to me a little bit about, being in town and having to evacuate here.
It was a little different. We don't like to be here under these circumstances. And we definitely did not see this coming for quite some time, but we had to make some adjustments. And obviously we brought a lot of crews down and we're working on Longboat. And as soon as the evacuation came, we had to get out. So it was kind of a kink in our plans to evacuate it and move so quickly. But we got everybody out safely, and this is the nearest place that we could evacuate to. But we're in good spirits. The last thing we want to do is panic and cause more chaos. So all you can really do is just have good spirits about it and ride this thing out.
Yeah, that's a really great attitude to have. You came down from Michigan, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, you don't get these types of storms up there in Michigan.
We do not, no.
Yeah. So tell me a little bit more about the work that you were doing on Longboat Key.
About every place had storm surge on Longboat Key, so we were working pretty extensively on a lot of condos and resorts there, trying to get them dried out and residents back in place as soon as possible. And obviously this puts a little damper into it, but we're going to wait for the storm to pass. We're going to wait for everything to check out, and we'll get back in there and assess and make sure everything's safe to get back in order.
So is this going to extend your stay even longer? Are you going to stay around to do cleanup after Hurricane Milton?
I expect myself and a bunch of other people in this industry to be here for at least a year. So there's a lot of damage here. There's a lot of people that have damage to their homes. It's going to take a lot of time. There's only a certain amount of companies that do what we do, and we're going to get everybody put back together, but it's going to be quite some time, I think.
Wow, a year. I was not expecting you to say a whole year. That's a really long time, but you'll get to go back and be with family here and there, correct?
Yeah, I'll go back and check in. We'll probably come down here for 2-3 weeks at a time, go back for a few days, and come back and continue to get everybody back in their homes and their buildings stabilized and everything else and put back together. So
yeah, and emotionally, talk to me about when you're working on these homes. You must encounter so many people who are just at their wits' end, who just are gutted.
Yeah. That's the one thing that's bad about my job, but also good. So we meet people on the worst days of their lives, but also we're here to put their lives back together. So it's quite the emotional process throughout the whole thing, but at the end, when people give us a hug, it's worth it. When we can get residents back in and everything put back together the way it was pre-loss condition, that makes it all worth it.
Shandon, wow, thank you so much for the work you do, and thank you for taking a little time to talk with us.
Yeah, thank you
Thank
so
you.
much.
Continue to be safe. Thank you. Thank you. All right, so you heard Shandon giving a really good story. I mean, I was almost inspired by what he had to say about coming in and doing that type of work and helping people recover. It's just truly amazing. And, this is the type of spirit that we will see. I know this community is going to come together and after Hurricane Milton, make sure that we wrap our arms around each other as this community works to recover. Reporting live in Bradenton, Emerald Morrow, 10 Tampa Bay.
Yeah, Emerald, good points there. I'm just wondering, how are people handling not knowing what they're necessarily going back to? Like, for example, in St. Pete, they don't have, the problem with sewage, but and the people don't know whether or not their homes are damaged. How are they handling extending their reservations there? Are they going to have to get out, let's say, by tomorrow or the next day? Do you know how the hotel's handling that?
So, Dave, I can tell you I spent quite a bit of time talking to a woman here who, she says she's homeless. She had a home along the Manatee River, and when Hurricane Helene came through, it just destroyed her home. So she has actually been here since Hurricane Helene. So just imagine what that woman is going through. So the hotel has been gracious, and she talked about how the community's really come to wrap their arms around her and bringing her food and gift cards and things like that. And she just had this incredible spirit about herself and just was, in a way, just relieved to have somebody to talk to and just to listen to her story. So I'm glad, even though that she's not here with me, standing by me for a live interview, that I'm able to share her story, because she just is a shining example of hope even in tragedy. But the hotel has been gracious to us even. So they are definitely working with people. Again, as I've said many times tonight, anxiety is high. We've spent time on Anna Maria Island where we will walk down the street and you just see piles and piles of debris. I know it's something that we have seen throughout our Hurricane Milton coverage, but people, again, this anxiety is so high. We spoke to a woman, she was walking her dog, taking her dog Ayla for a little walk before the storm came through. She was like, I have to have something normal in my routine because we don't know what we're going to come back to. We have 2 homes on the island, and you know, this is just too much. We were also recovering from Hurricane Helene. So those are the emotions that people feel, and those are what the things that they are going through during this time. So, you know, again, I just think the community, whether it's businesses like hotels or just, you know, your everyday person, they're really coming together to wrap their arms around the people who are going to be and are now impacted by Hurricane Milton.
Yeah, and you bring up a good point. Animals have a way of kind of centering us during these tough times, kind of being kind of a calming force for us, which is great.
Yeah, and I remember that woman, actually. I took a note because she said, will it ever be the same again?
Yeah, good point.
And it's a question I continue to ask myself as I'm looking at all of this, because, you know, Dave, we saw after Hurricane Ian, and it isn't the same. Again, and it's a new normal, but still not the same.
And it's not only changed what it looks like in that community down in Fort Myers. It's changed the mentality of people and how it's made them more fearful, more cautious. They certainly take these storms very, very seriously.
And I think we're learning that lesson here in Tampa Bay. You're seeing Siesta Key. This is Midnight Pass Road, which is that major roadway on Siesta Key. And you can see the winds right there just, you know, blowing through. You can only imagine what it looks like on the ground there. This is where Hurricane Milton made landfall at 8:30 this evening as a Category 3, a very powerful hurricane.
Yeah, and we'll find out what kind of damage we see tomorrow morning. You see some of that right here, the wind pushing down a power pole right there. And that is in St. Petersburg. So winds are strong there. We know there's a tremendous amount of rain as well. Albert Whitted, more than 17 inches of rainfall. So you can imagine the ground is pretty saturated, and these power poles and other things. It looks like maybe that was put up fairly recently. That almost looks like a palm tree there.
It looks like a palm tree to me.
Yeah.
That's what I was trying to look at. It looks like a palm tree because it almost looks like the boards that they have that hold them up right there.
Their roots aren't real deep either. So
coming down right there. I mean, these wind gusts are just unreal. 10 Tampa Bay's Hannah Deneen is live for us this evening, tonight, in Brooksville. And Hannah, what are you seeing there right now?
Well, Courtney, these wind gusts have gotten more extreme throughout the night. We're standing outside of our hotel here in Brooksville, and you can see behind me how quickly that rain is blowing past that street lamp. And I was just checking in with Colleen, our meteorologist back at the station. We heard Bobby talk about this earlier, but it's worth emphasizing when we're looking at these wind gusts that here in Brooksville, they saw maximum wind gusts of 75 miles per hour this evening. Now these are sustained gusts of around 50 miles per hour. And just south of us in Pasco County, their max wind speed that they're recording there was more than 80 miles per hour. And just standing out here, we are under an awning safely, but you can feel the power of this storm blow through this area. Sheriff Alneen Heiss here in Hernando County, he did tell me that they are hearing reports of trees down the roads as well as power lines down the roads. That's not even to mention the situation with the debris from Hurricane Helene remaining in so many neighborhoods across the county, both Hernando and Pasco. So there will certainly be a lot of things to work through before the roads get cleared. In both Hernando and Pasco County, they're asking people to stay off the roads for as long as possible. They're not even going to begin to get out and start evaluating the roads until tomorrow morning. So the longer that you can stay off the roads, the more time you'll give them to do their jobs, make sure that it's once again safe for you to be out and about. Their message tonight, they're united in asking everyone to stay hunkered down, stay in the interior parts of your home, and stay safe and be patient.
That's great advice, Hannah. Patience is so important right now.
It's tough, isn't it?
And it's so hard to wait, you know, and say I want to see what's happening, but you know, we have
wait.
plenty of time, unfortunately.
We do. Let's check it with Colleen right now. She's keeping an eye on rainfall totals. A massive amount of rain in parts of the area.
Yeah, Dave and Courtney, and this is part of the problem because our ground is so saturated and waterlogged that these winds are easily toppling over those palm trees or whatever else may be standing. You think of how soft the ground is with so much rain just dumped in our area. So right now, some rainfall estimates for you across Pasco and Hernando County. We listen to your phone calls. Don't worry. I know some of you have been asking about those rainfall totals. Dade City, just south of that, we're seeing 8 inches of rain. And these are just estimates from our particular radar here. Definitely could be higher amounts. I do believe that we have higher amounts in select spots. This is just a roundabout way just to look at what we have across different counties. 7 to 8 inches generally across Pasco and Hernando County. And then moving down into Pinellas and Hillsborough County, much, much higher totals here. You see that highlighted in that yellow contour where we're seeing anywhere from 10 to 14 inches, depending where we are. And again, these are just estimates from our in-house model, but we know for sure some of our gauges picking up on a substantial amount of rain, and that's why they issued that flash flood emergency. 16 inches of rain at Albert Whitted Airport, but that was about an hour ago that we got that reading, so much more rain than that. And that was dumped in a short period of time, and that's what flash flooding is all about, right? We have a lot of rain come down in a short period of time, and after a major rainfall event like this, you can still get flooding hours after. You can get flooding 6 hours after a main rainfall event because there's nowhere for all of that water to go. All of that water in those smaller local areas, the creeks, the streams, the ponds, the rivers, they're just swelled up and they have nowhere to go. So that's what happens. We have that flash flooding that can extend for periods of time. And that's why we have a flash flood warning that's going until 2:30, that flash flood emergency, they tagged it as, for Hillsborough, Manatee, and Pinellas County. And then we actually had another one that was issued for Hillsborough, Pasco, Polk, and Sumter counties, and that goes until 4 a.m. So the same counties are covered, just kind of different areas. They extended it a little bit just as we have that change up of the storm. The storm continues to move eastward. Hurricane Milton, and of course the impacts will change as well as the storm kind of makes its journey there. So right now I kind of clicked around here. We did have precip rates coming down about 2 inches an hour over in Polk County. So I do believe that we still have that in some areas, starting to lighten up in other areas. But again, it all depends where we're getting that spin. Right now it looks like the heaviest rain currently moving through Polk County. And again, there's that flash flood warning that's popping up. And a lot of those areas tagged under that flash flooding emergency because you can just have a ton of water rush down to a location after being dumped on like this. So just keep that in mind that although you may not see flooding, right, it's wet everywhere, right? But hours later, that's what we have to emphasize, that you can still have flooding hours after a big rainfall event. Wind gusts are also something to talk about. Pretty impressive gusts here. We had gusts at 101 in St. Petersburg, Sarasota at 102, and Brooksville, I did reach out to Hannah Deneen. You saw her out there live. And yeah, they had that 75-mile-per-hour gust. Now, recently, when I checked, they were back down to the 50s for those gusts. But again, it just depends how the wind blows, and we will have some gusts that are still pretty high in the triple digits in spots. So here's those high wind reports. Again, this was updated at 9 p.m. and it's an ever-changing event, right? So as soon as we get the information, we deliver it to you. Definitely a storm that we keep saying is impacting from coast to coast. Here's a recap of that landfall in case you missed that event. Siesta Key is where that made landfall as a Category 3 hurricane. Had winds at 120 miles per hour and the time was around 8:30. Look at the radar here. Again, you can see how the rain is taking up really the entire northern slice of the peninsula here. And that flash flood warning highlighted in the maroon going way beyond our viewing area, going to where Chris Hurst is currently placed over in Orlando. And they're starting to see those rainfall rates become a little bit heavier as well. Siesta Key tides, I guess we'll talk about this because we have it up. As far as the tides go, we still are approaching high tide. That's another concern, right? We have higher water that's on the way for Siesta Key where we had landfall, and that's around 3:30 tomorrow morning. I'm not going to go into local impacts here because, again, our impacts are changing as the storm progresses and continues its journey out to the east. But we are going to have another update for you with Chris Vickers in a little bit, and I hope you stay tuned for that.
All right, Colleen, thank you so much. And, I know you want to know what's happening in your neighborhoods, what's happening around our community. We do have Evan Klosky, who is who is in downtown Tampa. He's joining us live by phone. Evan, what's the power situation in downtown Tampa, and what are you seeing? Evan, can you hear us? I know we've had some difficulty here and there. Can you hear us? I'm wondering, Evan Klosky joining us by phone. Evan, what are you seeing, and is there power in downtown Tampa?
All right.
Yeah, I can hear you. I have you, Evan. Can you hear me? All right. I'm sorry, we're not hearing you. We're not hearing you over air, but we'll come back to you, Evan. We'll work on to fix that and then come back to you. Evan says they do have power in downtown Tampa. If you're just now joining us, it's 11 o'clock almost here on 10 Tampa Bay, and a lot has happened since 8:30 p.m. when Hurricane Milton made landfall on Siesta Key as a Category 3 storm.
Yeah, 3 things to know right here. Milton made landfall at 120 miles an hour. More than 1 million customers are without power in the state of Florida right now. They're working to restore that, and amazingly, some of the self-restoration, self-healing technology has helped with that. Northeast and Southwest sewer plants in St. Peter shut down. They did that proactively to make sure that there was not saltwater incursion into the control panel, but that was done there, and they don't know, they have not given us a time yet when that could be back on. Normally, it takes a little while for that process to occur, so we're going to have to wait for word for them before you can start using your toilets. The problem is, use your toilets in those areas that are handled by Northeast and Southwest sewer plants. Use your toilets, and sewage water could come up into your home.
And if this is maybe the first hurricane that you've been through, there are some things that you want to keep in mind because we're losing power, because pipes may have been broken, you don't know the situation. You really want to limit your water use anyway as we start to come through Hurricane Milton here. Duke Energy says that they have about 500,000, 500,000 customers without power at this moment. Florida Power and Light, more than 353,000, and TECO, almost 250,000 without power. And they are working to restore them, as you said, Dave, that self-healing technology in some cases. They're working to restore them as quickly as they're going off. But again, it's a numbers game.
It is. It is whack-a-mole, really, for them right now. Here's a number to call. This is the latest county-by-county emergency information. You can text HOME to 727-577-8522, 727-577-8522. Just text the word HOME to that. There is information county by county. We'll keep updating this information with power, water damage, and other critical emergency information.
And, we have crews that are stationed really in all of our counties, but they are locked down because we want to make sure that they are safe. So we're bringing you what we can bring you from where we can in your county. So please understand that. This is the time lapse that you're seeing right here of landfall. This is Sarasota and Siesta Key, that landfall point. This is the first we're seeing this.
Yeah, this is, and this is probably, given that sunset occurred, this is probably a little bit before that, I would imagine, just given the skies there, right there. But you can see just how powerful it was coming across the skyline of Sarasota. That is such a beautiful city in our area, and you worry about the damage. So it's, coming off the beaches there and into downtown Sarasota.
Until you imagine that camera probably went offline for us.
Sure, and a lot of cameras. I've been checking my home cameras, and it's frustrating because it's either internet down,
offline, and I've just held my breath.
Yeah, since. It's a mystery as to what's going on there at home, and it's frustrating. I know it is. We feel your pain, we really do, and we're kind of going through that ourselves here as well. Trying to keep it all together, trying not to be too worried about what holds when we get home.
Yeah, but we can hear what's happening outside, and we do have a live camera right outside of where we are. Like many of you, we evacuate as well. Our stations are on Gandy Boulevard. And so when Zone A in Pinellas County evacuates, that means that our entire team, we pick up together and we move here. So just behind a door in front of us, we have our producers and we have our directors and managers and everybody. We're all here helping you get through this, and you can see what's happening outside of where we are right here on Hillsborough Avenue.
Right, and we're close to the Hard Rock here, and we weren't gambling on being staying in evacuation zone A. We decided to
we weren't gambling.
Yeah, we just decided to play the best odds we could and come over this way, to use a few analogies there poorly.
And like many of you, when looking just on Saturday, trying to find any hotel, I said, well, maybe the Hard Rock, which are nearby, has a hotel room.
And a lot of people had the same idea,
yes,
didn't they?
They did. They did, and they lucked out.
Yeah, Evan Klosky is on the phone. Evan, we've had some difficulty getting you through technology there. You are in downtown Tampa, correct? Inside your hotel room. I take the hotel room that we mentioned with the golden chairs there, the beautiful golden chairs.
The beautiful hotel floor.
Yeah, right. The impressive place. How are things looking outside your hotel room right now?
Yeah, the digs in the hotel room are way different than what I was showing you before, so I've downgraded there. But as far as the power situation goes, we're still good here. And I'm looking downtown Tampa, and I'm seeing the city still lit up, the Tampa sign still working. So from that perspective, I think we got power, which is a good thing. And I do want to also mention that because the wind has been so strong, I mean, it is howling down here. And these palm trees, they are pretty, but they are gritty because they are staying firm, at least from where I am. I'm sure once we get out of the hotel and we start canvassing the area tomorrow, we're going to see a lot of debris and a lot of things that were flying, streetlights down, all that stuff. But as far as what I can see, there's not a lot of pooling of water in the downtown streets, and that's because the wind is whipping this rain all the way to the bay, down by Amalie Arena, down by AMSO, all that stuff. It is taking that rain, and it is flying. So where it's going to land, where it's going to end up, where it's going to pool, I'm not 100% sure, but at least from that perspective, I don't see some of that. I'm looking at the Crest building. There's a gaping hole there where we took a live shot out there earlier today. We were kind of showing you some of it was getting a little bit loose, and there was a gate that was locked up. That gate flew open at some point. So there is a hole right there, and I can see that from my hotel room. But as far as the big picture is of what I can see, I haven't seen too much debris flying out there, though I'll hear some things in the distance kind of clunking down the street. So I know that some of it's happening, but some of the street lights are still working as well, which is, again, is good news.
The other people that were able to, also snag a hotel room where you are, you've been able to talk with some of them. Now that Milton has made landfall, what have you heard from people? I know they were downstairs.
Yeah, I was talking with a lovely couple that lived on Davis Island, They've been here a long time, and relief was the word. And you know, I've heard both of you talk tonight about just how we all are talking about the overall sense of with our thoughts, kind of the south of us in the Sarasota area and what they're going through. But for them on Davis Island, he was the couple was mentioning to me just, you know, for them, there's a difference between all that salt water coming into their homes and having to completely gut it versus dealing with the rainfall and what that's going to bring, and that is a huge relief for them. Also talked with a lovely family out from Tarpon Springs, and you know they take an abundance of caution, and they were hoping that, you know, they haven't had to deal with issues in the past with hurricanes. They've been lucky in that regard, but they always make sure that they evacuate where they can and get out of harm's way. And of course, for them, being that go a little bit south was a relief for them. But yeah, I mean, overall, just everyone kind of hunkering down, everyone having the same kind of conversations of how they got here, how they can hope they can return back home and remember, you know, see the home that they remember when they left, and overall just us kind of tracking where this thing was going to make landfall, because for a lot of us, up until those, you know, final minutes there, we just didn't quite know if that eye wall was going to come towards us and bring the absolute worst in terms of surge, or if it was going to go a little bit south.
Yeah, there are so many people who've tried to find hotel rooms. I'm wondering, Evan, where did people come from? I know some of the lucky ones probably came from close by, but others, I would imagine, were just scrambling and may have come from, you know, Point South or wherever.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Tarpon Springs, Davis Island. I also have seen some like late additions here, and I didn't get exactly where they're coming from. I know someone right before the storm got really bad came in with her dog and her cat, and she said she took about an hour Uber to get here. It was dumping rain. We were helping hold the door and grab some stuff from the car while she was getting in. But the hotel is, you know, tried to be as accommodating as possible to some of these last-minute accommodations. And I'm sure this isn't the only one. I'm sure that's been happening all around the area. Again, we're in evacuation zone C, so we are out of harm's way, of course, of what that surge would have been if we had the worst-case scenario here. Yeah. But, of course, it's kind of just been a filtration of people going in the hotel, and ultimately just kind of, honestly, when you go downstairs and everyone eating dinner there, at least before 8:30, before all the elevators shut down here, it was a pretty normal night. It was just kind of us gammoning together and enjoying food and conversation. And
Evan,
beyond that, just everyone just kind of going upstairs.
As you're talking, just within the last hour, within the last 30 minutes, really, we have video that did come in from Davis Islands, from some individuals who are still on the islands right now. And there is about 4 feet of water that's on Davis Island. So while it's not the amount that we anticipated, and we were just, you know, that catastrophic number, there's still water out there. I just wanted you to know, as you're talking, what you're seeing here on the screen as well.
Yeah, that's much appreciated. And considering, and I think at least just with those conversations, because I think for the most part, we all understand that there's going to be some water, right? Mm-hmm. Especially if you live on Davis Island, they're going to have some damage there. There's ultimately the damage that they're going to come home to find, and what that worst case scenario was going to be, which could have been really devastating for those homes. And I was on Davis Island all of yesterday, and the devastation there in the main part of town off of Davis Boulevard, and the amount of debris. And that's the other part of this story that, you know, eventually we'll get to, you know, down the road, about where this debris has been landing and where is it going. You know, we haven't been able to really canvass any of our area. You know, we can only see so much because the storm has been so strong, the winds have been so strong. But there's going to be, I guarantee you, a bunch of that debris went flying into places it should not have been going, whether that was homes, whether that's going to be floating in our waters. So, you know, it's one of those things where, sure, you didn't get the worst-case scenario as far as, like, Tampa, St. Pete, and Davis Islands and what I'm talking about here in the area that I'm stationed. But there's still going to be damage, and there's still a lot to talk about what we're going to have to do. And just being here, listening to the wind, I can only imagine. See, I'm in the middle of downtown, and these are some sturdy structures, right? Mm-hmm. They're built for this. We aren't in the communities yet where their roofs, I can only imagine dealing with 100-mile-per-hour winds. These things is crazy out here. I can't even describe properly what the wind has been like from my window. It is just whipping across the city.
And, you know, Evan, you're right. We are witnessing history, and homes that are historic are now going through a storm that will make history. And I appreciate, Evan, you know, sharing that, describing that. As a homeowner in South Tampa, I am nervous about those winds and what that means for a home that was built in 1946. And so I share that concern with so many of you, but I'm glad that we're able to tell people, here's what's happening, so that you have kind of, you brace yourself a little bit for what you may go back into.
Yeah, it's both the rain and the wind that we're concerned about right now. Chris Vickers, meteorologist, joins us. Chris, what are you seeing in terms of amounts of rain and those wind speeds?
Some of the amounts of rain, really truly monumental, is what we're going to be talking about. And I'm going to break down those numbers in just a few moments, and really some of the stats that have come in that just shows how uncharacteristic this amount of rainfall even is. Even in a tropical system like this, if we look at radar, it is still really raining quite heavily across a decent chunk of the area. Now, as Milton came on shore, it was a little imbalanced on where the heaviest of the rainfall, partially due to the wind shear that had come into the southern side of the tropical system, really kind of ate away or displace some of those higher rainfall rates north of the circulation. We expected that. That was very well modeled by many of the computer models coming into this event. We expected the heaviest of the rain would be along and north of I-4, very close to the Tampa Metro, and that in fact did materialize. Now, we've got active flash flood warnings. These extend from Tampa Bay, St. Pete, all the way through I-4, through Orlando, now off Daytona Beach, across the I-95 corridor. So heavy torrential rainfall. This could be a serious issue, one of the bigger issues and more pressing issues. The wind and the rain going forward. We've got saturated ground, still high winds, 60, 70, 80, even a few isolated spots up to 90 miles per hour, still coming onshore and moving across the area. So let's talk numbers and rainfall reports, what we've been able to confirm. We've gotten a tremendous amount of rain out at Albert Whitted, 17.25 inches of rain. That was up to about 10 p.m. And that really was a monumental amount of rain that resulted in flash flood emergencies. We'll get to that in just a little bit. Clearwater had just over 10 inches of rainfall. Tampa International, now you're going to be over 10 once we get the latest update on that. Pinellas Park, just about 9.5 inches. St. Pete Clearwater, just over 9 inches. And out towards Sarasota, this is a little bit closer to landfall, about 7.5 inches of rain. And over toward Lakeland, where the heaviest of the rain still is just pushing toward that at 7.8 inches of rainfall. So these are all areas that have seen over 1/2 foot of rainfall. Some locations now over 1 foot of rainfall. So let's break down the numbers. You may be seeing those alerts. They may have come across some of your mobile devices as well. It's a little jarring when you get a flash flood emergency, and many may be wondering, well, what exactly is this? So we have a flash flood warning, which highlights water that is rising and could be moving, but a flash flood emergency carries a little extra concern with it because it could be a very much a life-threatening situation with high water that will rapidly be rising. So what is going on with this one? With the numbers that came in, National Weather Service here in Tampa issued this flash flood emergency fairly quickly. A 1-hour rainfall rate out at Albert Whitted of 5.09 inches of rain. So put your mind around this one. Over 5 inches of rain in a little less than 1 hour. The 24-hour rainfall total was over 17 inches of rain, and that has been named a 1 in 500-year flood event. What exactly does that mean? To put this in simple terms, it means any given year has a 0.2 chance of this happening. So it is a very minuscule chance of this happening on any given year. It is a reoccurrence interval where we measure more extreme events that have occurred, and this is an extreme event with how much water has fallen from the sky. It is still raining. We still have winds, 60, 70, even up to 80 miles per hour. Much of those higher winds are going to continue to press inland, and here's that circulation, that center of circulation that is now moving. It appears to be just east of Fishhawk at this point. Heavy rain that is up there toward I-4. The heaviest of the rain, we may be getting close to the end of it out there toward Pinellas County and into the greater Tampa area as that rain is going to begin to push out. But here it is. Flash flood emergency that's still in effect. That was extended. You heard that from Colleen a little bit earlier, till 2:30 a.m. for these 3 counties. An extension to this, and when I was on about an hour ago, I said, you know what, I have a feeling this isn't the end of this. We're going to have more flash flood emergencies in several more counties. Now included in that all the way out through Lakeland. That includes Polk County, Hernando, again, more portions of Hillsborough County, Pasco, and Pinellas County. That until 4 a.m., so that is going to be more the immediate concern. We still have very high winds across part of the area. Current wind speeds, sustained winds topping over 50, 60 miles per hour. Look at that in Sarasota, 69, Tampa at 52, and still a recent wind gusts up to about 85 miles per hour. These winds will begin to subside over the next 1 to 3 hours as we see the remnants of Milton continue to push off to the east. We do have our future cast here hour by hour. We're going to take you through this and wrap things up. We have that circulation that's going to continue along I-4 east of Lakeland. Once that makes it over there toward Lakeland and then Orlando, we're going to begin to see the winds subside. The heaviest of the rain will taper off. And by about 2 to 4 a.m., most of that really torrential heavy rain will be wrapping up and moving out of our area. And very immediate concern, though, is some of the flash flooding and the high winds that still are occurring across the area. Send it back to the desk.
We're all hearing from some folks in downtown St. Pete about the roof at Tropicana Field.
The dome.
And that there is some damage to it, that it has been ripped. This is video right here that we're seeing. Look at that.
Inside of the Trop.
It's been shredded as a result. This is the home of the Rays, and this was an unusual cover to the dome there that you actually got light through, and it appears to be shredded tonight as we take a look at this right now. This courtesy of Dave Moore. We appreciate Dave Moore sharing this with us
outside
tonight.
of Tropicana Field, but really kind of you can see inside and just, you know, obviously we know this is the home of the Rays, but also right now the home for National Guardsmen and line workers.
It is filled with, you know, basically all kinds of people right now. Can't imagine what's going on inside that stadium right now and how those people are feeling being in there right now. Yeah, they decided to go with this type of roof like that, and it's really withstood very, very well all this terrible weather we've had. We'll keep you posted on that. We'll keep checking on that and try to find out more about what happened and how the folks are doing inside.
Oh, we really hope
That's
that everybody
concerning.
is okay, because these are the resources that we need to roll out too once the sun rises. Miguel Octavio is live for us right now in Lakeland. And Miguel, you are certainly getting much of the impacts too. What's happening where you are in Lakeland?
Courtney, I can just tell you the winds continue to get stronger here. We actually are under another sort of covering here to give us some cover from these winds, but also the rain here as well. The conditions just getting stronger by the hour here. I'm going to see if there's a way we can kind of safely show you what it looks like from the outside of this hotel space. You can see some of the palm trees swaying over there. Really just not ideal conditions to be in, and we know that flash flooding concerns is something we have been mentioning, and this is something people here in Polk County are really stressing here as well. So the wind just picking up, the rain here as well, not ideal conditions. Already reports of down power lines in some roads, and roads that you can't even pass through because of the flooding here as well. I can tell you there are a number of people who evacuated here in Lakeland from the Pinellas side, Hillsborough side. I actually met one man from Palmetto, and he was concerned about where this cone was heading. And right now there are a number of people inside just trying to keep track of their homes through their Ring cameras, whatever they can, but the power is out, the internet is down. So they're sitting there with a lot of uncertainty, hoping that they can come home to their homes and find it just as they left it there beforehand. So I want to pull up a soundbite from a quick interview we did with one man who's concerned that his home might be damaged from those strong winds. Take a listen.
Yes.
How concerned are you?
Very, because right now we can't see our cameras at home to see if anything's on because the internet's out, power's out. So with it being so close to Terracea Bay, the water coming in and trying to get the water coming out from the rain is just going to stop right there. So without knowing nothing back home, it just drives you crazy, you know.
So as you heard there, just a lot of uncertainty for people who sought refuge at higher ground to a much safer place than those coastal areas from Hurricane Milton, but a feeling of uncertainty. And a number of people who are at this hotel, they also face flooding from Hurricane Helene. And for a number of them who've lived here for decades, they have never evacuated before until now. The storm surge projections, the speed of those winds, and the amount of rainfall, those were things they wanted to take very seriously, and they're hoping that their preparations were enough from the sandbagging, from everything they needed to do, but they also know that flooding is a big concern here, so a lot of uncertainty here for people. I can certainly tell you it's not comfortable being out here in these conditions out in Polk County. The wind, it feels chilly just whipping against your face here. That rain is not just safe to drive on, and again, some of those roads have already began to flood even during the daylight hours. So people are just asking here in Polk County, as we continue to face the threat of flash flooding, do not go out here, continue hunkering down and sheltering in place, because these conditions, at least here in Polk County, just appear to be getting stronger by the hour. Dave and Courtney.
Miguel, thank you so much. Be safe. We do have some video that we want to get to right now in Largo, a live look in Largo there of West Bay. And you can see this kind of gives you an idea of the waters that we're seeing. You can see that it is flooded there on West Bay at 20th Street. Again, this is in Largo. I don't know how deep the water is. You're trying to look around. You know, it's really difficult at night to see some of the normal things that we look to kind of give you an idea of that road, you know, street signs, etc. But you can see that water right there, you know, flooding the roadway.
Right, and we also have some video of a transformer. This is down in West Bradenton, we're told. A video of a transformer blowing on 58th Street, Manatee 58th Street there. You see just kind of lighting up the night sky. And we've seen this repeated over and over throughout our area tonight, and gives you an idea of the challenges of all the power companies in our area, what they're dealing with here. And again, as we mentioned, wow. They have this self-healing technology on a number of these things that can bring it back without them having to go out. They can do that remotely, which is great.
You see the intensity of the wind, and then boom, and that's what a lot of people are experiencing. The one benefit that we had, I think, for landfall is that it was it wasn't as late.
Yeah, want to just interrupt for a second, because something we just got here, which is really concerning.
Yes.
Multiple reports of part of a crane down in St. Petersburg. That's according to St. Pete Police. This is really concerning. Those cranes, as you might imagine, weigh tons. And in some cities across the country, they have fallen and killed people. The one thing that I will say is that people aren't out there on the streets, which is hopefully a good thing, but certainly cars and buildings nearby. So we're just learning details of this right now, but it's part of a crane in St. Pete. We don't know, but the mayor, as we talked about, was warning about this, to be careful, because there are cranes on a lot of the buildings down there, and they didn't have time to disassemble them.
And Dave, you've covered crane collapses too, and just you've been able to see kind of just how devastating that can be. And can you share a little more insight just in your experience? Yeah,
I was in downtown Seattle, and about maybe, I don't know, 75 yards away, my wife and I, we had a storage unit in Seattle when we were living there, and there was on the top of the Google building, there was a crane, and there was a strong gust of wind, and that crane fell off the building about maybe 7,500 yards from us. Right. Massive, massive sound, and ended up killing 5 people. Wow. So these are, it's not something you expect, but it's something to think about when these cranes are on top of the buildings during violent weather. And the winds weren't anywhere near as strong. Those were straight line winds. In this case, we're talking, in some cases, hurricane force winds. So they can be dangerous.
Part of a crane. We don't know which part. We don't know what that looks like. I know that when we spoke with one of our reporters earlier, Luke, he talked about how they were set to kind of weather vane, and that's something that we had seen before, right, where they're spinning, and that's for safety. But it was a big concern that Mayor Welch also spoke about.
Yeah, and that's one of the dangers of having these big cranes out there. As an attorney who represented victims of crane accidents told me, you don't expect these things to be falling from the sky. And these cranes are up there. You assume they're safe. But in this kind of weather, all bets are off. They can't necessarily sustain the kind of winds that we are seeing around here. And again, as the mayor said, it takes a couple of weeks to to kind of disassemble and get that process in order.
Again, if you're just now joining us, you're watching 10 Tampa Bay. Courtney Robinson along with Dave Wagner. We're talking about a partial crane collapse in downtown St. Pete. We're not sure exactly where that happened, but it is of concern, and it was something that we had talked about ahead of the storm, that this was a real possibility.
Yeah, and you think about, we saw the winds rip off the roof of Tropicana Field.
Do we have that video?
It just shows you the intensity of the winds in downtown St. Pete tonight. So I don't know. Bobby, do you know what top wind speed was in downtown St. Pete tonight?
Albert Wood was 90 at one point.
Close to 100, 103. Gee, and there's the trop again. So as Bobby said, 100 to 103 mile-an-hour wind gusts, correct, Bobby? Gusts.
Yeah. That's very, because I know up in the northeast part of St. Pete, we saw 103, I think. It's close to 100, 102. Let me look at that.
Wow. And,
I know. I'm looking back at our notes. I know at one point, again, this was a little bit ago, that we had 90 at Albert Whitted, and then you had 102 in Sarasota for sure.
But 103, I mean, I don't.
Either way,
I would certainly think
just...
the Tropicana Field would be
94 at Albert Whitted.
Okay. When I look up at the dome of the Trop when I'm inside, you think it's just that solid metal, and then to see things flapping.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually sort of I don't want to call it a fabric, but it's sort of a structure that's designed to allow light through it. So it's so it's got those kind of metal beams or whatever, but that's sort of a translucent. I can't remember the material. I was here when it was being built, and but it was kind of a novel concept at the time. To try to use that so we could at least get some light through it.
There's a lot of things that are happening right now in the city of St. Petersburg. They're also responding to a water main break. They're having to shut off potable water service citywide, and that's going to start at midnight, so just about 30 minutes from now. Midnight tonight, potable, so that drinking water is going to be shut off citywide in St. Petersburg because of this massive water main break already. The eastern part of St. Pete, northeast, all the way down to southeast St. Pete, those water treatment plants both have been taken offline. So now no longer can you drink that water, it's being shut off, but also you can't flush the water. Just a lot of real issues, and this is what happens, that sewage could back up into your home. These are things that happen during hurricanes. And while this is St. Pete that we're talking about, these are issues that we can see happen in other counties and other cities because our infrastructure is so fragile.
And here are those sewage treatment plants right here that we're looking at. 2 of them are out, and they're going to affect a lot of people in our area. They did this proactively, shut these plants down, but it's northeast and southwest. We're talking about the sewage treatment plants there. Did it proactively to make sure there was no saltwater incursion. So it did that to protect the equipment. The end result, though, is you can't flush your toilets. And now, city is shutting off potable water in the next half hour or so at midnight tonight. So that's a big problem too. So, as Courtney mentioned here, you're without water, drinking water, showering water, all that kind of stuff that you need your water for, and then you're also unable to flush your toilet. So it's a bit of a mess right now in downtown St. Pete between the water, the sewer, the damage at the Trop, and then the crane falling off, piece of a crane falling off a building apparently in downtown St. Pete.
A lot of damage, and that was not even landfall. Landfall happened farther south in Siesta Key, 8:30, 11:30 now, so 3 hours. Again, things just kind of domino effect through this, and we've heard the winds out here, and we're in Tampa and the East Lake area. Christian Benavidez is in Tampa and has more from Tampa. Christian.
Hurricane Milton made landfall on Florida's Gulf Coast Wednesday after officials and residents took precautions ahead of the potentially deadly storm. In Sarasota, ambulances lined up, ready to evacuate nursing homes.
Milton still carries incredible destructiveness, can wipe out communities.
In an address to the nation, President Biden said the federal government will work with Florida officials to help pump floodwater, restore power, and clear debris that can turn into deadly projectiles during heavy winds.
I encourage people to look for safer shelter. Sometimes moving just a few miles can mean the difference between life and death.
The Tampa area has not had a hurricane this powerful in more than a century. Officials are concerned for the potential of deadly storm surge and those hurricane force winds.
It's moving toward the northeast at 17 miles per hour, and it will continue to move across central Florida throughout the night and into the early morning hours.
As Milton approached, mandatory evacuation orders and warnings were issued to millions.
We had to convince folks to get out of high rises and that even if they were 7 stories up or more, then they were still at risk.
I've never been like this close to like a big hurricane. We're just gonna keep sheltered up in our hotel room. I mean, we brought books, we brought card games and stuff.
Several major theme parks ceased operations and Orlando's airport closed ahead of Milton's landfall. Cristian Benavides, CBS News, Tampa.
All right, let's take you live right now to North Dale Mabry at West Cherry Street. So this is kind of that, north of that Midtown area. 275 crosses over. This is the Walmart, the
Foods,
rack, all that kind of stuff. Yeah. Right, and there you can see in the background. Actually, I think that shot. Oh, that's actually Ray J in the background with the flashing lights. That's Raymond James Stadium. I think we just lost that picture, but you could see that power was out on Dale Mabry here as well. So this is a major corridor where, again, you don't want to be out on the roadways and there's no power. There's nothing to see if you're going to, driving, and it's difficult to know what things are going to look like. But again, you can see Raymond James, the flashing lights of Raymond James there in the background right now.
You can. Let's go to Angie is in Ybor City right now. Angelina Salcido. Angie, what are you seeing? We've got trouble over on the St. Pete side. Are you seeing equal problems where you are?
Well, you guys were just talking about power outages, and we actually have lost power where we're located. We're in the same spot here in Ybor City along 7th Avenue. We're at the Hampton Inn, and our hotel actually ended up losing power, and they do not have a backup generator. So what they've done is put out lanterns so that way the guests can have some light and be able to see. What you're hearing in the background is the generator from the building that is across the street. So they currently have power right now. If people do have generators, then they are going to have power in this area, but from what we can tell and what we can see as we look out, a significant chunk of people have lost power in this area. I did check for power outages in Hillsborough County just in general. There are hundreds of thousands of people that don't have power right now that is coming from several different power companies, not just TECO, but Duke Energy as well. And so, yes, this is going to be something that we're going to continue to see across several different communities in Tampa Bay because of how long these winds have been whipping as Hurricane Milton continues to make its way across the state. Now, we were kind of just waiting for this to happen at the hotel. You guys heard from the owner, Crystal, or the manager, Crystal, earlier on, how they were doing everything that they could to make their guests feel comfortable. This was one of the things that they prepared for. They knew that they were not going to have power as soon as they lost power because they don't have a backup generator. That's something that they made clear to guests to make sure that they were letting them know that that was going to be something that was going to happen. So for right now, that's how they're dealing with it here at this hotel. I'm sure that we're going to see more and more areas lose power as well. When you think about it, I mean, we're getting all of this rain for hours, right? The wind is blowing one way, like Bobby explained it, and then all of a sudden it's blowing another way. It's going to be taking down trees, it's going to blow transformers, and blow down some power lines as well. So right before the power went out in our area here, we did see that transformer blow. The lights were flickering on and off. It came back for a little bit, and then it fully went out, and that's currently our situation here at the hotel along 7th Avenue in Ybor City.
Yeah, Angie, we know that this was going to be a major power outage event for the Tampa Bay area, for a lot of the state as well. Have you seen first responders out on, or heard them?
I think that I may have just lost you guys.
Okay. All right, and we understand that Angie, lost the ability to hear what we're talking about. We also do have a look at at Memorial Highway in Tampa. Can we go ahead and give you a look at Memorial? This, I'm trying to figure out exactly where this is. This is.
Yeah, it's kind of a lengthy stretch. It's a little hard to tell. Okay.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
So we are just trying to figure out exactly where on State Road 60 this is, but it is it's tough to tell right now. But in any event, you get an idea what it's like on the Memorial Highway in Tampa. It's a bit of a stretch of road there.
Yeah, it kind of almost looked like at the base of the Howard Franklin there.
It
Really,
did. It
did
kinda
look,
did.
you know, kind of where you take that you go to kind of toward West Shore Boulevard, Kennedy,
Right.
that sort of thing.
A couple of things we're
Yep.
keeping our eye on right now that are kind of important, top of mind. Number one, the roof was shredded off of Tropicana Field. Number two, there's a piece of a crane that apparently fell down in downtown St. Pete. So obviously, a lot of strong winds out there. Yeah.
And then on the Tampa side, just for those of you who are kind of checking in, we did see the water kind of coming out of the bay, but do know, please, that on Davis Islands, there is a good bit of water there as well this evening.
All right. Well, let's check in with Colleen
Bobby,
Campbell. Bobby, do you have something? Okay.
I don't think that's surge.
I'm not saying it's necessarily
Yeah.
surge. It's water. It's 4
It's
feet
from
of
the-
water
it's
on
fr- it's
Davis
from-
Islands. The drains are blocked. Things aren't draining. But yes, exactly.
All right, let's check in with Colleen Campbell right now. She's keeping an eye on things for us and where things stand now.
Yeah, well, we were just talking about how the cranes were toppled and how the portions of the roof have been ripped off of Tropicana where they had some strong winds. And I have asterisks over here at St. Pete Clearwater because guess what? That site is offline and has been offline for quite some time. So the latest gust that we got at the St. Pete Clearwater Airport was around 83 miles per hour. And that's when that particular site was knocked down. But we have other areas that we had 100, 102, 101 mile per hour gusts. Look at Albert Whitted. Recently, we had 101 mile per hour gust. Sarasota Bradenton, 102. And Venice Bartow, 94, 97 mile per hour gusts. Again, this was all updated as of 11 o'clock. Now, that's not when the gust occurred, but the last few hours here is when we have seen our strongest winds as Milton continues its journey out to the east here. So we also have a lot of rain that has been working through our region as well. I'm going to go ahead and look at that. All right, so rainfall reports. We've had 17 inches over at Albert Whitted. Clearwater, 10 inches of rain. Tampa International, 9. Pinellas Park also pushing 9, more than 9.5. St. Pete Clearwater, 9. And Sarasota Bradenton, 7, almost 8 inches of rainfall. So again, I'm just going to advance these graphics here because it looks like my clicker doesn't want to work with me right now. So on our radar, you see all these areas highlighted in the maroon. That is our flash flood warning, which is now being extended into Orlando. That area kind of moving into our Melbourne office. They're extending that flash flood emergency for that portion of our states because we're seeing that heavier rainfall move with Milton as Milton continues out to the east there. So here's all those warnings that you see highlighted here. And notice you have these individual boxes. These are all those flash flood emergencies on top of the regular flood warning that we have. So we have a flash flood warning and then the flash flood emergency. And again, that's not often issued. It's a rare event that we have a flash flood emergency, but it's basically when we have so much rain dumped in such a little period of time. And we're talking record rainfall amounts. Of course, we won't have an official record report of the winds or the rain until this event is over and done with. As you can imagine, the National Weather Service office has been working endlessly to get that information out, life-saving information, and we've been working with them and we're proud to be partners with them. But rainfall estimates, you can see here highlighted in the yellow, 10 to 14 inches we're talking for rainfall estimates across our area. Some areas even higher than that. We just went over those individual reports. This is just from our data coming into our station, but we have official reports from those sites where we have 16, 17 inches of rain in some locations. So that's pretty impressive numbers. And again, Pasco and Hernando counties seeing closer to 9, 10 inches at least. Currently, our winds are still very strong. We have sustained speeds in the mid 40s, upper 40s, and then look at Sarasota. We have sustained speeds still in the upper 60s. Now, the gusts are still very impressive. The numbers are a little bit smaller there. You'll see it next to, it's highlighted in the blue here, St. Pete. 76 mile per hour gusts, Tampa 82. Let's see if I can get another one that's looking pretty high. Again, I know those, Winter Haven, 79. I know those numbers are a little bit hard to see. So again, most of that heavier rain is kind of wrapping around with that counterclockwise Milton that continues to move out to the east. That flash flood emergency that initially started in Hillsborough and Pinellas County extended eastward, and the time also added to 4 a.m. for a lot of those counties. So going on Futurecast here, you can see this is what we're working with over the next few hours. This is 11:30, so current time going into 12:30, 1, 2 a.m. This system is going to continue pushing up I-4 into Orlando, where we have a couple of reporters right now. I know our Chris Hurst has been kind of hanging out with the folks over in Orlando, and a lot of our digital team is out there as well. So we have people really spread across our area because we wanted to get that coverage as Milton continued. So here we are around 2:30, and again, by this time, we're still looking at a Category 1 hurricane likely as it ejects out the other side. So of course, we will keep these totals running, and as soon as we get those updates, which we have been getting updates every hour, we will bring you the latest information.
Colleen, thank you so much. Want to let you know right now, we're hearing from Pinellas County Emergency Management that multiple cranes are down in the city of St. Petersburg.
Yeah. And here's some video that we had from earlier here of those cranes. The mayor of St. Pete, Ken Welch, had said he was concerned about cranes in downtown St. Pete and was actually warning residents in the area there of at least 4 different projects that there was a danger these cranes could fall from the top of the buildings. So he warned them to stay away from windows, try not to be in these buildings next door, but it's pretty difficult to do. It's pretty challenging. It's what the tough thing is that, at least according to the mayor, it takes a couple of weeks to actually implement the plan to bring these cranes down. As you can see, they are massive. They're massive. And now we're hearing reports that there are multiple cranes down. You know, there's the one right there at 4th and Central. That's the 400 Central building, which is a luxury condominium tower that's being built right now. And that's such a busy corridor around there with so many people. And we just hope and pray that nobody's been injured by these things.
Additionally, the part of the dome for Tropicana Field, just these winds, and Bobby shared with us, we're looking at a little more than 100 mile per hour that they've recorded in that area. So part of the roof of Tropicana Field is just flapping there, right there. You see that, and that's what So looking down in that, and this has the ripple effect of it's not just Tropicana Field, because inside was the staging area for so many first responders, National Guardsmen, line crews ready to roll out. And you just hope everybody is okay.
Yeah, there have been so many storms that have gone through here since Tropicana Field was built. It's kind of amazing that, and certainly we've had 100-mile-an-hour winds, I would assume, over the years that hit the downtown area. But strong winds, of course, but we've had other big storms blow through here. But for whatever reason, this particular storm, Hurricane Milton, has shredded the roof of Tropicana Field. Just sort of thinking ahead, not only to the immediacy of it, but how does this affect how does this affect the Rays? How does it affect all the different events that go on there? We do have a crew on the way, by the way.
Yeah. Well, they're getting a new stadium.
True, but that's going to take years, right?
A very long time.
Yeah.
Also, when we talk about, you're seeing above, make sure that everybody can hear me, above ground, we're seeing these impacts with the crane and obviously the roof of the trop, but also the infrastructure that you don't see, but is so critical. We know that there's a water main break that has impacted the entire city of St. Petersburg. They're going to have to shut off water service, so no drinking water for you in St. Pete, and that is happening, in the next 20 minutes. So that's happening. I think we have some video.
We have some video that we just got. We just arrived on scene there, I guess, of this crane collapse, and I don't know how many, because there are multiple cranes down. So we're looking at this for the first time, just as you are right now. We're told we have the video. Is that video coming, or we'll talk about it?
While we get that coming, I do also want to share that Tampa Bay Water's regional water supply system, they say that some of the facilities are experiencing power outages. So they're asking that you please begin conserving water to maintain the water supply. So that's Hillsborough, Pasco and Pinellas counties, the cities of Newport Richey and St. Petersburg. Again, conserve water so that they can maintain the water supply to Hillsborough, Pasco, and Pinellas County, as well as to the cities of Newport Richey and St. Petersburg. This is Tampa Bay Water's regional water supply.
So here's that video that we're on scene of the crane, one of the cranes that collapsed anyway. And I'm looking, oh my goodness, right there. And is that, it looks kind of like the St. Pete Times building, but I don't want to say that for sure. But that St. Pete Times building is right there at 1st Avenue South and 4th Street. So I can't tell for sure.
It's just too fast. I can't.
But right there is where is where that luxury condo building is going up at 4th and Central. So that would be, you know, just one block to the south, right across the street from it.
And
so.
I think, Mayor Ken Welch had asked people in that area to please evacuate in case something like this happened, you know, and really put lives at risk. We really hope everybody's okay, but you can just see the damage right there. And this is just one, there were multiple crane collapses, we're told, by Pinellas County Emergency Management.
Okay, and it's just, again, these cranes weigh tons. It's not like just a piece of aluminum falling down from that height. You know,
I think you're right. It is the Times
clearly is you know, could be deadly for somebody who's in that area. The one fortunate thing is, so many people evacuated that building there at 400 Central, and I believe that's it right there on the left. The Tampa Bay Times building on the right, I believe, if my bearing's right. And you are looking east right now, down toward Tampa Bay. So.
The time, yes. So Hannah Deneen is also, you know, providing some information as well. And you mentioned 400 Central, the luxury condos right there.
Right.
And also across from that is the
Tampa Bay Times building.
But 400 Central, the tallest building.
Yeah, it's not quite there in terms of height yet because they're building it up. But oh my goodness, look at Tropicana Field right now. It's kind of heartbreaking, to be honest with you. I was there when it first opened, and you know, it's an often kind of vilified building about, you know, people say it's not a great place to be, but a lot of memories there for a lot of people. And you see right now it is, you know, what was once a covered dome is now an open baseball field.
It's difficult to see, but it almost is like you can see through it, if you know that it's not just that one half, that it kind of goes to another little side of it as well. I don't know. I mean, obviously it's almost midnight, so it's really difficult to understand the full scope. They still have power inside and power around as well, but
yeah, it is quite a sight there, and it speaks to the strength of this storm and the ability to rip the roof off this. And again, it's some sort of fabric or canvas roof that was kind of somewhat novel at the time when they built this, but it was designed to, even though it's, you know, it's kind of a dark stadium when you go in to a certain extent, but you know, you get a certain amount of light through that, and it was an interesting design at the time. I realize some people think it's been a pretty dated stadium at this point, and that's the reason the Rays have been pushing for a new stadium, and we'll get that, but boy, that's going to take years. But right now, I just don't know what they're going to do.
No, and we do have a reporter. We have a crew down in that area. They are working to, you know, get set up so that they can share with you what they are seeing, and we'll bring that to you. But again, the information that we have at this point for Tropicana Field, that you know, the roof right there, obviously cranes down. This is just St. Petersburg. It's not clear if Tampa had some of the same issues with cranes. We don't know that. And we don't know what we're going to see south.
Right. I mean, when you look at this, I mean, there have been so many events here. We've had hockey. I mean, the Lightning played hockey in this dome stadium here. Of course, the Rays did. There have been concerts in there. You know, it's the smallest Major League Baseball stadium by capacity. But there's been football played in there. I mean, it's just so many things over the years, and we look at that stadium now, and it's just okay.
Yeah.
We're being told we have Luke
we
Clary.
do have Luke Clary, who's live at the Trop. Luke, Let's see if we can get to Luke live there. Dave, you and I were talking about what the roof is made of, and it's like that fiberglass type.
Some sort of, sort of fabric-y fiberglass kind of thing. But let's get to you, Luke, and tell us what you're seeing right there. There were a lot of people potentially inside at the time.
Hey guys, we just got here to Tropicana Field, and as you can see, the roof right now is in tatters. That canvas roof is ripping in the wind, and you can just hear it as the winds rip across that rooftop there. I don't know if people were staying inside at the time. I can tell you that we were here earlier this afternoon, and there were no emergency vehicles in the parking lot where they have been staging before, which indicates to me that the resources who were staging here have left. But as you can clearly see now, that roof is ripped into shreds. Just take a listen as the wind continues to rip across it. For the first time, the winds and the rain have subsided here just enough for us to start to get a sense of the damage that we are dealing with here in St. Pete as a result of those high winds and those powerful gusts from Hurricane Milton.
Yeah. Luke, is there any emergency response at all to what you're seeing down here? I realize they're also dealing with crane collapses or cranes falling from buildings in downtown St. Pete. Do you see any emergency presence down there where you are?
First responders have their hands full right now. We saw a number of emergency vehicles on our way here. I don't see any in this parking lot. If you just want to pan this way, take a look. I mean, there's a number of trucks out here, some vehicles parked.
And Luke, you're in lot 7, yes?
There are no flashing lights, no sirens.
I mean, just so that people understand.
But I want to show you some, yeah.
I'm just trying to help people understand.
You mentioned the tower crane collapse. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, I heard you mention the tower crane collapse. We did get some video of that. I don't know if we have it in the control room. I want to throw to that if we can. This is on Central Avenue. There is a crane. We heard about this from officials that this was a major concern because with gusts of up to 100 miles per hour, that's right at the operational limit, and malfunction was absolutely possible. And in this case, what we saw was a crane toppled over onto a building. It's hard to say how much damage and the cost of that damage will, how much damage that will have caused.
Luke, were you out there?
You just have to hope that. Yeah.
Luke, were
I'm sorry,
you
say
out
that
there?
again?
Were you out there and did you see the damage? Did you come across the crane?
Yes, we saw it firsthand. So I'm here with our photojournalist, Daisy Charlotte. We stepped out of our car very briefly. The winds picked up. We could see additional cranes overhead. We just got out of the car long enough to get some video for you, and then got back in our car.
Luke, in downtown St. Pete right now that have cranes, and that is a significant danger to people who are down there. As we mentioned, the mayor, and you mentioned the mayor spoke about it, but we're looking at, oh my goodness.
Yeah.
I mean, this is kind of takes my breath away looking at this.
Yes. And Luke, I think the big question I have looking at the trop behind you, I mean, the roof is open to Tropicana Field. And I think about they had hundreds of cots in there ready to go. Do we know if people are okay at Tropicana Field? And do we know if people are okay with those crane collapses?
The truth is, I just have no way of knowing at this time. I just don't have enough information. We saw that crane collapse 10 minutes ago, and we sent that video to you. All we can do is hope that there was nobody in that building. Officials urging people to get out of any apartments in harm's way. And for the most part, from my understanding, most people have obeyed those evacuation orders and the urging of city leaders here in St. Pete and state officials. Now, what I don't know, another thing that we're still trying to determine is whether any of those cots were still there on the Tropicana Field grounds. As I mentioned before, we were here earlier today, this afternoon, well, I guess maybe at this point, if it's, okay, so it's still 11 o'clock. So earlier this evening, we were here and we didn't have the great number of trucks and ambulances and other resources here that were staging here earlier in the week. So that led me to believe that they had moved on. And now looking at Tropicana Field and its roof in absolute tatters, I can only hope that everybody got out of there before this happened.
Yeah. And Luke, you might swing around the building there. It's a big dome. Look around to the other side when you get a chance. Daisy knows that building pretty well there, who the photographer you're with, but it'll give you kind of a sense as to whether or not there's anybody responding. But it can be quite a walk around there, or a short drive to the other side of the building. Maybe give you a sense as to what the response is and whether or not there might have been people.
Yeah, we can hop in the
inside.
car and we can try to get you another vantage point. Absolutely.
Man, all right, Luke. I know that you need to go kind of take a look around, gather some information. Let's give you some time to do that. And this, I think, for all of us here, your breath is taken away, your mouth is kind of open, going, "This is something I never thought I would see at Tropicana Field." Yeah. And certainly in downtown St. Pete, those cranes. The Mayor Welch spoke about that and the dangers for that and asked people to evacuate. And as Luke said, it seemed people did evacuate. But to see it now in actuality, in reality, it's unsettling. And
it is. One thing, thinking about the possibility of it, and then another thing, seeing it actually happen in Tropicana Field blows my mind. Yeah. Chris Vickers is keeping an eye on things for us right now. Winds were intense.
It's still all about the winds here. We've got that flash flooding threat that's ongoing, but we're going to focus a little bit more on the current wind and the impact. So we still expect fairly high impact from the winds. What is actually unfolding right here is we're getting whipped with the tail of Milton, essentially. So the winds on the west and northwest side are actually giving quite a punch with this. So this was one of those plausible scenarios when we're diving deeper into the models with Milton and what it would do once it made landfall. And now we're seeing that some high winds certainly materializing on the back end of Milton as it continues to move across here. So here's the impact. Let's break it down for you. Still looking at wind gusts, potentially 80, 90, even up to about 100 miles per hour that could be possible. Those will be diminishing with time. We are still getting some reports, though, of 80 to 90 mile per hour winds as we see that center of the circulation continue to cut right across Florida. Better chance of that wind gust is going to be right along I-4 and south, right across central Florida. So high winds still going to be an impact. We're going to be very cautious about this one. Power outages still will be possible. Wind damage is still going to be possible as these winds still continue to whip across Florida. So let's look at what the peak wind gusts have been at least measured in some of our reporting sites out there towards St. Petersburg. 101 miles per hour. That was right around 10:33 that we had that report. 101 towards St. Petersburg, Sarasota, a little closer to landfall, 102. And out of Tampa International, 93 miles per hour. And start to see those winds pick up now. Lakeland to Winter Haven as the circulation is now pushed well inland. We are still dealing, though, with a hurricane. Current wind speeds, they are still gusting at sometimes up to about 78 miles per hour in Tampa. So the worst may be beyond us in the next 60 minutes as this circulation continues to push to the east, but still the potential, we may see some of those wind gusts 70, 80, 90, or potentially even higher, at least over the next 60 minutes before we see Milton officially move off to the east. We are still dealing with a Category 2 hurricane at this point, and that Category 3 landfall, it is only now weakened to a Category 2 storm. Winds still to 105 miles per hour, and the motion is to the east-northeast at 16 miles per hour, and pressure continues to rise, 960, and it is currently located now 75 miles southwest of Orlando, Florida, is where we have Milton. We've had those high wind reports, just shared several of those, now topping 100 miles per hour in a few areas. Venice was at 97 miles per hour, and Tampa International at 93 miles per hour. Now, what this did earlier today, we did talk and see some of the images of the storm surge, and that storm surge did come on quickly. This was out there towards Sarasota, right around Walker Creek, a rise of nearly 9 feet. That was the measured storm surge just shortly after it peaked before the arrival of Milton. Now, we're still seeing torrential rainfall. Flash flooding is going to be a concern. We've got millions of people under flash flood warnings, even some flash flood emergencies. And again, that is a higher area of concern when we reach that emergency threshold. It means that we've got some serious flash flooding that's occurring, and we expect some areas going to come away with 18 to 20 inches of rain after this is all said and done. Heavy rain still falling across much of central Florida. The heaviest of that rain is going to be pushing toward Orlando and eventually then the I-95 corridor and off into the Atlantic as we get into our Thursday morning. Rainfall estimates so far, a lot of the heavier rainfall, it has been right here directly across St. Pete over toward Tampa. Estimates at this, and I think these are a little bit low in some instances, showing about a foot of rainfall. We've had some confirmed reports of closer to 18 inches of rain, and those rainfall estimates still on the tail end are going to continue to climb as we go across the next hour or two. So many areas right around 10 inches of rain, so flash flood emergencies in place. Still actively raining, although the heaviest of that rain is going to begin to lift to the north and to the east of I-4. Flash flood emergency still out there till 4 a.m. That's for Polk and Hernando County, including parts of Pasco County. And the rest of the evening, here it is, and it's if you're wondering when are things finally going to let up as we go through midnight, crossing over to closer to 2 a.m., that's when improvements in the heavier rainfall and the winds are going to finally shift off to the east. And by the time we reach about 4 to 5 a.m., considerably lighter winds and less rain that we're going to be contending with. That's the latest over here in the Weather Center. Dave Cullen will send it back over to you guys.
I want to show you a picture. This was earlier this week. This was what we were referencing. All of the cots had been set up. Representative Anna Paulina Luna shared this, and you can see just hundreds and hundreds of cots, and you can see people also inside of Tropicana Field. You can see the roof of Tropicana Field there. And this was where, when this was shared, National Guardsmen were going to be and line workers. All of this was to help first responders who were here to help us and to give them somewhere to stay and to rest and have a place. And now, as we approach midnight, which will be Thursday morning, we are now hearing that and seeing that the roof of Tropicana Field in the winds of Hurricane Milton has been ripped off, and you can see inside of the trop. And we do have a crew right there. They're working to get some information, kind of making their way around Tropicana Field. The question I think all of us have is, what about the people who may have been inside, and are they okay? We're working to get you that information right now. But make no mistake that the winds of Hurricane Milton have caused so much devastation just in the city of St. Petersburg, and those winds are also making their way across the state, much less intense, but nonetheless just as damaging.
Let's take just down the street from this, this is right around 4th and maybe First Avenue South, 4th Street and 1st Avenue South, if you're familiar with downtown St. Pete. A part of a crane has collapsed there, and we are told that there have been multiple crane collapses. Multiple cranes have fallen from buildings in downtown St. Pete. We had winds around 100 miles an hour at one time down there. The mayor had warned about this. Mayor Welch had said he was concerned because the cranes were up there and they may be vulnerable at about 100 miles an hour, and they sure were. So this has fallen into a building here. We're trying to figure out, we believe this is the Tampa Bay Times building across the street, may have struck that or onto the property there. We've not heard word of any kind of injuries or anything like that. We're working to find out if there have been. We certainly hope there have not been. But this is has been a concern for the mayor because he said, you should stay away there are a lot of apartments around here. If you're near one of these cranes on top of these buildings, you should stay away from the windows, or try to evacuate if you can. But that's tough for people. You think you're in an apartment building, a number of floors up. You worry about the wind, you worry about the water. You don't necessarily worry about a crane collapsing.
Right, and this is again, and we heard from Pinellas County Emergency Management that there were multiple crane collapses.
Right.
We don't know what those look like. Obviously, it is really intense right now in the city of St. Petersburg. You have the trop, and you also have what we're showing you here with this crane collapse. What they're building luxury condos, the tallest.
Right, that's 400 Central, tallest basically on this coast of Florida.
Okay.
And so luxury condominiums selling for like, what, $1 million and up or whatever.
Plus.
But yeah, so this has been ongoing for quite some time. And now you see the crane from what appears to be that building at 400 Central there on the ground.
As the clock strikes midnight, I do also want to make sure that people have this important information. Citywide, drinking water is being shut off in St. Pete. Additionally, in 2 major corridors for the city, northeast and southeast, those wastewater treatment plants have been taken offline. So flushing your toilet, that water is going to back up into your home. Sewage water will back up into your home when you drain water. And also now, drinking water has been shut off. Again, this is why you fill up your bathtub, you have all of that water. You really need to start to conserve the water that you have.
There are 5 major things going on in St. Pete right now.
Yes.
You've got the water, drinkable water, you can't drink water. You've got sewage issue right now. You've got more than 17 inches of rain falling there at Albert Whitted, recorded there. You've got these high winds that have resulted in crane collapses. And then you've got the roof of Tropicana Field in shreds right now. So there's just a ton going on in St. Pete. I cannot imagine what city officials are doing right now. They've been really thoughtful in kind of trying as best they can to prepare for a storm like this, but there are some things that are unpredictable, this being one of them. This was
you would
built,
never have expected. I mean,
yeah.
This would not, oh, look at that with the
Yeah.
wind.
This is
new.
Yeah, so this was built, what, 34 years ago? I mean, opened 34 years ago or so. And I was at the opening for this thing, and it was such a monumental occasion. There have been Final Fours played in this facility. The Lightning have played there. Of course, the Rays have played there. There have been football games in this facility, concerts in this facility. And
I saw Jane Goodall recently inside of this facility.
there you go. Yeah, she was just here in town recently. So there's just been a lot of happy memories inside this building. And while the building, the outside structure is still there and maybe these steel girders are still there, that roof being ripped off really changes. I mean, you wonder how much else is compromised if this,
And Dave,
fabric roof has been taken off.
You look up and you think about how much is there and how much could come down inside of the truck.
Yeah,
You really hope not. And you really hope that, the people who are inside, that they're okay.
Yeah,
there
it
were
looks like
people inside.
That's right. As you look at this, I mean, it looks like you can see the much maligned catwalks that baseball
Yes.
players have
I always-
complained about. And because
You look up and go, not me up there.
well, or that's not it's like people complaining that the ball hit a catwalk and that kind of thing. So there are there have been people who in the world of sports who did not like this facility very much, but again, a lot of memories in this area. This originally was the Florida Suncoast Dome, and then has gone through a few name changes here, but it's Tropicana Field to us here right now. But and again, our reporter Luke is going around the building there to see if he sees any activity at all. But we've got our hands full in St. Pete right now. So between the crane collapse and the other issues, and then Tropicana Field.
I also want to share about some water service things that you need to know with Tampa Bay Water's regional supply system. Facilities are experiencing power outages, and that's because of Milton. So they're asking that you really conserve your water so that it will maintain the water supply to Hillsborough, Pasco, and Pinellas counties, as well as the cities of Newport Richey and St. Petersburg. Now, I want you to know the city of Tampa, when it comes to their water, Tampa has plenty of power. The generator's up and running. There's no disruption to your drinking water in the city of Tampa or the wastewater treatment in the city of Tampa either. These are things to know. We're checking in around the area. when hurricanes do happen, these are things that can happen. You need to, really limit your use so that you're not taxing the system, not only for yourself, but for so many others.
Yeah, Tampa Bay here in Tampa and St. Pete did not take a direct hit, but look at the impact it's having. Let's go down to Bradenton.
North.
Yeah, that's right. You look at, let's go down to Bradenton right now. Emerald Morrow is live for us right there. Emerald, it's a bit of a crazy situation up here, a little to your north. What's going on there?
Well, Dave, I know in the last hit you said that I was making a lot of friends down here. Well, I don't have any friends to do live interviews with right now, but one of the friends that I did make, he's not very happy right now. I'll tell you why in just a second. I want to give you a description of the conditions out here. We are getting some gusts of wind. Right now it's calmer than it has been, but every few minutes we'll get something really strong that blows through here. So we are standing right where we are kind of protected so that nothing blows this way and where we can quickly get back inside. We have heard that in the area where we are in our safe space in the parking lot, there has been quite a bit of damage. And if we roll the video that we sent into the station, I can explain to you exactly why one of the friends that I made this evening is not happy at all. Go ahead and take a look at this video. You can see large limbs of trees that have fallen and really, they're all like cheering inside in there because they're watching this on television and seeing their car on there. So they're kind of shocked that they're seeing this happen in real time. But it's tremendous damage that has happened. There have been windshields that have been smashed, limbs that have really gone into cars. So that's just the damage that we've seen from other people. We have not had the opportunity to go out. It's probably not safe for us to do so and walk outside and try to survey any damage at this time while it's dark and we don't know what down power lines there might be, et cetera, et cetera. So, this is a reminder of what we are going to see, or it's foreshadowing what we will see as the sun comes up in the morning and what type of damage might be out there. So, just as we saw from St. Petersburg all the way down to here and even further south down to Sarasota, this is just a tremendous storm that has done a lot of damage, and it's going to be very, very costly to all of these communities that have all of this damage. So again, considerable damage and pain and suffering for a lot of people out there. So just wanted to kind of give you a quick look at what we're seeing so far. Unfortunately, we do anticipate seeing a lot more as the sun comes up. Reporting live in Bradenton, Emerald Morrow, 10 Tampa Bay.
All right, Emerald, thank you very much. I do want to share a very important update with you in regards to Tropicana Field and the roof issues there. I'm hearing from the Vice President of Media and Communications for the Tampa Bay Rays. She says no first responders were staying inside of Tropicana Field. It was not a shelter, and all essential personnel who are there are safe and accounted for. So as you are looking right now at Tropicana Field, home of the Tampa Bay Rays, missing its signature mark with the roof, much of that taken away. I want you to know right now from the Tampa Bay Rays, no first responders were staying at Tropicana Field. It was not a shelter. All essential personnel who are there are safe and accounted for.
Yeah, that's some sort of polymer fabric kind of combination there that's supposed to be stronger than even maybe glass, which is kind of amazing. But we see that it could not withstand whatever winds that came that way. So I'm glad that people weren't in there. That's a great thing.
People were in there, but they're all
I'm glad people were not injured. Yeah, and but it does underscore what we've been saying all along, which is that people are the most important people to protect in this, and the rest can be replaced. That's an expensive replacement right there, but we're certainly grateful to know people inside were hurt. It is kind of amazing as we see it. It's such kind of a bizarre thing with the light coming up there through the fabric, and it's kind of the wind, and the wind is just whipping up down there still. So,
and there was concern because we had that image that was shared earlier this week from a U.S. Congresswoman showing the cots that had been set up. But it is a relief to know, again, from the rays that first responders were not staying at Tropicana Field. It was not a shelter, and that the people who were there, this was the image that was shared on Monday by Representative Anna Paulina Luna. And it was kind of, the staging that had been shared that it was set up for some guardsmen as well as utility workers. And again, tonight, fast forward, or this morning now, Thursday morning, we now know that there were not first responders being housed there. It was not being used as a shelter, and that everyone who was there is okay.
Right. Take a look inside right here. Here's a
wow.
look inside. So we're getting a much better look, but you see part of that roof in the bleachers there, in the stands. That is quite a shot, isn't it? As we look at that, it's now an open air stadium, Tropicana Field. Who would have ever thought that would happen? It was built because of the changeable weather in Florida. It was built as a dome because they wanted to make sure that we could play games in inclement weather. And right now, those people who are wishing for an open air stadium there got it.
When do you think the last time is that field saw rain?
Yeah, Bobby's just saying, when's the last time the field saw,
do you think
rain
never?
there? No, never. I mean,
what do you say? It's 74 and
yeah,
right.
Not since it's been there since 1990. So not it's never seen rain. But think about all the memories in there, all the interesting times. The Rays different runs for and incredible games and Wade Boggs playing in there and just a lot of people. They started their team in this place. They were an expansion franchise and started their team there. And even though I realize people kind of malign the stadium, we were really excited, those of us in St. Pete, to have this big baseball stadium. We thought it was the most beautiful thing we'd ever seen.
I know. I do, and I can think, we've been here in Tampa Bay for 10 years, and I can remember going to a Rays game very, very pregnant, and sitting there, my husband having to make sure that I'm being protected because I can't move when the fly balls are coming. But
I would go in the summertime, 1 o'clock games in the summertime,
so nice.
And I'd be watching the radar. And I would run outside to one of the little spiral staircases just to go watch the thunderstorm roll in, and then run back inside and just be so thankful. It's the boys of summer. It's baseball in summer. You can't play very many baseball games in a rainy season in Florida, so you needed that roof.
Yeah,
it's kind of heartbreaking, isn't it, when you look at it? It just, and I'm sure, they'll figure out a plan, as we all will. We all have to pivot when something like this happens.
Wow.
And
I'm just so relieved everybody's okay.
yeah, that's great. That's great.
And I hope the same for those cranes.
Yes, that's even more troubling because it's in such a. And I know we've mentioned it, but I think the one saving grace here is, people weren't in that building.
Right.
A lot of people had evacuated, and hopefully during the height of the storm here, people were not underneath those cranes. People were trying to walk around or just check things out. But certainly there are a lot of cars down there on the streets.
So I know that this is something that we are going to be paying attention to throughout the morning and obviously throughout our coverage of Hurricane Milton. But we do have to keep in mind that storm is still moving, and there are other areas also experiencing damage. I want to take you to Hernando County. Hannah Deneen has been live there all throughout this. And Hannah, I know St. Pete is also home for you. But what's happening right now in Hernando?
Well, Courtney, we're right outside of our hotel in Brooksville tonight. And the story in Hernando County all evening has been this strong wind that's blowing through here and the heavy rain. You can see a little bit under that street light there just how fast the rain is blowing through this area. And earlier, our meteorologists were reporting that here in Brooksville, the maximum wind speed that they saw was 75 miles per hour. So it's one thing to hear that when they're in studio, it's another to sort of see it in action like this. And then just south of us in Pasco County, 80-mile-per-hour wind. More than 80-mile-per-hour winds is what they saw at maximum speed there. And we are hearing that this wind is doing serious damage tonight. Periodically, we have lost power at our hotel. We've seen the lights flicker here, getting a sense of this strong wind right now. And also we're hearing lots of reports of down trees, down power lines. And the thing that I just cannot stop thinking about is with Hurricane Milton, we have an additional obstacle, and that is all the debris remaining from Hurricane Helene. I spent the better part of the last 2 weeks in the communities across Pasco and Hernando County as they recovered from Hurricane Helene. I know that there was a lot of effort that went into cleaning up that debris, but just a few hours ago, I spoke with the Hernando County Emergency Management Director, who says despite their best efforts, that debris still a huge concern tonight.
We're still recovering from Hurricane Helene. We did a really good job of collecting as much debris as we could. We're one of the first counties that started collecting debris. We've collected over 20,000 cubic yards of debris so far. We couldn't get everything picked up. We put a huge dent into it. So now with the storm surge and the winds, we're really worried about that being very damaging.
And just thinking about the scenes that I saw just yesterday in parts of Pasco County, where overnight they had dozens of private contractors working to clear up that debris, but knowing that they still were not going to be able to clean it all, it's hard to imagine what we could be walking into once Hurricane Milton subsides and people are able to go out and survey that damage. Just a note that both Hernando County and Pasco County officials, they're urging people to not be going out tomorrow to survey that damage. They're hoping people will give them as much time as possible to allow them to clean up the roads and make sure things are safe before they're going out to survey the damage. They know that you're eager to see what's happened in your communities, but they're just again asking that you give them that time to do what they need to do to make sure it's safe for you to go back out there.
Hannah, I know you just mentioned Pasco County, and they evacuated all west of US 19. Do you have, though, any indication of what things may look like in talking with your sources?
Courtney, I have reached out to a few people in Pasco County who I knew were on the fence about staying because they felt that the storm surge was not going to be as significant with this storm there in Pasco County as it was with Helene. I've not heard back with them yet, but like I said before, I'm certainly just eager in a way to get in touch with them, make sure that they're okay, and get that pulse check on Pasco County. Certainly going to be a priority tomorrow.
And that for sure. And you imagine, also they've been going through this, and it has not been pleasant with the winds and the rain, and you really hope that they're okay. But imagine that they are very, very busy right now as well. Hannah, thank you so much. I appreciate that. If you're just now joining us, it's just before 12:30. You're watching 10 Tampa Bay as we continue our coverage of Hurricane Milton. I'm Courtney Robinson alongside Dave Wagner.
We want to get you up to date on 3 big things happening right now and share this information with you. There's a lot going on right now, even though as the storm is moving inland, there are some important things to know. Number one, you're being asked to conserve water in Hillsborough, Pasco, and Pinellas counties. The water, by the way, is off in St. Pete. The northeast and southwest sewer plants offline in St. Pete. That means you're not supposed to flush your toilets. Otherwise, sewage could back up into your home. Also, the roof of Tropicana Field has shredded. It is now off. And there's also a crane collapse, at least one crane collapse in St. Pete. At one point, we were told there are multiple crane collapses, working to confirm that, but we have been on scene of at least one crane collapse. You're looking at this video right here. You see how big this crane is right here. And it's a little hard for me to, this again appears to be at the 400 Central building, the crane here, I believe. But right across the street, I think it looks like it may have fallen to the south, maybe in the St. Pete Times building, but I just can't tell based upon where that is. So basically at 4th Street, Central Avenue, and I think the crane fell over onto 1st Avenue South right there, First Avenue South and 4th, but that's quite a sight.
Yeah, you look up and you see these cranes and they're very large, but then to see it, come down like that, just how massive, massive these are. And, we do hope that there weren't multiple, but that was what we were hearing from Pinellas County.
Yeah, I mean, they weigh tons. These are not light pieces of equipment. And, they're up there, high above us. We assume that they will never fall down, that they're safe up there. But this happens multiple times, a lot of times across the country during high wind events that these cranes come down. We've seen it previously in St. Pete that these cranes have toppled. But thank God the streets were pretty well evacuated because of this storm. But we don't know of any injuries. We can see some of the damage, but we just don't have that information yet, waiting to hear back on that.
You really hope everyone's okay. One thing that I think Luke, who also saw this in person, our reporter who's out in St. Pete right now, that there weren't first responders there, so you hope that everybody's okay. But this right now is what we're seeing from Tropicana Field. The roof of Tropicana Field blown off by Milton's powerful, powerful winds. And I do want to share with you, because there was concern, okay, what about people who may have been inside? There were people inside, but everybody who was inside is safe. They've been accounted for. All the essential personnel who are there, safe and accounted for. To clarify right now that there are not first responders staying at Tropicana Field. You may have seen the picture we also shared with you, showing hundreds of cots kind of lined up, ready to go, that these would be for, we were told, for National Guardsmen and utility workers.
That, gee, what inside? And all of a sudden this goes.
And thankfully, first responders were not staying there. It was not a shelter. And then again, the essential personnel who were there, that they are safe and that they are accounted for.
We have some new video right here. This is again from Tropicana Field, just a different vantage point. So this, I believe, would be maybe on the south side.
That big entrance,
yeah,
right?
the main entrance kind of there as you go in, and you see additional parts of the roof are blowing off in the wind there. So, I mean, obviously,
it's almost all of it now.
Yeah, it really, at this point, I don't think probably matters whether or not, more of it goes, because it's going to have to be replaced. You just wonder, how quickly can something like that be done? How many events are scheduled for this facility? I mean, obviously, the most paramount situation is, the safety of people, and thank goodness people appear to be okay.
Dave, I look at this and I think, what else have we not seen yet?
Yeah, it's kind of everything under the sun right now. In this case, everything under the moon is happening in St. Pete, from water to sewage to unbelievable amounts of rain to Tropicana Field to cranes falling from the sky. It is quite a wild night in downtown St. Pete. And again, this is far, far from the heart of this storm. But as you know, and Bobby and our other team of meteorologists have talked about it, the most powerful winds are to the north of a hurricane. And we, in this particular storm, were to the north of this hurricane in St. Petersburg.
Hurricane Milton making landfall on Siesta Key at 8:30 this evening as a Category 3 hurricane. I believe we said the winds were
120 miles an hour?
Yeah, Category 3 storm.
Yeah.
Made landfall.
So, wow. Chris Vickers standing by right now. Chris, do you have anything new for us here?
Just going to update you guys on the current winds, because that's really kind of been the story over the past 60 to 90 minutes. It does look like we're going to start to see these winds begin to diminish ever so slightly. I'm still getting some 60, 70, even 80-mile-per-hour winds. Current wind speeds in Tampa here, 46 miles per hour with a gust to 69. Still have a gust out there towards St. Petersburg that's over 85 miles per hour, officially coming in around 87. Now, the center of the circulation, that continues to march across central Florida, and as it pushes to the east, we're going to see those winds begin to diminish. But exactly as we've been saying, this was one of those plausible scenarios where we're actually getting tail whipped on the end of Milton with some of those winds on what was the north and northwest circulation around Milton. So a little unusual, and if you're paying kind of close attention to this, the winds initially, if you were here in the Tampa area over towards St. Pete and Pinellas County, they came in east to northeast to north, and now they're going to northwest. That's part of that circulation as it moves off to the east. It is kind of moving around on us, so we're getting a shift in that wind direction, which is what's expected, and actually pretty incredibly strong winds in that north and west quadrant of the hurricane. We always typically talk about the northeast quadrant. That usually gets the attention because it has the forward motion of the hurricane, but also some of those winds that are pushing in. But in this case, it was a little unusual. We got whipped with the northwest quadrant of the hurricane. Higher wind impacts. I do expect we're going to get some updates with this. This still seems to be running a little bit high for me, especially towards some of our coastal areas. We're seeing more 60, 70 to 80 mile per hour winds. This will likely be more so in impact in that 74 to 95 mile per hour range, and that is likely going to be pushing off to the east. So I am going to look for a diminishing impact for those winds at least over the next 60 to 90 minutes. Had multiple reports though. We still have to get all the data gathered though of winds that were over 100 miles per hour, including over towards Sarasota and Bradenton, 102 miles per hour, just shy of that in Venice at 97 miles per hour. We still do have quite a bit of rain, although the heaviest of the rain, it is going to be moving to the east. Still flash flood warnings and flash flood emergencies across the area. Did want to pull this up very quickly though. This is the velocity signature from Doppler radar. Now, we've used this for various reasons through the course of the day today. Earlier in the afternoon, it was to determine where we had rotation and tornadoes. I'm just looking at the pure wind field that's aloft in the atmosphere, and we're scanning several hundred to a couple thousand feet up in this particular area, but these are winds that are inbound to the radar site at over 100 miles per hour. Now again, that's aloft in the atmosphere, some of that translating down to the surface, but the bottom line is we've still got a lot of dynamics working through the atmosphere here, which means some high winds are still going to be possible. So just a peek at that is an indication of some of the higher winds. Big story going forward, not only the winds, but this flash flooding that still is occurring across much of central Florida. Let's look at what we've had for the latest from the Weather Center. Dave, Colleen will send it back over to you.
All right, Chris, thank you very much. We want to get right to 10 Tampa Bay reporter Aaron Parsegian. We've been talking about Tropicana Field, the roof removed by the winds of Hurricane Milton, and Aaron's able to offer a little more insight. Aaron, are you able to hear us?
Yes, I can hear you, Courtney and Dave. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. What are you seeing there right now? Aaron, what have you heard about the people inside?
Yes, we're just getting a little more information regarding that staging setup that we saw, obviously, in the days leading up to Hurricane Milton. Before there was that staging set up with the cots, that photo we've seen and shared before for National Guards, men and women, line crews, first responders. Many of those sites were used in the days leading up for some of the massive debris cleaning operations that we saw with those dump trucks going back and forth from the barrier islands. I did hear from the governor's office tonight or early this morning, though, that they actually cleared most of the people out of there this afternoon out of, concern about what could happen with the roof when we were talking about some of these 100-mile-per-hour gusts. So none of those people were staged there as this roof was coming down, except for essential personnel who was in Tropicana Field itself. As Courtney mentioned, those people were safe. So that's the good news throughout all this.
Hey, Aaron, I'm curious, you said that there was concern about this before the storm, and maybe that was made on our radar. It certainly wasn't on my radar that there was a potential for this happening. What was the concern here with the roof? I think
it was the concern over the expected high winds, obviously with the hurricane approaching, 30 miles south of it, where it eventually made landfall in Siesta Key. And then obviously we talked about the structure of the roof itself. It's obviously been through a lot since it was first built, but that kind of just puts into perspective just how high and strong these winds were this morning.
Yeah, after 34 years of being there, you did not expect this to happen. I remember looking up this roof and it's like, how can it withstand all these powerful kind of winds we get here? But it did, and it served us really well for a long time. But as we can see right now, it was vulnerable. But, thank goodness This didn't happen during a time when it was busier. Obviously, they evacuated people in St. Pete, so we didn't have a problem there. We didn't have a problem with, hopefully, with the crane collapse. We're crossing our fingers on that.
Aaron, where are you right now? I'm curious, sorry.
So I'm in South St. Petersburg as well, probably about 10 minutes from Tropicana Field by car. Still feeling some of those bursts of wind gusts. Obviously now the major news here in the city is that they turned off the drinking water right at midnight because of that major water main break. So no drinking water, obviously no sewer water is the issue. I still have electricity at my place flickering on and off. So I'm one of the lucky ones tonight with the tens of thousands of power outages we're seeing in the city.
Yeah, you take whatever you can get in terms of glimmers of good luck or good fortune in this time with some people having power, some not. But we all of those people in St. Pete are without water tonight, which is a big inconvenience.
Yeah, and this is why one of the reasons we, in the days leading up to this hurricane, we made that a point to mention, make sure you have that water on hand, stock up because you don't know how long this is going to take. Obviously, they said they're going to address this water main break as soon as they can, as soon as it's safe for crews to go out there. But that could be several hours from now at this point.
Good. And also, I should share with you that the city of Gulfport, this also impacts their drinking water service as well. So they also, in the city of Gulfport, no longer have drinking water service either. Aaron, are you hearing any information about the cranes?
Still haven't heard anything outside of the preliminary information. I think the most important thing out of that, obviously, no injuries reported. Similar situation with first responders there. They're going to have to wait until they can go out there and safely assess the damage. But as we saw, it fell right onto Central Avenue. And as one of the things they were concerned about leading up to the hurricane approaching our coast, one of the reasons they mentioned people around that area, 400 Central, should likely evacuate because there could have been this potential for those cranes to come down.
Yeah, that's one of the curses of being a city in which there is so much growth. We've got a lot of these cranes up in the air, and with the changing weather we've had over the past few weeks here, it puts people at risk. So hopefully we've learned a lesson there, and hopefully keeping our fingers crossed that nobody was injured in these crane collapses. Great to hear that nobody was injured down at Tropicana Field, although there were people inside.
All right, Aaron, we're going to let you go because I know you're making your way toward that area as well. He said he's one of the lucky few that does have power. Let's talk about these power outage numbers because we are seeing hundreds of thousands. Duke, this is actually maybe a little bit better than what we saw earlier, which was almost 500,000, so almost 500,000 people, customers rather, without power. Now, 478,000,
478,000.
There we go. Yeah. 1,000 without customers without power. FPL more than 353,000. TECO almost 420,000 customers without power, and they are working to, when it is safe, to get that power back on. And we know that there are tens of thousands of linemen that are staged, ready to get to work ASAP.
Yeah. Three important things to know right now. Number one, conserve water in Hillsborough, Pasco, Pinellas counties. The water is off in St. Pete. You're not to use water. You won't be able to get water out of there. And when they turn it back on, there's normally a process by which they want to make sure that the water indeed is safe coming out of your tap. So keep that in mind. Northeast, Southwest sewer plants are offline in St. Pete. They did this to protect the system because they were concerned about saltwater incursion. So you're not supposed to flush your toilet, otherwise sewage can come up into your home, and you don't want that. We're already going through enough right now.
And Tampa Bay's water's regional supply system facilities, they're experiencing power outages, so they are asking that you conserve water to maintain water supply to Hillsborough, Pinellas, and Pasco counties, as well as the cities of Newport Richey and St. Petersburg as well. So Tampa Bay water customers, beware of that.
Right. Let's go right now, if we can, down to Tropicana Field. Luke is down there. He's been surveying the damage. He was on scene first for us outside. Luke, I know you've looked around a little bit. What are you finding out?
Yeah, we're standing here in front of the Tropicana Field, and as you can see, it is almost completely without a roof right now. You see that polymer compound blowing in the wind, looking more like canvas. We've heard it whipping in the wind as the gusts come through, and pieces of it, shreds of it, just flying up into the air and flying away. A few moments ago, we got up as close as we could and put our camera right up against the glass door to just see if we could make out anyone inside. We saw some of those shreds of the roof coming down onto the seats, but I didn't see anybody inside. And we understand from the fire department that nobody was hurt here, so which is just incredible news when you look at the scale of this and all of those shreds and shards coming down. Incredibly dangerous in these winds. It's just a wonder that nobody was hurt, and just amazing to know that. Although I have to imagine that for people across the Tampa Bay area who grew up going to games here, this has to be an incredibly difficult scene to watch.
Yeah, I would imagine the reason you don't see anybody inside is probably just too dangerous of a scene there for people to be walking around, and there'll be a time later to clean up the mess there and figure out a plan for the future. But have winds died down a bit in that area? We can see that canvas or fabric or the material blowing in the wind. Does it seem like it's died down a bit since we talked to you last?
Yeah. Well, since we talked last, so much more of it is gone. See, you take a look, and I think I can only count maybe 2 or 3 different sections there that are still intact. When we first came on the air here with you, there was much more of it intact, and much more of it, in fact, just ripping off of those support beams and flying up into the air. Now, as you can see, most of it, the vast majority of it now, is gone, and on occasion, when we get those gusts of wind, more pieces of it continue to fly off and up and into the air.
It almost looks like tornado damage when you look at that. I mean, it's obviously hurricane damage when you're torn apart, but it looks almost like a tornado hit it.
And as Luke said, no injuries reported. We did hear from the Tampa Bay Rays. I was told no first responders were inside, that it was not a shelter, and that everyone who was essential personnel that was in there, they are accounted for, and that they are safe. Your heart just breaks for everyone around our community, and thinking about that's the trop, but what about homes? And you're worried. Luke, as you all made your way toward Tropicana Field, were you able to see some of these homes in that area and what things may have looked like?
Yeah. You drive around downtown St. Pete, what you're going to see tomorrow, I know that most people are still hunkering down in their safe places right now, and that's exactly where people should be. But when they do, when we all start to reemerge tomorrow morning, when this is past, a few things that people need to be prepared for. You're going to see downed trees. You're going to see branches on the roads. Downtown St. Pete, we saw a number of trees down on power lines. Very dangerous hazards in the road. And as we've been talking about, the tower crane that fell on Central into another building. These are the kind of things that officials have been warning us about, and again, I have to say, as the winds pass out of this area and it becomes safe for people to venture out, more and more of that damage is going to become much more apparent.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, the light of day is going to be unkind to us, unfortunately, when we look, and not just in St. Pete, but to our north and to our south.
That's exactly right. We do have video, actually, our producers were sharing with us that the trop had been damaged during Hurricane Helene. And so I think we have some of that video to show you. And you saw outside.
We did show that during.
We did.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, but that's a small, I mean, that's.
Quickly we forget, yeah.
Basically just a sign there. And that was about the extent of it. Almost looks like it was kind of pushed over.
Sign.
Yeah, but
It was not the dome of Tropicana Field. It certainly was not. And we have to keep in mind right now that there are other communities that are experiencing this wind. It's not over for the state of Florida. Chief Meteorologist Bobby Deskins joins us now. And Bobby, what do we have right now?
So keeping the track on this, right? 100-mile-per-hour winds as of midnight. It's moving to the east-northeast at 16. That's actually good news because it hasn't slowed that much. It will continue to move off. Pressure's coming up. 966 millibars, now 60 miles south-southwest of Orlando. It's getting closer and closer. Look at the backside here. So we're starting to get the backside of those clouds, which means the backside of the rain. And the winds, to me, have peaked in the Tampa Bay area. Most of them started peaking between 11 and about right now, really, 11 and 12 o'clock, really, and starting to come back down. So here's a look at the radar. You can see where the center is over here, southwest parts of Polk County. That's really not too far from Bartow, Fort Meade almost. And then you can see back out towards the west. Look at western Citrus, Hernando, and Pasco County. Look at the yellows turn to green. That's the rainfall rate lowering. It's thinning out the rainfall because I know a lot of areas are have flooding going on out here. A lot of it has flooding. Pinellas, Hillsborough especially. But there's more rain to come. Now you see how that thins out a little bit. This part's pulling away, and that will continue. So that means north of I-4, you're still going to see some heavy rainfall all the way up through Orlando. These yellow reflectivities you see here, because of the way that there's the curve in the storm, this is coming in this direction, but you still have something feeding into it. And as a result, we're going to keep those heavier rain bands. They're not terrible. We've seen much heavier earlier today, but we're going to keep that moderate rain on the backside of this as it comes all the way through. It will be pulling away, but it's been taking forever, and I think it's going to take another, really, I think it's 3 hours likely before we can cut all this off, especially into western Hillsborough County. It might be 2 hours for Pinellas County before the rain completely shuts off. We haven't had much rain down south of the track. That will continue, except for this little bit of a last batch that's now into Manatee and Sarasota County, and that last batch will move across. So Hardy, DeSoto, Highlands County, you have not seen that much rain. You'll get a little bit more. This should not cause that much trouble, but northern Polk County, we've got a lot of rain to go. All right, so Lakeland, Haines City, Winter Haven, we've got a lot of rain to go, and we're going to end up probably pushing numbers 6, 8, 10 inches of rainfall. The numbers are really impressive when you get into this neck of the woods, especially over in the Pinellas and Hillsborough, where we had the flash flood emergency for earlier. St. Pete, if you just joined us, if you hadn't seen it, St. Pete had 5.09 inches. Chris, I think I'm getting it, 5.09 inches of rain between 8 p.m. and 8:53. 17 inches and a quarter, but that was earlier, and it's still raining, so that number's going up. These are just Doppler estimates from the radar, but the center came in down here, and it's going off like that. You can see it was pretty well forecast by the models, suggesting that all the rain's on the north side. So very heavy rainfall. That is thinning, but the damage is done. There's lots of flooding out there. The ground was pretty soaked to begin with. And then you had debris that had washed into a lot of the ditches and those types of things. And so it just wasn't going to drain very well. Now, you get up into Pasco, Hernando, and Citrus County. Look at the eastern part of Pasco has seen more rain. Trinity, about 7.5 inches of rainfall. Newport Richey area, a little bit better than that. Starkey Ranch area, moving out in Wesley Chapel and Lutz area here. That's about 7.5 to almost 8 inches. And then you get into Dade City, at least the Doppler's estimating almost 10.5 inches of rainfall. And certainly Zephyr Hills seeing the same thing. And then Thenona-Sassa. And then there you go. Look, we're just putting it up over a foot north of Lakeland. Now, rainfall, guys. So that's quite a bit. Again, this will continue to move away. The winds, so as I mentioned, I think they've peaked. This is key right here because this is the back end of the heavy winds, the gusts in the 60s. That should be moving out. There's 4 o'clock. So what time we got now? It's not even quite 1 o'clock. Next 2 hours, that'll be pulling away. The winds are still out of the north and northwest at times. So, and I mentioned that because that's coming in off of the Gulf, especially northern parts of Pinellas County, those beaches, Clearwater. Man, you still got some good gusts going on. That will continue, but that is all coming down, okay? It's all coming down as that pulls away. By about 6 in the morning, It's still forecast to be a Cat 2. Hurricane. Maybe top end Cat 1 to be very close. It is forecast to fall apart as it's moving across the Space Coast, or at least weaken, not really fall apart, but weaken, and then move away. But that's 9 o'clock in the morning, and our winds, it's a breezy day at that point. In fact, there'll be quite a bit of sunshine around. When all is said and done, here we go. This is where we're going to end up seeing it. It's this swath right here of the wind. That's where the center of that storm went. And it looks like most of the gusts that we have seen are going to be topping out in about 100, 105. Anna Maria Island, guys. So remember we had the wind coming in out of the north and the east right here. They had a sensor there out on the beach that was measuring a sustained wind of 84 miles per hour and a wind gust of 106 miles per hour. That's a sustained wind of 84 miles per hour. That's amazing. And unfortunately, because it was basically the wind just coming right down the bay to the back of Anna Maria Island. There had to be some surge pushed onto the back of the island right now. I have not seen anything, and I've heard anything. The forecast was 10 to 15. I don't think we saw that, but we did see some water, I'm sure, come up over there, and we'll find out tomorrow when the sun comes up.
Hey, Bobby, while we have you here, I want to make sure that we clarify, too, what I was sharing with Davis Islands, right, with the water that's there, and I think we have that video, and you're saying, hey, this isn't the surge that we were talking about, and it's probably a combination of a lot of things.
It's that heavy rain that we've had. It's the drainage blocked. And because at first I thought, well, there could have been a little bit of surge, but really, I went back and looked. I looked at the port, the water levels at the port right there, and they were actually a little bit below, almost about a foot below. But that is one of those situations where, oh, look, that's where we had the flood emergency, right?
That was, this is kind of near the village. But yes, the flood emergency.
So, I mean, that whole area was in it. And that's what can happen when you get that much rain in a short amount of time.
Well, we showed the video earlier from just kind of that south of that Ballast Point area where the water had, when it was still daylight, the water had been like sucked out.
Coming out. I saw video actually after it was dark of Bayshore, and it was sand. It was sand. It had blown all the way out like what we saw in Irma. So that had happened. At least right up against the beach right there, or the fence right there, or the sidewalk on Bayshore. So we did get a negative surge, but I saw about 1, maybe 2 foot of negative surge. I thought we'd get a little bit more than that. Overall, because the center's moving away, the winds are coming down, and so that water level that went down is actually starting to come back up just a little bit, but it's not going to be surging. It's not coming up over much what it should be.
Well, we've got a variety of things we've had to worry about tonight: the surge, the massive amount of rainfall, and then the wind. And we saw the effects of the wind in downtown St. Pete on full display. Everything from at least one crane collapse. At one point, there were reports of multiple crane collapses. And then Tropicana Field, the roof of Tropicana Field just shredded off, which is a lot to think about.
We want to, take you through some really important things. We've got power outages that you need to know about. A great time to check in, to make sure that family in the morning will have power. And Duke Energy says that they have more than 500,000 customers without power at this moment. Florida Power and Light has more than 353,000 customers. TECO, almost 500,000 customers without power as we approach 1 a.m. this Thursday.
Yeah, it's close to 1.3 million. Well, that's what a hurricane does. 3 things to know here. You need to conserve water in Hillsborough, Pasco, and Pinellas counties. The water is off in St. Pete. Can't drink water. That's not available to you. Can't shower, that kind of thing. The Northeast and Southwest sewer plants are offline in St. Pete. It was done to prevent any kind of saltwater incursion. So can't flush your toilets right now. Otherwise, sewage could come up into your house, and you don't want that. And then what we've been covering as breaking news is the roof collapse at Tropicana Field. It was just ripped off tonight, and pieces are still coming off at this hour. And then the crane collapse in St. Petersburg. This was right around 4th Street and 1st Avenue South. So, and there's Tropicana Field right there. Gee, it is a spectacularly bad picture there right now.
It really is. And when I see this video and these pictures, just, you're really kind of agape, like that something like this could happen, you know, and we know that that's a reality, but just to see it. And then you think about, this is Tropicana Field, but what about homes that are, you know, one-story homes, and what about those roofs and all of these things? And we're going to see that. The sunlight will come up. It's going to shine a light on a lot of the ugliness that Hurricane Milton left, but we also know that so many of you will band together and help each other through this, and we will as well.
Yeah, the state has really put together resources. The federal government has put together resources to come in and help. So hopefully that help will get here quickly because people have immediate needs. Here's the crane right here, some new video that we have, but you see just how massive that is. Several stories tall, the crane itself, and falling into a building and right there onto the street. We're trying to confirm what building this is that it's fallen into. And I hesitate to speculate any more than I already have at this point, but it is, it's a huge piece of equipment that doesn't belong on the ground like that.
Dave, it's stunning too that in both of these major, catastrophic situations, that there were no injuries.
That we know of.
That we know of.
Yeah,
and the
Tropicana
Tampa Bay
Field,
Rays with Tropicana Field, they confirmed to us earlier, I got a message letting me know, hey, that there weren't first responders there. It wasn't a shelter. I want to make sure I put the right words in here, and that all essential personnel who are there are safe and accounted for, which is just such a relief. And as for the crane collapse as well, hearing that there were no injuries that we know of.
Yeah, and which is miraculous, and that's okay. And another live look outside, just one of the many scenes across the Tampa Bay area. It's a windy, wet night out there, an ugly, ugly, violent night in the Tampa Bay area. We're keeping an eye on things for you, so you don't have to go outside. So Bobby Deskins is keeping an eye on the weather while we keep an eye on the news coming out of this. And Bobby, just a crazy night. It is maybe receding just a little bit, this violent weather, and that's what we want to see.
It is, especially along the coast first, and then slowly work its way inland. But we still got to think of our friends in Polk County because we're really getting that heavy winds out there right now, and it's pushed into the Orlando area. You see that little surge right there? Watch this right here. That is that very heavy batch of rain, and there's very gusty winds in that. That surged through the Orlando area as well. But again, most of it starting to slowly taper off. It's just going to be a very slow process of that tapering off as we go through the evening hours. So let's talk a little bit about the winds. So 87-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Now, it's kind of a trick here because we've passed midnight, 12:53 right now. So these numbers, not all of them, but most of them are the numbers that we've seen since midnight. All right, so because we had about 102, I think, with St. Pete, 101, 103, 102, 103 in Sarasota for a peak wind gust, 69 in Tampa, and that's since midnight because we've seen higher than that for Tampa. Brooksville's not reporting. The highest we saw there was 75-mile-per-hour wind gust in Brooksville. That's hurricane force. That's a lot of wind out of there. 40 now in Crystal River. Look at the sustained wind, though. 46 in Tampa, 45 in St. Pete, 43 in Lakeland. Those numbers are coming down. So, but slowly, okay? So there's some of the gusts. Now you look at St. Pete 101, that's because we lost some data there, and that giving us the old ones we want to see anyways. This is from last night, peak on Wednesday. 102 was in Sarasota. 93 was the peak wind gust in Tampa. 56 in Zephyr Hills. There's your 75 for Brooksville and 54 in Clearwater. And that Clearwater one, the beach had more. I'm sure the beach had more than that. Now, as we went past midnight, 87 is what we've come down. So St. Pete went from just over 100 to about 87 for it. And then there we go for the forecast as we work our way through the evening hours, through the morning hours, excuse me. We'll be looking at those wind gusts coming down. But it's not a lot. I mean, right now, still in the 60s. In an hour, it's still in the 60s. In 2 hours, it's still in the low 60s, right? And so 4, 5, 6 o'clock, that's when we'll really start to see it drop off. And I really think, and this is pretty decent too, I think it rains, at least a light rain, through at least 4 o'clock, another 3 hours for Tampa. Okay, and so that means just to the west of that, maybe 2.5 hours, but eastern Hillsborough, Lakeland, Polk County, we're still going to see some heavy rainfall. And I mentioned that because it's going to thin a little bit, But especially Polk County, because we hadn't seen as much initially, it's going to continue to add up. Then we do stay breezy, of course, as the sun comes up tomorrow, but things will be getting a little bit better there. So here are some of the other gusts. Albert Whitted had 101, 83 at St. Pete, Clearwater. Again, some of these have changed. Bartow, 94 mile-per-hour wind gusts in Bartow. That's saying something there. 97 in Venice. Tampa International was at 93 that I showed you that, and then Sarasota Bradenton, that's just an impressive one at 102. Now let's talk surge levels. Here's the blue line's where we should have been, just on average with the tides. The red line's where we've been, and look what happened. The wind turned to the northeast and it just dropped it. So we had a negative surge, and that's all because the center went down. Well, Siesta Key is where it made landfall, just south of Sarasota. If that center was up in Pinellas County, it would be the opposite. This would have gone way up. But that little wobble that happened, it was about a 20-mile jog that happened just off of Cozumel, off of Cancun, shifted the whole track a little bit south. Well, to the right, which ended up being a little bit south for us here in Florida. Now the water levels are coming up. Don't worry about that. That is coming up to where it should be. Okay? What this is showing you is the water level going down, 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 because the wind was blowing hard. Now that the wind is not blowing as hard, that water level is allowed to come back up. So that's actually really good news. Number one, we didn't get a big surge. Number two, the winds that we have out there are coming down. So great news there. Now, on the other hand, here's Fort Myers. And this was, let me see what time this one went up about 4 foot. What's happening there, it's going to be more surge than that. Behind Longboat Key, I think we saw 8.8 foot storm surge. The forecast was 8 to 12. So that's verified. It's actually 10 to 15 in that area, but at least 8 to 9 foot is what we've seen. So unfortunately, Siesta Key, those areas, the south end of Longboat Key, but especially you get down towards Siesta Key and eventually towards Fort Myers, saw a pretty decent surge push through the area. Obviously, they were on the south side of that, and that's the reason why. So you can see the winds now, again, coming back around. They'll stay breezy through the rest of the morning hours, and then as we go through tomorrow, it's actually pulling in some dry air. The surge levels, even with the wind like this, if you're watching from Sarasota, they are coming down, and they will continue. It's just the wind is what pushed it up there, and with the wind going away, things do get a little bit on the quieter side. Showed you this earlier where we expect the best damage, obviously, into this area. That's all your power outages as well. Not all of them, but that's the better chance, and it's simply because that's where we're seeing the highest wind. Forecast rainfall, the GFS, what's left of the storm now, center's going right about like this, and the model is suggesting more to the north. And that's pretty legit. But bottom line is this is going to be coming off as we get close to sunrise this morning, especially in the Tampa area. The winds will be tapering off before sunrise. And then when we get through the rest of the afternoon, it's going to be all the way in the afternoon for Daytona Beach and folks over on the East Coast. All right, so the impacts. We can kind of skip this one here because we're past that as we're starting to come back down. The radar here is showing this one little batch that's left over. This will take a couple of hours, probably 1 to 2 hours, maybe an hour to get through Pinellas County, and the rain's going to taper off. Probably 2 hours to get through Hillsborough, and the rain will start to taper off. So what would that put us at? 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock? So anywhere from 2 to 4 p.m., expect the rain to start tapering off here along the immediate coast. And then we'll actually see some sunshine by the time it gets into tomorrow afternoon. Heavier rain now along and north of I-4. That includes the Orlando area. So anybody that left Tampa and you're watching on the app or YouTube or whatever you are watching, you're going to get some of the heavier rain. And in fact, some of the good winds are actually coming through the Orlando area right now. Not like what we saw back here, but gusts certainly in the 70s are possible for the Orlando area. And then we'll get that that rain, I'm saying, to continue to fill in, especially north of I-4. You can see that here in northern Polk County. Kissimmee, Legoland, the eye is going right across there right now. So actually lighter winds still in the eye. Still a little bit of an eye feature, right? You can see it rounded, right, just right in there. And that is the eye feature that we've been tracking. Now, flood watches. Well, this is flash flooding essentially. All the dark red polygons that you see there are saying that's a flood warning. All right, so we expect that. That's no surprise. These should get cut back as we go through the evening hours. Now, these are the type of flood warnings that you get when you've got heavy rainfall in a short amount of time. What's going to happen eventually is these are going to go over to river flood warnings. And that's going to take a little bit of time for that to happen. So we'll talk about these type of flood warnings here, which are what you see in the green. And I'm going to focus especially up here because this is where we've seen more rainfall. The Anclote River, boy, oh boy, that's coming up. And so what happens is sun comes out tomorrow, we begin to dry things out, everything's quieting down, people start cleaning up. Well, then the Anclote starts flooding. The Anclote's probably not going to crest until Saturday, maybe even Sunday. So if you live along the Anclote River, be prepared to take action. And it's a slow, you'll see it coming up, it's a slow deal, but it's going to be coming up over the next couple of days. In fact, any of these rivers, if you've seen them flood before, plan on them at least getting to close to flood stage. That's what these are saying here. That's what the green highlight is suggesting that it's already close to flood stage. But I've seen, for instance, some rivers that are, 9 foot now, flood stage is 12, it's going to 16. Okay, and that's right up here in eastern Hernando County. So that's already forecast, and that's with the rain that we've seen so far, and there's still a little bit more falling in there. So that is something that we want to keep a very, very close eye on over the next several days. Take a bigger picture here. This storm, pretty big storm still. The wind field actually expanded as it moved on shore and started to fall apart a little bit. And that's pretty typical. But I have to go, it's going to take me a couple times to zoom all the way out. Look at that. Rain from this storm is all the way up towards Savannah right now, off the coast of South Carolina. You see all of this cloud cover here blowing off to the north like that, northeast? That's the wind shear. And then you see the clearing back here behind the clouds. That's the dry air. It was the combination of the two of those that helped to weaken this. Remember, it was about 180 mile per hour off of the Yucatan, about 165. Quite a bit of the trek was 165 mile per hour winds out here. But finally it started weakening and made landfall at 8:30 Wednesday evening at Siesta Key at 120 mile per hour winds. Major hurricane making landfall. So yeah, high clouds up towards the Carolinas. Most of that rain will stay off the Carolinas, but some of it's going to get to the coast. And all of this will continue to move almost due east-northeast and weaken, but it's going to be a pretty good rainmaker for Bermuda as it moves by them. All right, let's talk, what else I want to show you here. Here's a little bit more of the planner. So, don't really talk a whole lot about the 7-day forecast in these situations. However, this is not a bad one because it has the cooler and the drier air on the backside. It depends on where you're from, right? But if you've been in Florida all summer long, you know how hot it's been. We're going to be looking at these basically staying in the low 80s for highs. And look at Friday and the Saturday morning. This will update just a little bit. We're going to be in the 60s. In fact, we'll take that through the upcoming weekend. And just no real small chance for rain on Saturday. I think most areas won't see it, but a small chance as we get into Tuesday and Wednesday for a little bit of rain. But look, that's the front, and look at this. Yes, finally, guys, we have seen the cold front come through here. That actually helped to push this a little bit to the east. As the storm went by, it helped to pull in more of that cooler and drier air. So it's not chilly by any means, but it certainly is a break from the 90s and the high humidity that we've been dealing with for the last, 4 months? Frank?
Bobby, we are manifesting that forecast like a prayer, aren't we?
Yeah, looking for a nice clear out and some change and some sunshine to come out, definitely.
Absolutely. If you are joining us at this hour, just now 1:04 in the morning, we say good morning as we continue to track Hurricane Milton and the catastrophic damage it has caused across the Bay Area. As we know, we have folks viewing right here in the Bay Area and beyond the borders of Florida. I'm Frank Wiley.
And I'm Sarah Rosario. We're going to keep you updated on everything we're learning about the aftermath of Milton and the impacts across the Tampa Bay area. The hurricane breaking a long-standing record here in the Tampa Bay area of us avoiding a major hurricane. Now we are going to look at the wrath left behind. We want to begin with some video coming out. One of the biggest things is the impact that we're seeing right now. First off, we know that it made landfall in Siesta Key around 8:30 tonight.
8:30, and no doubt you heard those winds howling, even if you were shuttered in your safe space, in your smart space, as Bobby Deskins and the weather team has called it. So yes, Hurricane Milton making landfall 8:30 Siesta Key. Also mass power outages across the Bay Area. We're going to get you some of those numbers a little bit later in the hour.
And we know that we're getting a lot of damage reports all across the Bay Area. We're working to get video of that for you to let you know if maybe you're evacuated from the area and you want to know what does my home look like, what does my neighborhood look like. We're working to get pictures of that for you to let you know what you're going to be returning to and when you can return home.
Yes, sir. And as you talk about that damage, there's some of it right there. You see that Tropicana field. Maybe you don't recognize it because the roof.
Yeah, the roof from Tropicana Field, because of winds, we're told. You can see the video there showing the roof ripped off from the top of Tropicana Field, exposing the stadium's lights, the inner workings of that baseball field, that Trop, hosting thousands of linemen and National Guard members as they prepare to respond for the storm.
Yeah, scary stuff right there. And I want to show you a little bit inside the Trop as well, if we have that for you. So that's a closer look, right? So you've been inside there maybe, and well, it looks more like an outdoor stadium because of that wind ripping the roof off when that took place at the height of the storm as well. Unable to assess the damage and how many people were maybe inside that facility at the time. Of course, we're going to get to our team of reporters to give you more information on that as well. But it's been ripped to shreds.
Yeah, that's right. It's not clear if the linemen staying inside Trop were evacuated. Albert Whitted Airport, which is just 2 miles away from Tropicana Field, first recorded wind gusts of over 101 miles per hour. So a scary situation there at Tropicana Field. We're going to be keeping you updated on that and the other impacts across Pinellas County and St. Petersburg as well. Talking about St. Petersburg, want to go live, not live, but we're giving you video of those cranes that officials were warning us about all day yesterday.
Yeah, and Sarah, as people drive by on the highway, a lot of folks see the cranes, right? And no doubt that was in my mind as I drove by the Trop and St. Pete and what have you, and I thought, oh my goodness, what about those cranes as those high winds, those sustained winds, triple digits, hit the cranes? Well, that's exactly what happens right there.
You always worry about that when you see cranes up in the air like that. A crane reportedly collapsed in downtown St. Pete late Wednesday night. St. Pete Fire Rescue says the cranes collapsed in the area of 400 Central Avenue, the building of the construction site there, which you can see in the video. The mayor, again, previously warned, as Frank and I were just saying, that they were concerned about the cranes at 4 sites around the city. He does say it could take weeks to lower the cranes, and they did not have enough time ahead of the storm.
Yeah, a growing area right there, Sarah, in terms of the Bay Area as a whole. So a lot of construction. A lot of construction.
It's incredible that we're not getting any reports of injuries from all of this.
Yeah, thankful for that. Of course, daylight going to definitely unveil the breadth of what this hurricane has done right here in the Bay Area. Want to do this because, again, we did mention we have a team of reporters out at this hour as well, trying to tell us what some of the other areas are looking like. Want to go to Lakeland right now.
Yeah, as Milton moved away from the Tampa Bay area, we were warned that its path could come across Central Florida into Polk County. That's where Miguel Octavio joins us now from Lakeland. Miguel, what are you seeing there right now? We can see that it's wet out there.
Frank and Sarah, at least where we are, the rain has subsided just a little bit, but it's still very breezy conditions here. These are not conditions worth driving over. It's still unsafe conditions. And moments ago, we actually got an update from the Polk County Sheriff's Office. I lost count by the number of roads they say are flooded at the moment, and lost count of the number of roads that have downed power lines here as well. I'm going to pan over a little bit here so you can see what the conditions look like, at least where we are at in Lakeland. Still really breezy conditions. They were deteriorating over the past few hours here, and a lot of the first responders we talked to say they want to warn that once Milton makes landfall, they're anticipating the impact to be continued to be felt right as it crosses across the state here. In fact, we spoke with a number of people who are evacuated into this hotel who live in the Pinellas, Hillsborough County areas, and they say right now they're concerned about what their homes could look like because they don't know. Their internet is out, the power is out there as well, so they evacuated to this hotel as a refuge, but they don't know how their homes are going to look like right now. We spoke with a man in Palmetto who spoke with us right now. Take a listen to what he had to say about what could happen if he loses his home from the impact of Hurricane Milton.
I don't know. With my wife being in a wheelchair, we'd probably have to just either go back home and stay and figure out down here, or just, get another hotel and start rebuilding just like everybody else.
for the last few hours, we have been hunkering down with other people who live closer to St. Pete and Tampa. They've been getting messages from some of their friends who they say did not evacuate, stayed behind, and they say they can even put into words some of the damage they've seen from some of the flooding. And just right now, excuse me, a strong pocket of wind over here. Hearing from their friends, not really knowing what their homes are going to look like right now. But here in Polk County, at least conditions have remained strong in terms of that breeze. A number of roads continue to be impassable from the flooding, as well as the down power lines. And when we talk about these winds, Frank and Sarah, they're concerned that this is going to continue to knock down trees into homes, and the impact as well on mobile home parks, RVs, and campers. These were some of the main concerns from those from the county. So right now, they're just hoping people are continuing to hunker down, shelter in place. At last check, the number of people who evacuated into those emergency shelters here in Polk County quadrupled to more than 5,500 people, and they're hoping folks who did not go to those shelters are just staying indoors, avoiding those roads, because right now they cannot get to those down power lines until after the storm passes. Frank and Sarah.
Absolutely, Miguel. Hey, listen, we're going to manage this as best we can, but we know that area where you're standing is something like a wind tunnel because we're hearing it, and that spoke volumes, right? But at the height of the storm, as you were riding that out, kind of describe what that howling of the wind sounds like, because on the phone with friends and family myself, I told them it sounded like a jet engine that just would not shut off.
No, the howling of the wind has been pretty consistent here throughout the night, and earlier the rain was even much worse, and something to be concerned about. We have some sort of an overhang keeping us somewhat protected here, but it's the debris that's flying around here. We see tree branches, leaves just everywhere, and we're trying to look out for ourselves here too. So the howling of the wind has been consistent. The conditions here still remain breezy as well. Certainly not the ideal time to be outside. Check out those conditions. We are still at some of the worst parts of Hurricane Milton's impact as it cuts across the state here so far. So just like right now, the howling of that wind, pretty consistent here throughout the night, and certainly something you do not want to experience outside. Stay indoors, shelter in place.
Miguel, I know a lot of people evacuated to that Polk County area thinking it was far enough inland that they could avoid the effects of the storm. Have you talked to anybody who has anything to say about that, or what's next for Polk County? Any rescues that you know of, or any injuries?
Well, so far here, the only information we've been able to confirm from first responders, they've been able to tell us a number of roads from here in Lakeland to Bartow to even Kathleen. You cannot pass through them right now. And first responders warned us during the brunt of this storm, there may come a time where they cannot get to you because first responders, they cannot put their lives at risk in order to help you. So far, we have talked to a number of people who evacuated to this hotel. One person in Lakeland made the last minute decision to come here after seeing how strong this storm was going to be. A number of the people we've met here so far, though, live more in the St. Pete and Tampa side. Right now, they're doing their best to see how their homes are doing, but with the internet out, with power out, it's difficult to do so. We're still working to get more information on what the rescues look like here and what kind of response from the sheriff's office they've had to do. But so far, they've been telling us a lot more roads. They're seeing a lot more of that flooding, and there are a lot more roads with down power lines. And the thing is, right now, with all this wind and the rain still adding up here, they cannot safely get rid of those barriers to help people and make sure that if you're out there on the roads, they can't be out there to help you because of those conditions. So they're just asking people right now, stay indoors, shelter in place. These are not ideal conditions to drive through. And as they mentioned here as well too, like our meteorologists have mentioned here, if there are places here that have flooded before because of the amount of rainfall that we've been getting, it's likely to flood again. We've spoken with people, for instance, who live by the Peace River out in Bartow. And for the first time for many of them, they rode out the storms before, but they went to motels, they went to shelters because they felt this was going to be a storm that was going to once again swell up the river. And they saw how deep that river got during Hurricane Ian, and with the storm surge projections we've seen from the rainfall projections and the heavy winds as well, they did not want to take any risks, just like with these conditions we're seeing out here tonight. Frank and Sarah.
It's two. Miguel, wind strong enough to take your breath away, but fantastic job as always.
Yeah.
We'll let you get back inside and start asking some questions. We'll holler at you a little bit later.
Yeah, thank you, Miguel. Still too early to tell. As you know, though, you can hear the wind out there. It's not safe to be driving. Lots of people still sheltering in place.
Yeah.
We'll be checking in with Miguel more later on throughout the rest of this newscast.
Yeah, we asked how many roads impassable. You want to know the number? Lost count.
Yeah, and how many power outages? Again, we'll be checking on that and giving you those updates as they become available. We do have some more information about some tornadoes that impacted our area as well.
Yeah.
I think we're going to be going to some video here.
Oh my goodness, look at that, Sarah. As that rotation, you see it clearly right there, vivid video as that storm, that funnel is moving across your screen right there. I understand this is out of Fort Pierce.
Yep.
Fort Pierce damage.
Yeah, this is out of Fort Pierce. We're told a tornado in Fort Pierce
That
flipped
is
a car
massive.
over. Take a look at that there. Flipping a car over, bringing severe damage to homes in St. Lucie County. The sheriff there, Keith Pearson, confirming deaths at Spanish Lakes Country Club Village there. That's on Spanish Lakes Boulevard. Now we're working to get some more information about how many people have died, but we do know that at least one person has
Oh, my
died because of that
goodness.
incident there.
Ah.
Very sad.
Sad indeed. You know, this is something you expect to see across the Central Plains, right? My stomping grounds,
Right, where you're
Tornado
from.
Alley, Oklahoma, especially when you see a wedge like that and you're looking at that rescue play out. As you mentioned, fatalities in that.
And we saw it all day yesterday as well. You know, our chief meteorologist, Bobby Deskins,
Yeah.
giving us updates as that storm was moving through and those tornado warnings popping off in portions of Polk County and portions of the eastern side of our state. People that didn't initially think they'd get the impacts of Milton.
Yeah, evacuating the
To stay
hurricane
safe,
itself, but the outer bands spawning tornadoes just like that. We did mention power outages at the top of the hour, right? We were trying to get some numbers for our friends at home. So if we have that, I'd like to pull that up in terms of a graphic.
There's three things you need to know, and one of them is about the power outages. Right now, we are getting some initial numbers of some power outages across our area. We have Duke Energy reporting an estimated 630, just so far, what they can report for certain is 630,000 power outages.
Yeah, we gave you a bit of a broader view right there on your screen. So we'll break down the bigger numbers for you, but you can see the smaller numbers on your screen as our web team doing a fantastic job and our producers actually panning and zooming for you to see what we're talking about in terms of troubled areas in the Bay Area and beyond. FPL reporting 839,000 outages.
Yeah, earlier yesterday we spoke to the one of the officials, Michael Hastings from Florida Power and Light, and he was telling us that he expected power outages and that they were prepared for them and that they were going to get all these linemen, that they had more than 17,000 linemen on standby to try to help with the power outages as necessary. So those crews are going to be out working around the clock from now until all the power is restored. You can count on that.
Yeah, they're going to do their part, and you heard that wind that Miguel was contending with, right? That is exactly why they have been on standby. They can't go out in those conditions either. You don't want the rescuers needing to be rescued.
Yeah. And TECO is reporting thousands, but their outage map is offline right now. So once we get some new information from TECO regarding power outages, I know from my family members, they have in Hernando County, they lost their power. We lost our power at our home in Tampa. So here's some tips for you when it comes to power outages.
Yeah, so if you lose power, turn off and disconnect electronics to prevent damage. You don't want that because we don't know the extent of the damage that's going on outside. That's a higher bill that you may have to contend with as well.
Yeah, leave a light on. You know, we lost power where we were staying and we were using our cell phones as lights, and a radio on to alert you when it's restored. And obviously never stand while operating switches or plugs.
You don't know the extent of that situation either, so you don't want an electrocution to be reported. And exacerbate the situation that people are dealing with. And you know what, we were talking about that image of the trop a little bit earlier, and losing power and people losing cell phone service. So you juxtapose that image of the trop and you connect that with not being able to get in touch with people. You imagine what happens with people's imagination. So of course we're going to do our part here, give you that life-saving information as the day goes on. but to try and, provide somewhat of a salve for your nerves.
Yeah, and we're working to get some more information about those linemen that were staying at the trop and what happened to them, were they evacuated. So we're trying to get more information about that as well. We do want to talk about some water impacts that we're learning about also. So drinking water services in St. Petersburg and Gulfport were shut down at midnight. So that's some information we're getting. That's because crews are looking into some major water main break that will impact portable water services. They say that it will last until necessary, until the repairs can be completed. The city now issuing a boil water notice for all portable water used for drinking, cooking, brushing your teeth in St. Pete and Gulfport until further notice.
Yeah, this gets back to that hurricane kit that we were really trying to drive home, right? So that people could have reserves in terms of bottled water and everything they needed because of times like this, because you expect something to go wrong. So we talk about the sewage water situation in St. Pete, northeast, southwest sewage treatment plants. They have shut down. And as of 7 p.m. last night, impacted residents and businesses all encouraged to limit water usage. Again, limit water usage because you don't know how long this is going to be the situation. That means avoid taking showers, doing laundry, or washing dishes as much as possible. And please flush toilets only as necessary. Again, only as necessary. It's getting down to that point, right?
Yeah.
As the toilet may not drain. And then you've got a bigger problem.
If you filled your tub up with water, you can use that water from the tub to put in the toilet, and that would be able to flush. It's just the pressure. You need to have pressure in the toilet in order for it to flush.
Yeah, very good point right there. Fill that tub up with water.
And city leaders are saying it'll be at least 48 hours until some of these services will be restored. It could take a little bit longer, but expect it for at least 2 days so far. We are getting some new information about Tropicana Field. We were worried about some potential linemen being in harm's way or not being evacuated, and we've now learned that no first responders were staged at Tropicana Field, and the essential personnel that were there are all accounted for and safe as we look at some of the damage that we're coming in from Hurricane Milton.
Yeah, do we have that video? Can we pull that up again of the trop to show folks what we're talking about? If they're just now tuning in, we could show them the image of what was happening in terms of the wind just peeling the top of that dome.
Yeah, unbelievable video there, and sad because you think, the Tropicana Field was already on its last leg, so to say. Many people saying
Sarah,
that.
we were just there 2 weeks ago.
Right, we were there for a work event.
You and your boys?
Right, thank goodness the season over now. So,
yes.
And they're in the plans of building a new stadium. So all of that is all details that are going to have to be worked out. Something that we've been covering for quite some time here on 10 Tampa Bay.
Well, that is just a stark reminder of how fleeting moments are. As I just thought about that, we were just there. Our families inside the trop enjoying the game there.
Yeah.
And this is the image that we see right about now. I want to do this, go a little bit farther south because our friend Jen Titus has been reporting around the clock on the situation there in Manatee County.
Jen, it's your hometown. What can you tell us about your experience dealing with Milton as it was coming through your area? And how's your family?
Yeah, guys, good morning to you. I think that the rain really has not stopped down here since yesterday morning at 1 a.m. And you can see it's still a continuous rain. The wind isn't too bad. You can hear some gust, but you can see a lot of the damage if you walk through the parking lot right now. We have trees down on cars, so you can just see the power of the wind. It's kind of ironic because I was at the same exact spot for Hurricane Irma, and I remember around the same exact time walking the parking lot, and we had some debris down, but we are seeing full trees from the gust of what Milton brought here to Manatee County. I spoke to one guy who has a tree in his truck right now. He actually came down, guys, from Texas to help with repairs from Helene, and now he's staying at this hotel to ride out Milton, and now he has a tree in his truck. So basically, guys, it's been like that all night long. It's been wind, it's been rain, and I don't know how much power is on out here. I don't know how many people have power out here. When you look around, it is very, very dark. We're lucky that the generator is working at the hotel we are at, so there is light for us here, but I don't know who else is that lucky. Like you said, that I have family all around Bradenton, born and raised here, so I've been texting my parents, asking them if they have power. They might be sleeping because they're not answering me, but I think they probably don't, because I know so many people are without power because that's just how strong the wind has been all night long. It started, think, guys, around 7 or 8 is when I could really hear those howls coming on through down here. And so you can see now kind of the aftermath of just that power of that wind. And so that's what we're seeing as I just walked out there. We don't want to walk too far because power lines are down. I saw somebody sent me some video of downtown Bradenton, and you could actually hear what sounded like glass breaking. And so that's really why officials are telling everybody to still shelter in place. Don't go out on the roads. Don't go looking to see what kind of damage Milton brought. It's just not safe yet because it's pitch black. Like I just mentioned, there's a lot of power out. So you're not going to be able to see if there's down power lines. Is there glass on the road? So the best thing to do right now is just stay at home, wait for that sun to come up, wait for officials to give the all clear for people to get back on the road, because I know once they get back on the road, once these winds die down, that's the first thing they're going to do. They're going to get out, they're going to assess the damage, they're going to pick up the power lines that fell, try to clear all of the debris to make sure it's safe, guys, once you get back on the road.
Yeah, Jen, it looks like you may have one of the only working lights right there in the area.
Yeah.
For the folks that you've been able to converse with as you're out there, Jen, and they're new to the area, it seems like if they've been here within the last month, they have become fast veterans of hurricane survival.
Yeah, unfortunately, Frank, that seems to be the case. And everybody's bringing it back to, I want to say, 2004 when we had the 3 hurricanes down here back to back to back. So everybody's really comparing it to then, like, hey, guys, we've been here before. Of course, people who are new to the area, they don't remember that. But we've had a situation like that from Charlie, Jean, and I think it was Francis when we had 1, 2, and 3. People are tired, though, Frank. People do not want to see another hurricane. I don't think any of us want to see another hurricane forecasted for time to come. Skip next season, skip a few seasons down the road until we see another hurricane back in the Gulf.
Storm fatigue.
Yeah, definitely. And Jen, as far as your family goes, hopefully you can get in touch with them, and hopefully they were able to sleep through the storm, because it really is a great sound machine. But I'm hoping that they're safe and that you can get in touch with them soon.
Yeah, I think they made sure they were in a non-evacuation zone. I checked in with everybody last night, and I think that's what all officials are saying, right? That we had these mandatory evacuations in these zones A, B, and C down here in Manatee County, and they believe that people heeded those warnings, that people got out. And I think it's because of Helene. We saw the damage that Helene did, so people weren't taking it seriously. Especially my family, who's been here for generations after generations. We see these storms come in, and we're kind of like, oh, it's not going to be that bad. I think because of Helene, and then we had Milton forecasted for even a worse storm surge, that longtime people, new people, they really heeded those warnings, and they got out if they were told to evacuate.
Yeah, Jen, I was going to say, I'll bet your people are probably echoing what you've said to everybody else, because, I mean, you gave me the tour of the area just months ago to show me what was what, and you told me what the storms were like in that area. But more and more, we're hearing Jen say, I've never seen anything like this.
Yeah, and it's kind of sad, though, Frank, because when we went out to the beach, you know, back in March, it was great. It was gorgeous. And to go out to Anna Maria Island just even the past, you know, week and just see the devastation that is out there, you know, I think everybody's nervous to see once the sun comes up and we are able to get out there to the barrier islands, to Anna Maria, to Bradenton Beach, and just see now what more damage. You know, what else can be destroyed? It might be the question, but now with all of that debris and this high wind, you know, we're just going to wait to see what really took place out there.
And I know FDOT has been working on repairs to the Cortez Road Bridge, and I know access to the barrier island has been limited. And I was going to ask you, that's the area of most concern, correct? Anna Maria Island and those barrier islands, or is there another part of Bradenton that is of concern for officials as well, or what we were worried about ahead of the storm?
Well, I think right now, Sarah, is that this rain has not stopped. So we're seeing a lot of that flash flooding. We're seeing roads being closed that wouldn't have been closed for Helene because of storm surge. The roads are closed because we've just had so much rain in a short period of time. So I know that there are road closures in place. And then, of course, the barrier islands are a huge concern. Anna Maria, Bradenton Beach, Coquina Beach, take the bridge over there. You're in Longboat Key, and then you're down to Siesta Key, where Milton went right over.
Well, Jen, you've done a fantastic job ushering us through your hood throughout the day, right? But for the people who are watching us beyond this particular area and they didn't experience this, and the winds are still doing what they're doing, but not like it was just a couple of hours ago. Can you kind of describe that sound to people who are tuning in?
It's like a howling. The first time I've covered a lot of hurricanes, Frank, but it was the first time I think with Ian, which people will remember right here. I was right here in the Sarasota Bradenton area for Ian, and you heard this crazy howling, kind of like a train whistle coming through, and that howling really started to pick up yesterday with Milton. I would say around 7, 8 o'clock last night, you heard the howls. 9, 10. I don't think it really stopped until maybe just about an hour or so ago. Right now, you're not really hearing any of that howling. You are seeing the wind. I know it is dark outside. There are some palm trees swaying. It's not crazy. It's just a wind gust are coming here and there, but that rain is just kind of what's constant coming down. And like literally on the other side of the trees here, we just want to protect ourselves. On the other side of the cars there, Frank and Sarah, there are literally trees inside people's cars. So I think even a lot of people who are staying at this hotel who went to evacuate from the storm is going to come to a rough awakening when they get up this morning.
All right, Jennifer Titus, giving us updates all night long. Thank you so much for being out there and for keeping us informed on what's going on in Bradenton. And again, hope you get in touch with your family.
Yeah.
Speaking of family, my family lives in Hernando County in the Brooksville area, and we know that there are lots of people without power, and we've got the Hernando County Sheriff's Office putting on social media that they have a lot of power outages and several trees that are down across roadways, asking people to stay in their homes and to still shelter in place. We have an update right now from Hannah Denny, who joins us from Brooksville.
We are in Brooksville this morning, and the story in Hernando County for the last 12 hours now has been this strong wind and heavy rain. Here in Brooksville, our meteorologists are reporting that the maximum wind gusts that they've recorded here were 75 miles per hour. You get a sense of that when you look at this street lamp ahead and see that rain just whipping by, whipping through this area. And just south of us in Pasco County, we're hearing that the maximum wind gusts reached more than 80 miles per hour. So just incredible to witness the power of this storm firsthand this morning. And we're hearing a lot about the power of this storm as well, with power outages reported across Hernando County, as well as reports of downed trees and downed power lines across both Hernando and Pasco County. Hernando County Sheriff Al Ninhai says they won't even begin to go out and evaluate that damage until it's safe to do so later this morning. In the meantime, he's asking everyone to stay hunkered down, allow them to get out on the roads and clean them before you go out on the roads yourself.
The ground is wet. It's been raining all day, which means it's very easy for those trees to come down, and then we have a large gust of wind, and that tree can come down at any moment. Unfortunately, oftentimes it'll take power lines down with it. It's probably going to take a while until this storm subsides, makes landfall, and moves on before we can really assess the damage and address some of those bigger issues.
And with every hurricane that we report on, we are concerned about those down trees and down power lines. But with Hurricane Milton, we also have the very specific obstacle of it being so soon after the impact of Hurricane Helene. We know that many neighborhoods, there was still a lot of debris from Hurricane Helene still lining the streets. So later this morning, those emergency crews will also go out there to see the impact that that debris has had on those communities as well. In Brooksville, Hannah Deneen, 10 Tampa Bay.
Well, it seems like Hannah has been everywhere, just like the impact of this storm. We have some more video that we want to get to. It's a live shot there, West Bay Drive at Clearwater Largo Road there, Sarah.
Yeah, still pretty windy outside, but you can see how slick the conditions are along the roadways. I don't see anybody driving right now, and that's a good thing. If you're going to be trying to see the impacts from this storm, maybe wait until the sun comes out and the winds have moved past this area. We're going to get a check with our meteorologist here pretty soon.
Yeah.
And they'll be giving us another look at what the winds look like. I mean, even just seeing video afterwards, how strong it was through portions of the Tampa Bay area. You saw what it did to Tropicana Field, transformers across our area blowing up.
Yeah.
And I'm sure we're going to get some more information. A lot of downed trees, a lot of people now without power this morning as they're waking up.
Yeah, and we want to remind folks, Sarah, it seems like this has been the common refrain over the last 2 weeks. Stay out the way, right? So as you said, don't be a looky-loo. Don't go out there and try and see what it looks like. Because, again, with the power outages, power lines down, you don't know the extent of that damage, and you don't want to be in the way of the thousands of people who have been dispatched to this area to try and help us out with this problem.
And ahead of the storm, we were warned about the potentially life-threatening impacts from the mayor, from city officials in every county across our Tampa Bay area, warning us that we needed to take heed and to be aware of what could happen. And a lot of people, thankfully, did that. A lot of our shelters we were reporting yesterday, they were full, even though we did have a little bit of space. We do have some pictures coming out from the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office of a person who's talking a lot about safety as the Sheriff Chad Cronister.
Just watch that fall.
Just watch that fall. That they're talking about, apparently a tree. A tree. They just watched that fall. Can you imagine being out and about and watching that happen right there before your very eyes?
Yeah, so if you were going to be driving through the area, more of that is what you might be seeing. You can see we've got a lot of reports of trees that are covering roadways. Obviously, they pose a danger to the roadway. And again, this is at 22nd Street and East 140th Avenue. Again, this is coming in from the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, 22nd Street there.
Now, fortunately, Sarah, we're told that the individuals in that vehicle are safe. Again, they are safe. But this is the reason why you want to avoid driving. And so you heard the winds that our reporters are having to fight with just to get us the information that we want to pass along to our friends who are tuning in with us right now. And with the hurricane, you see with the palm trees going left to right, every which direction. And then we dealt with Helene just a couple of weeks ago. So we use this word a lot, inundated with flood water. That loosened up the ground. And now with just a little bit of wind, that pushes over those trees. It makes those trees susceptible to falling onto cars, houses. Jen Titus telling us some of the people at the shelter there, now they have trees on top of their cars.
And so many other things could have been a potential risk. And we may see as the sun comes up that they, in fact, were a potential risk. We're talking about debris that was along the roadway, with many people not being able to get all of the debris off of the road from Helene when their homes were damaged. Then I know crews worked around the clock to try to get that done. They did such a fantastic job. They were saying what would take months, they were able to do in just a couple of days. So the effort was there. It's just too much to try to get it all up. So we'll be looking across the area to see those impacts.
I believe they said 3 months of work in 2 weeks. So hats off to them for that effort. They got to get right back to it. I want to take you a little bit farther south, go back to Manatee County, because Nick Volturo joining us live in Bradenton. Sir, you have been working around the clock, much like the rest of our team, doing a fantastic job. What are the conversations like at this hour?
And you know, Frank, it's really interesting, and I'm trying to be a little quiet because we're in the hotel. It's, 1-something in the morning. We're on the 3rd floor, and, people are sleeping, and I'm not exactly the most quiet of people, so I'm trying to keep my voice a little lower. But over here, we're really seeing a lot of that wind, those strong winds we were talking about. A lot of people have branches and trees on their cars. We saw people walking outside the hotel. I mean, right out the glass window where we're standing on the 3rd floor. You want to talk about inundated. The pool is flooded out. All that water is washing out of the pool, washing out of the hot tub. You can see the pavers, the concrete outside the pool, just water filling all over it. And then you can see on the sides, the gates of the fence are just blowing open. Those palm trees are blowing. And what we're talking about, you said shelter in place. That's one of the big keys here because we really don't know what's outside. I walked by a guy, he was from Anna Maria Island. He had to leave after the last hurricane, after Helene washed out his condo. So they're staying here at the hotel, walked outside to find a branch, a part of a tree right on his car. So very upsetting for a lot of these people who came out to this way to Bradenton to get away after sustaining so much damage during Helene, but we're still seeing a lot of it, and there's no idea of what the aftermath really looks like until we're able to get out there, be able to see. But with so many power outages, so many people in the dark, it's really hard to get a good grasp on just what it looks like outside. Now, we know the Bradenton EOC has a lot of resources all ready to go. Once things slow down just a little bit, they have pavers outside. They're going to be able to bring in buses to evacuate people. They have utility crews all set up out there out front of the EOC to prepare for when they're able to get out there safely. But we talked about it. You just mentioned those trees being uprooted, right? I mean, that's all it takes. You get these strong winds, you get that soil all saturated, those trees come up, pop down, topple down onto those power lines and cause extensive damage. And we're seeing that widespread across the area. And we talked about the debris, right? That's another big concern. They got most of it off the state roads. That's where the main concern was, getting that debris off the state roads, because those were the places that people would be traveling. A lot of those side roads, though, out by the beach, they still had a lot of those big debris piles. Have no idea what happened with those, but that's why they wanted to see so many people heeding those evacuation orders and sheltering in place. And we saw it when we drove by the island yesterday. Nobody was there. It was deserted. It was a ghost town. Everyone was gone, and the mayor was extremely excited to see that people listened to those orders, because it could have been extremely dangerous. And we're just looking, we just look back outside right now, and you just see how that water is just pooling and ponding. And you can see just how much water we've gotten in a short period of time. There's even trees out here on the ground, trees that have been, uprooted all along through this pool area over here. So we're not really going to get a chance to see the extent of the damage. But the one thing we do know is so many people did come out here. They lost their homes out in Midnight Pass, out in Siesta Key, during Helene. There was so much of that flash flooding, so much of that storm surge. And, to come outside to see this kind of devastation again, it's really, really difficult. So, of course, once it gets light out, we're going to be able to get a better look at what this damage looks like in the daylight. But for right now, it's just kind of a wait-and-see approach until conditions are safe.
Nick, I know you're trying to speak quietly because you said you don't want to wake folks. We don't make absolutes, but I'm pretty sure most folks are not sleeping right now. They're probably hoping to get some semblance of information about what's going on out there. And look, I know you're looking out the window. We know you're doing the best assessment you can from where you're standing, that vantage point, but how deep do you think that water is?
Well, I'll tell you right now, Frank, it is hard to gauge because I haven't been able to go out there, but that water looks pretty deep, because you can figure an 8-foot deep pool, and that water is completely over the ground. I mean, you could hardly see the pavers. So I'm going to say, without gauging, without measuring, it's pretty deep. I would say a couple feet deep right now. And the rain's still picking up. That wind's still picking up, splashing that water all over the place. And the hot tubs, of course, pouring out. So we've seen it across the board. The one good thing about this hotel is it's connected to the hospital generator. So they say they've never lost power, which is a really good thing, because the people out here obviously have dealt with so much. Like we're saying, they've been completely booked up because of so many people in those barrier island areas out here that lost their homes during Helene. So at least this is a safe place. But as far as the damage on the streets, what happened outside, I mean, we're going to have to take a closer look at that just to be able to assess.
Absolutely, Nick. I've been looking at Bradenton's police department's Facebook page, and they have been giving us some updates even within the last hour. They're recognizing the outstanding efforts of dispatchers working with the Emergency Communication Center, and they posted some pictures of the center. And ahead of the storm, I know Bradenton Police Chief was talking about how they worked to get all these files out of the police station ahead of the storm because they were rated for only a Category 2 level of a hurricane, not what we saw, stronger. Milton was stronger as it moved through the area. So they also posted some videos on social media saying our view from the museum, where we're keeping an eye on the Bradenton Police Department across the street. They did say members of BPD, the Bradenton Police Department, are locked down. So we'll be checking in with them today.
Yeah, we will. Meaning they heeded their own warnings.
Yeah, they had to.
Yeah. You know what? We've got some, let's see here. Hillsborough County Water Rescue. Want to put this out there, a directive. Hillsborough County Water Rescue encouraging residents to reduce water usage. This is almost good for the entire Bay Area. A lot of officials saying something similar.
Yeah, so they did put out a notice saying that they're encouraging people to monitor their water, how much they're using, and they are monitoring their water and their wastewater systems as well. They sent out a news release earlier this week asking residents to reduce water usage during a storm as water officials continue to monitor how strong that system is. So that's something we're going to be getting you updates on today to let you know. We were told that drinking water, at least in Tampa, would not be changing. So we'll keep you updated.
Yeah, further proof that we're all connected in this whole thing, right?
Yes.
Got to conserve so that we can all do well. Want to turn to Mike Prangley, meteorologist Mike Prangley, for a track of this storm, Mike, and letting us know where we stand with things right about now, sir.
Yeah, I appreciate you, Frank. You're talking about coming together, checking on our friends and family, and I know it's really a bad storm, but it brings out the best of us in our community for sure. And I want to step out of the way. So we not only talk the talk, but we walk the walk here at 10 Tampa Bay. We're with you every storm, and we heeded the warnings, and we evacuated. This is the backside of our TV station back in St. Pete, and if you look, this was a lot different type of storm than we saw with Helene. We're not looking at 6 feet of water in the parking lot. We're actually watching some little bit of roof damage back here. And if you look closely, a few trees down, some tree limbs here, because we had some very big wind gusts of 90 to 100 miles per hour in the St. Pete area. So as we look at 10 Tampa Bay, the good news is our building looks to be in pretty good shape, but yeah, bad news is we've got a lot of cleanup ahead of us. And the one mistake folks make after the storm, we got the before, during, and the after storm. We all want to rush back and get back to our normal lives, but we really got to slow down, take a pause today. We're not rushing back or anything like that. We need to assess the damage, the debris, and take our time. In fact, as we take a look at what caused some of that wind damage, well, easy to see. We had 101 mile per hour wind gusts in St. Pete. Okay, so think about that. And in fact, Bobby's calling up some shots of Tropicana for you as I speak. And as we take a look at the peak wind gusts for today, the good news is we're not going to see any more like this, like the 87 in St. Pete, 71 in Tampa. Basically what we saw was a landfalling hurricane, a major hurricane. This was a once-in-a-lifetime storm for many of us that we haven't seen. So notice there's that major Category 3 that made landfall with 120 mile per hour winds, and that actually reached 8:30 p.m. At Siesta Key. So the wobbling we were watching yesterday, the southward trend, and we saw another wobble right before landfall, and as a result, most of that storm surge stayed down toward areas of Manatee and Sarasota County, where we saw about 8 to 9 feet of storm surge. So again, we've got the storm surge, the saltwater flooding, and then you look up towards St. Pete, Hillsborough, Pinellas County, look at the deep reds, okay? That was the 10, and in some cases, I think we'll actually see 20 inches of rain verified, something we just haven't seen. So the freshwater flooding and the major river flooding will be the next thing we've got to watch over the next couple of days. And speaking of flooding, we're not going to forget about our friends in Polk County. So appreciate you watching us. So we got Joe out there wondering how his home is. And the big thing we're watching in Polk County, good news is, yeah, we're not worried as much about the tornado threat like we saw earlier, but it's the rainfall. In fact, this is one of the areas that could see over 12 inches of rain. And you can see as we look at Lake Wales and this, what's left of the eye, they're right there. So you see the center of what was Milton now moving up toward Orange County and Orlando, but you're still right on the fringes of that center of Milton. And as a result, you could see easily another 3 to 6 inches of rain. And as a result, a flash flood warning is in effect. We take a look at the current winds out there. Okay, we talked about those winds earlier of 100 miles per hour. We're still seeing some big wind gusts. So we're watching areas to the south. Notice Wauchula, 31 mile per hour winds with those gusts of 54. Still have nearly tropical storm force winds in Tampa, 39, gusting to 71. Still some 62 mile per hour gusts in St. Pete. And as we go through the next couple of hours, we will continue to see these winds ease up, so to speak. And then I think by dawn, here we are about 2 a.m., give it another 3-4 hours, and then we'll have some big improvements across the area when it comes to some of that wind. In fact, as we look at the latest modeling data, as we update and have that new information for you, we're still seeing the rain. That'll start to taper from Pinellas, which we've already seen Hillsborough, back to Polk County as we head toward 4 or 5 a.m., and so will the wind. But notice the different direction, switching to the northwest. You know, out ahead of the storm, we saw that easterly flow. So we head towards 6, 7 a.m. and at dawn, we'll have those wind speeds at about 30 to 40 miles per hour, much better comparatively speaking. And then as we go into the afternoon today, I think we could even see some sunshine. All right, but first things first, we got to be careful out there. We said we're not going to rush back because we've got those flash flood warnings continuing across the area as this Milton moves toward the east coast as a hurricane. In fact, it'll reach the Atlantic Ocean at least as a Category 1 hurricane. As we look at the big picture, you can see the big spin and swirl in the atmosphere right around Milton right now, just the whole state of Florida really seeing the big impacts as expected. So when we say flash flood emergency that we had earlier, we said this would be a once-in-a-lifetime storm. Well, something we normally don't see. How about 5 inches plus of rain in about 53 minutes for Albert Whitted Airport, just something we have not seen. And then 24-hour rainfall is now approaching 20 inches across the area. So the chance of that heavy rain we saw in St. Pete tonight, that was in any given year, it would be about a 0.2% chance of it happening. So pretty amazing. We saw the amazing wind gusts and the record flooding as well. Next 12 hours, I said, we're trying to find some sunshine. I know Frank was asking, when can we see some improvements?
Yeah,
So
you got it?
We got
you
it.
got any sunshine on you?
Did you see this? A little sunshine by 2 o'clock. Just for you.
I'm going to hold you to it.
Okay. You know where to find me.
I know where you work, sir. All right. Thank you, Mike. We'll get back with you momentarily. Want to do this. Take you to Ybor City, right? Give folks a look at that situation right there. Reporter Angelina Salcido.
Here in Tampa, in Ybor City, it has been several hours of whipping winds. Now you can see as you take a look from our parking structure, the balcony on our parking structure, just how powerful these winds have been. Now the rain here has subsided a decent amount. We're still waiting though to see these wind gusts die down before we decide to go out and try and see the damage that has been left behind after the storm passed through this area. Our hotel, one of the many that has lost power, and what you're hearing right now is actually a generator going on across the street to try and make sure that the people in this area have power. Now, I checked the stats for power outages in Hillsborough County. Almost 50% of the people in the county don't have power right now. That is about 347,000 customers or homes that don't have power. So this is going to be something that is ongoing. Just a little bit ago, we actually saw a transformer blow. And the reason why is because of how powerful these winds have been. Take a look at this video that we shot as the biggest impacts from Hurricane Milton were passing through this area. You can see the wind whipping the trees and the branches, the rain also falling through this area, and that is what has made this such a dangerous storm for so many people during this time. That's another reason why officials have asked people to stay inside and hunker down, and that's something important for people to remember. Despite the fact that the biggest part of this storm may have passed this area in Tampa, it is important for you to stay indoors. Make sure that you and your family are safe during this time. We're in Tampa. Angelina Salcido, 10 Tampa Bay.
Yeah, Angelina, seeing a lot of the impacts from that storm that we saw across the area. It didn't look too bad in Ybor, but we saw the wind, and you can see we'll be getting a better look at that as the sun starts to rise. We do know that Jenny Dean was in downtown Tampa. I saw a video of downtown Tampa online, and it looked like it was coming down hard. It was unlike anything I'd seen, and obviously we saw Bayshore. Sure. Let's go to her now with more on what she has.
So the situation right now in downtown Tampa, it is still extremely windy. Just take a look through this window. We are not even able to leave our hotel right now. They kind of have us on lockdown for our own safety. But you can see the wind is still blowing. There is still power in some places. The parking garage across the street there, and you can see the Domino sign is still lit up as well. So parts of downtown still have power. From my room on the 10th floor, I could see sort of the north side of Cass Street appear to be out of power. Through most of the night, we were hearing the wind just rumbling through. It really kept you from sleeping. It was so loud and so intense. And then you would see the flashing of blue lights from transformers blowing. And so it became a pretty scary situation downtown. Now, parts of the hotel that we're in are also having some water leaks as well. So, you know, this has been a situation, I think, that's been unprecedented for so many people. And again, we are going to try to get out of here as soon as it's safe to do so. But at this point, as you can see, the wind's still blowing. The flags are shredded that I can see out front. And there's a lot of puddling and pooling on the roadways as well. So the streets look okay. We just don't know what we would encounter once we got out there. We have been told that there are some down stoplights, that some of the buildings, the siding on some of the buildings downtown has been ripped off from our earlier crew. So again, it's a situation that's very fluid right now. And as soon as we can get outside and show you what we can show you safely, then we'll do that. In Tampa, Jenny Dean, 10 Tampa Bay.
If you ever wondered the strength of those storm windows right there, that is a testament, right? And these strong winds right there.
It's incredible that her hotel has power. I know most hotels have generators. Thank goodness. Like Nick was at a hotel that had, but I've covered storms in the past where everything went out, and that's a scary situation when you can't take the elevators, you can't do any of that stuff.
Can't do anything. You just hear those loud winds too.
Yeah, and we're going to be looking at the impacts across the city of Tampa, across places that were hit hard by the last storm, Helene, Davis Island. We'll be checking in with TGH as well. City of Tampa did post some, something about a couple hours ago saying, don't walk through receding water in Tampa Bay, telling people the water will return through storm surge, and it obviously poses a life-threatening risk, warning people to stay sheltered until they can assess the damage.
Great advice there. And we were telling you about this as well. One of the top stories among the many, Tropicana Field. Yeah, we have Luke Clary out there with a look at that situation.
I'm standing here in front of the Tropicana Field. This is where the Tampa Bay Rays play, and as you can see, the Trop is now almost entirely without a roof. That polymer compound mostly ripping off and now looking like canvas. I can only see maybe 1 or 2 sections there that are still intact. But with every wind gust, you can hear it whipping and cracking, and you can see pieces of it flying off and into the wind. There were a number of crews stationed here earlier in the week, the National Guard and linemen preparing to help out in the aftermath here. We understand local officials have told us that they moved out of here before this damage took hold and that nobody was hurt. The Tampa Bay Rays organization confirming to us that there were no crews inside at the time, which is just so fortunate when you look at all of that damage and you think to yourself, with all of those pieces of polymer coming down onto the stands, coming down onto the field, how easily somebody could have been hurt. In downtown St. Pete, there are downed trees and branches on the roads, and a tower crane collapsed onto a building next to it. St. Pete Fire Department says that nobody was hurt, which is incredibly fortunate when you look at the damage around that building. But for the people across the Tampa Bay area who grew up going to games here, this must be a very difficult thing to see. And as the storm moves out of this area and gradually people are able to come out of their safe spaces and out into the light with the light of day, more and more of the damage that Hurricane Milton has wrought across our area will become more apparent. Reporting in St. Pete, Luke Clary, 10 Tampa Bay.
All right, thank you, Luke. We're also getting some information from the city of St. Petersburg showing video they posted online of the Moxie Hotel in downtown St. Petersburg. You can see a palm tree falling out in front of the hotel. So we're going to be keeping you updated on the situation in St. Pete as they continue to, number one, assess the damage from Tropicana Field, try to get the water services restored to people who live in the area, look at the damages from several cranes that collapsed and ran into buildings under construction there.
Yeah, captivating images coming across on your screen right there. Of course, our team is going to turn that over and put it out there for you to see eventually. But I want to take you to Tampa International. We have some video out of Tampa International. Well, in case you were wondering, airport closed, right? This is the reason why they are shut down. Their team is going to have to assess damages, whether it's major, whether it's minor. Many cars parked there as people were probably seeking refuge, but you can see what the wind does to those flexible palm trees, those high winds with Category 4 level winds that people have been dealing with, talking about at least 130-mile-an-hour winds at the height of the storm.
You can see some of the parking structures there, water on there, kind of pooling there as it inches up on some of the tires there across Tampa International Airport. Obviously, it is bordered by water, and TPA closed Tuesday at 9 a.m. ahead of the storm's arrival as they prepared for it. TPA also under some upcoming renovations, building a new terminal, trying to make it better. They've recently won some awards for their airport, and they want to make sure it stays that way. So they're going to be assessing the damage.
Seems like just days ago, like within the last 2 weeks, we made that announcement there, but then Helene and now this. If you are tuning in with us at this hour right now, We'll reset for you, right? So we continue to follow this catastrophic storm, Hurricane Milton, and the damage that it has caused across the state of Florida. Good morning to you. I'm Frank Wiley.
And I'm Sarah Rosario. We are approaching the 2 a.m. hour of 10 Tampa Bay, and we're keeping you updated on Milton. We warned you about the potential impacts ahead of the storm's arrival, and now we're letting you know about its aftermath as it continues to move and have some impacts here and then move centrally across our state and have impacts to places where we know maybe some of your loved ones even evacuated to.
You mentioned across the state, right? Statewide impact with this particular storm. CBS reporter Christian Benavides has the look at the entire state and what this storm has done.
Hurricane Milton made landfall on Florida's Gulf Coast Wednesday after officials and residents took precautions ahead of the potentially deadly storm. In Sarasota, ambulances lined up, ready to evacuate nursing homes.
Milton still carries incredible destructiveness, can wipe out communities.
In an address to the nation, President Biden said the federal government will work with Florida officials to help pump floodwater, restore power, and clear debris that can turn into deadly projectiles during heavy winds.
I encourage people to look for safer shelter. Sometimes moving just a few miles can mean the difference between life and death.
The Tampa area has not had a hurricane this powerful in more than a century. Officials are concerned for the potential of deadly storm surge and those hurricane force winds.
It's moving toward the northeast at 17 miles per hour, and it will continue to move across central Florida throughout the night and into the early morning hours.
As Milton approached, mandatory evacuation orders and warnings were issued to millions.
We had to convince folks to get out of high rises and that even if they were 7 stories up or more, then they were still at risk.
I've never been like this close to like a big hurt. We're just gonna keep sheltered up in our hotel room. I mean, we brought books, we brought card games and stuff.
Several major theme parks ceased operations and Orlando's airport closed ahead of Milton's landfall. Christian Benavides, CBS News, Tampa.
Widespread impacts, and you saw that guy right there wading through troubled waters.
Yeah, and we'll continue to be keeping you updated on what we're seeing across our state, and Christian will as well. We want to give you 3 things that you need to know as far as conserving water. We know that those efforts are underway in Hillsborough, Pasco, Pinellas. Water has been turned off in St. Petersburg.
Yeah, this is a group lift right here. The second thing to keep in mind, Northeast Southwest Sewer Plant offline in St. Pete.
So this means for people who live in the area, you will not be able to do laundry, flush your toilet, take a shower, and we're told that it could take at least 48 hours for crews to restore that to the area. Expect even longer than that, but they're going to be working hard to make sure that they can get that back online so you can get to, the normal things of life and assess the damage in your own homes if there is any.
Yeah, it gets gritty in tough times. That's exactly why we're dealing with this that way. Also, this seems surreal because, well, it is. The roof of Tropicana Field is off. Yes, the roof is off. We showed you those images. We'll continue to show you that. The wind so strong, it peeled the roof of that dome off the Trop.
Yeah,
also, I'm sorry, go ahead, Sarah.
Video showing it ripping to shreds.
Yeah, unbelievable. And we were just talking about this. We were just there just days ago, our team here at 10 Tampa Bay. Also, a crane collapsing.
Yeah, several of we were getting concerns of warnings of several cranes in St. Petersburg about the collapse of them, and St. Petersburg police giving us an update on that, telling us that it collapsed in downtown St. Pete Wednesday night. St. Pete Fire Rescue giving us some more details happening at 400 Central Avenue. It was a construction site there, and you may remember us telling you yesterday how the mayor was warning people to kind of go to the innermost part of your home there if you lived over by where those cranes were. So he says it takes 2 weeks to lower those cranes, and they didn't have enough time to do so before the storm.
There you go, that part. Many people are wondering why didn't they just lower it? Well, You just answered that question, and that's what you're talking about right there, Sarah.
Take a look at this. These are new pictures coming into our newsroom of that crane collapse there. Again, 400 Central Avenue. It's a building under construction. First responders are going to be assessing the damage. Neighbors are still asked to stay where they are, avoid the area until further notice. Look at the streets of St. Pete. Debris everywhere.
I imagine they're going to find pieces of that crane scattered across the block, too. This is exactly why the crews are asking, imploring you to stay out the way as they try to assess that damage.
We're also looking at Central Avenue, so popular. Normally this would be a place where people would go out and have such a great time. I know Pinellas County Sheriff Bob Gualtieri said, we're not going to allow these bars to stay open. We're going to make sure you guys heed the warning. Thankfully, no reports of injuries from any of this so far, but you can see the damage that remains, and it's a good thing that people were not in that area.
Also, do we have that Fort Myers Street flooding? Is this what we're looking at right now? The Fort Myers Street, there we go, right there. So I assure you that is a road, not a river.
Yeah, you can see they had what appears to be those tiger dams that we were telling people about up as well in Fort Myers. This is an area that was hit hard a couple years ago by Hurricane Ian, and we're going to be getting more information about Fort Myers, but it looks like people are already out there trying to get pictures and video of the flooding that we were seeing there as they were seeing impacts of the storm.
Yeah, and you got to be careful because if you have open cuts and wounds and things of that nature, you couple that with whatever may be in that water, and you're in for another headache. Also, I want to take you to St. Pete because of a palm tree falling. This was outside the Moxie Hotel. Sarah, this is what you were just talking about.
Yeah, this is what St. Pete was posting online, City of St. Petersburg. This is outside the Moxie Hotel. There it goes, that palm tree falling down during the height of the storm. Milton moving through Pinellas County, St. Petersburg. You may remember most of St. Pete, more than half of those residents living there in a mandatory evacuation zone. Evacuations ordered for people living in zones A, B, and C.
That's exactly why we're here right here.
Yeah.
In Tampa, across from the Hard Rock, because we are in that evacuation zone. You saw that tree topple over. That may be courtesy of Helene as well, because of those inundated waters in certain areas and just softening up that ground. You couple that with the wind and you have a tree falling like that.
Exactly. We got a picture a couple of minutes ago, about 15 minutes ago, from our meteorologist, Mike Prangley, telling us about some of the damage we're seeing at our own studios. We're located right along the water, along Gandy Boulevard, at the base of the Gandy Bridge. And so since we were in evacuation zone A, we said we have to move. Our leadership knows what's best for us, and we are now here in our hurricane studios where we're broadcasting this for you.
Yeah, definitely safe in this space, but we could certainly hear the winds howling for hours with this situation in the hurricane. I want to take you to the University of Tampa and show you what that looks like. This is video from earlier this evening. Well, I should say this is another day, right?
Yeah,
around the
now
clock
a new
coverage.
day. But yeah, earlier in the night, most people would consider this still nighttime.
Yeah.
You know, we say it's early morning, but it is early morning and nighttime for those of you, all the same. Look at downtown Tampa. University of Tampa giving us a view there. Also on the water, schools closed. No word on any students living on campus or anything like that, but we saw how strong the winds were through downtown Tampa. You can see the rain in the light there as the rain's coming down and the light showing it. And it's also a campus it's a beautiful campus full of trees. We're going to be looking at that area to see if that portion had any damage from the storm.
Yes, sir. And that random splash that people are seeing on the screen, that is the intermittent problem that we're dealing with, in these storms. You hear a loud howl, and then it dies down, then it randomly comes back, just intermittent issues. It may be a heavy rainfall, then there's a break in the action, then you just get splashed again, just like that.
Yeah, and we also saw a lot of transformers that were popping because of the storm. And we're just seeing the impacts so far across our area. Still getting just a little bit of information. We are expecting to get some updates from Governor Ron DeSantis throughout the morning as well. I was looking at the last thing he posted, and he was warning people as the storm was making landfall near Sarasota to shelter in place and to heed the warnings. He said first responders are staged. They're ready to go. And as soon as weather conditions allow, search and rescue efforts will be underway to save lives. He says this is going to be happening before dawn, and they're going to continue to do so as long as it takes. We haven't gotten any word, though, of any water rescues.
No word on that yet. This takes us back on the clock around 10 o'clock yesterday morning. The governor telling us around 50,000 linemen standing by, ready to be dispatched as soon as it's safe to go out there and try and mitigate that situation. Let's do this. Go a little bit farther south. Continue this conversation at this hour. Your time now 2:08. Want to get back with Jen Titus there in Bradenton, down in Manatee County. Jen, I know when we left you just a moment ago, last hour, if you will, you were trying to have some conversations with some of the people taking shelter there, and you were trying to check on your folks.
Yeah, there are people awake at this hour, I think just because they want to see the damage that Milton did or did not do. So there are quite a few people here at the hotel that are awake, that are just kind of watching the conditions. I will tell you guys, I think for the first time we might actually have a break in the rain down here in Manatee County. I haven't seen the rain stop since yesterday about 1 a.m. We're actually seeing the rain kind of die down a little bit, and so it's giving us a chance for the first time to see damage that Milton brought. We're going to bring you guys over here through the parking lot. You can see debris is down, lots of palm fronds, people out here checking on things, checking on their vehicles, see if it was saved or not. If we go over here, we have a tree down right there. You can see that landed on some cars, just split in half. Do you see that?
Right next to our truck.
Right next to your truck.
Missed our truck.
Right next to your truck. Missed a truck. He's telling me, but if you guys look right there, you can see that tree split in half. I know another tree down the way landed. We talked to a guy, we mentioned him earlier. He came down to help with people's repairs from Helene, and he has a tree right through his truck down around the corner. So you guys can just see the power of the winds, literally just splitting that tree in half and landing on the vehicles out here. We still have some gusts, guys. The wind will die down at points, but it is kind of gusty out here. The rain thankfully has stopped, because I think that's really the big worry here, is that there is flash flooding. Streets are closed. Areas that didn't close from Milton are now closed because we've just had so much rain come down here in Manatee County. And so that's why officials are asking, if you're watching now, you're like, you know what, I might be able to make it outside. Don't go outside yet. Wait for that sun to come up. Wait for the officials to give the all clear, because power lines are down, debris. I saw video of some broken glass in downtown Bradenton just because of the power of that wind. So just hang tight until that sun comes up. You have the all clear, and it is safe to get around the roads, because you can look, we're just walking around here. We're not even driving around, because you can just see the amount of debris that is out here. I think if we go over here, it really shows you it's dark. It's dark, guys, because there is so many power outages throughout the entire Bay Area, especially here in Manatee County, with Milton making landfall just about 30 minutes south of here in Siesta Key. We are about 2 miles, I would say, from Coquina Beach, from Bradenton Beach, from Anna Maria Island, the islands that saw so much devastation from Helene. So we haven't heard of any reports out there yet. But again, we will be getting a much clearer picture once the sun starts to come up in a few hours, and we'll be able to make our way hopefully out to the bigger islands to keep everybody updated. What happened to that debris? So much debris on all of the corners that was not able to get picked up with the strong winds. Where is that debris now? Lots of questions we hopefully will get answered here once the sun comes up.
Yeah, Jennifer Titus there reporting for us. As far as those power outages, I was just looking to see how many. At one point, more than 60,000, just early estimates in Sarasota and Bradenton alone. Where you are, you don't have power at your hotel, or you do?
We do have power. We might be one of the only places around town right now that has power. I know that they have a generator here, and I know that's what's keeping things going. I know that there is a water issue in some of the locations around here. You can kind of smell some stuff. So, you know, it's just because we've had so much rain. So we've had water main breaks. We've had, you know, overflows from the sewage systems. So I think anywhere throughout the Bay Area, people are asking you just to monitor that water at your house, you know, use it sparingly, because the whole Bay Area, Sarah has seen so much of this rainfall down. It's kind of eerie out here too. I don't know what that is, but you're out here and it's so silent. You hear wind gusts, but then you hear these alarms. I don't know if I'm quiet for a second, if you can hear it or not. So you can hear these alarms just going off from either a fire alarm or car alarms or whatnot, just because I think just everything is kind of just out of place right now, because so much wind was just howling hours ago and has just made things fall down. Power outages, things that shouldn't be on the ground are now on the ground and unfortunately damaged. Oh, look at this, Carter. If we walk over here, you can see this. You can see this car, literally. Look at that. Oh, right through the window there of that car. Just somebody that came here to the hotel to evacuate and stay safe from the storm, and looks like they're going to have to make a call to their insurance adjuster in the few hours once they wake up and see that from the car that's damaged there. And unfortunately, guys, we have a few here in the parking lot that did not make it because of the fallen trees from just those wind gusts from Milton.
Yeah, Jen, a long line of people who are going to have to make a phone call to their insurance adjuster.
Yeah, and you're going to see a lot of tow trucks out there as well. I know we saw that in parts of Tampa. And still, all these parking structures that had cars in them, if they flooded, and all the tow trucks coming in and out. Were you able to get in touch with your family?
Not yet, but I think I know they're okay. I know they're fine. I know they're in safe places, guys. I think they're probably just sleeping. I think they're probably just trying to get some rest at this point. So I know that I actually have a grandma in a facility just in a zone A here in Bradenton, and they evacuated her a couple days ago to a non-evacuation sister facility. So I know that she's fine. I know I have parents that evacuated either north or out by the Lakewood Ranch area. So again, Sarah and Frank, we saw so many people heed those warnings, those mandatory evacuations in zones A, B, and C. People listened. People got out. People did not want to mess around after what Helene did. And so hopefully when the sun comes up this morning and we see officials make their way out and assess damage, that we don't have any injuries. We, don't have anybody who did not survive the storm. We just have to wait and see when they get out, they're able to assess that damage and we can get those numbers.
Yeah, hoping for a lot of survivors there. Some of those vehicles, not so much. Thank you, Jen. We'll get back with you momentarily. We talk about all the good that people are doing in the area, especially in light of some of these storms, but also Governor DeSantis telling people, hey, listen, we've got officers from out of state standing by to make sure you're acting right, because they had some issues before with Helene just a couple of weeks ago with people trying to take advantage of the situation.
Yeah, that and people looting as well. As the people clean up the damage, you put things out to maybe dry out, and you don't necessarily want to get rid of it. And we were seeing that things were being taken off of. Not off of people's lawns, not like on the side of the road where they left them for debris removal.
Yeah, not free for the taking there. I want to show folks this video here, if we have it, out of Lakeland. I believe it's the police department there. You see the flashes of, my goodness. That right there illustrates why we're dealing with mass power outages in the area, and you see the trees blowing in the wind. We don't really have any audio for this right here, but you get the point. You can imagine it's howling in that particular area. That was last night that we grabbed that video.
Yeah, Lakeland in Polk County, not initially under an evacuation order, but then officials were worried about the potential for localized flooding and strong winds that could damage homes. And we just checked in with Miguel Octavio earlier in our newscast, and he was telling us about how strong that wind was and trees down across the roadways. Lakeland Police Department, lights are on there, so that's good. I know a lot of Polk County does not have lights right now.
Yeah, that is something of a luxury right now.
Right now it is, for
having
sure.
Power. I want to tell you about this right here because we're talking about bridge closures, right? So I imagine you're hunkered down. Hopefully your vehicle is still operable, but we've got some bridge closures to show you right there. The Sunshine Skyway Bridge, no surprise, right? Sustained winds, 40 miles an hour. That is the highest height when it comes to bridges in the Bay Area, so that is typically the first to close.
And then Howard Franklin Bridge is closed, and the Gandy Bridge is closed as well. Now, this is saying that the westbound lanes are closed. I was looking at Florida Department of Transportation website during the height of the storm, and I was like, I saw that too, that it said one lane was open, but I see all of them are closed online. So I think that was what was initially told to us, but all of the lanes of Gandy Bridge are closed. All the bridges right here on this map are closed this morning. And Florida Department of Transportation, as with every storm, they do something where they work together to try to get the debris off the roadway. So if debris is blocking any portion of any of these bridges, crews are going to be working first to assess the bridge damage and then to remove the debris as the sun starts to rise, and they can get a better look at it.
Yeah, and the thing that they're asking for, and that's the resource that we could all maybe muster, is patience. Because as you know, Sarah, any drive on any given day right here in the Bay Area, it could be dangerous. You could be trying to dodge any number of things, a ladder, a spare tire, a chair. That's just when we're not dealing with a hurricane.
Right.
So.
Something coming off a truck. But we want to get a look at what we're seeing in Tampa. We're going to go now to Jenny Dean reporting live for us. Good morning, Jenny. I see you're inside your hotel. Safe. What can you tell us?
Yeah, you know, it's been a long, long night, I know, for everyone. The winds were just howling down here in downtown Tampa. I was on the 10th floor and it was very, very loud. You could see the blue flashes of light as transformers were blowing. We never lost power here, thankfully, but they do have some leaks in the hotel that are going to be causing some issues. I know there was some drywall that came down off the ceiling at one point due to those leaks, but I want to kind of walk around here and show you what it looks like outside, because we can get to a window. By the way, they have locked the doors here, and they're kind of wanting to make sure they keep everyone safe. So that's kind of why we're staying in for now, because it has been, wow, it's been a little harrowing outside. Let me go ahead and jump in front of you so you don't have to walk backwards. My photojournalist Hassan is dodging chairs and stuff, but I want to be able to show you out the window here. So come over this way, and you can see that's looking down Florida Avenue. And the windows are not the cleanest, but you can see there it looks like an emergency vehicle out there, just kind of sitting there. I don't know if you can see the Truist building is still lit up. So a lot of downtown seemed to have fared okay from our vantage point, from what I could see out my window. Anything north of Cass Street looked to be without power. But pretty much around this area, we're seeing most people have power. Stoplights are still going. So things are looking okay. But again, we're not outside to assess the damage. We just know the wind has been whipping like crazy all night long, and we're just all waiting for daylight now until it's safe to actually get out and check out what's going on. And of course, we're going to do that in a safe manner, but emergency leaders are wanting everyone to please stay at home until they can get out and until they can assess the situation. We're just going to venture out a couple blocks where we can walk to, until we're told that it's safe to kind of start driving around as well. Frank, Sarah?
Yeah, Jenny, such a long night. We're saying good morning to you. What are the conversations you've had with folks in the hotel, as I know you said those doors are locked?
Yeah, I think everybody's kind of glad that the hotel's taking precautions. They shut down the elevators as well, just to keep everyone safe. But, I think since the power didn't go out, and they do have a generator here, I think that gives everybody that extra little sense of security that the lights are on and that they have lights in their room. I mean, that's huge. And I know so many people right now don't have electricity, and it can really make things so much scarier in these early morning hours. Even as things are starting to wind down, you're just so anxious for daylight because, while we don't want to see, all of the damage and destruction, we just want to get through this night because it's just been such a scary time for so many people.
Yeah, so much anxiety leading up. We were watching the storm, worried about the storm, then the storm comes and people lose power. It's a scary situation, especially because Tampa's dodged so many bullets before. We haven't seen this in over 100 years now. Something like this comes through.
Yeah, and I think places that didn't expect to see the damage, even like this hotel, they've been undergoing such a huge restoration of this beautiful hotel that's been here for a very, very long time. The Floridan, now called the Floor, and I think they're going to have a lot of work to do to kind of plug up all these leaks, but to get the kind of rain bands we had coming through all night long. I know there was some window leakage in some of the rooms. Overall, I think this hotel did great, but I think when you haven't dealt with something like this, everybody's going to be in new territory, having to fix things they never thought they'd have to fix and having to deal with issues that they never thought they'd have to. Much like with Helene, the flooding, people who'd never flooded before flooded. So this was a big hurricane, and I think it's going to be shocking to a lot of people when they start to get out and about and we start to see the damage that's really been done.
Jenny Dean, folks want that sunlight, but the truth may be hard to bear.
Yeah, we'll be getting a look at it as the sun does rise. Thank you so much, Jenny.
I want to get to Chief Meteorologist Bobby Deskins. Looking at this here, it looks like sunrise around 7:30 this morning. Yep. There's a lot to look at.
Yeah, and the winds will be coming down by that time, too. They already are. As a matter of fact, if you take a look at the latest update as of 2 a.m., the wind speed's now down to 90 miles per hour. That's Cat 1 on the Saffir-Simpson wind scale, 30 miles south of Orlando. That's the center, which means Orlando's getting a pretty good little brushing by this hurricane right here. Still a hurricane, Cat 1. It looks like it's probably going to make it all the way over to Cocoa Beach as a hurricane. Here's pressure history, at least some of it, way down to 914. It was actually down to 8. Was it 894, 896? Like that for the lowest that it was, 180 mile per hour winds. But you can see what's been happening. It's been weakening, and the pressures have been coming up, and now we're sitting at 975. So here's we still have actually the hurricane warnings in effect, even back here on the coast. I don't think we're going to get hurricane gusts anymore at this point, but you can see the storm is going to continue to move off and then eventually move off towards the east. 897 was the low for that. So I think that was top 5 in the Atlantic Basin. Top 5, yeah. So there's the last of the rain bands right there, moving north to south over western parts of Pasco County. The yellow you see here, it's not terrible rain, but it's falling over completely saturated and flooded out areas, many of them, right? And more importantly, it's falling out over that Anclote River Basin, which will big time flood, I think, here through Saturday and Sunday. So if you live along the Anclote, sun's coming out tomorrow. It's going to be a nice day. It's going to feel nice, lower humidity too. But you've got some preps to do for that flooding that's coming. And most of the rivers are going to be like that, especially I-4 northward. But this is starting to back out. Dare I say we're almost done with the rain in St. Pete, especially the beaches out towards Indian Rocks, Madeira Beach. We still have some rain left over for Dunedin and all the way up into Hudson, Newport Richey. Trinity still seeing some rain as well, but it's light to moderate rain at this point. All right, let's talk winds. Gusting to 49 now in St. Pete, 48 in Tampa. Sustained winds now in the 30s. Fine. This is great. We'll take it. It's lowering. The winds, we lost some data out to the north, but the winds in Frostproof have been gusting to 30, 40 mile per hour winds in Lakeland. That's as that northern eye wall went through there. And that's when we've seen some of the highest winds. But again, it's weakening. And here's the forecast for Tampa as we go through the evening hours. We are going to continue to bring down those wind gusts. And by the time the sun comes up between 7 and 8, about 7:30 or so, we've got gusts in the 30s. And those will even come down slowly throughout the day. So it's going to be a breezy day tomorrow. But we're still going to keep some light showers for the next couple of hours here, okay? And then that will start to push from west to east and fall apart. So be careful you head out. There's going to be a lot of standing water. There's going to be a ton of things on the roads in places you don't even expect. Just slow down, take it easy, and expect delays in anything and everything that you're going to do tomorrow, because there's a long cleanup. Getting back on the beaches, even though the surge did not really come up, in fact, it was a negative surge, there's still going to be a lot of debris around and some clearing that has to be done. They're not going to be able to get back on right away. So just pack a little bit of patience. The winds are going to be pushing off. You can see it does keep it, that red here in the center, that keeps it as a hurricane as it moves it offshore and then takes it further off out into the Atlantic, guys. So good news behind this, we do have some quieter weather. We will be looking at temperatures in the 80s for highs and mid-60s for lows. That will feel nice. That's the lower humidity that's coming in. Very small rain chance next couple of days, not worried about it. Weekend looks good. Another small rain chance Tuesday and Wednesday, but look at this. That's a good cold front. That gets in here. We've got highs in the 70s. We'll go from lows in the upper 70s to highs in the upper 70s. And guys, we could see, like I think we will see, Wednesday and Thursday, first 50s.
Yeah, a round of applause here in our
You're
studio.
welcome.
You see how he does that?
You don't have to do much to
I didn't even have my glasses on for that one.
Good job, Bobby. See how he does that? He warns us of this hurricane, and now he's like, and this great thing's coming up at the end of the week. Thank you, Bobby.
Yes, thank you, Bobby. Yes.
It's going to be a long couple of days ahead for people who are going to be, the sun's going to be rising here in a couple of hours, and they're going to be looking at the damage from the storm. And people like us, so a lot of emergency personnel all across the state are working right now, so they can't even get back to their homes until their jobs are done and get a look at what's going on and try to fix up if that is necessary. But we'll be keeping you updated on all that as we continue to track the aftermath of Hurricane Milton across Tampa Bay and across our state.
Yeah, I want to take you to Brooksville because Angelicia Bruton has a look at the situation out there.
We are still stationed here at our hotel in Hernando County, just waiting for the wind to die down. And I can tell you that around 8 p.m., that's when the wind woke me up. I could hear the howling and the rain just pounding on my hotel window. This is my first time outside, and I can see that the wind is still strong. They were reporting about 75 miles per hour winds in this area. And you can see the wind is just ripping through these trees. I saw when I was at my hotel window that the street lights were also being ripped back and forth by the winds, and the sheriff's office has been reporting that there's down power lines and down trees in several parts of this county, and Pasco County is also reporting the same thing. Officials are encouraging people to stay indoors as the sun comes up because they want to make sure that those power lines are off. They say even if you think there's no power in the area, they say someone could be using it for a generator, so it's just best to stay inside. They're going to start evaluating things as the weather starts to die down and the sun starts to come up. And we have not received any reports of any flooding in the area yet, but they say they're expecting a lot of flooding this weekend. That's when the Withlacoochee River is expected to start to overflow, and a lot of those communities are going to start to see flooding in their neighborhoods. They say as the wind starts to die down, they're going to open up sandbag locations and start prepping for this weekend, and also start preparing for recovery after Hurricane Milton. Live in Hernando, Angelicia Bruton, 10 Tampa Bay.
All right, thank you, Angelicia. We will be checking in with our electric crews over at Withlacoochee in Hernando County and Duke Energy. Those are the services that are provided for people who live in that area. We'll also be checking on the potential possibility of flooding for people who live along the Withlacoochee River.
Yeah, 50,000 people spread out across the state trying to take care of all of us with those power outages. You know, the other big issue that we were talking about this morning, among the many, Tropicana Field.
Yeah, one of the biggest areas, at least if you're looking online right now, you've probably seen so many videos of it, looking at how the wind just tearing the roof off of Tropicana Field, ripping it to shreds. We want to go live out to our Miranda Parnell, giving us an update on what you're seeing. Miranda, we can see the trop behind you.
That's right. It's like you guys mentioned, this is one of the landmarks of not just St. Pete, but the Tampa Bay area. I just want to move out of the way so you can really take in the power of the wind from that storm last night. We know that people have been working to protect their homes, but for something as big and as sturdy as Tropicana Field, for it to do that much damage here, that just really shows you how powerful that storm was. Now, like Bobby said, we've started to see the winds die down a bit, but it is still blowing around. So first responders are asking you to stay indoors. I know that Pinellas County Emergency Management tweeted just about a half hour ago that they want people to stay off the roadways until further notice. They say they have live lines down. Those power lines are down, so it's not safe. Debris, we can account for this. Debris has been blowing around all these trees, the palm fronds, trash cans, anything you can think of has been blowing around here. And we know that first responders, a lot of them are still having to stay off the road. They say that the roadways are still dangerous, so many of them are having to stay off the roadways as well because of that. Now, we will be getting a better look at things just as they will when the sun comes up. Right now, we're going to try to find safe spaces that we can report back for you all. But I think that we are all kind of just in shock when you take a look back and see what this storm did to Tropicana Field. We'll be continuing to report in Pinellas County throughout the morning, but in St. Pete, Miranda Parnell, 10 Tampa Bay.
Yeah, Miranda, before we let you go, that is crazy to see the video of Tropicana Field and to see it right there behind you. I mean, it's a staple. You drive on the interstate, you see that right as you go over, you know, I'm in downtown St. Pete.
Yeah.
And for this, you know, we were at the hotel. We're staying in downtown St. Pete, stationed kind of in this area to monitor the storm. And last night, you could likely hear that coming off. You know, we obviously didn't know what it was, but also hearing that crane that toppled over in downtown St. Pete. That one I'm pretty sure I heard because I heard kind of a two-part loud noise, and you could just hear the people in our hotel go, whoo! And I think that just the shock of people taking things in and other people this morning just trying to make it out of their homes safely.
Yeah, Miranda, that is definitely surreal right there behind you, that image. But when you talk about that crane toppling, if that's something that grabs your attention in the midst of all that howling, then you know that is really something going down out there.
Absolutely, absolutely. I know that it definitely speaks. There's a crane by my apartment, and I know that my neighbors have been posting in our chat. They're worried. I'm worried for them, and we'll probably try and ride over and see how that one is doing. But we know that so many of these cranes are up with all the development that we have in our city, in our area, and with wind gusts like this one that's blowing through right now, it's scary to see the cranes up because you don't know where it's going to fall. And I know that the mayor said that it can take a really long time for folks to break those down, and that's why they had to remain up. But I know that especially if you're in a residential building next to a crane, it had to be a scary night and probably
Miranda,
still a scary
we're
morning
actually
for you.
showing video of that crane that you're talking about right now.
It's new video coming in. You can see how mangled it is. It's just all the debris along the roadway. That is going to be a massive cleanup effort. And I can't even imagine with the Race Stadium. This is something we've been covering for months on end, what's going to happen with the future of the Race Stadium. I know so many people are like, that's going to be in limbo now. Like, what's going to happen? I know, we don't know. We don't know what's going to happen with that too early.
Well, and we were talking about that with some of the folks in the hotel lobby, talking about this gas plant district development, and we were saying we're pretty sure this isn't the way that they wanted to get the demolition or construction started out here, but nature's way.
But here we are.
Yeah, we'll be seeing what happens.
Here we are.
If it's insurance or what covers it all. So we'll keep you updated on it. Thank you, Miranda.
Yeah, you could hear the wind kicking back up out there as we talked about that intermittent situation, and Bobby showing us the bands of the storm as it moves across the state there.
Scary stuff. You think, okay, I'm clear. The storm moves by, and I saw all these social medias. I saw this video. It's early. I don't know how many of you guys
it's
can
early
talk
or
at
it's late.
this hour.
One way or the other, right?
All these videos online of people, the storm goes through, then you see the calm once you're in the eye of the storm, and then you see another round of just bad weather.
Yeah.
So we're seeing the aftermath all across our area, and we're going to keep you updated on what we're looking at.
Yeah, very telling that the conversation now points back to the gas plant district with the Tropicana field situation that we're dealing with at this hour. Okay, so we wanted to show folks this right here out of Hillsborough County, right? So we had Sheriff Chad Chronister on the horn earlier, or I should say later, last night, as we were talking about the situation out there and the many things that his crews are dealing with. But you're looking at images right there. We've got a quote here. In order to keep our communications center running, our facilities technicians have been working nonstop to address power outages. Their dedication ensures that our community can reach hashtag Team HCSO is if they need assistance during this storm. That quote, friends, I've got friends in our ear. Who is that quote from?
It's from the Sheriff's Office, the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office. They're just posting a picture of it showing how crews are still working.
Yeah, everybody working around the clock there.
And we do have a video talking about calling 311 versus when to call 911. So we know that there was a shelter-in-place ordered at the height of the storm, and so that meant emergency responders were unable to get out to rescue people. And so here's a little bit of information. When to call 311 versus 911. 311 is what you can call right now. Down power lines, fallen trees, road closures, damage, lost pets even, wellness check, utility questions. And then 911 is obviously totally different. You grow up learning about 911.
Yeah, because they were inundated in this regard when
Yeah.
it comes to 911 calls, so backed up, and they had to answer rescue calls, water rescues, and various rescues throughout the area, anything across the spectrum that you could imagine. But they want to be able to delineate the differences between 311 calls and 911 calls. Of course, many folks in the heat of a moment, they need help, and as you said, growing up, you are just kind of, it's reflexive. You dial 911, but not the case. So we wanted to put that graphic out there to make it easier for you, because a lot of people, they don't know, and especially as we have more people coming to this area, right? We have more people choosing to live here and call this a welcome, right?
Yeah.
Not the way they wanted to move to town, but not knowing exactly how to work the system and make things work best for them and their family.
Exactly.
Their loved ones.
You always do think, hey, if something's wrong, I call 911, but you can call 311 and you can get help for those other areas that we just showed you.
Yeah. Want to get to, where are we going here? Angelina Saucedo. We're going to go to Davis Islands, the bridge out there. At this hour, we say good morning to you, Angie.
Good morning, you guys. So we have started to come out and kind of survey the damage. As you can tell, we are still seeing those wind gusts from Hurricane Milton at this hour. Now, I will tell you that they have been less and less, but every once in a while we get some heavy ones. As we were driving comes up, but what we saw was a downed tree in the middle of the road, and one of their main concerns, not so much the flooding, especially because they know that they're in evacuation zone C, so they weren't really expecting to see much damage there. But as these business owners come back today, they're going to be able to see what they're faced with now moving forward. The wind, of course, was significant here in Tampa. I'm sure as we continue to walk around, we're going to be seeing more and more damage. We know that power lines are down. There are thousands of people without power in Hillsborough County, more specifically in downtown Tampa. Our own hotel actually doesn't have power this morning. They also don't have a backup generator, so the guests there are left without power. But I will tell you that everyone is in high spirits, and they are just saying that as the sun comes up this morning, we're just going to be able to see a lot of community from people. We're getting another high wind gust right now, and we continue to see those. But they're just saying that we're going to see a lot of community from people as we wake up. They're here to support one another, especially after going through Hurricane Helene.
That part right there, Angie, after going through Hurricane Helene, and you're talking about the heart of the situation, the humanity that people see in one another.
Yes, exactly. I'm going to send it back to you guys so we can just hop in the car. But yeah, we're excited to see that as the sun comes up. We're going to be talking to people as they come to check out the damage. Of course, we want to remind people not to do that right away. The first responders want to be the first ones to get out on the roads, see how things are going. There's going to be a lot of down power lines, down trees. It's important for people to just hunker down until the first responders tell us that it's okay, and we'll relay that message to you guys as well.
All right, we know you got our back there.
Absolutely, Angelina, thank you. Always great to see you back in the Tampa Bay area, coming in from our sister station, Atlanta, but you know, she was with us for quite some time. Angelina, where she was actually near the entrance to Tampa General Hospital. Just seeing some updates from TGH posting within the last hour. You may remember this is the hospital in Tampa that had that big aqua fence around it, and that protected them.
Withstanding 15-foot storm surges.
Yes, for the last storm. So they're now saying TGH is weathering the storm, and our team continues to go above and beyond for our patients. And they said they are experiencing some minor leaks, and so they are getting those restored. They said that's expected with a storm of this magnitude. But overall, they said there's no threat to safety, patients, and team members. Power, water supplies, all holding strong.
Yeah, smiles are contagious. Our friends at home can't see that right now, but I know our web team will turn that around and bring that to you momentarily. You're hearing Nick Voltero there because we are going to go back to him in Bradenton. Nick, you're outside right now, and what have you been able to see? Because last time we checked in with you, we saw some flooding.
Yeah, absolutely, Frank. And that's one of the things that we have seen, that flash flooding. And we knew that was going to be a problem because of all that rain that we got over a short period of time last night. But we're in the parking lot of our hotel right now, and we're starting to get a look at some of the things you're seeing, right? So, of course, there's these branches that all snapped off trees that are littered across the parking lot. You can see all these trees and branches that broke off right here in the parking lot, even stretching across the lot into the shopping complex on the other side. You can see all that debris is kind of scattered. But really, the big thing that we're seeing is take a look right here at this truck. You can see this tree. It's about a 30-foot tree, about 4 feet in diameter. We talked about how that rain would saturate the soil, right? Get in there, uproot these trees, and cause a lot of these problems. And just look at the size of the tree. Came crashing down right into this pickup truck. You could see that side mirror is all smashed. You could see the windshield was completely crashed through as this tree is lying on it. And this is one of the things we're expecting to see because of all those strong winds, those powerful and intense gusting winds and all that rain. We're going to see a lot of this tree damage. And this is one of the things that we were really worried about, right? With all those high winds. And, you know, we talked to some of the people in the hotel that said these were their trucks. So they came out here. Some of them were working out of this area, but you can just see just what this did. This is just a small example because we really haven't been able to get a good look at the aftermath quite yet. But once it gets light out, we know we're going to have a lot better picture of just what took place. And one of the things that we're hearing, a lot of these people here staying at this particular hotel, they're staying here because their homes were flooded out by Anna Maria Island in St. Armands. And now they're not sure even what they are going to come back to because of all the rain, where that hurricane hit. They're worried about the devastation that can cause. And of course, we know that Bradenton has set up an emergency unit. They're going right for the EOC. They have these excavators ready to go. They have utility companies ready to go because we know widespread power outages are going to be a problem because just looking at here and you can see like how these trees just snapped off and are laying here in the parking lot like this palm tree. There's a pole down over there. Because of this, we know that a lot of the power has been compromised. A lot of people are out in the dark, and we were worried about all that debris, right? We know they got it off of those state roads. We're able to clear all that debris off those main roads, but there's still a lot of that debris that's been scattered all over those side streets out by Holmes Beach and those surrounding areas. So one of the things with those strong winds, if they're able to snap these trees like twigs, you wonder what happened to all that debris. We know there's been broken glass along the streets that we've heard. We've seen cars like that one that we just showed you that had trees crash right through the windshield. So we're going to get a much better look at just what this aftermath looks like when the sun comes up.
All right, Nick Volturo reporting live for us out there. Nick, any idea on what's next for Bradenton? I know we're going to be assessing the damage, and we know we've got a lot of people without power, and you're just getting out there yourself and you're taking a look at it.
Yeah, you know, and that's the thing. They're waiting for everything to calm down. That's what I heard from the mayor yesterday. He told us they're going to wait for everything to pass. They have the Florida CERT teams deployed, ready to go out there and be able to start with relief efforts and recovery efforts, because that's really the first step, right? Making sure there's still no one in the home, being able to assess all the damage. But we know there's so many people right now that are in the dark. But the one great thing that came out of all of this, and that lesson that was learned from Helene, was people heeded those evacuation orders, right? People paid attention. They listened. It was a ghost town out here, deserted. You went down the streets, every business was boarded up. There was no one out on the roads, which is very encouraging, because when they do have to go in there and first responders have to react and be able to get things back together and pick up the pieces from this, it's going to make their lives a lot easier.
Yeah, Nick, long lines for the commute out of town because they were trying to heed those warnings, and what you just showed us right there, it's going to be long lines on the phone, right, as people are calling their insurance companies. I can only imagine there are just so many things that people are concerned with right now. What are some of the things that are top of mind, as there's so much to be concerned with?
Yeah, you know, talking to people just in the lobby, one of the things they were really concerned with was really about the conditions of their homes. A lot of people got out of those island areas because they had to evacuate, so they're staying at this hotel, which is a little safer. They also have a generator that's connected to the hospital, so the power here is usually very stable. It's very reliable, but people tell us they don't know what they're going to come back to, right? They don't know what that flooding is going to look like when they go back to their homes. Even if they were spared during Helene, they were really worried that they weren't going to be nearly as fortunate this time. And, you know, One of the crazy things is we were going to park our car right around this spot last night. It's one of the only spots left where that truck was parked that you can still see when you look over there. That tree is crashed through it. We were in this particular vicinity, so thankfully we managed to park on the other side. But this is one of those things, right? I mean, there's so many trees that have been uprooted from this storm. So this is something we're probably going to expect to see as we start moving around, checking out the area and kind of preparing for, what's next.
Yeah. Also, Bradenton Beach just on Friday, before that storm, had just opened up access to that portion at 8 a.m. People were able to get back in and assess damage from Helene, and now they're going to be dealing with this today.
Yeah, and that's the thing, Sarah, right? I mean, they just opened it back up for the damage from Helene. And when we were over there by the beach, we saw that damages. There were houses that were completely washed out. It looks like sand went right through the foundation, almost like a bulldozer plowing right through it. Houses were torn in half. And yesterday we were able to show you those mountains and mountains of sand that were built up over there outside of those homes that washed out for the beach. So of course these people are still picking up the pieces, trying to get things together. And now you have this storm coming on the heels of the other. It just makes a lot to take in.
A lot to take in. Thank you, Nick. We'll let you get back to it. Of course, we'll check out some of the other conversations that you're having throughout the morning. I got late really early around these parts, so we'll let you step aside there. Something else to keep in mind, Governor Ron DeSantis says that he has planned with the White House as well as FEMA. So as we talk about people being displaced because of this storm, uprooted trees, and hopefully not many people uprooted out of house and home as well.
Yeah, there's disaster assistance available. We're going to be checking in with FEMA. I know they had been concerned about FEMA running out of money ahead of the storm. All things we're going to be keeping you updated on in the coming days afterwards. So the main priority today is to let you know the impacts locally and across our state from Hurricane Milton leaving its path of destruction across portions of Florida. We do have some new information, and due to power outages, the city of Temple Terrace in Hillsborough County letting us know that there is a boil water advisory in place right now.
Yeah, that is part of that group lift that they're hoping everybody adheres to so that they can rectify this problem, mitigate the issues as quickly as possible. Also, some new information coming into our newsroom. Pasco County Fire Rescue has fully resumed emergency response operations. You'll remember we told folks that because of the height of the storm, we can't expect our first responders to get out there and try and rescue people from situations because they themselves might need some rescuing in those situations as well. So they have resumed operations as weather conditions have improved. Now, there are some delays that still may occur because of lingering weather impacts. You still heard those gusts of wind.
Or trees over roadways.
Yeah, making it impassable. They say rest assured the teams are working diligently, as we know they are, as they always do, working diligently to respond to all the emergencies as swiftly, but this part, as safely as possible.
Yeah. Also, we want to get an update on a portion of Sarasota. So we know that it hit in Siesta Key last night, and also in Sarasota is Venice. This is where we have our Rob Hackford with more on there.
Yeah, good morning, guys. The damage here in Venice, at our hotel at least, where we've been seeking safety, hasn't been too bad. We lost power around 7 p.m. last night, but the front doors got blown open a couple times. They've had to park one of the vehicles or a vehicle on either side to block the wind from that continuing to happen. They've got a pump going as well. There hasn't been any standing water that we've been able to see, but there was some that made its way just into the front foyer area. We have also seen, because of our location, some cars back on I-75 this morning for the first time in a very long time. A good sign perhaps of this storm moving through the area, but it is still dangerous to be out right now. The rain is still coming down, more so in waves. The wind more gusty rather than consistent as it was later last night. We'll continue to keep you guys updated as we work our way out into Venice, more so as the daylight comes up. It's a little safer out there, and keep you posted on the power situation in this area as well. Reporting in Venice, Rob Hackford, 10 Tampa Bay.
Our thanks to Rob for that report this morning. And speaking of that darkness, that's the backdrop right there. I want to get back to those power outages as we have some numbers for you.
Yeah,
we can pull
taking
that
a look
up.
at your screen here, keeping you informed, prepared, and connected on power outages. Updated numbers coming in from Duke Energy, 670,000 is what we're getting for Duke Energy reporting about the power outages. A lot of people in the dark right now. If you are living in portions of Pinellas County, if you are living in Polk County right now, we're seeing those numbers there popping up on our screen as our crew looks at those numbers.
And again, we've thrown this number out there for you, 50,000 linemen scattered across the area to tend to the situation, so they are going to be able to get that taken care of quickly. As proof, we talked about all that debris out there, and we want to keep those numbers up. As proof of all the work that they're doing, all the debris, 3 months of work, that has been condensed down to 2 weeks, so they've been able to get that together for you. So also, FPL reporting 930,000 outages.
That's right. Florida Power and Light, we talked to a guy yesterday from there, and he was saying that they were going to be working really hard to get power restored to our area, how they had more than 17,000 linemen on standby trying to get that together. And TECO reporting thousands, but again, their outage map is actually offline right now, so we're going to be keeping you updated on TECO as those numbers start to come in. But we do have some tips to keep in mind if you're out of power. I know so many of you, I'm so sorry. Hopefully you guys can get this restored soon.
Yeah, we want to make it easy for you right here. And yeah, definitely condolences to you and yours that you're trying to make it through this tough time. But you know what? We're riding with you on this. So power outage tips for you. If you lose power, turn off and disconnect electronics to prevent the damage.
That's right. Leave one light or a radio on to alert you when the power is restored. So for some people, maybe you prepared for this. Maybe that's like a flashlight. For us, it was our cell phone. I know in my hometown, my parents are without power right now, and I need to check in with them to see, like, what are they doing? They have a generator, but they couldn't actually get out to, I was like, Mom, have Dad go to the generator. And she's like, he's not going to go out in the storm to get the generator.
Right.
So I don't know what's the latest with them, but I'll be checking in with them soon.
We know they're going to be all right.
Yeah,
we know you're going to give us that update. You got to you owe us the update now.
Gotcha.
Can we pull that graphic back up? Because there was one more bullet point that we wanted to share with our friends at home. I want to give you all that information. So never stand and okay, so we've got several bullet points, right? Yeah, don't stand in the water because you don't know the situation. You saw what the wind was doing right there from the height of the storm and the power lines that are down on the roads, and you don't know if that's a live wire. You don't know the situation is what I'm getting at. So we don't want to deal with electrocution.
Right, it obviously can be deadly. So those are just some tips about power outages. Again, for those of you who are without power, maybe you're watching us on your cell phone. Hopefully you've charged up your portable devices or listening on a radio somewhere. And now we want to get a look at traffic.
Yeah, State
traffic
Road 60.
across our area.
Yeah, this is your world right here.
This is what we're looking at right now.
Yeah.
State Road 60 at Island Way. Black and white picture here. I don't see cars on the roadway, so that is good news as we get a look at the aftermath across our area. We are still seeing some wind gusts, obviously not the best thing to be driving in. Local officials warning us to still stay where you are until they get a chance to assess the damage.
Yeah, still very soggy out there, and you tell us all the time, Sarah, it doesn't take much rain, right, with the ponding. And we saw some accidents earlier, well, last night, I should say, because of that situation, people hydroplaning, losing control.
6 inches of water on a roadway can knock you off. Your car can go all over the place when it comes to ponding and hydroplaning. So keep that in mind, as we've got a lot of wet roads across our area and a lot of standing water as well. We do want to give you a reminder quickly about some of our Tampa Bay area bridges. The Sunshine Skyway Bridge still remains closed, as well as our other Bay Area bridges. Howard Franklin, Gandy, Courtney Campbell are also closed.
Yeah, historic in various ways. And I feel like we said a lot of this just 2 weeks ago. We have never seen this before. And here we are again saying the same thing. But the governor saying this was the largest mobilization effort in Florida history, right?
Yeah.
So a lot of people heeding the warnings, getting out of town. Eventually that wave comes back. So, you know, local officials telling us to be patient as they try to get the situation together for you.
And that's what they're going to be doing a lot of today. We know you may want to travel back over the bridge. When's the bridge going to be open? What's happening? We know that they have to assess the damage and they have to inspect the bridges, and then those bridges will be reopened. But it will take a little bit of time, even after we're no longer seeing the impacts of weather across our area.
It really says something when you have seasoned veterans like our local officials And among all of them, they say they have never seen an evacuation effort of this magnitude.
Yeah, and we're just like you. A lot of us, I have power outages at my house. We're real people, too, that are dealing with the same things you are. So we're keeping you updated on what we're finding out in our own communities to let you know what you can expect in yours.
Also, Mayor Castor saying this will change Tampa as we know it. Now, we know that that could be all-encompassing across the Bay Area, especially as we're talking about a battered coastline that has dealt with a lot over the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, so we're going to be getting a look at that. Helene is the biggest thing we dealt with recently, and now we have this, kind of a 1-2 punch. Let's send it over to meteorologist Mike Prangley with some better news coming after the storm. We have a good forecast on the way for the weekend. What can you tell us, Mike?
We've got better weather on the way. Okay, it's coming. I know a lot of folks are actually in the dark as we speak, and I really appreciate you all trusting in us, and I know you're actually streaming us here online. You've got the 10 Tampa Bay app out. Many of you have evacuated far from areas of Tampa to Orlando, Jacksonville, places like that. So we are here for you, not just before and during the storm, but after the storm. In fact, as we take a look at the current winds, that's the big thing that's gotten folks' attention tonight. You're sitting there in the dark without power, and just this screeching noise coming through. Okay, so here's the deal. We still have some damaging wind gusts still possible for our friends in the eastern portions of our area. That would be toward Polk County, frost-proof. We're still seeing some tropical storm force gusts as the center of Milton continues to move toward the east coast of Florida, and it's holding together right now as a Category 1. We take a look down toward the west coast, and here's the best news. We can say the worst of the wind is over from Sarasota and Manatee County up to Hillsborough, Pasco, and Pinellas County. Brooksville looking much better for Mama Rosario. Yeah, she's looking much better up there with some wind gusts of about 20 to 30. And Crystal River still seeing a 31-mile-per-hour wind gust. So we take a look at those wind gust forecasts. Now, these are just wind gusts, so things will rapidly improve as we head toward dawn. In fact, we take a look at winds closer to 30 miles per hour, some gusts near 40 as we get ready for sunrise. Yes, sunrise and after a storm we'll never forget. It was a once in a lifetime for many of us. And you can see right now the good news is Milton, we're watching a rising pressure and a weakening storm, which is so often the case. As these storms move over land, of course, the friction of the land tears these apart. They feed off that warm water. So it'll continue to weaken as it moves toward the Atlantic Ocean. Winds at 85. It's now a Cat 1 after making landfall as a Cat 3 at 8:30 yesterday evening. We take a look at the spin in the atmosphere, and again, the eastern portions of the area still seeing the worst of the effects with the wind and the flooding rain. That includes Lake Wales and Polk County, just to the north of Lake Wales here based on the latest. And then we still have some leftover showers for Tampa and St. Pete. And with all the rain we've had 10 to 20 inches of rain. We still have those flash flood warnings extended from Tampa and St. Pete all the way to the eastern portions of our area, mainly just to the north of Lake Wales. We take a look at rainfall totals, historic, 10 to 20 inches in some areas. We'll talk more about that. That's at the St. Pete Airport. We look to our station. Now, we evacuated like so many of you, and we look at 10 Tampa Bay, and I'm so happy to say we will have a building to go back to. We've been praying and checking it every hour. So there, we got a little roof damage, though, a little outhouse back there, and then we've got some tree branches down in the parking lot. But one thing is different. With Helene, of course, we had 6 feet of water in the parking lot. We did not see that with this system because that wobble our weather team talked about before it happened. Yeah, it happened a couple of times, and it wobbled to the south just before landfall. So we were very lucky and blessed here, but again, we're thinking of our friends, and we're checking on our friends in Manatee and Sarasota counties that did have a storm surge, okay, south of that eye, with that onshore flow of 8 to 9 feet. So here's our big impacts for today. What you need to know, the new information in. Okay, so let's start with this. We still have a weather impact alert through 2 o'clock this afternoon. Still watching for some morning flooding. Okay, I showed you the flash flood warnings. Debris danger, okay? There's a lot of debris out there. Be careful. And the rivers are rising. We could have major flooding on the area of rivers, and we'll have the very latest on that on the Anclote River, the Hillsborough River, and at Zephyr Hills and things like that. Then we need to stay put, just keep in mind, until given the all clear. I know we want to rush back to our lives, but post-hurricanes, especially with this one, once in a lifetime, we got to take our time. And then tomorrow, some slow improvements. Coming up, we'll have a big show coming your way. We're going to just stay with you all night. I mean, we want your safety comes first for us. We're going to keep you in the loop with the very latest news, weather. We've got new information in. And, of course, meteorologist Amanda Pappas and I have got you covered with all of the new model data coming in as well.
All right, thank you so much there, Mike. Joining us now at 3:02, Caitlin Lockerbie and Jameson Euler checking in for you to continue our coverage here of Hurricane Milton. Made landfall last night at 8:30 down in the area of Siesta Key.
Yeah, and at the time, a very strong Cat 3 hurricane. It is now downgraded to a Category 1 over the Orlando area. Here are 3 things to know right now at the top of the hour. 1, you want to conserve water in Hillsborough, Pasco, Pinellas counties. Water is off in St. Pete right now. I'm sure you know that if you are at a home hunkered down there. Northeast Southwest Sewer Plant offline in St. Pete right now, so that means do not flush the toilets there, don't use the drains. And the roof of Tropicana Field, cannot believe that video. It came off overnight with the strong winds from Milton, and a crane collapsed in St. Pete at a construction site there. The good news to report at this point is that no injuries are related to either the crane falling or the Tropicana roof being torn off by this hurricane.
Absolutely unbelievable video. As maybe you're getting online this morning, maybe you got a couple of hours of sleep and you're seeing some of that video. We also have it over at 10tampabay.com as well as our streaming app as well today. We want to go to Pinellas County right now, and Ashley Giovanetti, she's on the phone with us. She's from the Pinellas County Emergency Operations Center and the team over there. Ashley, good morning. Jameson Euler and Caitlin Lockerbie with us, or with you. Thank you so much for being with us. What can you tell us at this hour, the major things happening over in Pinellas County that you're dealing with?
Well, first and foremost, the major things is we're trying to get the word out for people to stay inside. I know as they're starting to wake up, as they're seeing the impacts that have happened overnight, they're going to want to go out, maybe try and get back home. It is way too early for that. Please stay inside until you get the all clear. We have seen that there are power lines down. You know, there are about 75% of total customers in Pinellas County are without power. That means that there are lots of damages. There are structure damages. We've had reports of structure fires. So there's still a lot of impacts that we are coming to assess at this time.
The information there, I know people at home were able to hear you. We missed a portion of that. I wanted to clarify here, 75% without power throughout the county?
Yeah, so that's 75% of total customers in the county are without power. That's a large amount. That means that power lines are down. That means that there's trees down, and it is really dangerous outside.
Yeah, this is unbelievable video. We have this crane here. Again, this is the 400 area, 400 Central, the residences, the construction site that's been going up there. And Ashley, we know this storm came through our area, and it was tough to get those cranes down in multiple sites across St. Pete. The mayor was letting us know about that yesterday, telling people to avoid the areas. This is unfortunately why, because these storm winds were just so strong, able to topple this over there. Thankfully, no injuries associated with this, we're being told, right? What are you hearing, though, in terms of calls across the area? Are people okay? Was there a lot of distress calls?
Yeah, so we did have a few 911 calls. Fortunately, there were less 911 calls so far than what we saw in Helene. You know, every storm is different. Obviously, we saw the storm surge where we didn't see here, but we did see a lot of wind. So we're still trying to assess what exactly that looks like and the total impacts that we're seeing across the county. And it's still going to take a little bit for us to understand exactly what those impacts look like.
Ashley, what are you able to tell us about the roof there at the Trop? Obviously, this video and picture that we're looking at right now is majorly substantial. We had National Guard and thousands of linemen that were staged there. No first responders. We're hearing no injuries associated with that devastation there at the Trop.
Yeah, that's my understanding as well, is that there were no injuries. It just goes to show exactly how powerful those winds were across the county. We really took a lot of wind, and that is going to have major effects throughout the next 24 hours. And it's still really early to tell about exactly the extent of the damage. And we're going to have assessment crews go out at first light to see exactly what as far as the damages are and like the power lines that are down. So we really want to just hit home that people need to stay inside until we give the all clear.
Yeah, and Ashley, I know here at 3:07 in the morning, we're still getting substantial winds, especially there on the coast. Are you getting any initial phone calls or reports from all of those beach towns and the barrier islands yet? Have you heard anything from there at this point?
We haven't heard anything from the barrier islands. It's still a little too early to tell. Thankfully, a lot of people evacuated. We have over 11,000 people in our shelters across the county. That's a good thing. We saw that a lot of people were in gridlock traffic. Might not have been fun to be in, but it means that a lot of people were evacuating. So we weren't seeing quite the amount of 911 calls, requests for help that we saw previously. So still, we're not out of the woods yet. It is still a dangerous situation outside, and we're asking people to stay inside and heed our warnings. It is still a mandatory evacuation. We're asking people to stay inside and do not leave until we give the all clear.
Ashley, I know we also want to talk about the sewage issue in the area. We saw this with Hurricane Helene, where we had to turn off one of the sewage plants in Pinellas County in St. Pete. Now we have 2 closed this morning. So if you're just waking up with us at home, if you're in the St. Pete area, many of you don't want to flush the toilet this morning. You don't want to use the drain. Can you tell us a little bit about that situation? I know Mayor Welch said last time around it could take up to 48 hours to get that fixed, if not longer. They were able to get it back online pretty fast after Helene.
Yeah, so really right now, all of the county needs to conserve water. But those that are impacted that do not have any water service, make sure that you're boiling any water and make sure that you are not flushing the toilets. Use that bottled water that you collected or water that you prepped before. Please do not flush your toilets. And if you do have any running water in those areas where there are outages, make sure that you're boiling it.
I also wanted to ask you, Ashley, about you said structure fires. That was another problem during Helene, and a lot of it related to EVs that were potentially plugged in, that storm surge. That created a big issue for firefighters to be able to get to those structure fires. When you talk about those calls last night, what do you know about those fires?
Yeah, so the ones that we saw were more related to transformers. So that's the big issue that you have when you have a lot of wind, is you're seeing power lines down, seeing transformers blow. So really that's what we're seeing. And didn't see quite as much as the electric vehicles. I want to say that's because people did the right thing and got them to higher water, but also because we just didn't see the amount of surge that we saw in Helene. There is still a lot of rain that is coming down, and we have the potential to have a lot of flooding still across the county. We have a lot of low-lying areas that are going to see flooding, so we want to make sure that people are still staying safe. If their power is out, do not go into flood waters, and make sure that you are turning your all of your power off. Even if you had turned, even if your power is out, you don't want to come back and the power comes back on and it's in floodwaters. It's just a bad situation.
Hey, Ashley, last question here for you as we're about to wrap up. 400,000 people now in Pinellas County without power. That's the latest number we're getting that I'm looking at right here from Duke Energy. What are your final words for any folks in Pinellas County who might still have power and are watching or are maybe watching us on their phone with the app right now? What do you want to tell them?
First and foremost, do not go outside. It is still very dangerous. There are downed trees, there are downed power lines, there are floodwaters in some areas. Do not go outside until we give the all clear.
All right, Ashley Giovanetti there with the Pinellas Emergency Operations Center. Ashley, thank you so much for joining us. I'll tell you, Pinellas County, we knew it was coming, but the fact of the matter is that they have some of the most unbelievable video to come out of this storm. It's unbelievable to think this comes on shore down in Sarasota County, and then here in Pinellas County, the roof of the trop is ripped off. It's all over social media. You got the crane down there as well. It just shows you the sheer force, the blunt force trauma of this storm as it came on shore.
Right, and I wanted to make mention of this too when you talk about the trop, just to give you some perspective if you're just joining us here on just how tremendously powerful this storm was as it came toward our area here. Just 2 miles away from the trop, I'm very familiar, of course, with Albert Whitten Airport. Record wind gusts of 101 miles per hour last night. Also 5 inches of rain in less than an hour for the area too. That area of St. Pete just got inundated with rain yesterday. So you're obviously going to see a lot of water wherever you are in the St. Pete area. We appreciate Ashley's time this morning. I know they've been busy overnight.
Yeah, our Miguel Octavio was stationed for us in Polk County as it came ashore. Milton came ashore. It went through Sarasota County on its way to Polk County as well before going to Osceola and now sitting in Orange County. We want to go to Miguel in Lakeland for us.
We are continuing to track conditions from Hurricane Milton after it made landfall, and as it continues to cut across the strait. Here in Lakeland in Polk County, we are continuing to notice breezy conditions throughout the evening here and into the early mornings. The rain has died down quite a bit from hours ago, but conditions out here are still unsafe to drive on. The Sheriff's Office released a number of roads where it is unsafe to drive through because of flooding, because of power lines that are down, and potentially trees that are knocked down here as well. These conditions are not ideal to be in, so they are asking people to continue sheltering in place. Now, at this hotel location, we have met a number of people who chose to evacuate away from St. Pete, Tampa, Palmetto areas into Lakeland. And right now, there are a number of people who are concerned about what their homes could look like. They've been trying to keep track of them through their Ring cameras, but because of power outages and internet concerns, they have no idea what it looks like right now. So there's a level of uncertainty for people who decided to evacuate to Lakeland.
It was our first time to actually leave the house in hurricane, and we've never been kind of so nervous before. I think that the roof might fly off, but hopefully not.
How concerned are you? Very, because right now we can't see our cameras at home to see if anything's on because the internet's out, power's out. So without knowing nothing back home, it just drives you crazy.
This is not the time to go outside and check out these conditions. Even during the daylight hours, there are still a number of roads with down power lines, trees that are knocked down, and of course, flooding as well. Of course, we will continue to keep you posted on these conditions right here in Polk County, both on air and online. In Lakeland, Miguel Octavio, 10 Tampa Bay.
All right, thanks, Miguel. Now, we want to get to some tips for you this morning. Because so many people are without power, we anticipated that. And if you decided to get to a safe place and use your generator knowing that that power was going to go out, we have some safety tips to keep in mind here. Don't know how long you're going to need that right now because we've got linemen staged all over the place, but they have to make sure that they're safe to get the power back on too with those wing gusts.
And this is exactly why, you know, fuel is so important right now. It's not just for cars, it's going to be for generators, and it could be for generators for weeks to come. Hopefully not. Here's some safety tips with that generator. I saw a lot of folks picking these up at Home Depot at last minute. This might be your first go around. Do not use it while it is still raining. You have to wait until this storm passes. Do not, of course, use them indoors. A lot of folks have done that before or put it in a garage to protect it and close the garage door. And unfortunately, we do stories of people dying from carbon monoxide poisoning. We're hoping that does not happen this time around. A lot of folks are going to be using generators. So if you can hear our voice right now, please make sure that it is not indoors. And of course, then keep it away from all windows and vents. Keep it outside, but right now, don't put it out in the rain. If you can wait till this storm passes, please hold off.
Right. I know a lot of people are in the dark right now because of those power outages without the AC as well. We're going to keep an eye on them this morning. An area hard hit by Helene was, of course, Davis Island's inundated with floodwaters at the time. Our Angelina Salcido is there this morning. Angelina, how is it looking? I know the rain was coming down in the area. You were in Ybor, bunkered down during the storm last night in a safe spot. This is when you're getting to venture out a bit and see exactly the extent of the storm in the area, which everybody's wondering what it looks like, of course.
And this is our first look at what Davis Islands looks like right after the storm passed through here. So I can tell you that the winds have calmed down. It's pretty calm out here. The rain that we're getting right now is super light. The reason why we stayed close to the Davis Island side is because the street that's right over here is actually flooded right now. And if you remember, if you have been following along with us and watching throughout the night, we showed you video of Davis Islands where they had a few feet of water. And that water has started to recede, but that water is still there because we don't know how deep that water is, that's the reason why we're staying where we're staying right now. And then if we take a look on the opposite side of the street, of course, these piles that we are so used to seeing, we've been accustomed to seeing them over the last several days, really the less than 2 weeks that we have been here, the piles are still there. And this was one of the main concerns for people before this storm got here, is the fact that the city didn't have a chance to pick up these piles. The state didn't have a chance. They were rushing to try to do it before Hurricane Milton came this way. The piles are still here. And it seems like they have been fairly untouched. The pieces haven't been moved or anything like that. So that's a good sign. That is a good sign. We were expecting a significant amount of storm surge in this area. The first reports were probably going to be around 10 to 12 feet, maybe even 15 feet of storm surge. Because that storm went south, we were able to see the water actually get sucked out of the bay. And that's why we're still seeing these piles here this morning. And so I'm sure that people are still going to be dealing with the damage from Hurricane Helene, now damage from Hurricane Milton as well. The residents that live on Davis Island, the grand majority of them actually ended up evacuating. We spoke to a few people before the storm actually hit. They said, you know, after going through Helene, they weren't going to take any chances this time around. They wanted to try to make sure that these piles were removed from their homes if they could. Some people waited until that was done and then they ended up evacuating. Others, they just ended up leaving and said, hey, whatever I come home to, I come home to. I care more about making sure that me and my family are going to be okay. So as the sun comes up, I'm sure that we're going to be seeing some other effects from Hurricane Milton. The water will continue to recede, and then we'll be able to go down there to actually see what it looks like down by Davis Island's, closer to the water, closer to Davis Island's beach. But for now, that's what we're currently seeing right now.
And Angelina, we're all waiting for that anxiously, for the sun to rise. Always gives us a much better perspective the morning after the storm. That's going to happen around 7:30 this morning. So we do have a little ways to go before we get that first perspective. You were showing us the debris, and that was my first question for you out there as you were walking around. I thought, well, good to see that some of that heavy furniture didn't become a projectile last night. But as we came in this morning, I did see downed trees, a lot of debris out on the roadways from the overnight winds in the Tampa area, and we're out of the evacuation zones here in a safe spot. So are you seeing also across the road just strewn palm fronds and other debris? What else are you seeing as you came to that area?
Yeah, we've seen palm fronds. We've also seen some downed trees. The downed trees that we saw, a lot of them were actually in Ybor City. Our hotel is in Ybor City, so of course we were hunkered down there as the storm was coming through, and the winds were super strong there. I can only imagine what they were like out here as well. And so as the gusts continue to come in, they're a lot less strong than what they were as the eye of the storm was kind of passing through this area. But they were really fast. We spoke to some people that had actually come out and just kind of like peeked their head out to make sure that everything was okay right in the immediate area of their home, and they were just asking us if we were okay, so we kind of checked in on one another. But they were just saying, my goodness, we are not in an evacuation zone. They were in zone C, so they didn't have to leave. They kind of wish that they did because of how it felt to just kind of ride out the storm at their house. I can tell you, you know, it's kind of like an uneasy feeling just listening to the wind whipping and whipping and whipping. And the woman that I spoke to was referencing the fact that she finally heard the train sound for the first time. She was like, you know, that's probably, I have heard people mention that before. I've heard people say that, but I've never experienced it. So I always just kind of think that it's kind of like, does that really happen? But she told me it's true. It really does happen. And then you keep kind of replaying that. So the anxiety that people had, I think, heading into the storm was one thing. The anxiety that they had during the storm was another thing too, not knowing what they were going to come back to or wake up to in the morning. That woman and her husband just extremely grateful that they're okay, and they're hoping that the people in this community are okay as well.
Yeah.
All right, Angelita Salcido reporting live for us there on Davis Island. So good to see that you're actually able to get on the island. 24 hours ago, it looked as though nobody was going over there, and a whole different story, and it looked like it might be Helene as well. So thank you so much for that. We want to go to our Jen Titus now.
I really can't believe those debris piles. It's
yeah,
amazing.
absolutely. We want to go to our Jennifer Titus now. She is in Bradenton. She rode out the storm there overnight. Jen, just kind of give us an overview of what it was like down there as Milton came ashore.
Yeah, Jamin said there's a lot of howling and there was a lot of rain. I don't think that rain stopped literally from yesterday at 1 o'clock in the morning till now. You can look now and the rain is basically gone. Good news, because we saw a lot of the flash flooding down here. Many streets were closed. It was a different story than we saw with Helene. Storm surge wasn't an issue. It was the amount of rain in such a short period of time. So we saw a lot of street flooding. We saw lots of heavy winds. Boy, Jamison, it was howling last night around 8 p.m. 9 p.m. Siesta Key, where Hurricane Milton came on shore, is just about 30 miles south from here. We're about a mile or two away from the beaches right now, Anna Maria Island, Holmes Beach. So you just go down to Longboat Key, St. Armands, and then you're in Siesta Key. That's how close we are to Siesta Key here in Bradenton. So we saw a lot of that heavy wind. So much heavy wind is we saw some major trees come down, and unfortunately, some of the vehicles here in this hotel parking lot, this hotel that is completely full from evacuees that came here to be safe. Their cars didn't make it. We'll walk you over here just to show you guys the power of the wind. I mean, there is literally every single spot, I think, has some sort of debris. We saw an AC unit that was pushed under a car, and then look at that tree completely split in half, and unfortunately the vehicles there did not make it. I know down the way we have some vehicles as well that are looking like this. We got glass broken out, we got trees down. There is a constant alarms going off right now because it is quiet. Good news is there is no cars out on the streets right now because there is so many power outages. I just looked at the map for Florida Power and Light, and it looks like pretty much, I would say 90% of those customers are without power. Around 200,000 people without power right now in Manatee County. I was looking to see if there was any other updates from the officials. You know, I can tell you that they are asking people just to stay inside right now, shelter down until the sun comes up, until it's safe to get around, because Jameson, Caitlin, with all of the trees down, the power lines down, it is not safe to travel. You don't know what you may run over. Downtown Bradenton, there was video of literally glass breaking. So then you're driving over glass down power lines. It's just not safe. I thought this was an interesting graphic here that Manatee County government had just posted right now, because they are getting calls coming in whether or not when to call 311 or when to call 911. Now, if you guys are listening, because I know there are a lot of people down here without power, if you're looking at us on the app, if you're listening from the radio, 311 power lines, fallen trees, road closures, lost pets, wellness checks, utility questions. 911, report a fire, stop a crime in progress, report an accident, because you know they are inundated with calls right now, calls coming in, and for a majority of the night, they could not get emergency vehicles out on the roads. They sheltered in place just because the winds had picked up so much and it was not safe for them to be on the streets. So that's why they were asking people, make sure you know the difference between 311 and 911. And again, guys, if you do not have to go outside on the streets, stay inside. Stay until officials give the all clear, because there is so much of this basically everywhere around town, guys.
Yeah, unbelievable. The power of Mother Nature right behind you there, Jen. And I know yesterday we talked to you as we were awaiting this storm. You're a hometown girl. This is all of our communities. We were all concerned about our neighbors and our loved ones as we awaited this storm. It was a tough night. I think many people at home probably didn't get a lot of sleep. I know we didn't either. It's just the anxiety building here. It's emotional for you too. I'm sure this is your hometown. This is where you grew up. And I know we're all waiting for the sun to come up this morning, but your perspective, just getting out of your hotel this morning, seeing what you have seen from a girl who grew up there and already shares a lot of core memories with that area. It's a tough morning.
Yeah, I think we just have to wait for that sun to come up to see what damage was done. What do the islands look like? I mean, they were already destroyed from Helene. The amount of damage that Anna Maria, Bradenton Beach, what they had already suffered, nobody wanted to see them suffer anymore. We do know there is a lot of debris out there on the island. So how high did that water get up? How much wind caused that debris to fly around? And I know we talked yesterday, a lot of my family lives in the B and the C area. They had evacuated to non-evacuation zones. We know that officials believe lots of people did the same in this area. They heeded these warnings. They saw the damage from Helene. Nobody wanted to mess with Milton, not with the storm surge that was being estimated. And so we are hoping once that sun comes out today, guys, we can travel throughout the town and we can give you guys a better picture of what we are seeing here.
Absolutely. All right, Jen Titus reporting live for us in Bradenton this morning. Jen, we're going to check back with you in just a little bit. Sunrise this morning at 7:27. Of course, we'll get a little more light before that. That is going to be the big reveal today and what we're going to see when the sun comes up, because it's going to be substantial. It may surpass Helene at this point, and we're crossing our fingers that it doesn't go into that territory. But once the sun comes up today, we're going to get a much better look of everything that happened down there in that Sarasota, Bradenton area, Siesta Key, all those barrier islands as well.
Yeah.
Our Jenny Dean's been in downtown Tampa for us during this storm. Jenny, I saw you earlier. You were in your hotel room, and it looked like that had sustained some damage as well. And now that you've kind of ventured outside, what are you seeing? What's your first response as you walk out in downtown Tampa?
I mean, we just had to walk a block from our hotel, and the wind is really, I think, what's going to tell the story from overnight. We heard it all night long, roaring and roaring, and it kept us up. But let me just kind of walk you through. If you look behind me, there's a lot more officers, police officers, Tampa police coming out, starting to survey the damage now, and they've been coming down the street. They were stopped right there. That's the Crest building, and I don't know if you can see all the debris. It looks like part of the bricks or part of the wall actually came down into the street there. And then if you keep looking down through the Crest building, you can see they had some siding up or whatever. That's all blown off, so you can see right through the building right now. Now, this building was vacant. Nobody lived there. That, of course, the good news, but it's certainly causing some damage. The officers were out this morning trying to push some of that debris out of the street. And then look at this right here.
Like, how long is
This held a big street sign that is now over here in the street. So the street sign was literally knocked right off of its post and broken off and is sitting right there. I'm standing next to the federal courthouse. There are lights flashing inside the federal courthouse as well. So they obviously had some issues in there, possibly some power issues. And you can see sporadic power outages downtown. Now, when I was up high and kind of looking out, you can see, north of Cass Street, our hotel is on the corner. It does not appear that it lost power. I know they have a generator, but I don't hear a generator going. So I don't think we lost power. And stoplights, those are all out down this street. But you can see buildings have power. So that is certainly the good news there. But there's a lot of buildings downtown that do not have power. I know when I was kind of looking north of Cass Street as you kind of head toward 275 on Florida, that's where you start to see a whole section of downtown just without power. The Encore apartments area, the Encore district, all of that seems to be without power. But then there are places where you looked at, you can even see the lights still on the Truist building, and everything, looks normal when you look at the skyline and you see that, the blue lights on there. So, I mean, while some things look normal, we're just walking a block from our hotel and already seeing the scope of just an inkling of the damage that happened downtown. So once we get out and about a little bit, I think it's going to be a much, much scarier picture. And I can tell you, it was difficult to sleep last night. Those winds were so scary, and they were just howling, and the rain was just pouring in, and it was just causing leaks throughout our hotel. And so, yeah, it was definitely a long night for a lot of people, but I don't know that the daylight's going to bring much comfort.
Jenny, I was staying, we're in our hurricane studio here at WMOR on Hillsborough Avenue. I was staying a block away last night at the Hard Rock Hotel, and my room started to flood. I was on the second floor, kind of going through the same thing, and you could hear the wind outside. I woke up this morning, put my feet down on the carpet, and it was completely soaked. So I was getting leaks from above and maybe from the window as well. I got on social media this morning. I'm not sure if you have. The Riverwalk flooded really bad yet again, just like it did from Helene So I'm not sure if you've seen anything down there yet. I know you're going to venture around a little bit, but.
Yeah. We have not ventured out quite yet. We think it's still too early to safely drive around in our car. I don't mind walking around. I want to let first responders kind of make sure that they check out all the roadways, and we're going to heed the advice that we're telling everybody.
Of course.
There could be power lines down. There could be things you can't see, especially where there's power outages. And so we're going to wait until it's a little bit lighter before we really venture out in our car. We'll go around on foot here a little bit as we can and show you kind of a little bit before then. But, you know, we're not going to really do anything until we can have a really safely and slowly get out and about in our cars without hindering any of our first responders, because they got a lot of work to do. I mean, just seeing just the little bits of stuff that's down, it's going to be some time before people really should be getting out and about, because it's going to be dangerous.
Yep. Absolutely. Yeah, Jenny, that's first and foremost. You know, we always try to document this as much as we can, but we have to keep that stuff in mind. After hurricanes, driving around, power lines down, all the debris, you have to be safe out there. And the best we can do is tell you what we're seeing from where we're standing. So, of course, stay safe there first. Jenny, it looks like you have some police cars coming down the road there as well, doing some of that surveying for... You know, and listen, you know, they're important because they're the ones who first go out and kind of start going around and giving damage reports for everybody.
They're our eyes and ears on the roadway.
They are. They really are our eyes and ears as well. So, absolutely. All right, Jenny, thank you so much.
And we are seeing quite a few.
Go ahead, Jenny. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, you know, we've seen probably 2 or 3 people out here driving around, and I'm kind of shocked. I mean, especially since things have calmed down, get some sleep now. I mean, it was a rough night, even if you were indoors. Now's the time to get some sleep.
You don't have to tell us twice.
Responders do their thing. I mean, I mean, we have seen a couple of cars just out looky-looing, and this is not the time.
Yeah, not yet.
Yeah.
Absolutely. All right.
She said the winds, and Jenny, we'll get back to you shortly. We appreciate it. Yeah, the winds last night. A lot of people were talking about like the train sound and just the howling of the wind. It felt like I kept thinking, I feel like I'm in a car wash right now. Like the windows sound like you're just getting power washed the whole time. It's a scary experience for sure. I know it was for you at home.
Most definitely. And hopefully, if anybody is listening, you can do some check-ins on your neighbors and make sure that everybody's okay. We certainly hope that you're okay. We hope that your home is okay and everything is okay, but you know, we know that there's going to be a lot of video today and a lot of damage repairs, and we know that everything's not going to be okay for a lot of folks.
Well, it already wasn't with Helene, and this is not what the Bay Area needed by any means, but we sure got the wrath of Milton last night. And let's send things over this morning to meteorologist Mike Prangley, who's standing by. You watched this all play out throughout the night. Mike, you didn't get any sleep. You were out there surveying the storm in the middle of it too, from a safe spot over at the Hard Rock, but you saw those winds, those gusts. We heard them.
Yeah, Jenny said it's a storm of the wind, and I agree with her. I've not seen wind like that. I've been through many, many storms, but talking to some folks that even cover these storms and actually go out in the elements, they were saying, yes, in some respects, it was worse than Ian. So that really got my attention. I got out there, did some scientific observations, and I had to literally stay in my safe spot and shelter myself, because you go out in that wind, it took your breath away. And that's why I'm so proud of this resilient community, because we listened, we heeded the warnings, we evacuated, but we still are not done with this storm yet. Even though it's moved by the area and we're starting to see some improving weather, we've got to take it easy, okay? We can't rush back home just yet until you're given the all clear. And another example of why this is a windstorm, my goodness, you can see this is our TV station. Here's 10 Tampa Bay. We evacuated a few days ago, and I appreciate everybody checking on us to make sure we were safe. We're in a nice sturdy building here near the Hard Rock Casino, but you see a little bit of wind damage here in the parking lot, a little bit of tree damage, some tree branches down, but we didn't get the flooding, and that's because of that wobble to the south of Tampa and St. Pete. So we said if it went south, that would keep the worst of the surge away from areas like St. Pete, and sure enough, that was true. But of course, thinking about our friends in Manatee and Sarasota County, unfortunately, they had the surge of 7 to 9 feet, which is a little higher than Helene. So we'll continue to check on our friends down to the south. We take a look at our current winds out there. This is the best news of all. It was loud, it was scary most of the night, and things are getting much quieter. And as Jenny Dean said, now we've got some good sleeping weather. I would just take it easy. We'll be here throughout the morning with you to explain what's going on with the new information. And the new meteorological information Amanda Pappas and I have been going over is that pressure gradient that was so intense. This is one of the 5 strongest hurricanes as far as intensity and low pressure on record. Think about that. That really wound up the winds as the atmosphere tried to keep a little equilibrium. But this morning, starting to see some of those lighter winds at least. We're still seeing some possible damaging wind gusts up toward areas of northeastern Polk County. You go Lakeland northeast, it's still a bit loud and kind of scary out there. It's going to get better over the next hour or two, so that's good news. And then you go off to the west and much better. Hillsborough, Pinellas, Pasco, we're seeing those wind gusts come down to about 30 to 40 miles per hour. In fact, the models continue to show a much quieter picture. These are the highest wind gusts we'd see, but overall, even as we wake up 6, 7 a.m. Toward dawn, it'll be much better. So what are we transitioning into today? Well, we're checking on the damage. You see Jenny Dean out there, Titus out there. Now it's the record river flooding, the Hillsborough River at Zephyr Hills. We're going to be tracking that record flood coming in as we head into especially tomorrow and the weekend. Cypress Creek at State Road 54, you will have a record flood, the old record of 13.8 feet, and you'll be up to about 15 feet, so over a foot above the record. So these are the things we'll be tracking as we head into the next few days and over the weekend into next week.
All right, thank you so much, Mike. Hurricane Milton, as we know, just like Helene, causing a lot of issues when it comes to fires.
Yeah.
We did get some video last night of a house fire near Venice. Venice, about 20 miles south or so, give or take a few miles there of where Milton came on shore.
Yeah, making landfall last night around 8:30 as a Category 3 storm there. The wind speeds about 120 miles per hour at the time. So let's take you to some of that video. We did talk a little bit earlier, just moments ago, about 30 minutes ago this morning, to Ashley with Pinellas EOC. She was saying that because of transformers going out in the Pinellas County area, they saw house fires. We're not sure what caused this one in particular, but this is a house fire as a result of Milton in Venice, Florida, that very clearly burned to the ground there. No reports of any injuries associated with this. That's the good news there. Not sure exactly what caused it, but we saw several scenes like this throughout Helene. And unfortunately, because during the storm, the height of it, it's not safe for first responders to respond to those fires. They just have to let those structures burn.
Yeah, and one of the biggest problems that you have is the fact that first responders just can't go out in high winds and floodwaters, or else they're going to get trapped themselves. Here's some video of some damage down in Venice, staying in Venice, of the Pelican Alley boat storage. A lot of folks, of course, got their boats off the water, put them in dry storage, and unfortunately, that facility has its sides and its roof ripped off there. Hopefully, some of those boats made it okay. We have seen damage like this before in some of those dry dock, boat storage areas before in some of these coastal towns. Paso Grill, I remember several years ago having similar damage at a boat storage area as well.
Yeah, more video for you this morning, too, about flooding, which we are, of course, are watching closely this morning. Again, sunrise is just before 7:30 this morning, but take a look at this out of Venice this morning, expecting that storm surge in the area there, too, and the wind gusts. That's a big part of this story, just the power of Milton as it came on shore. And we keep talking about it. I'm sure if you were hunkered down in the Tampa Bay area, you certainly heard the power of this storm on your roofs and outside your windows. I was saying it felt like I was in a car wash, the laundry machine. It felt like you're just being rocked by this storm, and obviously rocked by the waters as well.
I know, and obviously this shook a lot of people, and you could see in some of that video there from the flooding in Venice, some of the roofs on the mobile homes were starting to peel back. That's exactly why, even if you're not in an evacuation zone, they tell you, get out if you're in a mobile home, get out if you're in an RV, because they know that those structures are not as sturdy as perhaps another structure, and that's why they tell you to get out even if you're in Zone C. That's exactly why they tell you to do that. HCSO also sent us this video.
Yeah, this is a tree down. This is, of course, courtesy of the storm last night as well. We just talked to Jenny Dean, who's been covering Hillsborough County for us throughout the storm preps and the aftermath, even in downtown Tampa. She's seeing several trees down in the area there outside the federal courthouse. You could tell that the power was out, the courthouse lighting up, flashing overnight, and obviously we are waiting for the sunrise to come up because this is going to be the scene as we anticipate throughout the area. That the winds were just so strong and we had such saturated ground that it just is a recipe for disaster when it comes to limbs down and trees falling.
Yeah, and at this hour, you know, with the storm still hanging around and having some of the effects of it, it's our first responders who are not only saving lives, but also getting out there first and getting us these pictures and getting us these, you know, all the video out there that we can show you at least at this hour. And when it's safe, we can get our crews back out there and start to give you a better idea of everything that happened in the overnight hours.
Yeah, we spoke with Sheriff Chad Chronister last night. He's been very active online as well, asking people just to stay home if you can. No reason to get out and about this morning, especially with scenes like that across the area. You just don't know what you're going to be coming across on the roadways with the debris. You certainly don't want to get stuck out there. This is a recipe for a flat tire, too.
Absolutely. You know, if you can today, stick to your yard, stick to your house if you can. If you don't need to go out, you're going to need to stay out of the way because there's going to be a lot of downed trees and power lines as well. Our Angelicia Bruton has been stationed up there in that Hernando County area for us throughout not only Helene, but for Milton as well.
And she is in Brooksville now. Angelicia, I know you probably didn't get much rest last night. I know the whole Tampa Bay area certainly did not, but all eyes this morning looking to see exactly the aftermath of Milton. And I know we're all waiting for it to get better perspective, but what are you seeing in Brooksville now? A lot of power outages, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of power outages in this area because the wind is still just whipping through this community. We're still in the parking lot of our hotel. You can see these palm trees behind me. You can see the wind is just whipping through them. It's slowing down a little bit, so we ventured out just a little bit more into the parking lot, and we were talking to some people as they were waking up in the lobby. Seemed like we made a lot of friends. They said that this isn't their first time at this hotel. They were just here for Helene. They said the hotel's beautiful, but they're ready to get back home. They were asking us if it's safe to go check on their houses, and we were saying that officials really want people off of the roadways today because as the sun comes up, they're going to start evaluating conditions. They said that right now, starting, I'd say, at 7 p.m. last night, they started getting down power lines and down trees in the area. They say it's not safe to go out on the roads because even if the power line is down and you assume that there's no power in the area, someone could be using it as a generator. So it's good news right now that we don't see anyone on Cortez Boulevard at all. It's pretty much a ghost town in this area. And officials say that they have about 900 people at the shelters. Yesterday when I checked in with them, there was about 500. And they say they're very happy that people listened to their warnings, ended up leaving their homes, seeking shelter. They say they haven't had this many people at a shelter since Hurricane Irma, and they want people to make sure they still hunker down and stay in place because they're still going to have a huge cleanup as the sun comes up. And it might not be flooding right now, but they say they're still expecting flooding this weekend with the Withlacoochee River starting to overflow Friday.